Lian abruptly opened his eyes, greeted by the sight of an unfamiliar ceiling. A white blanket covered his body, his forehead felt cool, and his left hand was connected to an foredrip. Looking around, he saw two neatly arranged steel-framed beds. The sharp smell of disinfectant filled the air, and the sound of students reading aloud drifted in from outside the window. The infirmary? Why am I here? As his thoughts remained muddled, a surge of unfamiliar memories struck his mind like lightning. Tearing through his confusion with brutal clarity, had transmigrated to another world. The original owner of this body was also named Lian, a financially struggling student sponsored by the school, who had grown up in an orphanage. Besides his handsome appearance, he had nothing else to his name. During a morning self-study session, he suddenly developed a high fever and was sent to the infirmary by his classmates. Before the foredrip was finished, his soul had already been swapped. The same name instantly created a strong sense of identification, and with the standard protagonist backstory of being an orphan with deceased parents. Quickly scanning through the original owner's memories, he glanced down at the student ID hanging from his chest. Sangnan City No. 2 High School, Class 1 of Grade 12, Lian. Sangnan City? Why does that sound so familiar? You're awake? Feeling better? The door opened, and a balding school doctor in a white coat walked in. Much better, doctor. The school doctor touched his forehead, confirming the fever had subsided. The fever's mostly gone. Once the foredrip is finished, you can return to class. By the way, there's a new student joining today. Quite well known, actually an old patient of my senior. He's mentioned him a few times. May I ask where your senior works? Sangnan City Psychiatric Hospital. What's the new student's name? Something like Lin Qiye. With a cooling patch stuck to his forehead, Lian wandered back toward the classroom, his mind a storm of turmoil. No wonder an unassuming aunt had been distributing eggs on campus a few days ago, asking for help to take care of her nephew. Sangnan City, Lin Qiye is clearly the world of slaying the gods. A place fraught with danger. Before transmigrating, he had been reading about Hogyoku's grand entrance when he succumbed to a fever and fainted. Upon waking, the world had turned upside down. After repeated attempts to test his situation, he confirmed. He had no system cheat nor any awakened forbidden domain abilities. He was just an ordinary person. And in this world, getting close to Lin Qiye was akin to courting death. Fortunately, he was a grade above Lin Qiye, so they wouldn't be classmates. This meant he could avoid getting caught up in the storyline of escorting Lin home, thus dodging the fate of becoming a sacrificial pawn for awakening. He needed to apply for a leave of absence immediately. Staying at No. 2 High School was too dangerous. The Nanda Snake Demon would soon appear, and the entire Sangnan City would be reduced to ruins. Wandering the streets as a beggar would be safer than staying near Lin Qiye. He rushed to find his homeroom teacher to express his desire to take a leave of absence, claiming his frail health required long-term recuperation. The teacher thought he was still feverish and delusional. While agreeing in principle, the teacher explained that the application process was tedious and ordered him to return to class for now. With college entrance exams approaching, how can you not feel the pressure? The countdown is written clearly on the blackboard. Just a few more days. Only a few days. Once Lin Qiye awakens and joins the Night Watchers, he could then distance himself from all these supernatural crises. According to the original storyline, Lin Qiye's victorious battles would ensure everyone's safety, while Lian, with his limited potential, was never destined to join the Night Watchers. Back at his desk, Lian quietly flipped through his history textbook, using it to familiarize himself with this world. Luckily, the original owner was a liberal arts student. Otherwise, these history books would have been gathering dust. 100 years ago, Earth had over 200 countries' familiar content skipped. On March 9th, a mysterious fog suddenly appeared over Antarctica. That date, March 9th, was clearly deliberate on the author's part. All things were engulfed by the fog, and nations began to fall. No doubt, this was related to the Cthulhu mythos, teeming with malevolence. However, when the fog approached the Great Xia Kingdom, it inexplicably stopped. The strength of the heavenly court was extraordinary, but shouldn't the god of wealth have been the most venerated? As he read and pondered, time slipped by unnoticed. The bells signaling the end of class jolted him from his thoughts. Immersed in the sea of textbooks for the entire period, the teacher had left him alone, likely due to the cooling patch on his forehead. As the bell rang, he instinctively felt an intense urge to use the restroom. After a class worth of mental adjustment, his anxiety had somewhat subsided. Since he was already here, he decided to make the best of it. As long as he stayed away from Lin Qiye, surely there was a place for him in this vast world. Humming a tune, he leisurely walked toward the restroom. Just as he reached the entrance, he accidentally bumped into another student. Sorry, classmate. That wasn't intentional. His quick reflexes allowed him to grab the other person's left hand, only to notice that the individual was wearing a black blindfold and holding a white cane in their right hand. A black blindfold and a cane? If there wasn't another blind student at this school, then the person he had just bumped into must be Lin Qiye. He was doomed. Was he really going to die on his very first day in this world? In the original story, when Lin Qiye awakened, A classmate who didn't believe in the supernatural was the first to be devoured. A girl escorting him home was killed for lagging behind. Another classmate, who fled quickly but accidentally collided with Lin Qiye, ended up parasitized by a snake and was ultimately put down by Lin himself. To Lian, Lin Qiye was more terrifying than Thulhua walking weapon of causality. Touch him, and you're dead. Bump into him, and you're done for. Before Lin could speak, Lian quickly interjected, classmate. First of all, please accept my sincere apologies. It was absolutely unintentional. I'm grateful you didn't fall down. Secondly, I wish you a speedy recovery for your vision. I have urgent matters to attend to. So this is where we part ways. With that, he bolted back to the classroom like a rabbit fleeing a predator. This campus was riddled with danger. Even the hallways could lead to calamity. Li Yifei, seeing Lin Qiye nearly stumble, hurried over to support him. Qiye, are you okay? That guy was so rude. They'll go teach him a lesson. No need. He already apologized, Lin Qiye said with a gentle smile. Though he had sensed the other person in advance, the collision still seemed like a fated encounter. You're too kind. People like that deserve to be put in their place. He's apologized, so let's not speak ill of him behind his back. Good thing you're unharmed. Otherwise, they'd blame me for not taking better care of you. Class is about to start. Let's head back. Back in the classroom, Lian felt as though he had just escaped the gates of hell. His heart pounded like a drum, and his temples throbbed incessantly. Even going to the restroom was a brush with disaster. What was he still doing here? He needed to leave immediately. As he packed his books into his bag, he unexpectedly discovered a dark purple wooden stick inside. One end was inlaid with an oval-shaped guard, resembling a katana without a blade. Where had this come from? Retracing the original owner's memories, he realized it had been picked up on the way to school that morning. By the time he reached the infirmary during the self-study session, he had already been feverish. His right hand instinctively reached for the hilt. The moment he gripped it, a crisp ding echoed in his mind. Ding. System activation task 1. Survive with a body temperature exceeding 42 C for 1 hour completed. Ding. System activation task 2. Encounter Lin Qiye and survive completed. Ding. Experience system activated. The host can gain experience points by observing the protagonist's battles and level up to unlock corresponding skills. Ding. Current host level 0. Experience needed for next level 010. Level 1 skill unlock. Flash step consumes spiritual energy to move at an imperceptible speed, teleporting to any location. Ding. System binding reward. Zanpakuto has been issued. Zanpakuto, a heat-based weapon with a dark purple hilt. Usage requirement, level 1. Lian was stunned. These system tasks were absolutely absurd. Task 1 counted as completed? The original owner must have died from the fever. He had been planning to run away. Should he still? Suddenly, he had an epiphany. The most efficient way to gain experience was clear. Had to actively approach Lin Qiye, witness the awakening of the mortal god domain firsthand, and accumulate experience points to wield the Zanpakuto. Initially, without a system, he had only wanted to flee. But where could he possibly escape to? This world's mysteries could descend at any moment. One wrong step outside, and he might meet his end, leaving not even a corpse behind. Seeking divine intervention was futile. Relying on oneself was the way forward. There was no point in praying to gods or chanting scriptures when he could take control of his own fate. In the past, he had been powerless. But now, things were different. With a system at his side and the power of a death god within his grasp, it was time to make his move. At this moment, he had only one critical mission: to cling tightly to Lin Qiye's coattails. In the shortest time possible, he needed to extract every ounce of benefit from Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye could soar freely, while Lian would always stay by his side. Lian looked down at the unknown Zanpakuto in his backpack, its purple hilt glinting faintly under the sunlight. He frowned. Carrying this thing around was indeed a problem. It was still just a hilt for now, which wasn't too conspicuous, but if it turned into a full-length katana later, walking around with it every day would definitely attract the attention of the police. If only I could put it away. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the hilt in his hand suddenly disappeared without a trace. He jumped to his feet, his heart pounding. This was his lifeline. System, where's my sword? The system's voice immediately responded. The Zanpakuto is stored within the host's soul when not in use. To summon it, simply call for it in your mind. However, the host's current level is insufficient, so the Zanpakuto cannot be summoned for now. Lian spent the entire class studying the system's instructions. After repeatedly asking questions, he finally pieced together the key details. The system operated on a strict leveling system. Without reaching level 1, he couldn't access the Zanpakuto at all. At this point, the system was almost useless to him, making the meager 10 experience points he needed to level up all the more critical. The hardest part was breaking through from level 0 to level 1. Once he reached level 1, not only would the Zanpakuto be unlocked, but had also gained his first skill. More importantly, he learned that while he could earn experience points by observing others in battle, actively participating in fights would yield far more. In other words, Just standing on the sidelines wouldn't cut if had to get involved himself. After class, Lian headed straight to the classroom of Class 2, Grade 11. Peering through the front door, he saw Lin Qiye sitting quietly at his desk. A boy next to him was cracking jokes, and though the two had just started school, they already seemed to have a good rapport. That must be Li Yifei. Lian thought to himself before calling out loudly. Lin Qiye, remember me? I'm here to apologize. Lian was naturally outgoing and showed no signs of nervousness. Lin Qiye immediately recognized the voice. It was the guy who had bumped into him in front of the restroom earlier. Before Lin could respond, the boy beside him spoke up. Were you the one who knocked Qiye over by the restroom during the break? I did bump into him, but I didn't knock him over. Lian scratched his head, explaining. I actually apologized at the time, but I felt it wasn't sincere enough, so I came to apologize again. It's fine. I forgive you. You don't have to worry about it, Lin Qiye said, feeling a bit awkward. The sudden enthusiasm was a little overwhelming for someone used to being alone. No way. Lian thumped his chest. Hey, race the deal. Since your eyesight isn't great, he'll take responsibility for walking you home from now on. That's not necessary. My classmates will. It's settled then. Lian interrupted. I'm Lian from grade 12, just upstairs. If you need anything, just let me know. Anyway, I've got to run to the restroom. I've been holding it since last class. See you around. With that, Lian dashed off, completely ignoring the bewildered looks from Lin Qiye and the others around him. What a weirdo, Li Yifei muttered, curling his lip. Is senior year stress that bad? It's like he's lost it. Lin Qiye, however, smiled faintly. It's fine. He means no harm. Lin Qiye was no stranger to situations like this. It reminded him of his time in the psychiatric hospital, where encountering people as eccentric as Lian was far from unusual. This sense of familiarity, oddly enough, gave him a strange sense of comfort. After all, they were just fellow patients. At most, they had some mental issues, but they weren't harmful. In the classroom, Lian, who had just returned from the restroom, was fully engrossed in studying his system. His gaze wandered through the air as if he were reading something invisible. The system's rewards, such as the Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jakka, and the newly unlocked Shuanpa skill, were rooted in the world of Bleach. This sparked his wild imagination. Could this world also have a soul society? If he were the only one capable of connecting to it, wouldn't that mean he essentially held the essence of an entire realm, giving him the potential to ascend to godhood? He continued to calculate. While Ryujin Jakka was formidable in the Bleach manga, in this world of god-slaying, even a supreme god wouldn't be considered all that powerful. At best, it might reach the level of a primary deity. However, since there didn't seem to be a level cap, as long as he acquired enough experience points, pure grinding could make him a transcendent being. Lian's thoughts drifted further and further. Following Lin Qiye home was the priority. Once he gained enough experience points to level up, he could use Shuanpa to hunt down those masked spirits. With his strength enhanced, he might even borrow equipment from other gods. Amaterasu's solar essence sounded great, along with treasures like the Yasukani no Magatama, the Kusanagi sword, and the Yada mirror. Poseidon's trident, Thor's Mjolnir. Throughout the entire self-study session, he was lost in these daydreams, completely ignoring the class material. Soon, it was time for school to end. Lian had successfully integrated himself into Lin Kai's class, thanks to his unwavering habit of showing up in Lin Kai's classroom during every break. At this moment, he was part of a sizable group of over a dozen students from Class 2 of Grade 11, all enthusiastically escorting Lin Qiye home. Walking in the middle of the group, Lin Qiye, with a black silk ribbon covering his eyes and a white cane in hand, appeared a bit uneasy. Really, I can walk home by myself, you know? Honestly, my eyes just can't handle bright light. It's not like I'm completely blind. No need to explain, Lin Qiye. Class monitor Jiang Qian said firmly, her face serious. Since we promised your aunt to look after you, we'll make sure we do. Having been accustomed to solitude for so long, Lin Qiye clearly wasn't used to being cared for by so many people. But since it was a gesture of goodwill from his classmates and involved his aunt's request, he could only accept it silently. Meanwhile, Lian, with an arm draped over Li Yifei's shoulder, watched Lin Kai's awkward and hesitant expression and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. As the distance from the school grew, Lin Qiye's classmates gradually dispersed. At every intersection, someone would wave goodbye and disappear into the night. After crossing 2 intersections, there were only 6 of them left, including Lian. The group walked on, chatting about the mysterious fog that had descended a century ago. Lian silently calculated the time, thinking that the main storyline was about to begin. Suddenly, he hooked an arm around Li Yifei's neck and said nonchalantly, Hey, little brother, doesn't your house lie in the opposite direction? Li Yifei froze for a moment before replying. It's fine. I just wanted to spend more time with Qiye, maybe even walk him all the way home. No need for that. The rest of us can handle it, Lian said, patting Li Yifei on the shoulder. You should be careful heading back on your own. All right then, Li Yifei nodded. As if suddenly remembering something, he lowered his voice and added, but I heard the old district hasn't been safe recently. Over 10 people have already been killed, and their faces were peeled off. With that, he hurriedly waved goodbye and disappeared into the night. Li Fei, are you insane? Jiang Qian's face turned pale as she instinctively glanced around the empty street. Li Yifei's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring fear in her heart. This area bordered the old district, a remote part of Tsangnan City, and the streets were eerily deserted except for them. Lin Qiye scratched his head thoughtfully and said, actually, it might not necessarily be the work of humans. That's even scarier. Wang Xiao, who was walking in front, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Come on, it's the modern age. Who still believes in those superstitions? Trust in science. He waved dismissively. I have to turn here, so I'll head off first. With that, he started toward a dark alley. Classmate, why don't we walk together? Lian suggested kindly. It's not very safe to go alone. Safe, my foot. Wang Xiao scoffed. I walk through this alley twice a day and have been doing so for a year without any trouble. You guys should just focus on getting Lin Qiye home safely. With that, he disappeared into the pitch-black alley. Jiang Qian suddenly stopped in her tracks, frowning as she sniffed the air. Do you guys smell that? It's like the stench of something rotting. I don't smell anything, ugh. Before Lian could finish, a wave of putrid stench hit him like a slap in the face. It was as if one nostril had been stuffed with decaying meat while the other was filled with the reek of rotten eggs. The combination churned in his mind, making him almost vomit on the spot. Jiang Qian was already crouched on the ground, dry heaving, and Lian couldn't hold back any longer, vomiting alongside her. What is that awful smell? No idea, Lin Qiye said, his brows furrowed as he pointed toward the alley where Wang Xiao had disappeared. But it seems to be coming from over there. The depths of the alley were pitch black, like the gaping maw of a beast lying in wait. Just then, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the alley, echoing through the empty street. Wang Xiao. A familiar voice echoed from the depths of the dark alley, immediately putting everyone on high alert. Wang Xiao's in trouble. Their faces turned pale as they shouted in unison. Lian quickly wiped his mouth and grabbed Jiang Qian and Lu Yuan, who were about to rush into the alley. If you go in there, you won't come out. Don't go. His voice carried a tone of undeniable warning. Why are you stopping me? Jiang Qian struggled, her eyes filled with worry. Wang Xiao might be in danger. I have to help him. Even as a girl, she couldn't care less about her fear at this moment. I said don't go. Lian tightened his grip. In this situation, shouldn't we prioritize safety and call the police first? I'm going. Who are you to stop me? Jiang Qian forcefully shook off Lian's hand and dashed toward the alley entrance. But just then, a chilling sound from deep within the alley made her freeze in her tracks. Squish, squish, it was the sound of wet, heavy footsteps, like rotting flesh slapping against concrete, accompanied by the drip of some viscous liquid. As the footsteps drew closer, a nauseating stench of decay filled the air, growing stronger by the second. Suddenly, a grotesque figure emerged into their view, a monstrous creature crawling on all fours. It was massive yet twisted, with a ghastly pale face atop its head. Its gaping mouth revealed glistening, razor-sharp fangs, and drool dripped from the corners of its jaws. The most horrifying feature was its long, crimson tongue, nearly half a meter in length, flicking in and out like a serpent's. Ah! Jiang Qian collapsed to the ground, letting out a piercing scream. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably, leaving her completely immobilized. Though this was Lian's first encounter with such a supernatural phenomenon, he remained surprisingly composed. What a bizarre-looking thing. It's here. The ghost-faced man is here. Whether we can repair the Zanpakuto depends on this moment. At the same time, Lin Qiye, unable to open his eyes, relied solely on his spiritual senses, which extended no more than 10 meters. He could feel the terror and trembling of his classmates and asked in a low voice, "What's happening?" Hearing his voice, Lian turned and grabbed Lin Qiye's hand. There's a monster. By then, the creature had entered Lin Qiye's range of perception. Its horrifying appearance made his face pale as he immediately shouted, "Run!" Before his words fully landed, Lu Yuan had already turned and bolted, stumbling into Lin Qiye in his haste. He quickly scrambled back to his feet, shouting as he ran, "Help! Somebody help! There's a monster! Help!" Within seconds, he had sprinted dozens of meters away. Lin Qiye staggered from the collision, but was steadied by Lian just in time. In that split second, his spiritual sense captured a horrifying scene. The creature had lunged at Jiang Qian, its sharp fangs piercing her pale neck. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the exposed veins and stark, white bones were vividly visible. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the stench of decay. The gruesome sight churned Lin Qiye's stomach, and he nearly retched. But now's not the time to puke. Lian steadied Lin Qiye, helping him stand upright. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a chilling sight froze them in place. Right before their eyes, a blood-soaked ghoul with a grotesque mask was gnawing ravenously on Wang Xiao's corpse. Wang Xiao's once special attire was now drenched in crimson, and his face was so mangled it was nearly unrecognizable. The creature had clearly abandoned its pursuit of the fleeing Lu Yuan and instead set its sights on the two standing just within reach. Two. There are two of them. Lian calculated frantically, his gaze darting between Lin Qiye and the monster. If I can just gain 10 experience points to level up, I can save him. Lin Qiye's face was as pale as a sheet, an overwhelming sense of despair washing over him, a feeling he hadn't experienced in years. This was the third time in his life he had felt such hopelessness. The first was a decade ago when he encountered the Seraph, and now, once again, he found himself staring into the abyss of death. The ghoul discarded Wang Xiao's mutilated body like trash, its crimson tongue licking the blood from its lips. The sight ignited a fiery rage within Lin Qiye. Why is it always me? He roared internally. Why do others go their whole lives without encountering monsters? Yet I've faced two already. In that moment of fury, an eerie golden light began to flicker in his eyes beneath the black ribbon. Shriek. The monster let out a piercing screech and lunged at Lin Qiye like an arrow loosed from a bow. Damn it, I'm not afraid of you. Lin Qiye bellowed, shoving off Lian's support and charging forward with his white cane raised. Whoa, he's got guts, Lian exclaimed, astonished. This guy Lin Qiye is the real deal. When things get serious, he really steps up. In an instant, the two collided. Lin Qiye was sent flying by the monster's tail, his white cane snapping in half. The black ribbon on his head fell away, revealing a thin trail of blood trickling from his temple. The masked ghoul, however, remained completely unscathed, as if fresh off an assembly line. Ding. Experience points 10. Ding. Level up. Skill unlocked. Blink. Next level unlock skills. Combat basics. Bone strike. The system's notification echoed in Lian's mind, filling him with excitement. What? Did I just get lucky out of nowhere? I won't accept this. Lin Qiye roared at the sky, his shattered cane the final straw breaking his composure. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails dug into his palms. Suddenly, an unfamiliar energy surged within him, like a blazing sun erupting inside his body. In an instant, a golden pillar of light shot skyward, illuminating the pitch-black night as if it were broad daylight. No way. I can't let Lin Qiye hog all the glory. Lian muttered to himself. I've got to step up too. Those experience points are way too tempting. Striking a rather awkward stance, he brought his right hand to his chest, calling out internally for his Zanpakuto. Come to me. With a flash of crimson fire, a blade with a deep purple hilt materialized firmly in his right hand. A blazing pillar of fire shot into the sky, standing in fierce opposition to the golden beam of light. The golden radiance resembled a heavenly blessing, warm and divine, while the crimson flames exuded the oppressive aura of hellfire, a force of utter destruction. On the surface of the moon, a celestial being with 6 wings gazed intently at the crimson flames. A flicker of doubt flashed through its profound eyes. An unfamiliar power. Could it be a new deity? On the ground, the hilt of Lian's katana suddenly ignited with crimson flames, which rapidly consumed the blade like a fiery torch. The fire coursed across the entire blade before vanishing, leaving behind a pristine, gleaming edge. A faint flicker of flame seemed to dance along the blade. As the power of the Reaper surged into him, Lian felt an unprecedented surge of strength, as though he had been reborn in fire. All right, from now on, it's hunting season, he declared. At the same time, the golden light dissipated, and Lin Qiye was the first to complete his awakening. Not only did he regain consciousness, but he also obtained a fragment of seraphic power. The monster, now free from the golden light suppression, let out a feral roar and lunged at Lin Qiye with claws outstretched. With the seraph's power enhancing his senses, Lin Qiye perceived the monster's movements as if they were in slow motion. With ease, he rolled to the side to avoid its claws and picked up a broken half of a white cane from the ground. Gripping the cane tightly in both hands, his golden, radiant eyes locked onto the monster's every move. The monster pushed off with its hind legs, propelling its entire body into the air, claws aimed directly at Lin Qiye's throat. This time, Lin Qiye didn't dodge. Just as the claws were about to strike, his eyes flared with brilliant golden light, and a surge of divine power shot into the monster. Under the immense pressure, the creature froze midair, completely immobilized. As Lin Qiye prepared to drive the cane into the monster's eye, his heightened senses warned him of a figure rapidly approaching from behind faster than even the ghost-faced creature in front of him. Damn it, I forgot there was another one. But the approaching figure wasn't another ghost-faced monster, it was Lian, who had just reached level 1. Realizing the prize was about to be stolen, Lian didn't waste time testing his newfound skills. He activated Flash Step, surging toward the ghost-faced monster. The move drained most of his spiritual energy, but the world seemed to slow down in his eyes. Every bloodied scar on the monster's face became crystal clear. Gripping his Zanpakuto tightly with both hands, he thrust it with all his might into the creature's eye socket. A flash of cold steel, imbued with searing heat, sliced past Lin Qiye's cheek, bypassing the cane, and directly pierced through the monster's eye socket, destroying its brain and extinguishing its life force completely. My god, that short distance took this much spiritual energy? Any farther, and I'd be completely drained. Lian thought in amazement. A system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Experience 200. Ding. Level up. Skill unlocked. White Strike, first bone. In an instant, his depleted spiritual energy was fully restored, and his maximum capacity even increased. It dawned on Lian that leveling up not only replenished his energy, but also raised its limits. Well, that changes everything. I'm unstoppable now. With 2 levels gained and a new skill unlocked, he realized he had acquired the legendary hand-to-hand combat technique capable of demolishing buildings with a single punch, akin to what Master Yamamoto could do. While he wasn't at that level yet, handling ghost-faced monsters was now a trivial matter. Fighting is exhilarating. Lian exclaimed with confidence as he set his sights on the final ghost-faced monster. One more to go? This is going to be as easy as reaching into a bag for loot or flipping my hand over. What even is this? A walk in the park. A total stomp. Alright, little XP bundle. Get ready, I'm sending you straight to Nirvana. Lin Qiye had just sensed a humanoid figure rapidly approaching from behind when a flash of cold light whisked past his ear and embedded itself directly into the head of the ghost-faced creature. Instinctively, he turned around, only to be greeted by the confident, triumphant smile on Li Lian's handsome face. With his left hand, Li Lian grabbed Lin Qiye by the collar and pulled him back. His right hand, gripping the Zanpakuto, was already brimming with spiritual energy, the blade igniting in bright flames. He swung the sword down onto the fallen ghost-faced creature, and the fire instantly consumed the entire corpse. Since acquiring the Zanpakuto, Li Lian had mastered various techniques for channeling spiritual energy. A mere trace of it was enough to cremate remains, making it an indispensable weapon for a reaper. He silently marveled at the sword's versatility. It was practically a divine tool for killing, arson, and erasing evidence all in one. Even in its sealed state, it's already this powerful. Once it's released, one it soar to unimaginable heights. Li Lian mused to himself. I wonder what abilities will be unlocked with its Bankai. Will the 4 cardinal strikes of Ryujin Jakka come naturally? The only question is, what level do I need to reach for Bankai? This train of thought only solidified his resolve to join the Night Watchers. The mysterious creatures they encountered were like walking treasure troves of experience points. While grotesque in appearance, their value was undeniable. As Li Lian envisioned his future, the remaining ghost-faced creature, realizing its companion was dead, immediately abandoned Jiang Qian's corpse. Its hind legs tensed as it launched itself at him with the speed of an arrow. Perfect. Time to test Hakuda, Li Lian began, before abruptly halting as he remembered the foul stench emanating from the creature. I'm not squeamish, but why use my fists when I have a sword? Shunpa. Just as the creature was about to pounce, Li Lian stepped back a meter in a flash. Taking advantage of its unsteady landing, he gripped his sword with both hands and delivered a powerful vertical slash, cleaving the ghastly white mask cleanly in two. The heavily wounded creature staggered back a few steps before collapsing, then began crawling desperately toward a nearby manhole cover. If I can just reach that place. Li Lian walked over calmly, confirming that the creature was on the brink of death. Without hesitation, he drove the Zanpakuto into the back of its head, the blade piercing through and emerging from its mouth. Oh! A blood-curdling scream echoed, and the ghost-faced creature finally ceased all movement. Ding! Experience points 200. Ding! Level up 1. The system notification confirmed the creature's demise. Li Lian nodded in satisfaction. Though the ghost-faced creatures were hideous, the experience they provided was undeniably generous. Summoning his spiritual energy, he reignited the Zanpakuto, reducing the second corpse to ashes. Since you've been so helpful, consider this cremation my token of gratitude, Li Lian said with a faint smirk. Once you're burned to a crisp, I'll even scatter your ashes for you. Clenching his left fist, he could clearly feel the surge of power coursing through his body. Without this newfound strength, that decisive strike earlier wouldn't have been so effortless. The increase in levels brought not only an expansion of spiritual power, but also a significant enhancement of physical strength. Compared to before, Li Lian felt his abilities had at least doubled. The night was deep, and under the flickering firelight, he turned to look at Lin Qiye. The two boys exchanged a knowing smile. Qiye, how are you? Are you okay? Li Lian jogged over to Lin Qiye, proudly waving the Zanpakuto in his hand. The blade gleamed brightly under the firelight, causing Lin Qiye to squint. Returning home in glory is like wearing fine clothes at night. Li Lian boasted excitedly to Lin Qiye. Look at this sword of mine, cool, isn't it? With his strengthened body, enhanced spiritual power, 2 skills, and the Zanpakuto in hand, Li Lian was eager to seek revenge against the Ghost-Face King. The Ghost-Face King is nothing more than a big bag of experience points to me now. In 3 days, I'll turn you into XP. Lin Qiye looked at the overly smug Li Lian in front of him and couldn't help but laugh helplessly. He could sense that Li Lian, like himself, had awakened supernatural powers. Suddenly, Lin Qiye noticed a fast-moving figure within his perception range. Stop showing off, something seems to be coming this way. Huh? A third experience bag. Li Lian immediately became alert, positioning himself in front of Lin Qiye. He held the Zanpakuto horizontally across his chest, spiritual energy gathering at his feet, ready to use Shuanpa at any moment. Looks like today's my lucky day. Lin Qiye, you're my living good luck charm. Come on, experience bag. Show yourself, it'll take you down in one strike. A figure darted out from the corner and abruptly stopped in front of the charred remains of the ghost-faced creature. A dark red cloak billowed in the wind, revealing the plain face of a middle-aged man, neither handsome nor ugly, just the kind of face you'd see on any street. His sharp eyes locked onto the ghost-faced creature's remains on the ground, his right hand already gripping the hilt of the sword at his back. Shing! The crisp sound of a blade being drawn echoed as a simple straight sword sliced through the air, only to suddenly stop mid-swing. Huh! Zhao Kongqing's hand trembled slightly as he gripped the sword, staring at the scorched remains of the ghost-faced creature with a look of self-doubt. If he had arrived just a few minutes later, he might not have even found the body. Did you two kids take down these ghost-faced monsters? He asked. Li Lian immediately recognized the man as Zhao Kongqing, a key figure in Lin Kai's induction into the Night Watchers. Relaxing his guard, Li Lian suddenly had an idea and decided to play around. Yeah, I'm the one who took down these two monsters. Pretty impressive, right? Li Lian said smugly. So, mister, do you want to be as awesome as me? Zhao Kongqing recalled the information from the radio earlier. The deputy team leader had speculated that the golden pillar of light might signify the emergence of a powerful forbidden ruin, possibly Divine Code 003 Michael, the Angel King's divine ruin. As for the red pillar of light, while its exact identity remained uncertain, the fact that the two pillars were evenly matched suggested its power was on par with Michael's, likely another deity's divine ruin. Zhao Kongqing stood rooted to the spot, his expression shifting unpredictably. He had planned to use this rescue opportunity to showcase his abilities and recruit new members for the Night Watch. He even had a set of dramatic lines prepared to make an impression. But the scene before him left him speechless. Two charred corpses of ghost-faced men lay sprawled on the ground, and his meticulously crafted rescue plan had completely fallen apart. What frustrated him even more was that the young man holding the blade had delivered the exact line he had been planning to say. It was as if a visible cloud of resentment hovered over Zhao Kongqing's head as he muttered to himself, "That was supposed to be my line." He scrutinized the two people before him. One was slumped on the ground, with traces of golden light lingering in his eyes, clearly the one who had awakened the power of the Michael Divine Ruins. The other held a long blade, undoubtedly the person responsible for the red pillar of light, whose strength seemed to rival that of the King of Angels. As a grown man, Zhao Kongqing decided to take the initiative to ease the awkwardness. He sheathed his blade, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it with the smoldering embers nearby, taking a deep drag. Taking out his walkie-talkie, he reported in a businesslike tone, "The two ghost-faced men who escaped have been neutralized. Send the logistics team to clean up the scene." A concerned voice crackled over the device. "You took them down? Are you injured?" Zhao Kongqing felt even more embarrassed and replied honestly, "Not me. They were already dead when I got here. If I'd been any later, there wouldn't have even been bodies left to find." With that, he switched off the walkie-talkie. He approached Li Lian and Lin Qiye, and the three of them stared at each other in silence. On the deserted street in the dead of night, the three men stood around the charred corpses, exchanging glances in an atmosphere so awkward it was almost surreal. Finally, Zhao Kongqing couldn't hold out any longer, partly because staring at the two of them was tiring, and partly because the cigarette had burned down to his fingers. Pretending to be nonchalant, he flicked the cigarette away and broke the silence. "Did I look cool just now?" Li Lian and Lin Qiye exchanged a knowing glance before replying in unison, "Not at all." "Good. That's exactly right." Zhao Kongqing laughed instead of getting upset. "I haven't awakened a forbidden ruin, so of course I'm not cool. But you two are different. You have the kind of supernatural powers most people can only dream of. So how about it? Want to be like the superheroes in the movies?" Even though his line had been stolen, Zhao Kongqing wasn't going to let a minor setback defeat him. He could just tweak it slightly and still make it work. "No," Lin Qiye responded decisively. Zhao Kongqing twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. "Why not? Too easy to die," Lin Qiye replied earnestly, while Li Lian, standing off to the side, couldn't help but smile at the exchange. Li Lian understood where Lin Qiye was coming from. Fighting against mysterious forces was indeed dangerous. But with the system at his disposal, Li Lian's situation was different. The more experience he gained, the safer he became. That was why he actively sought out danger, even if such a mindset seemed a bit reckless. "All right then," Zhao Kongqing suggested. "This isn't the best place to talk. Let's find somewhere else to chat properly. By the way, I'm Zhao Kongqing, and I'm not a bad guy." Li Lian. Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye obediently nodded. his eyes darting slightly as he shot a meaningful glance at Lian. Turning to Zhao Kongcheng, he spoke earnestly. I trust you, but I need to grab my backpack first. Me study materials are all in there. Zhao Kongcheng waved his hand helplessly and stepped to the roadside, plopping down on the curb. Go ahead, go ahead. Lian pretended not to notice Lin Qiye's hint, flipping his wrist to put away his Zanpakuto. The after effects of using spiritual energy for the first time hit him immediately, a throbbing pain pulsating in his temples. Rubbing his aching forehead, he found a spot next to Zhao Kongcheng on the curb and sat down. In his mind, he was already resolved to join the Night Watchman as soon as possible. Not only would it provide him with more opportunities to fight, but more importantly, it would give him a legitimate reason to stay close to Zhao Kongcheng. This walking Ghost King experience pack was too valuable to let slip away. As for Lin Qiye, Lian thought, just a high schooler, how hard could it be for the Night Watchman to track him down? Seeing that Lian ignored his signal, Lin Qiye had no choice but to quietly slip away. Zhao Kongcheng, completely unbothered by appearances, slumped on the curb, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and began to brood. He muttered to himself, what kind of people are these? After such a dangerous night, he's still worried about study materials? But then again, I wonder how the captain's doing. The Ghost King isn't exactly an easy opponent. Hey old Zhao. A large hand suddenly clapped Zhao Kongcheng on the shoulder. It was Lian's voice. Give me a smoke too, will you? What? You're keeping it all to yourself. Even kindergarten kids know how to share. Minors aren't allowed to smoke. Zhao Kongcheng flatly refused. I'm already 18. Still no? You're a student, what are you doing smoking? Zhao Kongcheng paused, then suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. Why is Lin Qiye taking so long just to grab a backpack? I'm guessing he's probably home by now, Lian replied casually. Huh? Home? Zhao Kongcheng froze in surprise. Zhao Kongcheng suddenly snapped back to his senses. After a brief half-second reaction, he sprang from his seat, his sharp gaze sweeping across the surrounding streets like lightning. Lin Qiye's figure had completely vanished. His eyes widened as he stood frozen on the desolate street, so stunned that he didn't even notice Lian casually swiping one of his cigarettes. Lian, now expertly holding the purloined cigarette between his lips, concentrated a small burst of spiritual energy on his right index finger, a tiny flame flickering at its tip. Ever since acquiring his Soul Slayer blade, while he hadn't yet mastered complex spiritual techniques, lighting a cigarette was well within his capabilities. As a seasoned smoker from before his transmigration, going an entire day without a cigarette had left him restless. Taking a deep drag now, he felt an invigorating clarity wash over him. Snap out of it. Lian exhaled a ring of smoke. Lin Qiye went home ages ago. What are you spacing out for? He paused for a moment, then added, do you even know who that kid is? He's a long-term patient from Songnan City Psychiatric Hospital, still has to go for regular checkups. You little punk. Who said you could steal my cigarette? Zhao Kongcheng finally regained his composure. The scene shifts to a high-rise building somewhere in Songnan City. Lian sat on a small folding stool, devouring a bowl of fried rice as though he hadn't eaten in days. Surrounding him were 6 members of the Night Watchers 136 squad, including Zhao Kongcheng. Everyone except their captain, Chun Mai, was present, and they all wore peculiar expressions as they observed this unexpected guest. Things hadn't gone as Zhao Kongcheng had anticipated. He had intended to find a quiet place to talk privately with Lian, but the guy insisted on eating first, claiming that the ghost-faced man earlier had been so disgusting that he ended up vomiting and fighting, leaving him starving. Left with no choice, Zhao had brought him to the team's temporary gathering spot. Pleasure to meet you all. Hello, everyone. I'm Lian. He introduced himself casually, clearly unfazed by the scrutinizing stares. I know you're all curious about me, but I'm starving. Could I get something to eat first? Trying to ease the awkward atmosphere, Zhao Kongcheng quickly chimed in. Hong Ying, is there anything left in the fridge? Just some leftover rice and eggs. They'll whip up some fried rice, then. Zhao Kongcheng headed toward the kitchen, muttering to himself, it's the middle of the night, and I'm out here cooking for someone. What is my life coming to? Are all these so-called divine agents? This ridiculous one disappears without a trace, and the other acts like a child? While Zhao was grumbling to himself, Lian had already begun introducing himself to the members of the 136 squad. The man in the cloak spoke up first. I'm Wu Xiangnan, deputy captain of Songnan City Night Watchers 136 squad. My name is Hong Ying, frontline combatant of Team 136. A beautiful woman, busy polishing her spear, raised her head, her bright eyes shimmering with light. When Chima, frontline combatant, a man sharpening his blade, introduced himself curtly. Si Xiaonan, combat support and part-time medic. A young girl tilted her head, curiously studying Lian. Were those 2 beams of light earlier you're doing? Lung Xian, long-range fire support for Team 136. A cold-looking man holding a sniper rifle added. Listening to these familiar names, Lian turned to Si Xiaonan. Lovely lady, could I rest a bit first? He'll explain everything in detail once your captain returns. Then, raising his voice toward the kitchen, he shouted. Old Zhao? Can you hurry up? I'm starving here. The clatter of pots and pans in the kitchen abruptly stopped, followed by a cigarette being tossed out. What's the rush? Here, have a smoke to tide you over. Lian caught the cigarette, placed it between his lips, and flicked his fingers. A small flame sparked at his fingertips, lighting the cigarette before vanishing as he casually extinguished it. By now, his skill in using spiritual energy for tasks like lighting a cigarette had become second nature. Practice really does make perfect. The members of Team 136 exchanged glances upon seeing him, still in his school uniform, expertly lighting a cigarette. In unison, they exclaimed, minors aren't allowed to smoke. On the way there, Lian had carefully reviewed the gains from his recent battle. He had leveled up from 0 to 3, unlocking 2 new skills, Flash Step and White Strike, 1 bone. The leveling process had been unexpectedly pleasant, like soaking in a hot spring, with warm energy flowing through his body. Not only had his physical attributes improved, but his spiritual energy had also grown, as though he had undergone a luxurious rejuvenation. While Flash Step was incredibly practical, its spiritual energy consumption was significant. During its first use, covering just 10 meters had drained most of his energy. If not for the energy recovery from leveling up, he wouldn't have been able to use it again to dodge the second masked ghost. This skill would undoubtedly become a key part of his arsenal for a long time, but he needed to understand its energy consumption thoroughly, ideally with precise data. Using Flash Step recklessly to close in on an enemy only to run out of energy could be disastrous. It was akin to martial artists mastering Lightfoot techniques to avoid the awkward situation of being unable to chase a fleeing opponent or escape when overpowered. As for White Strike, 1 bone, its power and energy cost remained unknown since it hadn't yet been tested in combat. This uncertainty was dangerous, like wielding a metal tube in battle without knowing if it was a rocket launcher or a bomb that might blow up in your hands. Lian decided to find an opportunity to train with the members of Team 136 to gain a clearer understanding of his abilities. Rescuing Zhao Kongcheng, who was about to face the Ghost Mask King, was non-negotiable, but he also had to ensure he wouldn't end up sacrificing himself in the process. Familiarizing himself with his skills as quickly as possible was the only way to proceed cautiously and safely. I'm done. Lian wiped his mouth and handed the empty bowl to Zhao Kongcheng. Old Zhao, your cooking isn't bad. Just use less salt next time, and it'll be perfect. You're getting picky now, Zhao Kongcheng grumbled, snatching the bowl from him. Having food to eat is already a blessing, Lian was saying when the door suddenly swung open. A figure cloaked in dark red appeared at the entrance, fresh bloodstains scattered across the fabric. On the person's face were several alarming, deep gashes. Captain, are you all right? The newcomer was none other than Chunmai, captain of the Night Watch Squad 136. He gave a slight nod, efficiently removing the bloodstained cloak and hanging it to the side. I'm fine, but the Ghost-Face King got away. His gaze shifted to Lian. And this young man is? Lian immediately straightened up, his voice brimming with energy. Hello, Captain. My name is Lian. Old Zhao brought me here. Chunmai turned to Zhao Kongcheng, his brows furrowing slightly. Is this the divine agent of Michael? No, Zhao Kongcheng scratched his head awkwardly. I lost Michael's divine agent. Lian is the one who caused the red beam of light. He followed me back voluntarily, saying he wants to join the Night Watch. Chunmai's eyes narrowed. Old Zhao, you're a seasoned night watchman. How did you lose someone as important as a divine agent? And what's the deal with the Seraph's agent? Was the Klein-level energy fluctuation caused by him? He's just an ordinary high school student, Zhao Kongqing explained. The Klein-level fluctuation was likely residual power left by the Seraph. As for him, he only just awakened his ability. He tricked me into fetching his school bag and ran off while I was distracted. Captain, Lian suddenly raised his hand and shouted. I know the person who ran away, but I feel like I'm being ignored here. I'm standing right in front of you, why not care about me first? Chunmai shifted his attention to Lian, scrutinizing him. You're Lian? So that crimson beam of fire was your doing? That's right. And whose divine agent are you? Chunmai couldn't help but wonder if this kid, whose awakening had caused such a commotion, might actually have some potential. The god of death. Which god of death? Hell from Norse mythology or Thanatos from Greek mythology? Japanese. Japanese god of death? Izanami. No. It's some old man with a white beard named Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. Chunmai pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaustion washing over him. It had been a long day. Both the Ghost-Face King and the Seraph's agent had escaped, and now this kid, who claimed to be the divine agent of some unheard-of Japanese god of death, was standing before him. Still, as long as the god wasn't malevolent, any divine agent capable of using a divine domain could be brought into the Night Watch. Looks like you know what a divine agent is. What task has your god assigned to you? To burn away evil, Lian replied firmly. He had prepared this answer in advance. He knew the Night Watch sought to control divine agents within the borders of Xia, who posed a threat. If he wanted to join them, he needed to align himself with their mission. His goal was to participate in battles as much as possible. Although he wasn't a true divine agent, fabricating a task that aligned with the Night Watch's objectives should suffice. Whether they believed him or not, I'm naturally on the same side as you. So, why not recruit me already? Burn away all sins. Shinmai frowned slightly, lost in thought. The idea sounded extreme, but the intent didn't seem inherently malicious. Unlike other malevolent gods, this unfamiliar Japanese Shinigami hadn't issued commands to destroy the world. Instead, there was a faint sense of benevolence in its purpose. However, Shinmai felt something was off. Why would a Shinigami take it upon itself to burn away sins? This mission is far removed from the traditional role of a Shinigami harvesting lives and capturing souls. What kind of abilities did you gain? Lian raised his left hand, and with a slight flick of his index finger, a small flame of oranger danced to life. Primarily, I can manipulate spiritual energy to create flames. I also received a special blade. As he spoke, he dispelled the flame from his fingertip and made a gesture with his right hand to summon the weapon. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense. Hong Ying gripped her spear tightly. When Shima placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, and Lin Qiye went as far as aiming his sniper rifle directly at Lian. Calm down, everyone, Lian quickly explained. I'm just summoning the blade to show you all. Especially you. He shouted at Lin Qiye. Don't point that gun at Might's not a joke if it accidentally goes off. No need to be on guard. Shinmai spoke up to ease the tension. If he had any ill intentions, he wouldn't have come here with Zhao Kongcheng. With a crisp sound, the Zanpakuto appeared in Lian's hand. Its gleaming blade emitted waves of heat, and the temperature in the room noticeably rose. Shinmai examined the aura emanating from the blade closely, confirming that it matched the crimson glow they had seen earlier in the sky. The blade exuded a purifying energy, like rebirth through fire, more akin to the divine weapon of a fire god than the tool of a Shinigami. Lian, Zhao Kongcheng suddenly spoke. You've gained fiery powers but claim to be an agent of a Shinigami? How reliable is this Shinigami? The Shinigami is real. As for reliability, Lian shrugged helplessly as he sheathed the Zanpakuto. I only awakened my Forbidden Ruins powers today, so I have no clear concept of what a Shinigami should be like. These abilities are only a fraction of what's within the Forbidden Ruins. If we find a more spacious area, I can show you the full extent of them. The demonstration can wait. Shinmai cut straight to the point. Have you considered joining us, the Night Watchers? Of course. Why else would I come here with old Zhao? Just to eat that overly salty fried rice. The Night Watchers is not a place you can casually join or leave, Shinmai stated sternly. This isn't the freewheeling world of martial heroes you might imagine. It's about responsibility. I suggest you think it through carefully first. Also, he added, glancing at Li Lian's high school uniform. Don't you need to get permission from your guardian? I grew up in an orphanage, and now that I'm 18 and living on my own in a rented place, where would I have a guardian? Li Lian said, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He knew well that joining the Night Watchers was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not only could he quickly hone his powers under the guidance of seasoned veterans, but he could also gain a legitimate identity to participate in more battles. Most importantly, there was an experience package. Right in front of him the Ghost Mask King was waiting to be dealt with. If the original storyline had played out, as an ordinary bystander, he wouldn't have even qualified to enter Zhao Kongcheng's Wujia domain. He could only anxiously watch from the outside. Forcing his way in was out of the question. Unlike Lin Qiye, he didn't possess extraordinary insight to locate the weak points of the domain. Besides, with his current limited spiritual power, just breaking through the protective barrier would exhaust him, let alone fighting the Ghost Mask King afterwards. The only viable path was to become a teammate of Zhao Kongcheng. That way, he could rightfully join the battle. The two small Karamis had already helped him level up from 0 to 3, and taking down the Ghost Mask King, a mini-elite monster, could easily boost him by another 2 levels. In that case, come with us, Shinmai said, though his brow furrowed slightly. The Grim Reaper was already unreliable, and this sudden appearance of Li Lian was an even greater unknown. He needed time to investigate the newcomer's background, assess his abilities and character. Rather than letting this potential wildcard roam freely, it was better to keep him under close watch. Even if Li Lian had ill intentions, Shinmai's strength would ensure he wouldn't succeed. Arriving at the Peace Bridge in Songnan City, on one side stood the brightly decorated peace wedding services, while on the other was the somber sight of wreaths and banners at peace funeral services. Sandwiched between the red and white was a particularly conspicuous building called the Peace Agency, the base of Team 136. Rain on a sunny day, a fox gets married, red and white clashing, people die and houses collapse, Lian muttered, recalling a horror movie he'd seen before crossing over. He couldn't help but grumble. Old Zhao? You Night Watchers deal with this stuff for a living, don't you care about feng shui? Yin and yang colliding, weddings and funerals side by side. Choosing a base in a place like this, you're just asking for trouble. Exactly because we deal with this kind of thing, some things can't be avoided. Instead of dodging it, it's better to face it, Hedon, Zhao Kongcheng replied with a laugh. Why are you? A high schooler, so superstitious. Believe in science. Superstitious my foot. Science my foot. Let's just go, Lian grumbled. Follow me in already. Passing through the underground tunnel of the peace agency, the group came to a heavy iron door and entered a spacious training arena. Following behind was the deputy captain of Team 136, Wu Xiangnan, as well as the strikingly elegant older sister, Hong Ying. Wu Xiangnan stood in the center of the training ground, his gaze calm as he looked at Lian. The captain has other matters to attend to, so I'll be assessing your strength. We'll start with a physical test. Vice captain, let me handle this. Zhao Kongqing eagerly raised his hand, a barely noticeable smirk flashing across his face. This kid's my recruit, so it's only fair I test him. All right, then go prepare the protective gear and grab a set for Lian too. Wu Xiangnan agreed with a nod. He then turned to Lian and explained, the test is simple. We're looking at two things, punching power and resilience. Although old Zhao doesn't have access to Lin Qiye, his physical abilities are top-notch. Lian looked resigned. That's it? Just blunt force testing? Not even a weightlifting trial. Zhao Kongqing tossed over a pair of gloves and protective gear, then raised his own gloved fists with a grin. Kid, get ready to take a beating. The rules are simple. No cheap shots, no hitting below the belt. Other than that, do whatever you want. Can I use spiritual energy? Lian asked as he fumbled to put on the gear. When he noticed the meaningful smile tugging at Zhao Kongqing's lips, his heart sank. Old Zhao was clearly still holding a grudge over that overly salty fried rice. You can use it for defense or offense, but no playing with fire. Zhao Kongqing chuckled. Just remember, you said it's fine, don't regret it later. Lian did a few light stretches, awkwardly throwing a couple of jabs and bouncing on his feet to warm up. His movements were so clumsy and uncoordinated that Zhao Kongqing couldn't help but see him as a complete novice, not even close to amateur level. With 3 meters between them, both men took their starting positions. Lian assumed a textbook perfect stance, though it was riddled with obvious flaws. I'm ready. Bring it on, old Zhao. Zhao Kongqing almost burst out laughing at the sight. With 2 quick steps, he closed the distance and ducked low, aiming a brutal uppercut straight at Lian's unguarded abdomen. Both Wu Xiangnan and Hong Ying frowned. Zhao Kongqing wasn't holding back at all. Was it really necessary to go so hard on a rookie who had only just awakened his Zhanjing potential, all because of a salty bowl of fried rice? But then, something unexpected happened. Lian's right fist shot out like lightning, faster than Zhao Kongqing's uppercut, heading straight for his face. Startled, Zhao Kongqing barely managed to tilt his head, but the punch landed solidly on the side of his face. Thud! With a muffled impact, Zhao Kongqing was sent flying backward, landing a meter away with a heavy crash, motionless. One punch to knock your insurance card out of your pocket, Lian murmured to himself with a hint of amusement. Bang! Zhao Kongqing crashed heavily onto the training ground floor, his body bouncing twice before lying still. The sudden scene left Wu Xiangnan and Hong Ying completely stunned. They stared in disbelief at what had just happened. How could the formidable Zhao Kongqing be knocked down with a single punch by a newcomer to the Zhanjing level? Old Zhao? Zhaoga. The two rushed to Zhao Kongqing's side. His eyes were tightly shut, his jaw clenched, and blood was slowly trickling from his left nostril. Although he had managed to turn his head slightly to avoid a critical hit, the punch still grazed his nose. Wu Xiangnan carefully checked Zhao Kongqing's condition, pulling open his eyelids to examine him. Despite the protective gear and the fact that the punch didn't hit a nerve-dense area, Zhao Kongqing had inexplicably fallen unconscious. Hong Ying gently removed Zhao Kongqing's protective gear and lightly nudged his arm. Zhaoga, wake up, she urged. Act! Zhao Kongqing suddenly sat up, touching his face with his gloved hand. Realizing it was just one nostril bleeding, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. My face isn't ruined. Otherwise, I'd lose my charm. I swear I just saw my great-grandmother. He then turned to Lian, who was still standing stunned in place. You brat, what kind of punch was that? Sure, it had more power than usual, but why did it feel like my brain got hit with an iron hammer? Lian shrugged innocently. You're the one who allowed me to use spiritual energy. In truth, he was just as surprised by the power of his punch when he executed the move, White Strike, Bone Shatter. Out of caution, he had only used less than a third of the spiritual energy required for the technique, yet the effect was already so pronounced. This seemingly simple martial technique relied heavily on the precise use of spiritual energy, compressing it into the fist and releasing it upon impact to cause damage. This experience taught him that the move was not only effective for subduing enemies, but could also be useful for capturing them alive. Good thing I turned my head in time, Zhao Kongqing grumbled, removing his protective gear and gloves while pinching his bleeding nostril. Otherwise, my nose would have been broken. Vice Captain, I'm going to take care of this first, Zhao Kongqing said as he prepared to leave. Wu Xiangnan turned to Hong Ying and instructed, "He'll go with him. The captain needs me for something. You handle testing his Forbidden Ruins ability. You know what to do. Once you're done, meet us in the main hall." Got it, Hong Ying responded firmly. After Zhao Kongqing and Wu Xiangnan left the training grounds, Hong Ying walked straight to the weapons rack. She selected a long staff, twirled it effortlessly with a flick of her wrist, and then fixed her gaze on Lian. Take out your blade. Let me see what you're really made of. Hong Yingjia, aren't you going to wear any protective gear? Lian asked, a hint of concern in his voice. No time for that. Just come at me. Hong Ying replied with a slight smirk, shifting into a ready stance. All right, here I come. 15 minutes later, in the underground hall of the Peace Affairs office, Lian slumped on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. Blood-stained tissues were stuffed into both nostrils, and he looked utterly defeated. Reflecting on the fight, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. At the start, he had been brimming with confidence, summoning his Zanpakuto and charging forward with a flash step, aiming his blade straight at the staff in Hong Ying's hand. But she had effortlessly sidestepped his attack and countered with a sweeping strike to his legs. His much-practiced flash step had backfired, accelerating his fall and sending him crashing heavily to the ground. His Zanpakuto flew from his grasp. What followed was a one-sided beating. If not for the protective gear shielding his vital areas, he was certain he'd have broken several bones. As he lay there taking a thrashing, Lian finally came to his senses, thinking he was invincible after taking down a couple of weak opponents was laughably arrogant. Underestimating his opponent had cost him dearly. This fight was a wake-up call, forcing Lian to confront his shortcomings. He realized he was like a child wielding a gun, dangerously unprepared and likely to hurt himself. There was an overwhelming amount of work to be done, mastering his abilities, improving control over his flash step, learning close combat techniques, perfecting hand-to-hand combat, and testing the limits of his spiritual power. While his Zanpakuto was undeniably powerful, his swordsmanship was so sloppy that even street thugs might look more skilled. The thought made his nose throb again. Getting beaten up on his first day of awakening and already causing a fellow night watcher to max out their health insurance card, it didn't bode well for his bright future. But regret was useless now. Meanwhile, in a room upstairs at the base, Chunmai and Wu Xiangnan were listening to Hong Ying's assessment of Lian. His spiritual level is at the peak of the Lantern Realm, Hong Ying analyzed. He's learned a rapid movement skill and a combat technique that channels spiritual energy into his fists. He can generate flames of about 1,000 degrees and summon a high-temperature katana at will. However, he lacks formal training, doesn't know any swordsmanship or combat techniques, and his lower body is especially weak, making it easy to knock him down. His physical strength is above average, likely enhanced by his awakening in the Forbidden Ruins. All in all, he's like a high schooler just starting out. He's not much now, but judging by his abilities from the Forbidden Ruins, he has potential. The two men nodded in agreement. They had already used the Night Watcher's resources to investigate Lian's background, an orphan who grew up in an orphanage, decent academic performance, and no criminal record. Everything indicated he wasn't a spy from another organization and could be safely recruited. Understood, Chunmai said. Hong Ying, bring the kid up here for one final test. Yes, sir. When Lian followed Hong Ying into the room, he found Chunmai and Wu Xiangnan standing by the door. A large map was spread across the table in front of them. I fought the Ghost-Faced King in the outskirts near the northern city wall, Chunmai said, pointing to a spot on the map. It was severely injured and forcibly escaped at the cost of damaging its core. It's likely hiding somewhere around here. He turned to Lian. Now, we want to hear your thoughts. Me? Lian froze, caught completely off guard. Yes, Chunmai nodded slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Lian. Once you join the Watchman team, you'll often encounter mysterious and unknown entities. For us, conducting on-the-spot analysis and making the right decisions with limited information is especially crucial. Standing to the side, Wu Xiangnan chimed in. Intelligence analysis can be trained, but the key lies in having a sensitivity to information. That kind of innate talent isn't something you can develop through training alone. So, what do I need to do now? Lian asked. Analyze the whereabouts of the ghost-faced man. Lian pondered for a moment, pretending to study the map in front of him. Although he already knew the whereabouts of the ghost-faced king, he earnestly began his analysis. I don't know much about the ghost-faced king, so I can only make deductions based on observations of the regular ghost-faced men. Pointing to the battle site on the map, he analyzed step by step. First, after the captain's fight with the ghost-faced king, it sustained severe injuries and urgently needs food to recover. Considering the distance between Sangnan City and other cities, it's unlikely to leave this area. Second, during my encounters with ghost-faced men, I noticed that when injured, they instinctively head toward manhole covers, seemingly trying to escape into the sewers. The smell in the sewers could also mask their stench, making it an ideal hiding place. Third, the two ghost-faced men I encountered were both active in the old district. The area is dimly lit, sparsely populated, and has a complex sewer system perfect for them to hunt safely. There might be something else attracting them there, but I think that's less likely, Lian concluded. So, I believe the ghost-faced king is still in Sangnan City, hiding in the sewers of the old district. Given its severe injuries, it will soon be forced to come out to hunt. I estimate it will show up within the next 3 nights. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Mai, Wu Xiangnan, and Hong Ying all began clapping in unison. Li Lian's analysis perfectly aligned with the conclusions from their earlier meetings. For an untrained newcomer to achieve this level of reasoning was nothing short of extraordinary talent. Well done, you've passed. Chun Mai walked over to Li Lian, giving him a pat on the shoulder. It's getting late. Hong Ying, help him settle in for the night. We'll discuss the rest tomorrow. Hong Ying led Li Lian to the resting area near the training grounds and pointed to the soft training mat on the floor. You'll have to make do here for the night. There's a blanket in the cabinet, but you'll have to grab it yourself. I'm heading out now. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying. Li Lian lay down on the mat, staring at the ceiling as the events of this extraordinary day replayed in his mind. Li Lian stood in the resting room of the Night Watcher's training ground, staring blankly at his palm. Too much had happened in one day traveling to the world of the God Slayers, meeting Lin Qiye and Li Yifei, awakening the experience points system, obtaining the Zanpakuto and Shinigami abilities, defeating two masked ghosts, joining Squad 136, and earning the recognition of Captain Zhao Kongqing. Even now, it all felt like a surreal dream. He raised his hand and waved it in front of his eyes to confirm it wasn't an illusion. It was real, could no longer return to his original world. His only choice was to survive and fight in this realm filled with gods and dangers. A sudden question came to his mind hadn't gained any experience points during his sparring session with Hong Ying earlier. After carefully checking the system and confirming this, he began pondering the reason. Was it because he hadn't won? No, that didn't make sense. He had earned 10 points just from watching Lin Qiye fight before. Could it be that the system only awarded experience from battling supernatural, non-human entities? What about fighting hostile divine agents? Or did the system automatically distinguish between real combat and practice, excluding sparring sessions from gaining experience? This revelation forced him to abandon his original plan of farming experience points through sparring with the members of Squad 136. Just as a sense of disappointment crept in, a message on the system interface caught his attention. Unlock the Soul Society at level 5. As a Shinigami, it is your duty to perform soul burials for every kind-hearted spirit. Mark their foreheads with the hilt of your Zanpakuto to guide them to the Soul Society. As the only Shinigami in the Soul Society, you will become its king. This meant that every 5 levels would bring a significant reward. However, the reality was that he was currently only at level 3, with his experience bar barely a third full. Simply observing Zhao Kongqing in battle likely wouldn't provide enough experience to reach level 5 or even level 4. The most probable scenario was that he would need to personally engage in combat against the Ghost King, perhaps even deliver the final blow himself, to reach level 5. As his thoughts swirled, fatigue began to take over. Li Lian's eyelids grew heavier until he unknowingly drifted into sleep. It wasn't until the next day, near noon, that the shouts from the training ground outside stirred him awake. Rubbing his stiff neck from an awkward sleeping posture, he tidied up his bedding and pushed open the door to the resting room. In the center of the training field, Hong Ying was practicing her spear techniques with focused intensity. Another day of being alive, he thought to himself. Time to start training again. The long spear spun at high speed like a wheel, its whistling sound echoing continuously. Suddenly, the spear had bloomed like a pear flower before exploding with a loud bang, moving with the agility of a serpent flicking its tongue. Li Lian stood to the side. Though he couldn't grasp the intricacies of this spear technique, the fierce gusts stirred by the swinging spear alone were enough to make one's heart race. Such destructive power could probably pierce through walls with ease. However, he wasn't the least bit afraid at this moment, because the one wielding the spear was none other than the gallant and spirited Hong Ying. Not only was she a stunning beauty, but she was also an unforgettable female warrior. Good morning, Sister Hong Ying. Li Lian greeted her cheerfully. Morning? It's almost lunchtime, Hong Ying replied as she stopped her spear movements. Noticing Li Lian rubbing his neck, she asked with concern, What's wrong? Did you sleep awkwardly? How could I have a stiff neck without a pillow? Li Lian chuckled wryly, lowering his hand. The mat was just too soft, I'm not used to it. I've always slept on hard beds. They're better for your body. Hong Ying felt a pang of sympathy. Growing up in an orphanage, Li Lian had indeed become accustomed to sleeping on hard surfaces. Softening her tone, she said, You must be hungry. Wash your face and meet me in the main hall. I'll whip up something for you. All right, but don't forget, go easy on the salt. I prefer lighter flavors. Are you asking for trouble? Hong Ying playfully raised her spear as if to strike him. Li Lian laughed, turning to run away. By the time Li Lian finished washing up and arrived at the hall, a steaming bowl of noodles was already waiting for him on the wooden table, topped with a perfectly cooked soft-boiled egg. Hong Ying, wiping her hands, leaned close to his ear and said in a hushed voice, I've got great news for you. The captain has decided to officially bring you into the team. Stop right there, Sister Hong Ying, Li Lian said helplessly. A grown woman still whispering secrets? Come on. He knew Hong Ying enjoyed teasing younger, shy guys. But as someone who had lived 2 lifetimes, her little tricks didn't faze him. You're no fun. Fine, I won't tease you next time, Hong Ying said with a smirk as she turned to leave. I've got more training to do. When you're done eating, make sure to wash your bowl. Got it. Thanks for the noodles, Sister Hong Ying. They're way better than old Zhao's cooking. Lian mumbled as he dug into the noodles, savoring the soft-boiled egg. Just eat your food. The noodles were perfectly cooked, with just the right texture and seasoning. The soft-boiled egg was the highlight, adding a touch of richness far superior to old Zhao's heavy-handed, military-style cooking. His dishes always leaned way too salty and overpowering. By the way, Lian suddenly remembered. Do you think old Zhao might be staking out at the school gate, waiting for Lin Qiye? The scorching sunlight outside baked the ground as old Zhao squatted at the entrance of number 2 high school, a pile of over 10 cigarette butts accumulating by his side. He waited in vain for Lin Qiye, unaware that he wouldn't be coming to school at all today. Meanwhile, Lian had just finished his meal. After tidying up the dishes, he walked into the operations room. Chenmai was leaning back in his chair, flipping through some documents. Seeing Lian enter, he looked up and gestured, "You're here? Have a seat." After some discussion, "We've decided to accept you as one of us," Chenmai said directly. "That's great." Lian jumped out of his chair, his face brimming with excitement. Chenmai raised a hand to signal him to calm down. "But I need to remind you, you're not officially a team member yet. You'll need to complete training first." "What kind of training?" Lian scratched his head, pretending to be clueless. "Any newcomer joining the Night Watchers must undergo 1 year of training, including combat, firearms, and the use of forbidden relics, among other skills. Can I start by learning how to use a blade?" "Well, sure," Chenmai nodded. "If you have any other requests, feel free to bring them up. We'll do our best to accommodate." In fact, Chenmai had already reported the situation regarding the 2 divine agents to headquarters the previous night. The response was swift. Although Michael's agent had escaped, it was imperative to track his whereabouts. It would be ideal if he could be persuaded to join the Night Watchers. Otherwise, they had to ensure he didn't fall into the hands of the ancient god cult. As for the self-proclaimed agent of death whose powers resembled those of the fire god, his goals aligned with the interests of the Night Watchers. Since he had voluntarily requested to join, they decided to allow him to serve as a temporary member of Team 136, with formal training to follow during the annual recruit program. "I have 2 final conditions," Lian said excitedly. "First, help me deal with my school issues. My homeroom teacher won't let me take a leave of absence. Second, even as a temporary member, I want food, lodging, and a salary." "The leave of absence is easy to handle," Chenmai replied. "You'll eat here, and we'll arrange nearby accommodations for you later. As for a salary, temporary members don't receive one under the rules, but I can give you 500 yuan a month as pocket money." "Fine, better than nothing," Lian reluctantly agreed. At that moment, Wu Xiangnan chimed in. "I'm heading out to track the elusive Ghost Mask King. If you want to learn blade techniques, you can head to the training grounds and find Hong Ying. She doesn't use blades herself, but she can teach you the fundamentals." He added with a smile, "You've just awakened and already reached the peak of the Lantern Realm. It seems your deity is indeed powerful. Don't waste this talent, train hard." "Yes, sir," Lian responded, though his mind was racing. His level 3 spiritual power was already equivalent to the peak of the Lantern Realm. If he could push it to level 5, wouldn't that rival the Pool Realm? Too bad sparring with teammates didn't earn him experience. It seemed he'd have to wait for his showdown with the Ghost Mask King. But the fact that his experience points didn't increase didn't mean he couldn't grow stronger. Lian understood deeply that mastering blade techniques was a form of power enhancement, especially since the system hadn't granted him any swordsmanship skills. Thinking about old Zhao's fate, he clenched his fists. To ensure he could gain enough experience points to reach level 5 and unlock the Soul Society, he had to personally put an end to the Ghost Face King. And to increase his chances of survival in their eventual confrontation, he had to seize every moment to strengthen himself now. First, learn the blade. Lian silently made up his mind. When he stepped into the training arena again, an unexpected scene greeted him. Hong Ying was sitting cross-legged on the floor, resting without any regard for her usual image. Strands of her hair, damp with sweat, clung messily to her cheeks, exuding a youthful vitality starkly different from her usual sharp, warrior-like demeanor. "Sister Hong Ying, I'm here." Before he could finish, Hong Ying raised a hand to signal him to stay silent. She swiftly stood up, walked over to the weapon rack, and took down a straight blade identical to the one Zhao Kanchong had used the day before. "I know why you're here. The captain already told me." Hong Ying got straight to the point. "Take out your blade. I don't usually use swords, but I can teach you the basics. How much you can learn depends on you." Lian nodded silently and summoned his Zanpakuto. "Each of us Night Watchers has our own combat specialties, but the straight blade is a fundamental skill everyone must learn," Hong Ying explained as she demonstrated. "Now, they'll teach you the 8 basic blade techniques: chop, slash, thrust, strike, sweep." With his Zanpakuto in hand, Lian focused intently on mimicking each move. Whenever his force was off, Hong Ying would tap the area needing adjustment with the flat of her blade. This direct guidance enhanced his understanding of how to control his strength. These 8 moves are as simple as they are complex. In battle, what's more crucial is your reaction speed. You need to make these moves instinctive, not something you consciously think about in the heat of the moment, Hong Ying said, sighing slightly. If the captain hadn't gone after the ghost-faced king, sparring with him would have made you understand this much faster. Lian didn't respond, instead immersing himself in practicing the 8 basic techniques repeatedly. With each repetition, his control over the Zanpakuto became more refined, as if the blade was an extension of his body. Initially, Hong Ying could still point out minor flaws in his execution, but soon, these imperfections were ironed out through his relentless practice. His movements became increasingly fluid and natural. It wasn't surprising, Lian thought. The Zanpakuto was a manifestation of his soul, inherently one with him. Gradually, Lian entered a peculiar state. In his perception, the outside world faded away, leaving only himself and the Zanpakuto in his hand. His blade movements grew faster and faster, and the blade began to emit an intense heat. Flames danced along its surface, and the temperature of the entire training arena started to climb rapidly. Hong Ying's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched. This can't be right. Is this really someone practicing the blade for the first time? Just then, with a loud bang, the training arena's fire safety system detected the abnormal heat. The sprinklers overhead activated, releasing a cascade of water. As the water met the scorching air surrounding Lian, it instantly vaporized, creating a misty veil of steam around him. For a moment, the entire training ground seemed like a scene from the Dragon King's rainfall, with torrential rain pouring down and mist filling the air. Lian, stop it now. Hong Ying, drenched from head to toe by the water spraying from the emergency sprinklers, shouted anxiously. I told you to practice your blade, not use the forbidden ruins. Are you trying to set this place on fire? But Lian seemed oblivious, completely engrossed in a peculiar realm of his own. The temperature of the Zanpakuto in his hand climbed higher and higher, and the mist around him thickened, threatening to engulf him entirely in a dense, white haze. Without hesitation, Hong Ying launched herself forward with a powerful leap, turning into a blur as she cut through the cascading water, heading straight for Lian in the mist. Gripping her straight sword in reverse, she intended to strike him with the back of the blade to teach the unruly boy a lesson. However, as soon as she entered within 3 meters of Lian, an intense wave of heat surged toward her, making it feel as though she had been thrust into a furnace. Even breathing became a challenge. Yet, Hong Ying gritted her teeth and swung her blade resolutely. In that split second, Lian's Zanpakuto seemed to respond to some unseen force. With an impossible speed, it rose to block her strike, sending her straight sword rebounding high into the air. Without giving her a moment to react, Lian closed the distance, unleashing a fluid and practiced series of 8 blade techniques that flowed like water, cutting toward Hong Ying with precision. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, Hong Ying instinctively retreated, her straight sword clashing repeatedly to parry the strikes. Clang, 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 clang. 8 sharp metallic clashes rang out in rapid succession. The sheer intensity of those strikes made her momentarily see the shadow of their captain in Lian's movements. As the two separated, Hong Ying took 2 steps back, dropped into a firm stance, and held her straight sword horizontally across her chest, ready to counter. Not bad, kid. Come at me again. A glint of excitement flickered in her eyes. This boy was nothing like the hesitant fighter from yesterday. His strikes were decisive and ruthless, resembling their captain's style. He truly had potential. Before her words had fully faded, Hong Ying adjusted her grip and launched a real offensive this time, no longer holding back. Huh? Is it raining? Lian snapped out of his strange trance, still disoriented, only to see Hong Ying charging at him, both hands gripping her blade for a powerful downward slash aimed straight at his face. What the? If that lands, I'm done for. With no time to dodge, Lian tightened his grip on the Zanpakuto and swung it horizontally to meet her strike Hiden, preparing to counterforce with force. Bang! 2 long blades collided violently in the center of the training ground, producing a deafening crash. Ripples spread across the water pooled on the floor from the fire sprinklers, and both Lian and Hong Ying staggered back 3 steps before barely managing to steady themselves. Hong Ying's hands, gripping her blade, tingled slightly with numbness. She was secretly shocked by the sheer force of her opponent, but her lips pressed into a thin, tight line as she glared fiercely at Lian. Lian was utterly baffled. He had simply been quietly practicing his swordsmanship and couldn't fathom why Sister Hong Ying had suddenly charged at him, blade swinging. No matter how much she disliked him, wasn't this a bit extreme? Did she really have to go as far as wrecking the fire system? The thought of the fine wooden floors soaking in water made his heart ache. You two, stop right this instant. A furious shout echoed from the entrance of the training ground. It was Wu Xiangnan, the deputy leader of Squad 136. Before heading out to track the elusive Ghost Mask King, Captain Chun Mai had specifically instructed Wu Xiangnan to keep an eye on the newly recruited temporary member, Lian. Yet no sooner had Chunmai left than the fire alarm in the training ground blared. By the time Wu Xiangnan arrived, he found the two of them locked in a fierce duel under the sprinklers, the entire training ground already soaked through. Lian, are you some kind of husky? It's your first day as a temporary member, and you're already trying to tear the place down. Inside the operations room, Wu Xiangnan sat in a chair, his face dark and stormy, as he stared unblinkingly at the surveillance footage from the training ground. Lian and Hong Ying stood stiffly side by side like two lampposts, one looking neat and tidy, the other drenched from head to toe like a soaked stray. The two began explaining the situation, each talking over the other. Lian swore to the heavens that he had been solely focused on practicing his blade techniques, when Hong Ying suddenly charged at him, without reason. Meanwhile, Hong Ying insisted that Lian had lost control of himself while practicing, nearly setting the training ground on fire, and no amount of shouting could stop him. After reviewing the footage, Wu Xiangnan made his decision. Lian was to take full responsibility for the incident, but would not face any punishment. Privately, Wu Xiangnan couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. From the footage, it was clear that Lian had been in a state of enlightenment. The exchange of blows between him and Hong Ying displayed extraordinary skill, with a natural, seamless flow to every move. If Squad 136 could produce another blade master, it might even be worth sacrificing the entire training ground. Hong Ying, go change into dry clothes. Don't catch a cold, we've got a mission tonight. Yes, sir. Lian, stay here. I need to talk to you. What is it, deputy leader? Please, go ahead. Wu Xiangnan pulled a key and a piece of paper from his pocket and handed them to Lian. Your leave of absence from school has been finalized, and your new accommodations have been arranged. It's in the apartment building across the street. Once Lian had taken the items, Wu Xiangnan added, you can move your belongings from your old rental place. Make sure to terminate your lease there and settle into your new place before coming back to me. Understood. He'll handle it right away, Lian replied with a nod. One more thing. Wu Xiangnan raised his voice for emphasis. The first thing you do when you get back is report to me. I need to teach you how to control and properly use the Forbidden Ruin. If you don't learn to control it soon, I doubt this base will survive much longer with you around. Lian muttered to himself. You're making me sound like some hyperactive canine. He chuckled self-deprecatingly as he walked back to his tiny rented room. Fine, so be it. As he strolled, he recalled the scene at the training ground earlier. That strange, almost magical feeling of becoming one with the Zanpakuto was still vivid in his mind. Every sword move, from the strike to the recovery, flowed as naturally as water. He hadn't just mastered the sword techniques, he had also grasped the perfect timing for their execution. It felt as though it had been etched into his very bones, requiring no conscious thought at all. This must be one of the hidden traits of the Zanpakuto, Lian mused. After all, the sword's previous owner was a legendary figure who had pioneered an entire martial arts style. It wasn't surprising to inherit some of their skills. In just a single day, he had gone from being a novice, easily overpowered by Hong Ying, to someone who could fight her to a standstill. Sure, he had taken advantage of the fire sprinklers in the end, but the progress was undeniable. Smirking to himself, he thought, I'm standing right here, how much do I remind you of the old me? This move was totally worth it. Being called a husky? He'll take it. Still, it was disappointing that neither wrecking the place nor sparring with Hong Ying had earned him any experience points. If destruction could rack up points, he was certain the 136th squad would be homeless within an hour. When he reached his rented room, a space of less than 10 square meters, technically just a storage closet, Lian glanced around. There was a small wooden bed, a table by the window paired with a single chair, and an iron wire stretched across the room, served as a makeshift clothesline with a couple of garments hanging limply. Efficiently, he dragged a suitcase out from under the bed, stuffed his clothes inside, and rolled up his blanket, bedsheet, and pillow, cramming them all in. As he was about to leave, he bumped into the landlord. Lian casually explained that he had found a job with food and lodging included and was ready to move out with flair. What about the 200 yuan deposit? Do you want it back? Of course. Pulling his suitcase along, he passed by the entrance of number 2 high school and spotted Zhao Kongqing sitting alone on the curb across the street, smoking. Cigarette butts were scattered around him, and his bloodshot eyes were filled with confusion and frustration. Old Zhao, what are you doing sitting here? Lian approached, casually retrieving the cigarette box from Zhao's pocket. Seriously? Not a single one left? How many have you smoked? Zhao took a drag and responded irritably. What do you think I'm doing here? Sunbathing? Obviously, I'm waiting for that flaky brat Lin Qiye, who stood me up. Isn't he one of your classmates at number 2 high? Where else would I wait for him, but here? Lian raised an eyebrow and said, Old Zhao, I know you're a former soldier, straightforward and decisive, always steady in your actions. But have you ever considered something? What? If you were a high school student and went through everything that happened last night, would you really show up for school the next day? Lian deeply understood that the most important task for a high school student is studying. He looked at Zhao Kongqing, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Well, you take your time waiting. I've got something to do, so I'll head out first. but I suggest you go directly to the school and check Lin Qiye's home address. As he spoke, he pulled out a brand new pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Kongqing. It was something he had just bought using the deposit refund from his landlord. Here, take it. Use it sparingly. Got it, now get lost. Zhao Kongqing took the cigarettes and waved him off impatiently. As Li Lian walked away, he calculated his next steps. Lin Qiye would still have to take this road back from the library tonight, where Zhao Kongqing could intercept him and take him to a love hotel for a chat. Instead of letting Zhao run around aimlessly, it was better to wait here to avoid bumping into the ghost-face king prematurely and ruining the plan. His thoughts were clear. First, he needed to save Zhao Kongqing's soul. Only by sending him to the Soul Society could he retrieve Zangetsu for him. After being a night watcher for so long, Zhao's biggest dream was to have his own forbidden ruins. Considering his character, this wish had to be fulfilled. Once Zhao obtained a Zanpakuto in the Soul Society and became a Shinigami, he could return and become a significant ally. Secondly, having access to the Soul Society would essentially give him a personal space, making him a proper transmigrator. Following the address on the note, Li Lian found his new residence. This place was a vast improvement over the storage room he had before. After quickly unpacking, hanging up his clothes, and setting up the bed, he hurriedly left. The most pressing matter now was to find Vice Captain Wu and learn how to control the Forbidden Ruins. Though his swordsmanship had made some progress, he needed to focus more on improving his skills. Wu Xiangnan, as a vice captain and someone from a special squad, was highly experienced and knowledgeable. Teaching a rookie like him was almost an underutilization of his talents. If it weren't for Li Lian cleverly crafting the image of a divine agent, he doubted he would be receiving such attention. The rest of Squad 136 was decent, but who would complain about having a more exceptional mentor? Li Lian followed Wu Xiangnan to the underground Forbidden Ruins experimental field of the Peace Office. The laboratory was brightly lit, with walls covered in protective runes, clearly reinforced with special treatments. Since you're a newcomer, I need to explain some basics first, Wu Xiangnan said, sitting upright as he began a detailed introduction to the Forbidden Ruins system. Although Li Lian was already thoroughly familiar with these concepts, he pretended to listen attentively to avoid exposing his identity. In truth, the ideas were straightforward. Forbidden Ruins are extraordinary domains that can affect the surrounding environment. Those belonging to deities are called divine ruins. Items with extraordinary properties are forbidden objects, and the Forbidden Ruins sequence ranks them by danger level. As Wu Xiangnan went on in great detail, Li Lian couldn't help but recall the feeling of sitting through meetings in his past life, listening to his boss's speeches. He suppressed the urge to interrupt, nodding occasionally in feigned agreement. Got it. If not, I can go over it again, Wu Xiangnan asked after taking a sip of water. Got it, got it. Can we start practicing now? Li Lian quickly replied. All right, let's see your Forbidden Ruins first. I'm new and don't know its exact name yet. How about I just demonstrate it? Li Lian suggested. After receiving Wu Xiangnan's approval, Li Lian immediately summoned his Zanpakuto. A wave of scorching heat spread out instantly. Wu Xiangnan stepped back, retreating from the high-temperature zone as he observed carefully. Temperature increased by 15 degrees. Range of 3 meters pretty standard for a flame-based Forbidden Ruins, Wu Xiangnan commented. Try reaching your limit. Gripping the sword with both hands, Li Lian channeled all his spiritual energy into it. The air around the blade warped from the intense heat, creating a blazing domain with a 30-meter diameter centered around him. Not bad. Temperature increased by 60 degrees, Wu Xiangnan analyzed. Any other abilities? Li Lian sheathed the Zanpakuto and ignited a small flame at his fingertip. In addition to controlling fire, I can perform high-speed movement and have advanced combat skills. Before he even finished speaking, he used Shuinpa to appear suddenly in front of Wu Xiangnan. The abrupt speed startled Wu Xiangnan, causing him to instinctively step back. Whoa, that speed is almost like teleportation. How's the spiritual energy consumption? Wu Xiangnan asked in astonishment. Wu Xiangnan carefully observed every detail of Li Lian's use of the blink skill and eventually came to a clear conclusion. The mechanism of this skill operated with precision, much like the fair calculation of a taxi. Li Lian narrowed his eyes slightly, studying the data chart Wu Xiangnan had drawn on paper. Within a range of 3 meters, each blink consumed 1/10 of his spiritual energy, akin to a taxi's base fare. Beyond that, for every additional 10 meters, another 1/10 of spiritual energy was required. In other words, Wu Xiangnan tapped his fingers on the table. If you go all out, you can sprint up to 100 meters in one go using blink, but after that, you'll be completely drained of spiritual energy. To make it clearer for Li Lian, Wu Xiangnan used gaming terminology. Right now, you're like a beginner with only 100 mana points. Each blink costs 10 points up front, and every additional 10 meters takes another 10. But this cost is fixed. When you advance to the pool realm and your mana pool increases to 500 points, the starting cost will remain the same. Plus, with more practice, you might even learn to use it more efficiently. They then moved on to test the power of Li Lian's direct attacks. Currently, he could channel up to half of his spiritual energy into his fists, generating explosive power comparable to a mid-level expert in the pool realm. What stood out was that this force could detonate within an enemy's body, potentially causing even greater damage. Of course, excessive use risked injuring his own hand bones and nerves, but in life-or-death situations, it was undoubtedly a powerful trump card. Wu Xiangnan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Your situation is quite unique. Your Zanpakuto clearly has domain-like properties, yet you can use the Forbidden Void ability even without the sword, which means you've completely fused with it. As your level increases, the sword's domain range will expand along with it. That's not a typical characteristic of ordinary forbidden artifacts. He chuckled lightly. The Shinigami who gave you this Forbidden Void must not have been a proper one. Even the artifact they granted you is so unusual it doesn't quite fit the mold of either a forbidden object or a conventional Forbidden Void. Lian silently nodded to himself. He wasn't a divine emissary of any sort. His identity was nothing more than a fabrication to get by. Without the system providing him with the Zanpakuto and skills, he was just an ordinary person. Yet, this realization ignited a spark of anticipation within him. Perhaps one day, he could awaken his own unique Forbidden Void. After all, a Zanpakuto and a Forbidden Void were fundamentally different entities. For now, however, the immediate issue was more pressing. Wu Xiangnan's words subtly implied that Lian was still a rookie, wielding powerful skills, but only able to use them sparingly. Lian understood that no matter how intricate the mechanics were, they couldn't compare to raw strength. His growth depended entirely on leveling up, which meant grinding for experience points. As long as he fought mythical monsters, he could gain experience that was the undeniable advantage of his cheat-like system. He silently set a goal for himself, to personally defeat the Ghost-Face King and secure a stable rise to level 5. Otherwise, with his current limited mana pool, even executing a few skills would be a struggle, leaving his most powerful techniques nothing more than theoretical. At that moment, Lian and Wu Xiangnan wrapped up their testing session in the Forbidden Void laboratory and headed toward the cafeteria to grab something to eat. Lian walked into the dining room and immediately noticed Hong Ying sitting at the table, stirring a bowl of noodles absent-mindedly with her chopsticks, but not taking a single bite. He exchanged a glance with Wu Xiangnan, who motioned with his eyes for Lian to speak first. Hong Yingjie, is something wrong? Lian asked softly. Hong Ying put down her chopsticks and sighed. Brother Zhao has been out all day without a word. I don't even know if he's managed to find Michael's agent yet. I saw old Zhao on my way back, Wu Xiangnan interjected. He was just sitting on the curb across from second high school, basking in the sun. I'd say he's been out there for at least 8 hours today. Hong Ying was momentarily stunned by this. She hadn't expected Zhao Kongcheng to be looking for someone in such a manner. Thinking back to last night, when Zhao had pounded his chest and vowed he'd definitely find Lin Qiye, she felt a surge of frustration. Hong Ying, you should eat something, Wu Xiangnan said as he pulled 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of milk from the fridge. It's going to get dark soon, and we still need to stake out the Ghost-Face King in the old district. Watching Wu Xiangnan start eating on his own, Lian couldn't help but complain. Vice Captain, are you eating without us? Oh, right, almost forgot about you. Wu Xiangnan mumbled through a mouthful of bread. The captain said since you're new to the team and haven't undergone formal training yet, you're excused for missions for the next few days. Once this Ghost-Face King case is wrapped up, the captain will personally arrange your training. After that, you can join missions as a temporary team member. So what am I supposed to do in the meantime? Lian asked, exasperated. If you're up for it, you can take charge of cooking, Wu Xiangnan replied with a grin. Your Forbidden Ruin is fire-related, right? According to the Night Watchman's stats, 9 out of 10 fire-wielding Forbidden Ruin users turn out to be great cooks. Lian couldn't help but laugh and cry at the absurdity of it all. He felt like he'd become the head chef for Night Watch Team 136, a bizarre mix of Li Dazue from Tongfu Inn and a mess hall quartermaster. All right then. He suddenly perked up. Where's my little 3-wheeler? He'll whip up a 4-dish soup feast for you guys. Get ready for spicy fish scales, charcoal grilled pig trotters, crispy fried cucumbers, rice wine marinated radish skins, and leftover soup egg drop. We'll cover the grocery bill on the team's account, and you'll even get paid, Wu Xiangnan quickly added. Lian instantly switched to a fawning smile. Oh, esteemed and handsome vice captain, and lovely madam, what would you like for your late-night snack? Making money isn't shameful. Lian politely declined the offer to work as a chef. Shaking his head lightly, he explained that he was in a critical training phase and couldn't spare the time to spend all day in the kitchen, let alone deal with the tedious task of grocery shopping. After finishing their meal, Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan pulled their dark cloaks tighter the standard gear for night watchers and resumed their mission, staking out the sewer exit in the old district to catch the Ghost-Face King. Watching their retreating figures, Lian's lips curled into a faint smile. He had just checked the weather forecast, no rain tonight. According to the storyline, the Ghost-Face King wouldn't show up under such conditions. Back in his small room, Lian took a hot shower. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, he was surprised to notice subtle changes in his body. After leveling up and gaining experience points, his physical condition had improved significantly. His muscles now looked defined and powerful. He ran his hand over his clearly visible six-pack abs, momentarily dazed, as if caught in a dream. Lying on his narrow bed, Lian began to plan his next steps. The forecast indicated clear skies tonight, but heavy rain was expected by tomorrow evening. This meant the Ghost-Face King would inevitably appear after sunset. With his current level 3 strength, there was no way he could take on a Ghost-Face King about to break into the Chuan realm. The key to resolving this crisis lay in old Zhao awakening the Forbidden Void. He debated whether to notify the team captain in advance to assist old Zhao, but quickly dismissed the idea. Without using the Ghost Deity Catalyst, old Zhao wouldn't awaken the Forbidden Void, and Lin Qiye wouldn't join the Night Watchers. Such a drastic change to the original storyline would cause him to lose his advantage of foresight. The answer was clear: if he could reach level 5, all problems would be solved. Although old Zhao would inevitably die after using the Ghost Deity Catalyst, if Lian could kill the Ghost-Face King, he would gain access to the Soul Realm's power and guide old Zhao's spirit there. Lian let out a self-deprecating laugh. If he couldn't live as a normal person, being a Shinigami didn't sound too bad. He recalled that old Zhao's awakened Forbidden Void was named Moon of Annihilation, a name linked to a Zanpakuto called Zangetsu. While he didn't know Zangetsu's whereabouts yet, becoming a Shinigami would give him plenty of time to let old Zhao search for it in the Soul Realm. Speaking of training, Lian thought of a recurring problem. Every time he practiced with the Zanpakuto, he would unconsciously channel spiritual energy, causing the blade to heat up and trigger the room's fire alarms. He resolved to switch to a regular sword for practice in the future. He couldn't keep earning a reputation as a house-wrecking husky. As his thoughts wandered, Lian suddenly remembered that, in the original storyline, old Zhao was supposed to take Lin Qiye to a love hotel for a talk today. He smirked and shook his head. Old Zhao really was petty yesterday. He wanted to settle personal scores by beating him up, and today, he was scaring a minor. The next morning, the sky was overcast, and the air was thick with humidity, heralding the arrival of the impending downpour. Lian jogged to the Peace Bureau and pushed open the door to the dining hall, where the members of Team 136 were having breakfast. Scanning the room, he noticed everyone looked grim, as if someone owed them money. "Good morning, everyone," Lian greeted cheerfully. Lian stepped up to the dining table, greeted everyone, and naturally took a seat next to Hong Ying. He lightly nudged her hand with his elbow and asked, "What's the situation?" "We stood guard all night again, but still no sign of the Ghost Mask King." Hong Ying bit into the fried dough stick in her hand with frustration, her brows furrowed. "The sewer network in the old district is too complicated. There's no way just a few of us can cover it all. Besides, we can't be sure the Ghost Mask King will even show up in the old district. The deputy captain and Wenchima are busy with the new district, and we're stretched way too thin." Lian served himself a bowl of hot porridge, sipping it leisurely as he said, "Give me a set of communication equipment. I can help with patrols too. Can't just freeload forever, can I? You're a rookie and currently have no assigned tasks." Chunmai said sternly. "Even if the Ghost Mask King is seriously injured, he's not someone a rookie like you can handle." "No. Captain, maybe you should consider trusting Lian," Wu Xiangnan interjected. "If this kid wants to run, the Ghost Mask King might not even be able to catch him." Wu had witnessed Lian's incredible instant step technique the day before and was convinced that his abilities in the Zhan realm were incredibly fast. Combined with his readily summonable blade and innate swordsmanship talent, even if he couldn't defeat the Ghost Mask King, he'd at least have no trouble escaping. "Is that so?" Chunmai pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Old Zhao, get Lian a set of radio equipment later. But remember, if you encounter the Ghost Mask King, you must report immediately. No engaging on your own safety first." After breakfast, everyone went to rest except for Zhao Kongcheng, who accompanied Lian to pick up his gear. On the way, Lian casually asked, "Old Zhao, did you catch Lin Qiye yesterday?" A knowing smile appeared on Zhao Kongcheng's face. After a long conversation with Lin Qiye the previous day, he realized the young man had his own steadfast beliefs. That small home where Lin Qiye had lived for over a decade was his entire world. Even when Zhao Kongcheng presented him with a fantastical future, Lin Qiye still only wanted to protect his own little corner of the world. It reminded Zhao of his own reasons for joining the military to safeguard ordinary people's homes. Seeing Lin Qiye's difficult financial situation, Zhao secretly decided to give him some money later to help out, while also seeing if the promise of the watchman's high salary might persuade him. He had already discreetly placed a tracker-embedded watchman badge in Lin Qiye's pocket and knew where he lived. After picking up his gear, Lian headed to the training ground to continue practicing the 8-blade techniques he learned the day before. He trained until the afternoon, and seeing that the base was empty, he returned to his small room, took a quick shower, ate a bowl of instant noodles, grabbed his umbrella and new radio equipment, and set out. As dusk settled, Lian followed the same route as 2 days ago when he escorted Lin Qiye home. Sure enough, he spotted Zhao Kongqing's black van parked by the roadside. Suddenly, a flash of lightning split the sky, and torrential rain began to pour. Lian guessed that Lin Qiye should be home by now, and that old Zhao was likely helping out at Lin Qiye's aunt's house, maybe washing vegetables. Finding shelter under a wide eave, Lian lit a cigarette, the glowing tip casting faint light on his calm face in the dark. He turned on his radio earpiece, waiting for the watchman to report any sightings of the ghost masked king. It wasn't until Zhao Kongqing emerged from an old residential building and got into the black van that Wu Xiangnan's urgent voice came through the earpiece. Calling Zhao Kongqing. The ghost masked king has been spotted, heading in your direction. Evacuate the surrounding residents immediately. Hurry, here we go. Li Lian's eyes lit up. The experience package is here. Heaven help me, please let the experience points be enough to level me up to 5. The discovery of Ghost-Face King's bloodstains in the sewer triggered an emergency response. 2 diverging paths lay ahead, one leading to the city center, the other extending to the old district. The captain's steady voice came through the radio. I'm on standby with Xiang Nan in the city center. Hong Ying has already led her team to your location. Remember, if you encounter Ghost-Face King, avoid direct confrontation. Your safety is the priority. Lao Zhao, control your emotions. This is the best course of action, and you know it. Understood. Zhao Kongqing responded curtly and cut off communication. He grabbed the heavy black case and jumped out of the car, rainwater splashing around his feet. Striding towards the recently vacated, dilapidated apartment building, he felt a pang of regret. After all, he had just made a dramatic statement to Lin Qiye about leaving the world's protection to me, and now he had to tell them to evacuate. What a blow to his pride. Suddenly, a nauseating stench assaulted his nostrils. Zhao Kongqing's pupils contracted as he stopped dead in his tracks. Scanning his surroundings, he quickly pinpointed the source of the smell. A manhole cover not far away. Report, Watchman Zhao Kongqing. Ghost-Face King sighted in the old residential district. He reported while swiftly opening the black case and pulling out 3 warning markers. Placing the first one down, he immediately picked up the remaining 2 and dashed toward another location. Copy that. Night watch units are converging on the old district. Lao Zhao, finish deploying the no-boundary zone and retreat. Do not engage. Xiang Nan, you know the no-boundary zone can't contain it. Zhao Kongqing replied while setting up the second marker. That's an order. The area is sparsely populated. Hong Ying will arrive in 10 minutes, and the damage will be manageable. Lao Zhao, do you hear me? Just as Zhao Kongqing placed the final marker, a deafening explosion erupted. A manhole cover shot into the air like a cannonball, followed by a towering 3-meter monstrosity emerging from the sewer opening. Zhao Kongqing bit his fingertip, smearing a streak of blood across the marker. Xiang Nan, do you remember the oath we took when we joined? If darkness falls, I shall stand before the masses this time. There may not be millions behind me, but there is the entire world of that child. Forbidden Ruins, no boundary zone. As the Forbidden Ruins unfolded, Zhao Kongqing stood facing the Ghost-Face King, frowning as he pulled out a cigarette. He flicked his lighter a few times in the rain, but each time the flame was extinguished as soon as it appeared. Just my luck today. At that moment, a flaming fingertip suddenly extended in front of him. Despite the torrential rain, the flame remained steady and unwavering. Lian, Zhao Kongqing exclaimed, so startled that the cigarette fell from his mouth. What are you doing here? No, how did you get in? Run. The Ghost-Face King isn't something you can handle. Enough with the nonsense. Are you lighting that cigarette or not? Lian asked impatiently. I was already conducting a search mission in this area. Lian curled his lips and pointed to his earpiece with his left hand, indicating that he had already overheard the conversation between Zhao Kongqing and Wu Xiangnan. The flame in his right hand flickered in the rain as he said, I'm a night watcher too, even if only temporarily. You even fried me a bowl of egg fried rice. How could I just stand by and watch you go to your death? His voice carried a stubborn resolve through the curtain of rain. Zhao Kongqing was sprinting at an incredible speed, unleashing the power of the Forbidden Void. If not for Li Lian's timely use of Flash Step, he would have been left outside the dungeon. The severely weakened boss before them looked like an enticing piece of cake, with the promise of experience points practically beckoning to him. This was a golden opportunity to grow stronger. How could he let it slip away? The Ghost-Face King, like the ghost-face beings they had encountered before, was grotesque and terrifying. Its decayed appearance emitted a nauseating stench, but the rich experience points it offered were enough to make one overlook the revulsion. For this rare chance at growth, this battle was one he was determined to win. You brat, running into you is my bad luck. Zhao Kongqing's tone was gruff, but a flicker of emotion flashed through his eyes. In just 3 days, the young man's loyalty and sense of justice had moved him. He had heard Red Ying and Wu Xiangnan's praises for Li Lian and had come to acknowledge the potential of this newcomer to the Zanzing realm. Precisely because of this, he couldn't bear to see such a promising young man perish here. The Ghost-Face King was not an opponent that a Zanzing cultivator could handle. Looks like I've got another person to protect, aside from that kid's entire world. Zhao Kongqing muttered in a low voice. Don't you dare drag me down. Take care of yourself. Your blade is weakened by the rain, so don't engage the ghost-faced King Hedon until I'm down. Lian grinned, but didn't respond. In his right hand, the soul cutter blade materialized out of thin air. The raindrops that landed on its gleaming surface evaporated instantly, leaving no trace behind. The three-turtle ghost-faced king stood in the pouring rain. Under the dim yellow glow of a street lamp, water streamed down its pale, ghastly face. Its twisted body, covered in scars, and its unyielding gaze fixed on the two of them, signaled that it was ready to strike at any moment. Kid, let me show you what it means to be a true night watcher. With a crisp ring, Zhao Kongqing drew his pale blue straight blade, holding it single-handedly as he stood protectively in front of Lian. Suddenly, the ghost-faced king and Zhao Kongqing launched themselves into action simultaneously. Zhao Kongqing lowered his stance, concealing the gleaming blade beneath his silhouette as he shot forward like a black arrow. The ghost-faced king, using the force of its hind legs, leaped into the air, leaving a trail of blood from its wounds as it locked onto Zhao Kongqing's position. Its claws, sharp and deadly, slashed directly toward his throat. At that critical moment, Lian moved. Flash step, his figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind the ghost-faced king. With both hands gripping the soul cutter blade, he swung it with all his might toward the creature's left leg. The timing of his strike was impeccable. The blade hit the ghost-faced king's left ankle mid-leap, severing its Achilles tendon. No blood flowed from the wound, only a charred black mark remained. The sudden injury caused the ghost-faced king's balance to falter, its attack veering off course. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Zhao Kongqing executed a flawless sliding maneuver beneath the airborne ghost-faced king. From the shadows, his straight blade gleamed as it slashed upward like lightning, carving a half-meter-long wound across the creature's chest and abdomen. Roar! The ghost-faced king crashed heavily onto the asphalt, letting out a deafening roar of rage. It pounded the ground as it struggled to rise. This time, it didn't stand on two legs but adopted a posture supported by its hands and right leg, resembling a wounded beast. The blow from Lian had been too deep. The searing pain in its left ankle made it impossible to bear weight. I underestimated you. Lian, that strike of yours reminds me of my younger days. Zhao Kongqing shouted. Have some shame, old Zhao, Lian retorted with a grin. The two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Wiping the rain from his face, Zhao Kongqing declared loudly. Today, neither of us will die. Today, no one will die. Zhao Kongqing said the words aloud, but his heart sank. The slash he had just delivered left a half-meter-long wound on the ghost-faced king, yet it was so shallow it might as well have been nothing. In contrast, Lian's strike had been far more devastating, nearly crippling the ghost-faced king's left leg. The ghost-faced king, however, chose to fight from the ground rather than heal its injuries. This decision allowed Zhao Kongqing to quickly deduce two possibilities. Either it was too severely injured to recover, or Lian's Forbidden Ruins blade carried a special effect that prevented regeneration. If it was the former, their chances of survival would greatly increase. If it was the latter, then the ghost-faced king would undoubtedly target Lian as its primary threat. Meanwhile, Lian couldn't help but let out a bitter chuckle in his heart. That strike had been his most powerful move aside from his Baida Igu technique. He had poured every ounce of his spirit energy into it to maximize its lethality. Initially, he had hoped to sever the ghost-faced king's left leg entirely, or at least ignite it in flames that couldn't be extinguished. Still, injuring a Chuanjing-class entity adept in physical enhancement was already a commendable achievement. He calculated silently. If the opportunity arose, he would aim for its right leg next. If that failed, he'd let it taste the power of his newly mastered punch. The ghost-faced king, crouched low to the ground, scanned the two of them with razor-sharp eyes before locking onto Lian. Its sharp forelimbs clawed at the earth, ready to strike. It was clear that it intended to unleash a thunderous assault to eliminate the most threatening opponent. Lian, get behind me. Zhao Kongqing gripped his blade tightly with both hands, stepping forward to shield his younger comrade. As a senior night watchman, it was both his duty and privilege to protect the next generation. The ghost-faced king's massive body erupted into motion, its distorted, pale mask twisted in a ghastly grin. A long, crimson tongue flickered as if already savoring the sight of its prey's demise. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out, accompanied by a cascade of sparks. The instant Zhao Kongqing's straight blade collided with the ghost-faced king's claw, the sheer force sent him hurtling backward. He crashed heavily onto the waterlogged ground. The scene a stark illustration of the immense power disparity between an ordinary human and a Chuanjing-class mythical creature. Think being a mythical creature makes you so great? This is just unfair. Just as Zhao Kongqing was sent flying, Lian had already activated his flash step technique and unleashed his Baida Igu. Lian seized the perfect moment to strike. Just as the ghost-faced king was momentarily weakened, its old strength spent, and new strength yet to gather. His left hand shot out like lightning, delivering a powerful punch squarely to the ghastly pale, ghostly face. The blow landed only because the ghost-faced king had shifted to a crouching combat stance. Had it remained standing at its towering height of nearly 3 meters, Lian's fist wouldn't have even reached its face. Bang! The spiritual energy packed into his punch erupted, sending the ghost-faced king staggering backward while simultaneously forcing Lian to stumble several steps in retreat. He barely managed to steady himself, his face flushed unnaturally red as he gasped for air. The chill of the rain seeped into his bones, biting deeper with every breath. As a newly ascended cultivator in the pool realm, using consecutive instant steps had already drained him significantly. To capitalize on the fleeting opportunity just now, he had poured all his spiritual energy into his single strike. Now he was completely spent. The ghost-faced king let out a piercing, harrowing scream. Its nose bridge was utterly shattered by the punch, 2 front teeth were knocked loose, and it nearly bit through its own tongue. The impact of the spiritual energy left it disoriented, and it staggered backward before collapsing heavily to the ground. Unfortunately for the ghost-faced king, it landed directly on the injured foot Lian had slashed earlier, the searing pain jolting it back to full awareness. Roar! The ghost-faced king bellowed in a fit of rage. From its position, a grotesque and massive ghostly face began to emerge on the ground, etched in sinister detail. Zhao Kongcheng, who had just managed to get back on his feet, saw this, and his expression darkened. Lian, watch out. It's the ghost-faced terrain, Forbidden Ruin number 176. Damn it. Lian cursed under his breath. I messed up the damage control and punched the boss straight into its second phase. The ghost-faced terrain within the Forbidden Ruins could manipulate the perception of those with lower cultivation levels, distorting spatial awareness. In the original story of Godslayer, Zhao Kongcheng had relied on the falling rain and his extensive combat experience to overcome this particular Forbidden Ruin. While Lian lacked Zhao's expertise, he had his soul-cutting blade. As the ghost-faced terrain's power enveloped him, Lian felt as though he had been thrown into a madly spinning kaleidoscope. The swirling, distorted scenery before his eyes churned his stomach, leaving him nauseated. Experiencing it firsthand was far worse than reading about it in a novel. He made a mental note to train specifically against dizziness-inducing abilities in the future. This kind of sensory disruption was bound to appear again. Thinking back to the deep gashes covering the ghost-faced king's body, Lian couldn't help but marvel at Chun Moi's ability to inflict such damage even with his perception thrown into chaos. So the real monster was right beside me this whole time. How many levels do I have to grind to reach the captain's caliber? For now, the priority was to adapt to this disorienting sensation. When the ghost-faced king activated the Forbidden Ruin, it was sure to launch an attack, and since Lian had drawn all its ire with his earlier strike, he was undoubtedly its next target. Taking a deep breath, Lian closed his eyes. The moment Lian closed his eyes, it felt as if the entire world had been muted. All his senses shut down, and his consciousness returned to that peculiar state he had experienced while practicing with his blade, that dire realm of pure emptiness before his eyes, where only he and the Zanpakuto in his tightly gripped hand existed. Suddenly, a strange flicker of fire pierced his awareness. What was that? His mind quickly traced back. Yes, it was the residual power mark left by his Zanpakuto on the ghost-faced king's ankle. Though the flames had not yet ignited, the energy was undeniably imprinted on the ghost-faced king. Lian sensed the fire rapidly closing in on him. His mind raced as he calculated the ghost-faced king's massive form. Gritting his teeth, he channeled the faint trace of spiritual power he had managed to recover into his Zanpakuto. Summoning all his willpower, he swung the blade 3 times in rapid succession at the oncoming blaze. Bang! 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 The Zanpakuto clashed fiercely with the ghost-faced king's razor-sharp claws, the sound of metal striking metal exploding in the air. Though Lian managed to defend himself, the overwhelming difference in strength sent him flying backward, much like Zhao Kongcheng earlier. He crashed heavily onto the ground beside Zhao. Lian, is that you? Zhao Kongcheng, ever vigilant beneath the ghost-faced shroud, had been ready to strike at any moment. Yet, to his surprise, the ghost-faced king had completely ignored him and charged straight at Lian. Though he didn't understand how Lian had broken free from the effects of the Forbidden Abyss and protected himself, as a senior, Zhao felt deeply ashamed for failing to shield his junior in time. Hearing Lian's labored breathing beside him, Zhao immediately realized the younger man was in a dire state. Even for a battle-hardened veteran like Zhao, enduring a blow from the ghost-faced king was agonizing. Whether Lian could even stand again was uncertain. Lying on his back, dizziness overwhelmed Lian, and a wave of nausea surged up his throat. Yet, with a weak voice, he managed to warn, "Old Zhao, watch out. The ghost-faced king is coming, it's on your left." "I know, damn it." Zhao Kongcheng barked sharply in response. Zhao Kongcheng relied on the rain to sense direction, wielding his straight blade with battle instinct to strike at the ghost-faced king. Clang! Sparks flew as metal clashed against claws, the impact sending a numbing shock through Zhao Kongqing's arm, as if he had struck an iron weight. The ghost-faced king's moves were vicious. When one was blocked, he immediately switched tactics. Zhao Kongqing parried left and blocked right with his straight blade, but after several rounds, he was ultimately overpowered by the opponent's monstrous strength. Bang! A heavy blow landed squarely on his chest, sending him flying and crashing hard into the barrier of the Wujia void. This time, Zhao Kongqing could only manage to sit weakly on the ground. Cough, cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood, 2 broken ribs already piercing into his lungs. Yet, as if relieved, he laughed maniacally at the ghost-faced king, who was advancing step by step, and shouted, "Don't think I'm bragging. If I had a forbidden ruin, you'd have been dead 800 times over." Zhao Kongqing, Zhao Kongqing, Zhao Kongqing. A familiar voice called out, startling Zhao Kongqing. He recognized it as Lin Qiye's voice. By now, Lian had gotten back on his feet, gripping his soul-reaping blade tightly as he stepped to Zhao Kongqing's side. He kept a wary eye on the slowly approaching ghost-faced king while listening to the exchange between the two. "Lin Qiye, what the hell are you doing wandering around at night instead of eating dinner? Get the hell out of here," Zhao Kongqing roared, then turned to Lian. "And you brat, risking your life for a bowl of fried rice. Are you out of your mind? I'm not dead yet. Who told you to stand in front of me? Get behind me now. Old Zhao, there's a barrier behind you. I can't get past it. You brat, still arguing with me at a time like this?" Outside the barrier, Lin Qiye grew increasingly anxious. "Zhao Kongqing, let me in. I'm really strong now." Zhao Kongqing coughed up more blood, sneering, "Strong my ass. What can you fight? You're a rookie in the Lantern Realm trying to act tough. And now you're not afraid of dying, huh?" Watching the scene unfold before him, Lian began calculating in his mind. In this fight, I've dealt damage, debuffed the enemy, and drawn aggro. If I land the finishing blow later, I'll get all the experience, level up to 5, and arrange a luxurious basement for old Zhao back in the Soul Society. Get the hell home and eat dinner. Zhao Kongqing bellowed. "Let me make this clear while I'm still alive. Nothing inside here will harm a single hair on you or anyone else. You want to be some nameless hero? I won't allow it. Now open this damn thing for me." The ghost-faced king was now crawling on the ground, like a savage beast emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, slowly closing in on the two. Its body was covered in wounds of various sizes, blood seeping constantly, making it a terrifying sight. Yet, the broken nose and missing front teeth on its pale, ghostly face added a bizarre touch of dark humor to its appearance. The monster's crimson tongue kept licking the saliva at the corners of its mouth. Its injured body only heightened its ravenous hunger, and its sanity crumbled under the weight of its primal urge to feed. In this moment of crisis, Zhao Kongqing, trembling, reached into his pocket and pulled out the Night Watcher's crest, his gaze lingering on it for a moment. As his life flashed before his eyes, memories rushed over him like a tide. His mother opposing his enlistment, the youthful ambition when he first joined the Night Watchers, the monotonous days of duty, and the wife and children waiting far away at home. So this is what they call the legendary life flashing before your yes moment. Zhao Kongqing chuckled bitterly to himself, his fingers brushing over the inscription on the back of the crest. "I couldn't stand tall before thousands, but at least I'll stand tall in front of you two brats." Lian didn't look back, his eyes fixed on the ghost-faced king ahead. Zhao Kongqing stared at the crest in his hand and, without hesitation, pressed the mechanism inside. With a sharp click, a slender silver needle shot out. He locked eyes with the ghost-faced king, which was inching closer with every step. Forcing himself to stand, he let out a laugh, a mixture of relief and defiance. "Ha ha, Lian, you brat. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? The ghost god's elixir, this drug could unleash a human's full potential in a short period of time, granting even an ordinary person the power of the Forbidden Ruins." For years, Zhao Kongqing had watched other Night Watchers wield the power of the Forbidden Ruins, and the longing in his heart had never faded. When he learned about the effects of the ghost god's elixir, he laughed uncontrollably. At last, he could touch that extraordinary power, even if only for a fleeting moment. Taking a deep breath, he drove the silver needle into his palm. "Damn, I think I pushed it too deep, hurts like hell." Before he could finish his sentence, the searing pain in his chest dissipated like a receding tide, and even the injuries in his lungs no longer troubled him. A surge of unprecedented strength filled his body. His heartbeat thundered like a drum, and his blood coursed through his veins like a raging flood. A mysterious and dangerous force field emanated from him, radiating outward. This was Zhao Kongqing's domain. His eyes shone like the North Star, his posture straightened, and his grip on the blade became firmer. Grabbing Lian, he pulled him behind and said in a deep voice, "Now, let me show you, rookie, what it truly means to be a Night Watcher." The ghost-faced king sensed the transformation in Zhao Kongqing, but its frenzied mind drove it to dig its claws into the ground, preparing to launch another assault. This time, however, Zhao Kongqing was quicker. The pale blue blade carved an invisible arc through the rain. A black crescent, 4 or 5 meters high, roared from the blade, instantly closing the gap between Zhao Kongqing and the monster. The creature had no time to evade. A grotesque arm was severed and flung high into the air, its blood-curdling scream echoing across the stormy sky. Rain poured relentlessly as Zhao Kongqing stood tall, his Radan black cloak drenched, and he laughed uproariously. Ha ha! So it's sequence 083's Desolation Moon Slash. I knew it. I, Zhao Kongqing, am a damn genius. Lian stared at the black crescent that had just been unleashed, listening to Zhao Kongqing's laughter. He thought to himself, Zhao Kongqing, you really are born to be a damn Grim Reaper. Just you wait. When I hit level 5, he'll drag your ass to the Soul Society. I swear he'll get you a Zanpakuto. The ghost-faced king was originally in a 3-limbed stance. Now, with its right arm severed by Zhao Kongqing in a single strike, it could no longer support its body with just its left arm and right leg. It collapsed heavily to the ground, its ghastly pale face twisted in shock as it stared fixedly at its severed limb. Struggling, it managed to prop itself up with its right leg, barely touching the ground with its left foot, and hobbled toward Zhao Kongqing. Though it couldn't comprehend why Zhao Kongqing had suddenly become so powerful, its survival instincts drove it to think only of devouring him as quickly as possible. Empowered by the ghost god's elixir, Zhao Kongqing had not only awakened his forbidden ruins, but also temporarily healed all his wounds, putting him in peak condition. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between himself and the ghost-faced king, and the two began a life-or-death battle in the pouring rain. The ghost-faced king's eyes burned crimson with fury, and with the loss of its right arm, it descended into a full-blown frenzy. The wounds left by Lian gradually healed, and its movements became steadier. However, Zhao Kongqing's blade was faster, carving deep, bone-revealing gashes into the ghost-faced king's body. The sheer force of his strikes shattered the ground around them into fragments. Yet Zhao Kongqing could feel the effects of the ghost god's elixir waning with each passing moment. The sharp pain in his lungs and the overwhelming fatigue began to wash over him like a tidal wave. He knew he had to finish the ghost-faced king before the elixir's power completely faded. Otherwise, both Lian and Lin Qiye would perish here. I just pulled off such a grand act in front of those two kids. I can't let it fall apart now. Zhao Kongqing gritted his teeth in determination. Sensing its opponent's attacks weaken, the ghost-faced king sneered and seized the opportunity. With a vicious swipe, it struck Zhao Kongqing square in the chest, sending him flying. Zhao Kongqing landed on one knee, clutching his blade tightly as he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. He could feel his ribcage had completely punctured his lungs, and the excruciating pain engulfed him like a relentless tide, every cell in his body screaming as if being dissected. Trembling, he used his blade to push himself back to his feet, his eyes still gleaming with unwavering resolve. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted behind him, and a crack split open the sky above. Lian turned to look, only to see a young man with golden eyes stepping calmly through the rift. Lin Qiye had broken through the no-boundary void. As soon as he entered, he took in the sight of the battlefield, the ground scarred with blade marks, and Zhao Kongqing kneeling, coughing up blood. Lian thought to himself, of course, if Lin Qiye hadn't shown up now, the ghost-faced king would have been finished. You, how did you get in here? The ghost-faced king stammered in disbelief. Lin Qiye shrugged. The no-boundary void is tough, sure, but luckily, I've got these eyes. And fortunately, it's nighttime. Zhao Kongqing didn't question the reason. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: time was running out. All right, no matter how you managed it, get over to Lian's side right now. I'll handle the fighting, he said urgently. Just stay out of the way. With that, Zhao Kongqing turned around, his back to Lin Qiye and Lian. One slash, just let me strike one last time. Once this swing is over, you can step in and help me. All right. Lin Qiye replied quietly as he moved to stand beside Lian. You two brats, watch this slash closely. Zhao Kongqing's voice carried a hint of pride. Why? Because this slash will be incredible. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Zhao Kongqing's legs suddenly tensed, propelling him forward with astonishing speed toward the ghost-faced king. His movements were clean and decisive, without any unnecessary flair, just a simple raise of his arm and a swing of his blade. A massive black crescent-shaped slash formed in front of Zhao Kongqing, tearing through the torrential rain and hurtling toward the ghost-faced king. This was an unstoppable, inescapable killing blow, Zhao Kongqing's most dazzling strike yet. The ghost-faced king's grotesque head was severed cleanly, flying through the air as its massive body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. In that split second, Lian moved. Since he had been weakened earlier, he had been quietly gathering spiritual energy, waiting for this exact moment. He had already calculated that while Zhao Kongqing's strike was powerful, it wouldn't be enough to completely kill the ghost-faced king. He had to finish the job himself to ensure he gained enough experience points. Sure enough, as the ghost-faced king's head hit the ground, it began crawling back toward its body. In a flash, Lian's Zanpakuto struck like lightning, pinning the crawling head to the ground with precision. Pouring all his spiritual energy into the blade, the Ghost-Face King's head instantly ignited into a blazing fireball, burning fiercely even under the torrential rain. Ah! A harrowing scream echoed as the Ghost-Face King caught a fleeting glimpse of a serene world, a place free of conflict and pain, consumed only by eternal flames. It felt its agony being dissolved by some mysterious force, and only then did it understand the true nature of the Zanpakuto that had pierced it. It was like a divine mercy, granting peace to all souls. This was the fairest end. The screams ceased abruptly, and the Ghost-Face King's twisted face gradually softened in the flames. Ding. Experience points 1500. Ding. Level up 2. Ding. Soul Society unlocked. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through Lian's body, instantly dispelling the exhaustion he had felt earlier. He realized he had reached level 5 and unlocked the Soul Society, but there were more pressing matters to attend to. As Lian made his move, Lin Qiye quickly rushed to support the staggering Zhao Kongsheng, preventing him from collapsing into the waterlogged ground. The rain poured down harder, as though the sky itself had been torn open. Wading through the water, Lian approached Zhao Kongsheng with a smug grin. "Old Zhao, what do you think of my slash just now? Pretty cool, right?" Zhao Kongsheng nearly fainted from frustration, rolling his eyes. "I chopped its head off, and you just swooped in to finish the job. Cool my ass." Deep down, though, he was shaken. He hadn't expected the Ghost-Face King to be so resilient, surviving even after being decapitated. If his oversight had left these two kids in danger, it would have been a disgrace. This brat. First time meeting me, and he already stole my lines. Now I'm on the brink, and he's still stealing my lines. Is this fate, or what? Zhao Kongsheng thought to himself. Enough talking. I'm taking you to the hospital right now, Lin Qiye said, his sharp eyes discerning Zhao Kongsheng's precarious condition. At this moment, he was like a flickering candle in a storm, ready to be extinguished at any moment. No need. It's just the aftereffects of pushing my limits. You'll die, Lin Qiye exclaimed, unwilling to owe anyone a debt. I'll be fine. At least I got to experience the thrill of taking down a forbidden abyss. And not just any ranked 083. I really am a genius. Zhao Kongsheng smirked, then turned to Lian. Hey kid, do me a favor? Light me a cigarette. Lian pulled out an unopened pack of cigarettes from his pocket, the most expensive brand he had spent all his cash on earlier that afternoon. The box was slightly dented, likely from when he had fallen earlier. He took out a cigarette and placed it in Zhao Kongsheng's mouth, lighting it with his spiritual energy. You two brats that slashed just now. Was I cool or what? Cool. It's worth it. Zhao Kongsheng nodded firmly at the two of them, a surge of indescribable satisfaction filling his heart. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as a vivid image of himself being honored at the Night Watcher's headquarters played in his mind. Two divine emissaries had called him handsome. Such an achievement surely deserved a general's title, at the very least. However, the brilliance in his eyes, once as bright as the North Star, began to fade, dimming until there was no light left. Lin Qiye noticed something was wrong and immediately shook Zhao Kongsheng's body. Zhao Kongsheng, you haven't become a general, yet you can't die on me. Zhao Kongsheng's voice was weak and fragmented. This time, I faced the darkness heathen, stood in front of all of you. I protected your little home, and you two reckless kids. So, I haven't dishonored the words behind the crest. His voice grew fainter and was eventually drowned out by the sound of the falling rain. Lin Qiye's mind replayed the oath engraved on Zhao Kongsheng's crest. Should darkness descend, I shall stand before millions, blade drawn toward the abyss, staining the heavens with my blood. He held Zhao Kongsheng's gradually cold body tightly, his tears mixing with the rain streaming down his face. Silently, he wept as he gently closed Zhao Kongsheng's lifeless eyes. Lian watched everything unfold, his gaze fixed on Zhao Kongsheng's semi-transparent soul, which stood silently in the rain, head bowed and devoid of consciousness. A faint smile curved Lian's lips as he approached the soul. With the hilt of his Zanpakuto, he lightly tapped Zhao Kongsheng's forehead. Slowly, and without a sound, the soul dissipated into the rain. Zhao Kongsheng has been guided to the Soul Society, Lian thought to himself. Once I level up and obtain a new Zanpakuto, it'll make him a Shinigami. Then, he can lead souls and work for me for eternity. Lost in his grief, Lin Qiye remained unaware of any of this. He clung to Zhao Kongsheng's lifeless body, murmuring, You know, I'm not afraid of death at all. Do you think a child who has seen angels, gone blind, and been locked in a mental institution would still fear death? I've tried countless times to end my own life in the darkness, but my family, they were like light, pulled me back every time. My family is my entire world, and that's why I never wanted to be a night watcher. He turned his gaze toward the small house in the rain, his voice tinged with confusion. But I can't stand owing anyone. You saved my entire world. So, how could I possibly repay such a monumental debt? He sat there in a daze, his eyes shifting back and forth between the small house and Zhao Kongsheng's body. His fists clenched tightly, then loosened, as if in that moment, he had made a life-altering decision. Zhao Kongcheng, you saved my entire world. In return, I will guard your world for 10 years. Lin Qiye gently held Zhao Kongcheng in his arms, carrying the blood-soaked long blade on his back. He forced himself not to look back at the low house behind him, fearing that even one more glance would root his feet to the ground, making it impossible to move forward. Raindrops pelted down on Lian as he pressed the earpiece for the first time, his voice hoarse. Night Watcher Team 136 temporary member, Lian, reporting. A deep voice came through the earpiece. It was Wu Xiangnan. Go ahead. Night Watchers Zhao Kongqing and Lian engaged in a battle with the mysterious ghost-faced king in the old residential district. Zhao Kongqing used the ghost god summon to kill the ghost-faced king, but succumbed to exhaustion afterward. Over. Acknowledged. When Hong Ying arrived, braving the torrential rain, her tears had already mixed with the downpour. From a distance, she saw a young man walking step by step in the rain, carrying a blood-soaked middle-aged man in his arms. The middle-aged man's eyes were closed, but there was a serene smile on his lips, as if he were lost in a peaceful dream. Lian followed silently behind, completely drenched and looking utterly disheveled. A bolt of lightning split the night sky, illuminating the entire street like a silver serpent. The rain intensified, and the water quickly rose above their ankles. Amidst the thunderstorm, Lin Qiye suddenly mustered all his strength and shouted, Lin Qiye, a junior, sends General Zhao Kongqing off in triumph. As the night watchers cleared the scene, a black, mangy dog with a cloth bag over its head appeared at the spot where Zhao Kongqing had fallen. It spoke, return to your soul. Tilting its head, the little black dog muttered. Huh, where's Zhao Kongqing's soul? Did it dissipate this quickly? Or was it taken by someone? At the Peacekeeping Bureau's Team 136 base, Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze sharp as he stared at Lin Qiye across from him. You're saying that Zhao Kongqing, after using the ghost god summon, not only protected his comrades, but also killed the ghost-faced king? He turned to Lian. Is that correct? Yes, I've already reported it, Lian replied with a blank expression, nodding. Lin Qiye understood the report as soon as he heard it. There was no need to rehearse their accounts. It was an unspoken understanding. But then why was the ghost-faced king's head burned by you? Wu Xiangnan didn't suspect the two of conspiring to harm Zhao Kongqing. There was no way the chaotic knife marks at the scene could have been caused by these two rookies, and Zhao's body bore no wounds from Lian's blade. Lian had a valid reason to be at the scene, as he had long applied to join the mission and was the one who identified the old district as a key location. However, the ghost-faced king's severed head showed signs of crawling, and the final blow was likely delivered by Lian. I was just doing some cremation work. When I set the ghost-faced king's head on fire, it was already dead, Lian said calmly. Yes, Zhao Kongqing killed it. We both saw it. Lin Qiye met Wu Xiangnan's gaze directly, his eyes steady and profound, like an unfathomable abyss. Each of his words carried weight and certainty. Yes, I want to join the Night Watch, but I will only stay for 10 years. After 10 years, I will leave. This unexpected declaration sent a ripple of silent shock through the room. Everyone exchanged glances, clearly unprepared for someone to propose such an unusual condition to the Night Watch. Wu Xiangnan opened his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated, ultimately letting out a sigh. As seasoned members of the Night Watch, they all understood the underlying truth behind these words. Leaning against the wall, Lian listened to the conversation, a faint, meaningful smile playing at the corners of his lips. Does he really think the Night Watch is his personal backyard? He mused inwardly, imagining the irony of this 10-year guest eventually ascending to the position of commander-in-chief. Not participating in Lin Qiye's recruitment discussion, Lian instead focused on processing the upgrades he had just received. The leap from level 3 to level 5 brought significant changes. His spiritual energy reserves had more than doubled, and his physical abilities had improved across the board. He glanced down at his arms, noticing how his sleeves had grown tighter, the muscle definition now more pronounced. But what thrilled him most was the new ability he had gained, the Soul Realm. Closing his eyes, a unique world unfolded in his Minda perpetual sun hanging in a clear blue sky dotted with fluffy clouds, lush forests stretching endlessly into the horizon, exuding peace and serenity. This tranquil resting place felt vast, yet empty, save for one figure standing alone beneath a crooked tree. Old Zhao's soul. Could this be the legendary divine kingdom? Lian pondered to himself. Checking the system panel, the reward for reaching the next level was already displayed. Upon advancing to level 6, he would unlock Way of Destruction number 12, Flaming Bind, a basic Kido skill that allowed spiritual pressure to be condensed into a thread for ranged attacks. The prospect excited him finally. He would gain a means of long-range combat. The system's reward pattern was also becoming clearer. Every 5 levels seemed to bring a significant boost, while intermediate levels might only offer minor skills, or, at times, nothing at all. This suggested his strength would grow in a stepwise manner. The thought ignited a surge of anticipation within Lian. Nanda Serpent Demon, when are you coming? I can't wait any longer. After tallying up his gains, Lian couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Qiye's utterly startled expression over his temporary night watcher status. The poor guy hadn't even sorted out a place to stay yet, and seemed ready to pack up and leave. Just as Lian was secretly amused, Hong Ying strode forward with a confident air, waving her small hand and taking charge of Lin Qiye's accommodation problem. Come stay at my place, Hong Ying said, deftly pulling a small piece of paper with an address scribbled on it from her pocket. She leaned in close to Lin Qiye, her warm breath brushing against his ear as she spoke, causing his face to flush bright red. The familiar scene brought a sense of déjà vu to Li Lian. Hong Ying had treated him the same way once before. Li Lian, Hong Ying suddenly turned to him, breaking his silence. You and Lin Qiye are classmates. How about becoming neighbors? Images of sharing a home with a beautiful teammate flashed through Li Lian's mind, but he immediately shook his head and declined. No need, Sister Hong Ying. I've just settled in and don't feel like moving again. On the surface, he made excuses about the hassle of relocating, but in truth, he was more concerned about Lin Qiye's not-so-serious forbidden void ability, a 20-meter range of full spectrum, now blind spot, X-ray vision. It was practically like being stripped bare. During battle, it was manageable, but living together day in and day out? If Lin Qiye ever discovered he had a system, things could get very complicated. All right then, Hong Ying said with a casual toss of her long hair. I'm off to practice shooting. You two can come straight to my place later. With that, she picked up a black case and left, her striking figure disappearing from sight. Not long after, when Shima led the two of them to the wilderness, crouching among some bushes. Following his gaze, they saw Hong Ying in the distance, standing alone in the Night Watcher cemetery, carving a tombstone for Zhao Kongqing. Seriously? Dragging two high schoolers out in the middle of the night to spy? Is this even appropriate? Li Lian whispered in annoyance. Didn't she say she was going to practice shooting? Seeing Lin Qiye's puzzled look, Li Lian added, practice shooting? More like burning paper offerings at a grave, just fooling the ghosts. Shut up. When Shima shot him a glare. It's not just the three of us here. And so, the group of creeps silently watched Hong Ying cry as she carved the tombstone, only leaving after she finished her work and walked away. Observing these companions, who were not adept at expressing their feelings but conveyed warmth through their actions, Li Lian thought to himself that perhaps this unspoken understanding was what allowed them to entrust their lives to one another without hesitation. Back at the rental apartment, Li Lian washed off the rain and the exhaustion from battling the Ghost-Face King. Lying on his bed, he reflected on the day's fight, deep in thought. Although the Ghost-Face King's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary Ghostface by more than tenfold, the experience points it granted were only 7.5 times higher. This suggested that the rules for gaining experience were more complex than he had initially thought, not only tied to participation in battle and the enemy's strength, but also influenced by one's own level. If he had managed to defeat the Ghost-Face King at level 1, the experience points gained might have been several times greater. In other words, the lower the level, the more experience gained for defeating the same enemy. The higher the level, the less experience obtained. Li Lian pondered over the issue of gaining experience points. When the level gap was too large, the experience gained was negligible, sometimes even zero. This forced him to abandon the idea of solely relying on defeating weak monsters to grow stronger. However, his eyes suddenly lit up. Clearing out minor enemies before challenging a boss seemed like a good strategy. Even a mosquito is meat, he calculated in his mind. Mystical points are so precious, I might as well squeeze out as much as I can. Besides, leveling up restores both stamina and spiritual power, which is like getting an extra life. Though the experience gained this way couldn't compare to taking on higher-level challenges, it was a much safer approach. Slow and steady beats taking a reckless gamble, he thought. Glancing at Lao Zhao, who remained motionless in the Soul Realm, Li Lian saw no changes. He pulled up his blanket, deciding to sleep and deal with it tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the Soul Realm, Zhao Kongqing suddenly jolted awake, finding himself in an eerie forest. As far as the eye could see, there were no birds, animals, or even the sound of insects or birdsong. The bright, sunny environment was completely different from the underworld or the yellow springs he had expected. What the hell is this place? He muttered to himself. Suddenly, a familiar voice startled him. A blurry figure appeared before him. Li Lian, you died too? The Ghost Mask King was burned to ashes. How did you end up dead? Who do you think you're underestimating? Li Lian retorted irritably. Lao Zhao, considering how confused you are right now, I'll tell you the truth. This is the Soul Realm, my divine kingdom. I'm coming clean. I'm not some substitute for the god of death. I am the god of death. So that unserious god of death was you? How'd you end up so weak? That's not the point. Li Lian interrupted. The point is, since I'm telling you my secret, it means I see you as family. Remember that bowl of fried rice? Because of that, I've decided to help you out. Such a tsundere. Zhao Kongqing laughed. What's the catch? Remember my blade? Once I obtain another Zanpakuto, I'll make you my proxy. Then you'll be able to leave the Soul Realm. And how long is that going to take? Honestly, I don't know, Lian shrugged. The system hadn't provided him with that information. But I promise I'll do it as quickly as I can. And in the meantime, what am I supposed to do in this ghostly place? Won't I die of boredom? Lao Zhao, remember what determines the strength of the Forbidden Ruins. Mental strength. Zhao Kongqing began to connect the dots. Suddenly, realization dawned on him. Wait, are you saying my current body is purely mental strength now? He tried swinging his hand like a blade, and a crescent of black energy shot from his palm. Whoa, this is amazing. Watching Zhao Kongqing's excitement, Lian couldn't help but smile. There are no other souls here besides you, so you won't be disturbed. While you don't need food or drink in your soul state, I admit it might get boring. What do you want? Well, there's a lot. Zhao Kongqing started counting on his fingers: cigarettes, booze, pets. Fine, just tell me where your stash is, and I'll go buy it for you. A stash? I don't have one. I'm just a temporary team member. I only get $500 a month for pocket money. How could I afford all that? Zhao Kongqing paused, then added, but there's a laptop in the black van I drive. It's mine. Just load it up with novels, comics, movies, and TV shows. That's more reasonable. All right, I'll head out. Wait a second. What now? Can I see them again? At the entrance of the Peace Bureau, Lian dragged his weary steps inside. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was unnaturally pale. Just an hour earlier, he had made a risky attempt to fulfill Zhao Kongqing's wish to learn about the outside world. Through repeated experiments, Lian discovered that projecting his consciousness into the soul realm was relatively simple and required almost no spiritual energy. However, enabling Zhao Kongqing to see the real world was an almost insurmountable challenge, and live streaming was entirely out of the question. Just as he was at his wit's end, inspiration struck. Why not try projecting his own memories directly into the soul realm? The idea worked. Through Lian's first-person perspective, Zhao Kongqing clearly saw the scene of Lin Qiye holding his corpse and vowing to send him on his way, as well as Honging tearfully carving a gravestone for him. These images plunged Zhao Kongqing into an awkward dilemma. Everyone was mourning his death. Yet now he saw a glimmer of hope for rebirth. How would he face them in the future? However, the cost of this experiment far exceeded Lian's expectations. When his consciousness returned to the real world, he nearly collapsed. His spiritual energy and mental strength were completely drained, leaving him with a splitting headache and drenched in cold sweat. He gasped for air like a fish out of water and remained slumped on the floor for half an hour before finally regaining some strength. His clothes and hair were soaked through. This ordeal taught him a harsh lesson. While projecting memories into the soul realm was possible, he could not afford to take such risks again until he reached a higher level of power. When he finally dragged his exhausted body into the bureau, he saw Honging chatting with an elderly woman in her 50s. When Shima was standing nearby, chiming in enthusiastically, "That's right. Auntie, you're absolutely right. And Honging, you're right too." Seeing Lian standing silently at the door, when Shima quickly walked over and patted him on the shoulder, assuming his bloodshot eyes were from crying too much over grief. At that moment, Lin Qiye also walked in, looking puzzled at the scene before him. When Shima pulled the two of them aside and whispered, "Mysterious cases aren't exactly as common as cabbage. If we encounter a few a year, that's already pretty good. Most of the time, we take on other jobs, everything from finding lost cats and dogs to fighting crime. You name it, we do it." He turned to Lian. "Take Lin Qiye to the underground training ground to meet the captain. You're familiar with the way." On the way to the underground training ground, Lin Qiye followed behind Lian, his mind filled with questions. What had Lian gone through in the past 2 days? Why had he sent Li Yifei away that night? And why had he chosen to join the Night Watchers? Sensing Lin Qiye's unspoken thoughts, Lian spoke without turning around. "Qiye, I know you have a lot of questions, but some things are better left unasked. Everyone has their secrets. I won't ask about yours, and you shouldn't ask about mine. Just trust that I mean you no harm. I genuinely want to be your friend." Lin Qiye pondered for a moment, recalling how Lian had never harmed him and had even protected him when the masked figure appeared. As the keeper of the grand secret of the Asylum of the Gods, he could empathize with Lian's predicament. When Lian brought Lin Qiye to the training grounds, the area that had been flooded the day before was now completely dry. Chun Mai was sitting cross-legged in the center of the field, and upon seeing the two enter, he immediately stood up. He noticed the bloodshot eyes of Lian and furrowed his brows. "Lian, what's wrong? Are your eyes okay?" "I'm fine. Just didn't sleep well last night," Lian replied softly. In truth, he had drained his spiritual energy showing old Zhao movie. Although his energy had fully recovered after half a day of rest, the bloodshot eyes had yet to fade. "As long as you're okay," Chun Mai nodded, then handed Lin Qiye a straight-edged blade engraved with the name Zhao Kongqing. Lin Qiye stared at the blade in his hands in a daze. "Captain, this Zhao Kongqing gave his life in battle, and you were the one he chose. His blade now belongs to you." "Understood." Lin Qiye nodded solemnly. "What about mine?" Lian raised his hand. "You'll get your blade and cloak after the Night Watch training camp," Chun Mai replied with a dismissive wave. Don't you already have a blade? How many times do I have to deal with this discrimination? Lian complained. If you don't give me a proper blade now, don't regret it later. It seems you haven't fully grasped the chaos a husky from Team 136 can cause. Just wait, it'll wreck the place to show you. Shinmai announced that the training camp was still over a month away, and during this time, he would put them through special training to avoid embarrassing Team 136 later. He immediately laid out their schedule: morning blade practice, afternoon training with Lin Qiye on using forbidden ruins, and evening firearms training with Lin Qiye. As he spoke, Shinmai grabbed 2 bamboo swords from the weapon rack. Lian, you've trained with Hong Ying before. Show Lin Qiye a demonstration. I don't have a blade. Use your own. It doesn't matter. With a wave of his hand, Lian summoned his Zanpakuto, which instantly appeared in his right hand. His aura shifted dramatically. All right, then I'll do my best. In a flash, he dashed forward, aiming directly at Chunmai. The gleaming blade surged forward, radiating heat, catching Chunmai off guard. This was nothing like what Wu Xiangnan had described. He had never mentioned the blade causing such a commotion when wielded. Chunmai had no intention of directly clashing with the Zanpakuto. He struck the side of the blade with his left bamboo sword while aiming the right one at Lian's abdomen. Feeling the immense force, Lian deliberately released his grip on the blade and, at the same time, threw a punch at the bamboo sword targeting his abdomen. Hakuda one bone. The bamboo sword snapped instantly, and Chunmai instinctively stepped back, astonished. How could this kid, who had only recently awakened, possess such remarkable physical strength? The spinning Zanpakuto thunked into the ceiling, lodging itself near a fire sprinkler. The searing blade triggered the fire alarm, causing water to gush from every sprinkler. Staring at the artificial downpour, Chun Mui's temple throbbed with anger. Lian, you'd better have an explanation for this. Well, Captain, you told me to use my own blade. Lian shrugged. Serves you right for not giving me a proper one. In truth, Lian was preparing for the upcoming Nanda Snake Demon incident. His Zanpakuto, with its dramatic effects, was like a beacon in the dark, completely unsuitable for stealth or hostage rescue missions. In a situation where the enemy was in the shadows and they were in the open, it was practically suicidal. If he was going to cause a scene, he needed to come up with a more practical weapon. When Lian was thrown out of the training ground by Chunmai, still dripping wet, Hong Ying happened to arrive and immediately grasped what had happened. After all, this wasn't the first time the fire alarm had gone off during training. Haha. Lian grinned, ignoring Hong Ying's glare, and casually used his spiritual energy to dry his clothes. Ever since breaking through to level 5, he could not only ignite flames, but also function as a human dryer, thanks to the improvement in his control and the amount of spiritual energy he possessed. You triggered the fire alarm again? Hong Ying snapped, recalling how miserable she had been the last time this happened. The captain asked me to practice with my own sword. It's not my fault the sword flew out of my hand. Lian shrugged in defense. Hong Ying frowned. This had happened before, and logically, the captain wouldn't repeat the same mistake. Could it be Wu Xiangnan pulling strings behind the scenes? Tactical minds can be so devious. Before she could finish her thought, a scream echoed from the training ground. "Aya, the captain and vice-captain really make a flawless team," Lian remarked with a sigh. Later in the afternoon, when Qima, waiting alone in the Forbidden Ruins laboratory, witnessed a rather amusing sight. Lian was helping a bruised and battered Lin Qiye hobble into the room. "Did you spar with the captain?" When Qima quickly rushed over to support Lin Qiye, his eyes widening in surprise as he noticed Lian was completely unscathed. "You managed to walk away unharmed after facing the captain?" "I only got one move in before my sword flew off, and then the fire alarm went off. The captain kicked me out, saying I was disrupting the class, and made me stand outside as punishment. But I left my consciousness in the soul realm and learned sword techniques from old Zhao instead. His skills aren't inferior to the captain's, you know," Lian explained with a shrug. "Where's the captain now?" "Probably still sparring with the vice-captain. Hong Ying said they'd be at it all afternoon." When Qima broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, realizing the vice-captain's schemes against the captain must have been exposed. Everyone in the team knew about the sparring incident between Lian and Hong Ying, except for Chunmai, who had been preoccupied with hunting down the Ghost-Face King. Ahem, well, that's none of our concern. When Qima wiped the sweat from his forehead, "Let's start with the basics of the Forbidden Ruins." "Zhao Kongcheng already covered that," Lian interrupted. "Then let's move on to the Divine Ruins." "Also covered." Realizing his prepared theoretical lesson was redundant, when Qima decided to jump straight into practice. "Since you already have a foundation in the Forbidden Ruins, let's begin by recording your data. By the way, Lian, have you decided on a name for your Divine Ruins?" "You can name your own ruins?" Lin Qiye asked, puzzled. "Or does that mean Lian's ruins aren't part of the standard sequence?" "The records of the Forbidden Ruins and Divine Ruins are always incomplete," when Qima said, while flipping through the notebook in his hand. "Especially the Divine Ruins, it's difficult to even observe the gods themselves, let alone document their ruins." Lian nodded thoughtfully. As a newly emerged Grim Reaper's proxy, It made sense that his divine ruin didn't have a fixed name. After pondering for a moment, his eyes lit up. Let's call it Ryujin Ruahua. He knew very well that a brand new divine ruin would inevitably attract a lot of attention. While becoming stronger was his primary goal, setting a small trap wouldn't hurt, like giving his ability a name completely unrelated to the Grim Reaper. When Shima carefully wrote down the name, Ryujin Ruahua, in his notebook and looked up. That's the name of that blade, isn't it? By the way, let me confirm again, you really are the Grim Reaper's proxy? Yes. Lian answered firmly. Ask me 100 times, and the answer will still be the same. When Shima continued jotting notes before turning to Lin Qiye. Your turn. Tell me the details about your divine ruin. Lin Qiye explained the characteristics of the mortal divine domain without holding anything back. Lian listened nearby, calculating silently in his mind. The greatest feature of the mortal divine domain was miracles, but since it was still in the process of realization, Lin Qiye couldn't use it just yet. However, he still had the Starry Night Dancer granted by Nyx, the goddess of the night, which was essentially a game-changing ability. Fortunately, Lian wasn't lacking either. Once the Nandanaga incident was resolved, his strength should surpass Lin Kai's. When Shima closed his notebook and said to Lian, "All right, follow me. The team requires a detailed strength assessment for both of you, starting with you." After a series of tests, when Shima provided his evaluation, your realm is at mid-lamp realm. Your flash step ability remains the same as last time, but the power of your white strike and bone techniques has increased, likely due to a higher total spiritual energy reserve. The range of your domain hasn't changed, but its temperature has slightly increased. Wait, Lian interrupted, confused. Didn't you say last time that I was at the peak of the lamp realm? How did I drop to mid-realm now? I've even leveled up twice since then. Was it all for nothing? When Shima patiently explained, the transition from the lamp realm to the pool realm is a process of quantitative to qualitative change. Last time, the vice captain estimated based on your combat power, which wasn't entirely accurate. However, based on the machine-tested data, your spiritual essence is indeed at the mid-lamp realm level. What does that mean? Realm advancement is essentially a transformation of spiritual essence. If the quality of your spiritual essence hasn't changed, you remain in the same realm. However, due to the unique nature of your divine ruin, your actual combat power is significantly higher than that of an average Forbidden Ruin user. Lian froze, caught off guard by this unexpected revelation. He had assumed he could rely on the system to quickly boost his strength, but reality had dealt him a harsh blow. After some contemplation, he began to piece things together. At level 5, he was equivalent to mid-lamp realm. This meant that every 10 levels would likely advance him by one major realm. The system's reward pattern was also clear. Levels that were multiples of 5 offered significant rewards, and every 10 levels brought a qualitative transformation in spiritual essence, greatly increasing his energy capacity and recovery speed. By this calculation, at level 50, he would reach the Klein realm. At level 60, the human limit. At level 70, godhood. At level 80, a major god. At level 90, a supreme deity. And at level 100, he would rival the 3-pillar gods. Lian couldn't help but grimace, a pang of bitterness rising in his chest. How much experience would I need to become invincible? And the higher my level, the less experience I'll get from lower-level enemies. At level 90, where would I even find enough supreme deities to fight? This path forward is way too uncertain. When Shima ignored the stunned Lian standing by and led Lin Qiye directly into a special chamber. The room was outfitted with 39,000 concealed miniature rubber guns, their barrels densely packed and aimed at the center from all directions. Even the floor was no exception. Stand in the middle. We'll start with 50 rounds per second, when Shima commanded, pointing to the center of the room. Lin Qiye glanced down at the countless gun barrels beneath his feet and couldn't help but gasp, instinctively clenching his legs together. Wait a second. There are gun barrels on the floor too? What if they hit places they shouldn't? Do you think an enemy in a battle with the mysterious forces will care where they hit you? When Shima interrupted coldly, just focus on your training. With that, he turned and locked the door behind him, calling out through it. Let me know when you're ready. Lin Qiye took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for what was to come, and nodded firmly. I'm ready. Beep. Ah. As soon as the signal sounded, Lin Qiye's screams echoed through the chamber. Although his eyes could track the trajectory of the bullets, and his brain could map out the evasive routes, his body simply couldn't keep up. Internally, he wailed. Eyes, I see them. Brain, I know what to do. But body, come on, just move already. After setting Lin Qiye up, when Shimo returned to the still-dazed Lian and patted him on the shoulder. Stop standing there like a statue. It's your turn now. I've prepared a special training spot for you. They arrived at a small, completely white room. When Shimo explained, your forbidden ruin is unique. Without a blade, you don't have a domain, but with a blade, you can't control the domain's release. Your training will focus on using the blade while keeping the domain from leaking out. Isn't this just the captain's excuse to keep me from using a blade and forcing me to do this kind of training? Lian asked suspiciously. This has nothing to do with the captain, when Chimo replied, raising an eyebrow and giving him a meaningful look. Think about it, if you could contain your entire domain within your blade and unleash it in an instant during an attack. Wouldn't that be your most powerful strike? Lian thought to himself, isn't this just like the concept of a Bankai with Ryujin Jakka? Even though I can't even manage a Shurikai, if when Shima says so, there must be a reason. Besides, with the upcoming training after the Nanda Snake Demon incident, if my strength doesn't improve, I won't be able to hold my ground. This room is made of heat-resistant materials, when Shima continued. As long as you don't deliberately attack the walls or floor, you can release your forbidden ruin freely. With that, he left the room. Got it, Lian replied confidently. By evening, everyone gathered around the dining table. Lin Qiye's clothes were in tatters, and his face was so swollen it resembled a pig's head. Lian's sleeves were burned down to stumps, and his face was covered in soot. The two exchanged glances and let out bitter smiles. It had been a rough day. Lin Qiye had first been beaten by Chunmai in the morning, only to be pummeled by rubber bullets in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Lian, in his attempt to contain the heat from his blade, had lost control and ended up blasting himself. No one was injured, but a section of a sleeve was burned off, and one face was completely blackened. Lin Qiye and Lian stood before the group in their disheveled state, causing everyone to stifle their laughter. Despite being professionally trained, the scene was simply too comical to ignore. Ha! Si Xiaonan couldn't hold it in and was the first to burst out laughing. Hong Ying quickly reached out to cover her mouth, glancing at the two with a slightly embarrassed expression. Don't mind her. Xiaonan didn't mean anything by it. We've all been through moments like this. It's fine. Go ahead and laugh if you want, Lian shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant. If you all don't laugh, I do feel bad for laughing myself. Besides, Chia looks worse than me. Ha ha. With his laughter, it was as if some invisible barrier was broken, and the room erupted with laughter. Even Lin Qiye, whose face was bruised and battered, joined in. Just then, Wu Xiangnan walked out of the kitchen carrying a large bowl of soup, followed by Chunmai, who was drying his hands. All right, the food's ready, Chunmai announced, casting a glance at Lian and speaking irritably. Lian, go wash your face first. Who are you trying to scare with that blackened face? In truth, he was annoyed with the guy flooding the training ground just to retrieve a straight blade and now acting all pitiful, as if daring Chen to call him out. By the time Lian returned after washing up, everyone was already seated at the table, waiting for him. Si Xiaonan stared at the braised pork in front of her, her eyes sparkling. Captain, why did you personally cook such a feast today? Today marks Lin Kai's official first day as a night watchman, Chunmai explained. When Lian joined, everyone was busy on assignments, so this meal also serves as a welcome celebration for the both of you. Seeing that everyone's attention was fixated on the food, he sighed and said, all right, dig in. Hong Ying and Wen Shima both reached for the same piece of meat with their chopsticks, neither willing to let go. Their eyes locked in a silent standoff. I saw it first. No, I did. Just as the tension reached its peak, Long Xian calmly placed a submachine gun on the table, effortlessly picked up that piece of meat, and placed it in the bowls of Lin Qiye and Lian. You two still have target practice with me tonight, so eat up, Long Xian said. This small gesture warmed Lian's heart. This guy was all right. He didn't look down on him. Chunmai glanced at the submachine gun on the table. Don't put guns on the table during meals. If it accidentally discharges, it'll ruin the food. Understood. After dinner, Wu Xiangnan stayed behind to wash the dishes, while Lian and Lin Qiye followed Long Xian to the shooting range. Long Xian's expression turned serious. First, let me correct a common misconception. Never underestimate firearms. When dealing with lower-level mysteries, guns are far more effective than blades. And they're not just for fighting mysteries, so you must master the skill of using firearms. With that, he handed a pistol to Lin Qiye. All right, give it a try. Recalling scenes from movies, Lin Qiye raised the gun and aimed at a target 30 meters away. Bang! The target remained untouched. Long Xian scratched his head and moved Lin Qiye 10 meters closer. Bang! At 20 meters, he hit the bullseye. But as they moved back to 21 meters, bang! He missed. After repeated testing, Long Xian finally concluded. Within 20 meters, Lin Qiye was a sharpshooter, hitting the bullseye every time. But as soon as the distance extended to 21 meters, he missed every shot. How's my talent? Lin Qiye asked excitedly. Do I have what it takes to become a marksman? Talent? You've got none. Long Xian retorted exasperatedly. You're solely relying on your forbidden domain, perfect within 20 meters, and useless at 21. Lian, your turn. Knowing he didn't have Lin Kai's unique vision, Lian approached the target at a distance of 10 meters, assumed the correct posture, and fired. Bang! He missed. Long Xian shook his head with a sigh. Unbelievable. In one day, I've encountered both a hidden dragon and a young phoenix. I must be truly blessed. Lian stood on the shooting range, looking slightly awkward. He truly hadn't expected that his talent in shooting would not only match Lin Qiye, but even surpass him. Thinking back to the Nanda snake demon incident, facing over 60 subordinate snake demons, relying solely on a blade was far from efficient. To gain more experience points, he needed a faster way to kill, and firearms naturally became the best choice. Standing before Lin Qiye now, Lian had only one thought. He had to learn the real skills. Brother Long, don't be like this, Lian said earnestly, lowering his tone. It's my first time handling a gun. Please don't give up on me. I promise I'll take it seriously. Lin Qiye swept his gaze over the two in front of him, his face expressionless. It's not that I'm giving up on you. I'm considering giving up on both of you. As the most skilled shooter in Squad 136, he wasn't optimistic about turning this pair of hidden talents into sharpshooters. His words cut through Lin Qiye's pride like a blade, making his toes curl uneasily in his shoes. Yet Lian, the social butterfly, was completely unfazed. In a flash, he appeared behind Lin Qiye, placing both hands on his shoulders. Don't be like this, don't be like this. We promise to learn properly. Just teach us, okay? Lin Qiye was startled by Lian's sudden burst of speed. How did this kid get behind me in the blink of an eye? He thought, deep in contemplation. With speed like that, maybe that thing would suit him well. All right, Lin Qiye finally relented. Lin Qiye, you'll practice with a handgun. Fire as many bullets as you need. Sharpshooters are made by burning through ammo. Accuracy comes with practice. Lian, follow me. I've got something for you to try. Yes, sir. A week flew by. Lin Qiye's days were simple yet fulfilling. Getting smacked with a bamboo sword in the morning, hit with rubber bullets in the afternoon, and missing targets at the shooting range in the evening. Slowly and steadily, his skills improved. Lian, however, was banned from entering training ground number 2 for 3 days due to an incident. Afterward, he was given an unnamed straight blade, reportedly borrowed from another squad by Chunmai. When Chunmai finally sparred with Lian, he was shocked to find that Lian's swordsmanship had advanced by leaps and bounds, even faintly resembling Zhao Kongqing's style. It turned out that during those 3 days of being barred from the training ground, Lian hadn't wasted a single moment. While Lin Qiye was busy getting beaten up, Lian was in the Soul Realm, relentlessly training his swordsmanship with Zhao Kongqing. Old Zhao had crafted a large number of wooden swords by cutting down trees in the Soul Realm with his Forbidden Ruins blade, and the two practiced with them tirelessly. As Lian's only sparring partner, Old Zhao spared no effort in teaching him. I'm already dead, Old Zhao said. I can't let my swordsmanship go to waste. Gotta pass it on to someone. Old Zhao was quite satisfied with his chosen successor. Lian seemed born to wield a blade. He grasped every technique instantly and mastered them with incredible speed. However, what left Old Zhao both amused and exasperated was that whenever he tried to teach Lian other close combat skills, like spear techniques, the young man turned into a complete klutz, utterly incapable of learning. This kid's talent points are all messed up, Old Zhao sighed. What kind of close combat master only knows swordsmanship? Looks like my full legacy won't be passed on. Oh well, let him specialize in the blade. After 4 days of sparring practice, Lian's progress was astonishing. Without resorting to his forbidden abyss, he could hold his ground against Chunmai for 30 moves, only losing when exhaustion and physical strength gave out. Watching Lian wield his blade, Chunmai was reminded of Old Zhao's shadow from the past. Feeling gratified, he made a special effort during lunch that day, adding a crispy golden chicken leg to both Lian and Lin Qiye's bowls. This scene left Xiaoan and feeling her status as the team's favorite was under threat. Hugging her red tassel spear, she sobbed in grievance. But when she noticed that both Lian and Lin Qiye quietly placed their chicken legs into her bowl, her tears instantly turned to laughter. Nearby, Lin Qiye discreetly raised his phone, capturing this heartwarming moment forever. The afternoon's Forbidden Abyss training, however, proved less fruitful. Lian tried repeatedly but failed to fully compress the Forbidden Abyss of his Soul Slayer into his blade. 10 meters remained his limit. Yet, this apparent obstacle led to an unexpected discovery. When Shima keenly observed that when the Forbidden Abyss was compressed to a 10-meter radius, it created an effect similar to a gravitational field. This phenomenon, surprisingly, mirrored one of the fundamental abilities of a Shinigami, spiritual pressure. Tests revealed that the pressure was equivalent to double normal gravity. This sudden increase in gravity could make ordinary people struggle to breathe, impede blood circulation, and, most intriguingly, its ability to toggle on and off could induce a sense of weightlessness, throwing enemies into sensory disarray. As night fell, firearm training remained disappointing. The performances of Lian and Lin Qiye, dubbed the Sleeping Dragon and Young Phoenix, left instructor Lin Qiye shaking his head repeatedly, even questioning his own teaching skills. Their shooting accuracy was limited to targets within 20 meters. Anything beyond that was sheer luck. As for the 50-meter targets, they remained completely unscathed even after 7 days of intensive training. However, Lian did show slight signs of improvement compared to Lin Qiye. Time was pressing, and Lian was acutely aware that the Nanda snake demon incident would erupt in 2 weeks. He kept a close watch on the peace office, waiting for the appearance of Li Yifei's signal that the mission would commence. Apart from the rigorous daily training, he also made it a point to visit the Soul Society before bed for extra practice with Zhao Kongqing. By now, he had fully mastered the rules of the Soul Society, treating it as his personal storage space. For non-sentient objects, the Soul Society posed almost no barriers, though soul-based entities like Old Zhao were unable to leave. Lian had not hidden this storage ability from his teammates in Squad 136. After all, compared to other divine agents, his divine abyss abilities seemed rather lackluster, even less practical than Red Tassel's Forbidden Abyss in some respects. He deliberately demonstrated these utilitarian features to his teammates to dispel any potential doubts. However, when reporting on the Forbidden Abyss, Chen Mai prudently chose to keep the specifics confidential from higher authorities. "We're grateful that you trust us," Chen Mai said earnestly to Lian. "But the less others know about your Forbidden Abyss abilities, the safer you'll be. Squad 136 is your family, and we'll guard this secret for you. You must remember, don't share it with anyone else." These words deeply moved Lian. For the first time, he felt that these people were no longer just characters from a book, but real family he had never experienced in either of his lives. Clenching his fists tightly, he made a silent vow in his heart. To protect this hard-won bond, he must grow stronger. Lian leaned against the window, gazing into the distance as he carefully calculated the time. There were still 2 full weeks until Li Yifei would arrive at the watchman's base to report the incident. A faint smile appeared on his lips. This was enough time for him to grow stronger. He recalled Lin Qiye from the original story, who had dominated during the Nanda Naga incident. Even when facing the true form of the Nanda Naga, Lin Qiye had managed to defeat it single-handedly, thanks to the 5-fold physical enhancement granted by the Dancer of the Night. Lian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Though his current strength was comparable to Lin Kai's at that time, he knew he was still a bit short of achieving a 5-fold boost. Nevertheless, he was confident he could take down the Nanda Naga on his own. Should I steal this kill? Lian squinted. The temptation of gaining an entire level's worth of experience was undeniable, but the potential butterfly effect gave him pause. Without Li Yifei, the first caretaker, Lin Qiye's storyline in the mental hospital would undoubtedly take a drastic turn. After careful consideration, Lian decided against stealing the kill. Drastically altering the original plot would mean losing the greatest advantage of being a reborn individual. If events spiraled out of control, the difficulty of survival would increase exponentially. Still, watching the experience points slip away made him reluctant. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. "I'll weaken the Nanda Naga first, and let Lin Qiye finish it off. I might not get the final blow, but the experience from dealing the highest damage should be close enough." 2 weeks flew by. During this time, Lin Qiye's progress was evident, while Lian earned full recognition from Chen Mai for his blade techniques. Not only had he mastered the swordsmanship of Zhao Kongqing and Chen Mai, but he had also begun integrating these techniques to develop his own unique style. As for his proficiency with the Forbidden Ruins and his marksmanship, it was limited by his current level, so the power of his Zanpakuto remained unchanged for now. On one crisp morning, Lian strolled leisurely into the Peace Affairs office, sipping from a straw in his soy milk. As he stepped inside, he noticed Hong Ying sitting alone on the couch near the entrance, lost in thought. "Morning, Sister Hong Ying. Got any missions today?" Lian greeted casually. Hong Ying jolted upright. "Quick, head to the activity room. Something's happened. I'm waiting for Kai. You go first." Lian's eyes lit up. "Finally, my experience packs have arrived. Whether I can hit level 10 this time depends on you guys. I've been dying to crush you already, Li Yifei." In the activity room, the entire 136 squad had already gathered, and the atmosphere was heavy. Lian quietly found a seat, and before long, Hong Ying and Lin Qiye entered the room as well. Chen Mai broke the silence. "Everyone's here. Let's begin." Once everyone was seated, he continued. "Last night, we received a report of a mysterious sighting. The location is Tsangnan High School Number 2. Number 2 High School." Lin Qiye froze and turned to look at Lian, a trace of tension in his eyes. Lian immediately signaled for him to stay calm and listen to the captain. "That's right. And the person who reported it seems to be someone you and Lian know," Chen Mai added, turning toward a room in the back. "Hey, kid, if you're awake, come out." Lian's heart tightened. Something was off. That night, Li Yifei left the scene of the Ghost Mask Man incident early, missing his first encounter with the Night Watchers and never signing any confidentiality agreement. Yet, the wheels of fate still led him to this place. As Lian stood in the corridor, he saw the door swing open, and Li Yifei stumbled out. His eyes were bloodshot, his face filled with terror, and he looked as though he had endured a tremendous fright. The moment he caught sight of Lian, his mouth fell open in shock, his voice trembling with disbelief. "Lian, didn't you take a leave of absence? What are you doing here?" "Working," Lian replied curtly, leaving Li Yifei momentarily speechless, his prepared words derailed by the unexpected answer. Turning to another familiar face, he asked, "Qiye, what about you? Why are you here?" That's not important. Lin Qiye cut straight to the point. What matters is why you're here. As Li Yifei's classmate, Lin Qiye remembered the help Li Yifei had given him at school. Li Yifei took a deep breath and began recounting his strange experience. I witnessed something bizarre. Lu Xiaoyan, that classmate of ours, she seduced the dean first, then suddenly turned into a monster and swallowed him whole. What's even more horrifying is that she spat out another dean who looked exactly the same. The two of them walked away chatting and laughing as if nothing had happened. They didn't notice you? Lin Qiye asked in disbelief. No, I was paralyzed with fear. I just covered my mouth tightly, too scared to make even the slightest sound. Lian watched this scene unfold, suppressing a laugh. Knowing that Li Yifei was actually the Nanda serpent demon, he found the performance quite entertaining. Although it was a performance, this particular persona of Li Yifei was genuinely unaware of his true identity. It was nothing more than a case of split personality. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, the team leader, Chun Mai, broke the silence. Wu Xiangnan, your analysis? Based on the witness account, Wu Xiangnan began. This mysterious creature has two characteristics. First, it possesses extremely strong mimicry abilities, able to perfectly imitate others without being detected. Its intelligence is clearly higher than that of the ghost mask man. Second, and more concerning, it seems capable of converting the creatures it devours into its own kind. Like a zombie virus? Infecting humans one by one. Hong Ying's eyes lit up. Then why don't we just take Lu Xiaoyan out and be done with it? It's not that simple. Lin Qiye shook his head. We can't be certain that Lu Xiaoyan is the source. She might just be one of the infected. Exactly, Wu Xiangnan added. That's the most challenging part. We can't locate the true origin, and considering their strong mimicry abilities, we have to prepare for the worst. It's possible that the entire second high school, or even the whole city of Cangnan, has already been infected. He turned to Li Yifei. Have you considered the possibility that you might be the only survivor from second high? Or that you've already been infected without realizing it? These words hit Li Yifei like a bucket of cold water. He collapsed into a chair, trembling, his mind blank. Li Lian rubbed his forehead in frustration, thinking to himself that Wu Xiangnan really had a dark sense of humor. He couldn't sleep without messing with someone. Still, Li Yifei couldn't be harmed right now. His survival was tied to Li Lian's own experience points. As for revealing Li Yifei's true identity, Li Lian hadn't even considered it. If everyone ganged up to take out the source, Lin Qiye would lose his caretaker, and Li Lian would lose his source of experience points. That would be the worst-case scenario. Lin Kai's eyes briefly flashed gold as he looked at Li Yifei. Relax, you're not infected. Chun Mai patted Li Yifei's arm reassuringly. Don't scare him. Things might not be as bad as they seem. Let's focus on handling the situation at hand. Xiangnan, what's your plan? 2 teams, Wu Xiangnan proposed. One team will start investigating outward from second high, focusing on students and teachers' home addresses, especially Lu Xiaoyan's. The other team will infiltrate second high directly to assess the scale of the infection and search for the source. Chun Mai immediately began assigning tasks. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, Li Lian, Kaiyu 4 will disguise yourselves as students and infiltrate second high. Be careful not to alert anyone. Lung Xian will provide external support. Got it. Li Yifei, you're coming too, Chun Mai added. Me? Li Yifei exclaimed. You're the only one who's seen the mysterious creature. We'll need you for this mission. Don't worry, we'll protect you. Seeing Li Yifei's hesitation, Chun Mai offered an incentive. If this mission is successful, I can give you a chance to join the Night Watchers. Li Yifei's eyes lit up, his heart racing with excitement. Joining such a mysterious organization, this would be the highlight of his life. How cool was that? When Li Lian and his group arrived at the back gate of number 2 high school, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan had already changed into number 2 high's uniforms, which they somehow managed to acquire. The redanned white uniforms suited the two of them perfectly, radiating youthful energy and vitality. Qiye, your school's uniform is so ugly. Hong Ying complained with a pout. It doesn't match my style at all. The girls' uniforms are already better. Lin Qiye pointed at the dull and outdated sports-style uniforms that he and Li Lian were wearing. No matter how you looked at them, they were undeniably unflattering. True, Hong Ying nodded in agreement. So how are we getting in? Just as Lin Qiye was about to reply, Hong Ying leaped gracefully over the Morathantwonder high wall, effortlessly carrying both her and Si Xiaonan's bags. Right behind her, Si Xiaonan lightly tapped her feet against the wall a few times, soaring over like a butterfly. Li Lian was even faster before Hong Ying landed. He was already standing on the other side of the wall. Watching their impressive moves, Lin Qiye was momentarily speechless. He followed suit, jumping up and gripping the top of the wall before easily flipping over. Now let's assign tasks, Hong Ying began. Lin Qiye, use your special abilities in your class to assess the infection situation. Xiaonan and I will investigate the principal's office. Li Lian, I'll head to the infirmary and the boys' dorms. I'm familiar with those areas, Li Lian interjected, assigning himself a task. In truth, his choice wasn't purely based on familiarity. He had his eyes set on the proximity of the boys' dorm to the girls' dorm. The girls' dorm housed over a dozen snake demons, all ripe for the taking. He wasn't about to let that opportunity slip away. After all his training had been leading up to this moment. The key was to outpace Hong Ying and claim as many snake demons as possible. And after that, he still needed to rush to the second-year teaching building to clear out the smaller threats there. Speed was of the essence. It seemed he'd have to use that technique after all. All right, everyone move out. Stay in contact at all times, Hong Ying said briskly, and the group dispersed in different directions. Lian, hands in his pockets and humming a tune, strolled toward the infirmary. The campus was eerily empty during class hours, and he didn't encounter a single person on his way. He thoroughly searched the infirmary and boys' dorm, but found no trace of snake demons. No signs in the infirmary or boys' dorm, Lian reported through his earpiece. How's it looking on your end? Not good, Lin Qiye replied in a low voice. I've already identified 6 on this floor alone: Lu Xiaoyan, our classmate Han Ro, and Tian Li from the class next door. The other 3 are completely overtaken, just twisted flesh replacing their internal organs, leaving only a layer of human skin. They're beyond saving. Li Yifei mentioned that those 3 were from the same dorm room. We should check it out. Chen Miyue's voice came through the earpiece next. Got it. Lin Qiye, continue observing and try to determine the total number of infections in the school. Lian, head to the girls' dorm for further investigation. Internally, he felt a growing sense of unease. How could something this serious have happened right under his nose? If the infection had already spread throughout Songnan City. Captain, I have something to report. A voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Through the headset came Hong Ying's urgent voice, with the faint sound of sea shown and retching in the background. It's a complete human skin that has been shed. We suspect the entity is related to reptiles, most likely snakes. Understood, Lin Qiye decisively ordered. Wu Xiangnan, investigate all mysterious entities with shedding traits, contagious abilities, and a knack for disguise. Prioritize clues associated with snakes. Just then, a melodious tune started playing on the school field. The flag-raising ceremony was about to begin. Lin Qiye seized the moment. While the students are gathered at the field, split up and act. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, join up with Li Lian and thoroughly search the girls' dormitory. Lung Xian, monitor the situation and report any anomalies immediately. Got it. They all responded in unison. Li Lian was the first to arrive at the girls' dormitory, soon meeting up with Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. The 3 exchanged glances, and seeing that the dorm supervisor was absent, they bypassed the access control and rushed up to the 5th floor. Xiaonan, which room is the target? Li Lian asked while running. The second to last room on the north side, Si Xiaonan pointed ahead. Following closely behind them, Li Lian couldn't help but glance around. This was his first time entering a girls' dormitory in 2 lifetimes. Hong Ying pulled out a piece of wire and swiftly picked the lock. As they pushed the door open, the sight on the balcony sent chills down their spines, alongside some pink undergarments, for sheets of human skin, thin as cicada wings, were hanging on the drying rack. Check the other rooms. Hong Ying quickly broke into the surrounding dorms. The results were even more horrifying. Nearly every balcony had human skin hanging, indicating that a significant number of students had already been transformed into monsters. Captain, we've got a serious problem. Hong Ying pressed her communicator. We found a large number of human skins in the girls' dormitory. The infection is widespread. Lin Qiye's voice came through immediately. Infection numbers for the 1st and 3rd years are relatively low, under 10. But the 2nd year has 36 infected. Including infected staff and faculty, there are around 60 mysterious entities within the school. Chen Miyue's voice sounded grave. He stood in front of a bloodstained wall, surrounded by scattered remains. It's worse than we thought. Han Ro and the family of the teaching director have also been infected. We've just finished cleaning up. To prevent further spread, we need to investigate the families of the infected one by one, so we can't provide backup for now. He continued issuing orders. The 4 of you are responsible for eliminating the infected within the school. Lung Xian will use the Wujia Void domain to seal off the school, so there's no need to worry about exposure. We have forbidden items that can erase localized memories. Don't hold back. Eliminate the infected as quickly as possible, while ensuring the safety of the students and staff. The priority is to locate and destroy the source of the infection. Understood. Big Sister Hong Ying, the flag-raising ceremony just ended. A group of girls is heading toward the dormitory. Lung Xian suddenly interjected. Are they infected? They're too far away to confirm. Before he finished speaking, a group of laughing and chatting girls had already approached the dormitory. Li Lian pulled Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan into one of the dorm rooms and whispered, something's off. It's class Timino. One should be coming back to the dormitory. These girls are likely infected. Also, I have a request. No need to be polite with me. Just say it. Hong Ying replied. When the time comes, focus on protecting Xiaonan. Leave the rest to me. Step in only if necessary. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan nodded in tacit agreement. They both knew Li Lian carried the burden of a divine mission. Li Lian took a deep breath, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Since the captain said not to hold back, I won't. Hopefully, I won't get scolded for making too much noise. But to unlock my first range skill, I need to claim all the experience points from this. Lian flexed his wrist and slowly unzipped his school jacket as he walked toward the hallway. Just then, a burst of clear laughter echoed from the corridor, and a group of girls came up, chatting and giggling. Where did this boy come from? One of the girls exclaimed. Don't you know this is the girls' dormitory? Leave right now, or he'll call the dorm supervisor. But he's so handsome, another girl muttered under her breath. Yeah, he really is, the others chimed in agreement. Lian flashed a gentle, harmless smile. Ladies, they'll leave right away. No need to call the dorm supervisor. With that, he turned and began descending the stairs, his back to the group of girls. Since you're so good-looking, why don't you stay? A distorted voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Let me devour you. Before the words had fully faded, the girls' heads grotesquely transformed, splitting open like grotesque, fleshy flowers to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth and blood-red flesh. They lunged at Lian's back with terrifying speed. Bang! A deafening gunshot exploded in the hallway. The monstrous, gaping jaws lunging at Lian were instantly blown apart, spraying blood against the walls. Several sharp teeth embedded themselves deeply into the plaster. Ding! Experience points 100. Smoke rose from the barrel of the six-shot shotgun in Lian's hands. This weapon, hidden in the soul realm, had been provided by Lin Qiye. Due to its weight, Lian usually kept it stored there, only retrieving it in the instant a monster attacked just in time to shove it into the creature's mouth and pull the trigger. After discovering Lian's incredible speed with his flash step ability, Lin Qiye had designed a specialized firearms training regimen for him. The strategy involved using flash step to close in swiftly on enemies and firing the shotgun at point-blank range, which required almost no aiming. Although Lian's swordsmanship far surpassed his marksmanship, he opted to use the shotgun to conserve spiritual energy for a potential confrontation with the snake demon's true form. Weeks of training had honed Lian's skills in various tactical maneuvers, including rapid reloading. After the single headshot, countless pairs of eerie, glowing eyes suddenly lit up in the hallway above and below infected female students, all of them. Lian quickly assessed the situation. Including the one he had just taken down, there were 17 in total. Looks like today's my lucky day. Lian deftly loaded a shell into the shotgun's chamber and shouted, Come on, ladies. I'm in a hurry, so let's settle this all at once. The moment his voice echoed through the corridor, the infected students transformed into grotesque, fleshy blooms, their massive jaws opening wide as they let out ear-piercing shrieks and charged at him. Lian used flash step repeatedly, firing 6 precise shots at close range, each one striking its target squarely in the head. In an instant, the hallway was awash with flying flesh and blood. The once pristine white walls were painted a vivid crimson, turning the scene into a veritable slaughterhouse. The hallway fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the crisp sound of bullet casings bouncing on the floor. With a soft ding from the system, a notification appeared. Experience 600. Lian swiftly lifted his school uniform jacket, revealing 2 ammunition harnesses strapped around his waist. 40 shotgun shells were neatly arranged, their metallic sheen glinting faintly in the dim light. These rounds had been prepared long ago, and unzipping his jacket earlier was a deliberate move to ensure rapid reloading at this moment. His fingers moved deftly, grabbing 4 shells at a time and loading them in pairs into the magazine. In less than a second, 4 shells were secured. With his left hand, he quickly chambered a round, the sharp click-clack of metal and metal echoing in the corridor. Without hesitation, he grabbed another 4 shells, loading 2 more into the magazine, while keeping the other 2 ready in his hand. To his surprise, the monsters remained completely still as he reloaded, not one daring to attack. A cold smirk spread across Lian's face. Scared, are you? Well then, let me show you what it means to be a master of the shooting arts. With a sudden burst of speed, he closed the gap to the nearest creature, jamming the scorching barrel of his shotgun straight down its gaping maw. A deafening boom followed, and the grotesque mouth was obliterated into chunks of flesh splattered across the wall. In the blink of an eye, he was already upon the next target. Another booming shot, and the second monster dropped lifelessly. The corridor became Lian's personal shooting range. Gunshots echoed in rapid succession, and with each thunderous blast, another headless corpse collapsed to the ground. 10 shots later, silence returned once more to the hallway. Only then did Hong Ing and Si Xiaonan cautiously open the door to their room. The sight that greeted them was horrifying. Over a dozen headless corpses lay scattered, blood pooling around their necks and forming small puddles. Blood spattered the walls and ceiling, and even fragments of shattered teeth were visible amidst the carnage. Lian stood amidst the pile of bodies, his blue and white school uniform now soaked crimson with blood. A chillingly satisfied smile adorned his face. The 17 serpent demons had granted him 1,700 experience points, instantly boosting his level to 6. His depleted spiritual energy had also been fully replenished. The system promptly announced the unlocking of the Path of Destruction number 12, Fiery Blaze skill, along with a notification that reaching level 7 would unlock Severing Slash, a devastatingly powerful sword-drawing technique. Si Xiaonan clung tightly to Hong Ying, trembling from the hellish scene. Hong Ying comforted her while scolding. "Stop grinning like that. Hurry up and clean up this mess." Just as Li Lian was about to reply, a middle-aged woman appeared at the end of the hallway. She began to question why he was in the girls' dormitory, but before she could finish her sentence, Li Lian had already used his flash step to appear in front of her. He shoved the shotgun barrel into her mouth without hesitation. "You're not fooling anyone. A normal person would be puking at the sight of this." The dormitory supervisor began to twist and distort, her head morphing grotesquely. But before she could fully reveal her true form, a gunshot rang out, silencing her permanently. The system chimed again, experience 100. Li Lian holstered his shotgun and turned to Hong Ying with a smug grin. "How's my shooting? Pretty impressive, right? You two go back to resting. I'll handle the cleanup." He unsheathed his Zanpakuto and set each corpse ablaze one by one. Flames roared to life, consuming the remains and leaving only bloodstains on the walls as evidence of the battle. At that moment, Lin Qiye came sprinting onto the scene. Seeing Li Lian covered in blood, he cried out in alarm. "Li Lian, are you okay?" "Qiye, you're here," Li Lian replied, his energy brimming. "I'm fine. In fact, I'm firing on all cylinders and feeling better than ever." Just as Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan were about to describe Li Lian's disturbingly twisted smile to Lin Qiye, a bizarre human-snake hybrid face suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor. A few patches of black scales were scattered across its distorted face, and a pair of eerie green vertical pupils locked onto the four of them with an unyielding stare. On the balcony, a snake-tailed humanoid creature coiled itself, its entire body covered in jet-black scales that gleamed with a chilling light. It flicked its crimson tongue, and the edges of its sharp fangs seemed to curl into an unsettling grin. The moment Li Lian's gaze met that of the others, the three of them charged at the creature without hesitation. Just as the serpent demon tilted its head back, preparing to unleash a screeching roar, Li Lian executed a rapid flash step, appearing right in front of it. His Zanpakuto struck directly at its chest. Caught off guard, the serpent demon barely managed to raise an arm to block, but it was still slashed with a deep, bone-revealing wound before plummeting from the fifth-floor balcony, letting out a piercing screech as it fell. The distant screams, echoing from a classroom, shattered the brief silence. Hong Ying swiftly drew a spear from the black case strapped to her back and shouted to Lin Qiye and Li Lian. "Something might be happening over at the teaching building. You two protect the students, I'll chase it." Before her words had fully settled, she leaped off the balcony in pursuit. Li Lian and Lin Qiye exchanged a glance and immediately turned toward the stairwell. Although Li Lian could have easily used his flash step to chase the serpent demon, the teaching building was still teeming with experience points, waiting to be harvested. He couldn't help but admire Hong Ying's bravery as he grabbed Lin Qiye's arm and said, "Qiye, your special eyes are going to be crucial right now." Meeting Lin Qiye's gaze, Li Lian elaborated, "The first and third-year students might be running toward the school gates, but there's a high chance some of them are monsters in disguise. You need to guard the entrance and search the classrooms for anyone or anything hiding there." "What about you?" Lin Qiye asked. Li Lian waved his Zanpakuto with a sly grin. "I'm heading to the second-year teaching building to have some real fun." "Haven't you already been fighting? Can you still keep going?" "Watch this." Li Lian's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. "I'm about to go all out." The two shared a knowing smile and bumped fists in silent agreement. Li Lian turned and strode toward the second-year teaching building, while Lin Qiye sprinted toward the school gate, where nearly 1,000 panicked students had already gathered. Li Lian stood in the middle of the campus, his brows furrowed. It was no longer realistic to think he could eliminate all the infected Nanda serpent demons on his own. Their ability to disguise themselves was simply too strong. Without their transformed state, it was impossible to tell who was infected. After weighing his options, he decided to temporarily abandon the hidden serpent demons and focus on targeting the rampaging ones. These rampaging infected might just give me more experience points combined than a single serpent demon itself, Li Lian calculated. The Night Watcher training was imminent, and there wouldn't be any mysterious entities there for him to hunt and level up. If he didn't strengthen himself quickly, he'd be powerless when the cult of the ancient gods attacked during the training session. When there had only been Lin Qiye as the sole divine agent, the cult of the ancient gods scenario had already been difficult enough. Now, with him as a fake agent, the difficulty level of the scenario would undoubtedly escalate. Lin Qiye might be able to handle it, but Li Lian's fabricated identity wouldn't hold up under scrutiny. If he were caught, it would be a dead end. "I have to reach level 10 as soon as possible." Li Lian clenched his fists. The rewards for this level up better be worth it. Arriving at the senior year teaching building, he found the main doors tightly shut. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, placed it between his lips, and ignited it with a flicker of flame at his fingertips. After checking the ammunition in his semi-automatic shotgun, He exhaled a puff of smoke and kicked the door open. All right, you experience bags. Time to send you all to hell. Meanwhile, on the third-floor corridor, Lin Qiye and a few others had just rappelled down from the fifth floor using ropes. They noticed two monsters lingering outside the door of Class 8. The classroom's doors and windows were barricaded with desks and chairs, preventing the monsters from getting in. Just as they were preparing to ambush, the sound of footsteps echoed from the stairwell. The two monsters abruptly turned around and spotted the would-be attackers. Hissing like serpents, they lunged toward the group. In the nick of time, two deafening gunshots shattered the tension in the air. The monsters' heads exploded into fragments, and their headless corpses collapsed heavily in front of Lin Qiye and the others. Are you guys all right? If you're fine, step back, a lazy voice called out from behind them. Lian. Lin Qiye turned around to see Lian, his body drenched in blood, walking toward them with a smoking shotgun slung over his shoulder. After giving them a quick glance and confirming there was no danger, Lian headed straight for the door of Class 8. Hey, is anyone in there? If there is, move the desks and chairs out of the way. Yes, we're here. Oh my god, someone's really here to save us. A commotion erupted inside the classroom as the barricade of desks and chairs was quickly cleared. A few boys emerged from the room. The leading boy carefully studied the blood-soaked figure standing before him. Under the classroom's fluorescent lights, the blood stains on Lian's body appeared especially striking, some already dried and darkened. Thank you for saving us, the boy said with a slight bow. Are you a student at our school? Lian tugged at the corners of his mouth, attempting to form a friendly smile, but the blood smeared across his face made it look more menacing than welcoming. I used to be. Not anymore. What's your name, young man? The boy adjusted the glasses on his nose, the lenses reflecting a cold glint. My name is Qingyu. So, you're Qingyu. Lian gave the young man, whose features were notably handsome, a once-over. You've got a good look, kid. I've already cleared out all the monsters downstairs, and I'll take care of the ones upstairs soon. But for your safety, you should stay in the classroom, trust me. This is the safest place in the whole school right now. But you're out of ammunition. And Qingyu pointed out sharply. He had already noticed that Lian's ammunition belt was empty and his shotgun was in a discharged state. No worries. I don't rely on guns to do my job anyway, Lian replied casually. Turning to another group of people, he called out. Lin Qiye, you guys get into the classroom too and stay put until I get back. Got it. Lin Qiye responded, leading his companions into the classroom and barricading the door securely with desks and chairs. Through the gaps in the barricade, Qingyu witnessed a jaw-dropping scene. The shotgun in Lian's hands suddenly vanished, replaced by a gleaming katana that shimmered with a chilling light. Even more astonishing, the two corpses on the floor burst into eerie flames and disintegrated into nothingness within 10 seconds, leaving not even ashes behind. Lian casually spat out the cigarette, but in his mouth and crushed it under his blood-stained boot, leaving a striking crimson footprint on the floor. Without looking back, he strode toward the stairwell, his retreating figure exuding an unshakable resolve. Watching everything unfold, Qingyu's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. The truth of this world was becoming increasingly fascinating to him, and a single, mad thought consumed his mind. He desperately wanted to dissect Lian and study him thoroughly. The origin of the monster has been uncovered. Chen Mai's voice came through the earpiece, tinged with urgency. This type of creature is called the Nanda Serpent Demon, stemming from a rural legend. Not only do they possess exceptional camouflage abilities, but their intelligence rivals that of humans. The most terrifying part is that they can implant serpent seeds into the bodies of the creatures they devour, transforming the victim's shells into their offspring and controlling them. He paused before adding. However, the serpent seeds have limitations. The main body can produce only one per day, and each offspring takes 3 days to mature. Furthermore, whether it's the main body or the offspring, their combat abilities are quite limited during their immature stages. I see. Lin Qiye nodded, frowning slightly. It seems this serpent demon has been lurking on campus for quite some time. Hongyingji, how's the situation on your end? I lost it. Hongying's tone carried a hint of frustration. Xiaonan is tracking the monster's trail. But as long as the boundless void domain remains active, the main body can't escape. What about you? I'm on my way to support Lian. He went to the second-year teaching building on his own, Lin Qiye replied, quickening his pace. When he arrived at the second-year teaching building, he was greeted by the sight of a tightly shut door. Sitting in front of it was a blood-soaked figure leisurely smoking a cigarette. The scene instantly reminded Lin Qiye of Zhao Kongqing from that night, causing his heart to tremble. Lian, are you alright? You're so slow, Lian said, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Though his face looked fatigued, it couldn't hide the excited grin. This second-year teaching building is a gold mine. It turned out that Lian had already cleared the first and second floors of Serpent Demon Offspring with a shotgun and wiped out the fourth and fifth floors using his Zanpakuto. Although the experience points from each kill had decreased from 100 to 75 and then to 50, the sheer number of targets made up for it. After this intense battle, he had leveled up from level 6 to level 8, just a hair's breadth away from level 9. Upon reaching level 7, he had unlocked the caress/skill, which accompanied his Zanpakuto. At level 8, the system rewarded him with a brown scabbard, eliminating the inconvenience of using skills. Now, he could carry the Zanpakuto with him, and sheathing it wouldn't disturb the surrounding environment. With just a few more serpent demon offspring to eliminate, level 9 was within reach. The system notification read, "Reaching level 9 will unlock the Death God robe." This message made Lian's eyes light up. For a newbie, this potential first piece of armor was as good as an extra life. "I've taken care of all the serpent demon offspring that actively attacked me in the building," Lian explained. "But I'm worried there might still be some hiding, so I haven't let anyone else in yet. I was waiting for you to help root them out." Seeing Lian full of energy, Lin Qiye let out a sigh of relief. "All right, let's get to it. You point out the targets, and he'll take care of them." Then, with a touch of concern, he asked, "Don't you need to rest first? Aren't you tired after killing so many?" Lin Qiye asked with concern. "A little, but I have a mission entrusted by the gods." "You understand," Lian replied, his voice carrying a trace of weariness but remaining resolute. Lian led Lin Qiye to the classroom of Grade 8, Class 3 on the 3rd floor, where Li Yifei and Qingyu were waiting. As the classroom door was pushed open, Lin Qiye's eyes lit up with a dazzling golden glow, a special ability that allowed him to see through all disguises. He carefully scanned every corner of the classroom before concluding, "There's nothing unusual here. They're all normal humans." And Qingyu's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Qiye, as if observing a rare treasure. Compared to Li Lian's ability to summon weapons out of thin air, Lin Qiye's X-ray-like power fascinated him even more. Deep down, he yearned to possess such extraordinary abilities for himself. "Qiye, Li Lian," Li Yifei eagerly asked. "I did so well this time. Can I join the Night Watchers now?" "Shouldn't be a problem," Lin Qiye nodded in response. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Can I join you as well?" Lin Qiye sized up the seemingly frail boy in front of him. "You are." "Hello, my name isn't Qingyu." He introduced himself politely, extending his right hand. After a brief hesitation, Lin Qiye shook his hand. "Lin Qiye, but joining us isn't easy, and it's not a decision we can make. So, only valuable people are qualified, huh?" And Qingyu mused, pushing his glasses up thoughtfully. "You stay here," Lin Qiye instructed Li Yifei. "Li Lian and I will check upstairs for any remaining hidden monsters. Don't come up." "I could help," Li Yifei began, but a single bloodstained glance from Li Lian silenced him. On the 5th floor, Lin Qiye's former Grade 2 classroom was packed with people, their chatter chaotic and loud. "Let me out," someone shouted. "Who does Li Lian think he is? What right does he have to imprison us? I'll call the police." "You can't leave. Li Lian said there might be monsters among us, and we should just take his word for it." "I'm Lu Yuan, and this is Han Nuonyuo. We're classmates. You recognize us, don't you?" Lin Qiye glanced worriedly at Li Lian, who remained silent, fearing he might act impulsively. As Li Lian, still covered in blood, appeared in the doorway, the classroom fell eerily silent, except for Lu Yuan, who continued to rant. Li Lian reached out and grabbed Lu Yuan by the throat. "What's the matter? Got a problem with me?" Lu Yuan's legs trembled, but feeling Han Nuonyuo's hand tighten around his, he mustered his courage and shouted, "Yes, I do. This is illegal detention. Let us go, or face the consequences. The outside is pretty dangerous, you know. People die out there," Li Lian said with a smile, then turned to Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye nodded. "Let them go." Overjoyed, Lu Yuan grabbed Han Nuonyuo and dashed out, afraid Lin Qiye might change his mind. Li Lian sighed inwardly. You can't save those who are determined to die. Compassion can't reach those who choose their own demise. He had already saved Lu Yuan twice, but the man, blinded by lust, insisted on walking toward his doom. Li Lian understood Lin Qiye's reasoning back when they faced the ghost masked man. Lu Yuan had shoved Lin Qiye aside and fled alone. Team 136 had always been one to settle scores, and luckily, he was part of the team. With his golden eyes, Lin Qiye scanned the classroom again and addressed the remaining students. "Go to the 3rd floor and stay with Li Yifei. There are no more monsters in this building. As long as you stay inside the school, you'll be safe." He then whispered to Li Lian. "Han Nuonyuo is the last disguised serpent demon offspring. It's too crowded here to act, and I'm worried there might be other serpent demons. Let's follow them. We might uncover something unexpected." Understood. After the two left, the students in the classroom began animatedly discussing the deeds of Li Lian and Lin Qiye, dreaming of one day becoming heroes like them. Perhaps, in the future, their dreams would lead them to shine like stars because their very existence was a miracle. Li Lian and Lin Qiye followed Lu Yuan and Han Ruo to the art building. Though the 3-story structure wasn't grand, it carried an air of mystery. Lin Qiye's golden eyes scanned the 1st floor corridor but found nothing unusual. However, when the two stepped onto the 2nd floor, Lin Qiye's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Li Lian noticed and feigned ignorance. "What's wrong?" Lin Qiye made a gesture for silence. pulling Li Lian back to the first floor before whispering. Hanro and Lu Yuan are in the piano room on the third floor. But it seems like Hanro is about to give Lu Yuan a special treat. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to interrupt them now? Of course it would, Li Lian replied with a serious tone, though a sly glint flashed in his eyes. This is Lu Yuan's first time encountering something like this. We can't leave him with any lasting trauma. He paused before taking a cigarette out of his pocket and lighting it. Given the time it takes to finish a cigarette, that should be enough. He even raised an eyebrow, silently asking if Lin Qiye wanted one. Lin Qiye caught on quickly heading up now would only take out one snake demon offspring, but waiting a bit longer could mean taking out two. The math was simple. Even if something went wrong, at least one target would still be eliminated, making it a win-win. He waved off the offer of a cigarette and instead contacted Hong Ying. Hong Ying, how's the situation on your end? We found some traces. The snake demon's main body seems to have headed north of the school. Xiaonan and I are searching the cafeteria. So that leaves the art building and the sports field. We're at the art building for now, but no signs of the main body yet. Be careful. Report immediately if you encounter it. Remember, safety first, just hold out until I get there. Understood. As Lin Qiye ended the call, Li Lian's cigarette was almost burnt out. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from the third floor, followed by frantic shouting. Ah! Li Lian! Lin Qiye! Anyone! Please, save me! Help! Li Lian casually flicked the cigarette butt away, stretched lazily, and summoned his Zanpakuto, its brown scabbard gleaming faintly. Holding the scabbard in his left hand, he began walking upstairs at an unhurried pace. Li Lian, where'd that scabbard come from? Why doesn't it have the same fiery aura as before? Lin Qiye asked as they ascended. Just got it recently. Think of it as a new form of the forbidden void. Don't overthink it, Li Lian replied simply. Ever since he tossed his shotgun and ammo belt into the Soul Society, he hadn't bothered using firearms. If it weren't for the sheer number of minor enemies this time, he wouldn't have touched the shotgun at all. Practicing with guns was pure agony compared to the satisfaction of wielding a blade. As a true and proper Shinigami, relying on a gun just felt wrong. When they reached the third floor, they stopped in front of the piano room. Li Lian pressed his ear to the door, listening carefully, but it was eerily silent inside. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open. The scene that greeted them was chilling. Lu Yuan lay collapsed on the floor, while Han Ruo stood rigid, her fists clenched tightly. Her eyes, filled with despair, were locked on the two who had just entered. Are you two done? Before Li Lian's words had even faded, an abrupt transformation occurred. Lu Yuan suddenly sprang up from the ground, his eyes flashing with deep-seated hatred. His entire head twisted and distorted, morphing into a grotesque, gaping maw of flesh and blood. With a guttural roar, he lunged ferociously at Li Lian. Clang! The crisp sound of a blade being unsheathed echoed through the space. Li Lian's Zanpakuto gleamed with a cold light as it flashed through the air. The hideous head was severed cleanly, and in an instant, it transformed into a blazing inferno midair. The headless body collapsed with a heavy thud, and Li Lian, with fluid grace, sheathed his blade in one seamless motion. Lin Qiye watched the scene intently, his gaze unwavering. That single strike from Li Lian was flawless in timing, angle, and force. Even more astonishing was the burst of intense heat emanating from the blade as it was drawn, igniting the target instantly. Yet, the moment the blade returned to its sheath, the heat vanished without a trace. Clearly, the sheath was as extraordinary as the Zanpakuto itself. Attacking me, an 18-year-old boy, with such underhanded tactics, is this fair? This is wrong. Hanruru, startled by the sudden turn of events, paled with fright and quickly interjected. Wait, let's talk this out. No need for violence. Lin Qiye had intended to extract some information about the snake demon's main body from this last offspring, but Li Lian had already made his move. In a flash, he used Shuanpa to appear before Hanruru, driving his Zanpakuto straight into her mouth. She let out a blood-curdling scream as her head transformed into a monstrous, gaping maw, snapping viciously at Li Lian with the blade still lodged within. Li Lian channeled his spiritual energy, and in an instant, flames consumed the grotesque mouth. Hanruru fell heavily to the ground, writhing briefly before becoming motionless. Evildoers like this deserve to be eradicated. What is there to discuss with a creature like this? Li Lian said coldly. His decisiveness in striking served two purposes: to gain the last bit of experience needed to reach level 9, and to set an example for Lin Qiye when facing enemies. Act swiftly and decisively, without wasting time on unnecessary words. Otherwise, one might fall victim to the manipulations of malevolent gods in the future. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding! Level 1. Unlocked. Shahakusho. Reach level 10 to unlock Shurkai. Li Lian quickly scanned the description of the Shahakusho. Can be summoned at will, automatically covers the entire body, never wears out, and its defense increases with spiritual energy. One-click outfit change, and indestructible? Nice. Level 10 really is a big upgrade. Finally, I can unlock Shurkai. But there was no time to celebrate. The snake demon's main body was on its way. Whether he could unlock Shirkai would depend on this battle. Lian, why did you kill it right away? Lin Qiye asked. Never trust anyone so easily, especially your enemies. Listening to even one more word from them is asking for trouble. Now, as for finding the main body. Boom. Before Lian could finish, a shadow suddenly crashed through the wall behind Lin Qiye. A pitch-black snake tail whipped through the air like a steel whip, smashing a massive hole in the floor. Lin Qiye quickly rolled away, narrowly dodging the deadly strike. His right hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his eyes filled with determination. He immediately activated his communicator. Sister Hong Ying, we've located the snake demon's main body on the 3rd floor of the art building. Got it. Hold your ground. We're on our way. Hong Ying's voice came through the earpiece, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, indicating she was already en route to the art building. The massive tail of the Nanda serpent demon swept fiercely across the room, its enormous body slithering swiftly through the piano chamber. One grand piano after another collapsed with a thunderous crash under the impact of its thick frame, sending fragments flying in all directions. Its razor-sharp claws gleamed coldly as they tore through the air, producing a piercing screech as they lunged viciously at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye's straight blade clashed repeatedly with the serpent demon's claws in midair, sparks flying with each collision. The deflected claws raked against the walls, effortlessly leaving deep gashes as if cutting through tofu. Just as Lin Qiye seemed to maintain his composure, the serpent's tail suddenly lashed out from the side, striking him with immense force and sending him flying. Yet, before being hurled away, Lin Qiye retaliated with precision, leaving a clear wound on the serpent's thick tail. Though there was a significant gap in their power levels, Lin Qiye's long-term training allowed him to hold his ground against the Nanda serpent demon. More importantly, his trump card, his passive skill Starlight Dancer, had yet to activate. Once night fell, this skill, which granted a 5-fold boost to his physical abilities, would tip the scales in his favor. When that moment came, the serpent demon would have no chance of escaping his blade. Watching the battle unfold, Lian felt a surge of frustration. Being overlooked within the 136th squad was one thing, but now even a serpent demon treated him as if he didn't exist? A cold smirk curled on his lips. His blade was no less formidable. With a single thought, a pitch-black armor known as the Deathbane suit instantly enveloped his body. The loose pants tapered tightly at his ankles, while the upper half resembled a kimono design, layered with an outer haori lined in an elegant shade of imperial purple. Though the outfit appeared bulky, it in no way hindered his movements. On the contrary, he felt an unprecedented lightness in his body, and the flow of spiritual energy within him accelerated sharply. Even the energy he had expended earlier quickly began to replenish. A hidden effect? Nice, Lian thought with delight. Activating his flash step, his figure blurred like a phantom, reappearing behind the Nanda serpent demon. Even skill consumption is reduced? Double nice, he noted with satisfaction. Gripping the sheath firmly with his left hand and the hilt with his right, he drew the long blade in a single swift motion. An elegant slash, known as Fuzon. A scorching heat suddenly emerged behind the serpent demon, and flames surged like a tidal wave, illuminating the small music room as if a blazing sun had appeared out of thin air. By the time Nanda, the serpent demon, sensed the peril behind it, it was already too late. It turned its head hastily, its serpent eyes reflecting an overwhelming sea of fire and an intensely sharp blade stroke. Lian had made his move his first real battle after unlocking the caress/skill. A lightning-fast upward II strike tore through the air, the blade slicing through the serpent demon's waist effortlessly, as though it met no resistance, severing it in two. The power of this strike far surpassed the II slash that Lin Qiye once deemed perfect when Lian killed Lu Yuan. This was on an entirely different level. The might of the caress slash was akin to detonating a bomb within the scabbard. This was no ordinary II technique. It was as if the Zanpakuto itself was driving Lian's actions. Not only was the speed unmatched, but the strike also came with a stunning fiery effect. When Kimo's theory had been proven right, compressing the power of the Forbidden Ruins entirely onto the blade's surface could indeed unleash explosive energy. This was an almost impossible feat for Lian to achieve before, but with the help of the specially crafted scabbard, he succeeded in concentrating all his domain power onto the blade. This meant that the stronger his domain, the more devastating the caress slash would become. Lin Qiye stood frozen, dumbfounded by the scene before him. The Nanda serpent demon, which he himself could barely fend off, had been cut in two with a single strike? What kind of terrifying attack power was this? He also noticed that at some point, Lian had switched to wearing a pitch-black outfit. Could this be another transformation of the Forbidden Ruins? Lian unleashed his full strength in this moment, aiming to gain that precious experience. He knew all too well that the Nanda serpent demon had appeared to feign death and escape, attempting to deceive the night watchers and continue lurking in the shadows. But feigned death was still death, and killing it would still grant him experience. He paid no attention to the twitching serpent tail on the ground, as it had already begun to burn and would soon turn to ashes. However, the serpent demon's upper body was attempting to flee. Lian swiftly sheathed his blade, then executed another caress slash at the serpent demon's upper half, which was desperately crawling away. Once again, a sea of fire erupted, accompanied by a dazzling blade strike. The razor-sharp Zanpakuto sliced upward from the serpent demon's abdomen, cleaving its entire torso in two. As countless sparks scattered, 2 crimson flames burst from the cut, instantly engulfing the bisected corpse. Lian stood amidst the dual flames, the flickering firelight casting shifting shadows across his face. His gaze remained fixed on the serpent demon's remains, ready to strike again if necessary to ensure its complete destruction. Lin Qiye stared at the black-clad figure standing within the inferno and finally understood why Lian referred to himself as an interim Shinigami, truly was a god who brought death. Ding. Experience 1,500. As Lian watched the experience bar surge after leveling up, he exhaled deeply. His mission was finally accomplished. A single feigned death of the serpent demon's offspring could rival half a building in value. This thought flashed through his mind. Recalling the earlier battle with the Ghost Mask King, he had only secured a single kill and gained 1,500 experience points. Reflecting on it now, he realized how inexperienced he had been back then, as the experience points he earned from a Chuan-level mystery were equivalent to those from a Qi-level mystery. He'll have to take matters into my own hands, he thought to himself. Just watching from the sidelines is too much of a loss. This second showdown with Li Yifei's serpent demon calls for a more ruthless approach. I originally planned to leave him with a breath of life, but now it seems half a breath will suffice. Lin Qiye glanced at the person before him and couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get those clothes you're wearing?" "This forbidden ruin works like that," Lian replied nonchalantly. "First it gives a blade, then a sheath, and now even clothing. Makes sense, doesn't it?" "Makes sense." Lin Qiye furrowed his brows slightly. "This seems more like a forbidden artifact than a forbidden ruin." Lian's lips curled into a faint smile. "It makes perfect sense. Look," as he spoke, he stowed away the forbidden ruin, and the death god's outfit along with the Zanpakuto vanished instantly, revealing the blood-soaked school uniform underneath. At that moment, the 3 corpses of the Nanda serpent demon turned to ashes in the flames. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, gripping their weapons, arrived at the scene. They stood dumbfounded at the chaotic music room, staring at the unscathed Lin Qiye and Lian. "Where's the serpent demon's main body?" Hong Ying scanned the area. Lin Qiye replied calmly, "Everywhere." "What?" Si Xiaonan exclaimed in shock, instinctively tightening her grip on her blade and scanning her surroundings warily. "It's already turned to smoke and ash." "Whoa, smoke and ash. That's intense." Hong Ying casually planted her spear on the floor and reached out to twist Lin Kai's ear. "You little punk, just a bit of progress and you're already getting cocky? Scaring people for fun now." "It wasn't me." Lin Qiye dodged nimbly. "It was all Lian. He took down the serpent demon in just 2 strikes and burned the body to ashes." Hong Ying skeptically eyed Lian. "You've gotten that strong, huh? When we're back, let's have a match." Lian nodded in agreement, wanting to use the opportunity to gauge his current strength. But there was a more pressing matter at hand. The sparring can wait. The serpent demon isn't fully dealt with yet. This one that's dead probably wasn't the serpent demon's main body, Lin Qiye mused. It died far too easily, almost as if it wanted to die on purpose. He couldn't help but view Lian in a new light. While Lin Qiye had spent his time at school avoiding intense combat and piecing together the mystery bit by bit, Lian had managed to maintain sharp judgment even in the midst of a fierce fight. It was no small feat. Lin Qiye looked around at everyone. "I have a theory, hear me out." Night fell quietly. In the lobby of the senior high school's second-year building, Li Yifei was animatedly recounting his experiences to an attentive audience. Meanwhile, Qingyu reclined on a chair by the back door of the classroom, eyes closed, lost in thought. Just then, Lin Qiye and Lian pushed the door open. Seeing everyone gathered around Li Yifei, the two exchanged a knowing glance and nodded. "The problem's been resolved. You can all leave now," Lin Qiye announced. "Li Yifei, come over here." Li Yifei darted out of the crowd, eyes gleaming as he looked at the two. "So how did it go?" Li Yifei looked at Lian with eager anticipation. "I did well, right? Can I join the Night Watchers now?" Lian smiled, but without warning, he suddenly punched Li Yifei square in the chest. "Nice try, Baida Igu." With a dull thud, Li Yifei's body shot backward like a cannonball, crashing through the glass door behind him. Amidst a shower of shattered glass, he spun through the air and landed heavily on the empty ground outside the school building. The hall fell into a dead silence. Students and teachers stared in stunned disbelief, their wide eyes filled with fear as they looked at Lian, terrified they might be next. Only Qingyu remained calm, rising slowly from his seat and walking to the window. With an indifferent expression, he looked down at the disheveled Li Yifei sprawled on the ground. Lin Qiye maintained his gentle smile and reassured the frightened crowd. "It's all right, everyone. Just stay here and don't move." At the same time, Lian flexed his wrists, a chilling smile on his face as he leaped through the jagged hole in the glass. Ah, that hurts. Li Yifei groaned as he sat up, clutching his chest in confusion. Lian, why did you hit me? But look, I'm fine. Doesn't that mean I've awakened my forbidden ruin too, just like you guys? Lian advanced toward him step by step, each step radiating an oppressive aura. No, Li Yifei, you didn't awaken a forbidden ruin. I hit you because you are the Nanda Naga. What? In the Nanda Naga? Li Yifei's face turned pale with panic. That's impossible. You've got it wrong. Qiye, help me explain. Lin Qiye stepped out through the broken glass, his tone laced with intrigue. Nanda Naga, your flaws are too obvious. I'm curious. So how did you manage to make Li Yifei completely unaware that he's the Naga? Qiye, what nonsense are you talking about? Li Yifei? I'm not some Naga. Li Yifei shouted, his voice hoarse with desperation. Lian stopped in front of him, drawing his Zanpakuto sword. Holding it firmly with both hands, he raised it horizontally across his chest. His gaze locked onto Li Yifei, filled with the predatory amusement of a hunter. Enough talk, he said without turning his head, addressing Lin Qiye. I'm taking action now. With a swift slash, Lian deliberately refrained from using any skills. His goal was to force the Nanda Naga to reveal its true form. Although he trusted Lin Kai's judgment, he was careful not to expose his knowledge about the Naga's water-based nature. Considering the presence of a highly intelligent observer like Qingyu, he opted for a more cautious approach. Clang. The Zanpakuto sword clashed against a suddenly revealed claw, sparks flying. Since you've cornered me so relentlessly, don't blame me for showing my true form. The figure, driven to desperation, finally revealed its monstrous nature. The Nanda serpent demon revealed its true form under Lian's blade. Its thick, coiled body rose in the air, claws slicing sharp arcs through the space, forcing Lian to step back. Its golden snake eyes burned with fury, while its massive tail lashed restlessly against the ground. The power of Lian's earlier strikes had left deep scars on the demon's body, and even though it had feigned death to escape, the wounds still seared with unbearable pain, as if scorched by flames. Dropping the act now, huh? Lian effortlessly dodged the serpent's claws and sheathed his blade. A black, deathly aura enveloped him instantly, cloaking his entire body. He looked at the disheveled Nanda serpent demon before him, almost laughing out loud. You don't think you're clever, do you? Setting traps and all? The serpent demon growled through gritted teeth. Fine. I had planned to keep lying low, but you meddling night watchers saw through my disguise. Seems like I won't be able to escape today unless I take care of you two brats first. Before its words finished echoing, the serpent demon's tail coiled violently, and its entire body turned into a shadow, lunging at Lian. Yet, midway through its attack, it suddenly shifted direction, moving at a speed far beyond what it had displayed during the earlier battle in the art building. It streaked straight toward the students and teachers inside the academic building. This was its desperate gambit. Continuing a direct confrontation with Lian would mean certain death, but taking hostages might offer a slim chance of survival. Though Lian had anticipated that the serpent demon had lost its will to fight, he hadn't expected it to abandon escape and instead target innocent bystanders. What surprised him even more was that the demon dared to expose its back to him. Did it truly believe its speed was flawless and unbeatable? Shuanpa activated. Lian effortlessly closed the distance with the shadowy serpent. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed Fuzon. The Nanda serpent demon never expected that the speed it had poured all its energy into would be so insignificant in Lian's eyes. It turned hastily, raising its claws to block the massive strike, but it was too late. The fiery slash engulfed its upper body in a wave of flames. Swish! Its clawed arms flew from the fire and fell to the ground, transforming into smoldering flames. Though the serpent demon had lost both arms, it used the momentum of the strike to propel itself forward, its tail surging with force as it broke through the fire and made another desperate dash toward the academic building. Lian immediately followed with another Shuanpa, his Zanpakuto piercing the serpent demon's tail and pinning it to the ground. Yet, in a shocking move, the demon severed its own body, abandoning the nailed section of its tail to continue its frenzied charge toward the crowd. Bakuto number 12, Fuho. For the first time, Lian used this soul range technique. Spiritual energy condensed in his hands into a crimson light whip, which shot forth like lightning and coiled precisely around the fleeing serpent demon. The moment the light whip ensnared the serpent, it was as if it had been thrown into a blazing furnace. Its entire body was enveloped in searing heat, and it let out a blood-curdling scream. Qiye now. Throughout the intense chase and battle, Lin Qiye had vigilantly positioned himself as a barrier between the serpent demon and the students and teachers, ready to intervene should the demon attempt to harm the innocent. At this moment, he gripped the handle of the straight blade on his back, a confident, victorious smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. In the darkness, Lin Qiye felt the power bestowed upon him by the starry night dancer. enhancing his physical capabilities to 5 times their daytime strength. Watching the Nanda snake demon writhing and struggling before him, he knew that while Lian was undoubtedly formidable, he himself was no longer an ordinary opponent. Unlike Lian, who was accustomed to wielding his blade in combat, Lin Qiye always carried his sword on his back. With a sudden forward lunge, he unleashed a devastating overhead draw strike. The pale blue straight blade sliced through the snake demon's chest, inflicting damage far surpassing that of the encounter at the art building. The snake demon's chest cavity was completely torn open, and as it thrashed violently, its organs spilled out. Not giving the snake demon a chance to react, Lin Qiye gripped his blade with both hands and delivered a swift upward slash aimed at its neck. The cold gleam of the blade was followed by the snake demon's menacing head soaring into the air before crashing into a nearby flower bed. Blood gushed forth, drenching Lin Qiye from head to toe, leaving his school uniform indistinguishable from Li Lian's attire. At the window, and Qingyu, who had maintained a stoic expression throughout the battle, witnessed the entire scene. It wasn't until the snake demon's head fell into the flower bed that a flicker of uncontrollable fervor crossed his eyes. At that moment, the system notification sounded, Level 1. Immediately afterward came the Shirkai unlock prompt. Shirkai unlocked. Shirkai phrase. All things, all phenomena, reduced to ashes. Ryujin Jakka. However, the system promptly issued a warning. The host's current level is too low. Prolonged use of Shirkai may result in adverse effects. Please use with caution. Li Lian silently calculated his level progression. Finally, level 10, but why hadn't he felt the transformation of spiritual power from the Lantern Realm to the Pool Realm? He quickly figured it out. He had obtained his Zanpakuto at level 1, which meant he wouldn't reach the Pool Realm until level 11. Level 10 was still the peak of the Lantern Realm. He muttered to himself, first time having a system cheat in 2 lifetimes, it's natural to be unfamiliar. But what are these adverse effects of Shirkai? Could it be that insufficient spiritual power would cause Ryujin Jakka to drain me dry? He'll need to experiment properly after this is over. Can't afford to collapse during a fight. Lin Qiye flicked the blood off his blade and sheathed it on his back. In a low voice, he murmured, I'm sorry. Li Fei, let's meet again at the psychiatric hospital. At the school gate, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, who had been waiting idly, were startled at the sight of the two approaching. Li Lian's school uniform was so bloodstained that its original color was unrecognizable, and his face was marked with blood streaks, though he wore a faint, enigmatic smile. Lin Qiye, on the other hand, looked as though he had been pulled from a pool of blood, his body soaked in crimson, a sight both shocking and gruesome. Are you two okay? The girls asked nervously. We're fine, Lin Qiye replied, shaking his head, though his mind was filled with questions. He couldn't help but glance at Li Lian again, thinking, with Li Lian's strength, the snake demon shouldn't have had the chance to get close to him. Why did it end up being Lin Qiye who delivered the final blow? It was as if the situation had been deliberately orchestrated, even employing a binding skill he had never seen before. Could it be that Li Lian knew he could confine slain mysteries to the psychiatric hospital? Or could he read Lin Kai's mind? Perhaps he could even foresee the future? Li Lian seemed to sense his doubts and explained as they walked, just experimenting with a new application of the Forbidden Ruins. Of course, I held back. I'm on good terms with Li Yifei and couldn't bring myself to do it. As for mind reading, I'm a substitute Shinigami, not some parasitic worm deity's agent. Foreseeing the future is even less likely. I don't have any time-related abilities, just a talent for cutting things. He paused before adding, asking too many questions is rude. I haven't even asked why your physical strength increases at night. That doesn't seem related to Michael's abilities, does it? Lin Qiye chuckled inwardly. Can't bring yourself to do it? You sly old fox, I don't believe a word you say. Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan stood at the school gate waiting to pick them up, feeling both amused and exasperated as they took in the stark contrast between the 4 approaching figures. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan looked neat and composed, as if they had just taken a casual stroll. In contrast, Li Lian and Lin Qiye were covered in blood, resembling warriors who had just emerged from the depths of hell. Si Xiaonan, sensing the odd atmosphere, quickly hid behind Lin Qiye and slyly smeared some of the blood from his clothes onto her own face, worried that others might think she hadn't contributed much. Meanwhile, Hong Ying wore a bright, carefree smile. It was her first time encountering such an easy mission, as her spear hadn't even touched blood. So, how was your first mission? Chun Mui's usually cold demeanor softened with a faint smile. The performance of these 2 newcomers had genuinely impressed him. Li Lian had displayed incredible combat prowess, like a god of war, single-handedly taking down most of the snake demon's offspring and severely injuring the snake demon itself. Although the snake demon had faked its death and escaped in the end, Li Lian's strength was undeniable. Lin Qiye, on the other hand, had shown composure and quick thinking, handling issues adeptly during reconnaissance, remaining calm amidst the chaos, and ultimately slaying the Nanda snake demon with his own hands. It was okay, just a bit exhausting, Lin Qiye replied, glancing at Chun Mai. By the way, I met a really smart person on campus. He's interested in joining the Night Watchers. I was wondering if... Qiye, you know the Night Watchers aren't that kind of organization? Chunmai interrupted. All right then, Lin Qiye said, dropping the subject. It was a favor he had agreed to for in Qingyu after the snake demon was dealt with. For some reason, he found it hard to refuse the requests of the astute young man. Since Chunmai had declined, however, there was nothing more he could do. Nearby, Lian chuckled quietly to himself. He had done much more for Qingyu than anyone might imagine. He hadn't even cremated the Nanda snake demon's corpse, nearly breaking character in the process. The demon's severed head was something he had deliberately preserved for Qingyu. All right, professionals will handle the aftermath from here. Let's head back to the agency, Chunmai announced. I'll cook personally to celebrate your success. How are they going to clean up, though? Lian went overboard. There's blood all over the ceiling. Si Xiaonan teased. Not as bad as someone who didn't even dodge when blood sprayed all over their head just to look cool, Lian shot back. Shut up, Lin Qiye retorted. The group burst into laughter. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan egged them on from the sidelines, playfully encouraging the two to settle their banter with a fight. Lian, however, knew deep down that after today's battle, he and Lin Qiye had truly become friends. In the distance, the voyeur Lung Xian raised his camera and snapped another photo. As the image developed, he smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. Another one for the collection. Back at the peace agency, Lian and Lin Qiye washed off the blood and changed into clean clothes. When they emerged, the rest of Team 136 was already gathered around the dining table. Chunmai had just set down the final dish when his phone rang. What? The snake demon's head is missing? Chen Mui's brows furrowed. It's fine. Maybe some curious students or teachers at the school hid it. Anyway, with the Wu Jie void in place, they can't take it out of the area. When you use Dream Murmur to erase their memories, you'll find out who hid it. This sentence lingered in the air, leading to an explanation of Dream Murmur, a forbidden artifact capable of replacing memories with dreams. It was often used to erase witnesses' memories or extract information during interrogations. Lin Qiye noticed Li Lian's unusual behavior. He was fully aware that the head of the Nanda snake demon had been picked up by Qingyu, which was likely the key to Li Lian's awakening of his forbidden relic. Taking advantage of the moment when no one else was around, Lin Qiye tugged at Li Lian's sleeve and whispered, Li Lian, why didn't you cremate the head this time? Forgot, Li Lian replied curtly. Lin Qiye silently grumbled to himself. Yeah, right, keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep this up. After several rounds of drinks, the group was full and the gathering gradually dispersed. Only Wu Xiangnan was left behind to wash the dishes alone as punishment for the grave sin of arguing with the captain in the car. At that moment, Li Lian mysteriously pulled Lin Qiye towards the forbidden relic testing grounds. What are we doing here? Lin Qiye asked, perplexed. I've got something amazing to show you, Li Lian said excitedly. I'm a decent man, you know? Lin Qiye raised his voice. Keep it down. Who isn't decent here? Li Lian quickly hushed him. I've awakened a new forbidden relic ability, but I'm not sure about its power. I need to borrow your eyes for a test. Why not ask the captain and the others? Because I trust you. How are you this ungrateful? This is my trump card obviously. The fewer people who know, the better. With a thought, Li Lian's body was instantly covered in a black outfit resembling the Shinigami uniform, complete with a Zanpakuto at his waist, featuring a brown scabbard and a purple-wrapped hilt. Qiye, are you ready? Lin Qiye's eyes glowed a brilliant golden hue. To his surprise, the black outfit completely blocked his X-ray vision. During their earlier battle with the Nanda snake demon, his focus had been entirely on the enemy, so he hadn't noticed this unique property. Lin Qiye gave a thumbs up to signal he was ready. Li Lian drew his Zanpakuto, and a searing domain of heat instantly spread out. He held the blade horizontally in the air and uttered the release command. All things returned to ashes. Ryujin Jakka. In an instant, blazing flames engulfed Li Lian and his weapon, forming a massive fireball around him within a half-meter radius. The intense heat distorted the air, and the blinding light forced Lin Qiye to squint. At this moment, Li Lian resembled a blazing sun. However, this immense power came at a great cost to Li Lian himself. For the first time since awakening his system, he felt an overwhelming heat. Sweat evaporated the moment it appeared, and the water in his body rapidly depleted. Ryujin Jakka continuously drained his spiritual energy, but fortunately, the Shinigami uniform replenished it quickly. The sensation of energy flowing in and out of his body was akin to a pool being filled and drained simultaneously, uncomfortable in the extreme. Without the support of the Shinigami uniform, he could only maintain the Shurkai state for 40 seconds at most. With the uniform's energy recovery and conservation effects, he could last up to a minute. No wonder the system had unlocked the outfit first. It was to prevent him from burning himself out. Qiye, I'm going to test one strike. Watch closely, Li Lian warned. Then, he slashed horizontally at a target 15 meters away. A 5-meter-wide wave of flames surged forward, instantly reducing the target to ashes and continuing for another 10 meters before dissipating. This strike didn't consume any additional spiritual energite. Seemed that these 30-meter fire waves were a basic attack effect in the Shirkai state. Lian tested another strike, and the outcome was the same. Sensing his energy nearing depletion, he decided to test the power of a skill in the Shirkai state one last time. As he sheathed his blade, the surrounding flames dimmed slightly, and the temperature dropped. Taking a deep breath, he assumed an Hado stance. Flame slash. A 10-meter-wide arc of fire roared forth, covering a distance of 50 meters and leaving a 10-meter-long charred scar on the wall of the testing grounds. With a bang, Lian's spiritual energy was fully exhausted, and both Ryujin Jakka and the Shinigami uniform disappeared. His legs gave out, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Severely dehydrated, his lips were cracked, and his cheeks hollowed. In a hoarse voice, he called for help. Help? Qiye, get me some water. Before he could finish, Lian passed out from dehydration. As he lost consciousness, one final thought flashed through his mind next time. Drink plenty of water before activating Shirkai. When Lian opened his eyes, the familiar hospital ceiling came into view. A pristine white sheet covered him, and an IV needle was inserted into his left hand. His entire body felt as if it had been disassembled into parts, utterly weak. His throat burned fiercely, as though countless tiny blades were scraping back and forth, his mouth so dry that not a single drop of saliva could be produced, and his stomach churned uncomfortably. This sensation was all too familiar, momentarily reminding him of the state he was in the first time he traveled through dimensions. As he pondered this, a voice broke the silence. You're awake? The familiar line made Lian's heart tighten. Before he could sort out his thoughts, another voice shouted, Captain! Vice Captain! Lian's awake. So, he was still in the world of the god-slaying realm. Lian let out a quiet sigh of relief. Soon, a stern face appeared in his line of sight. It was the leader of Squad 136, Chunmai. His usually serious eyes now carried a hint of worry. Lian wanted to speak, but even moving his lips was a struggle. All he could manage was a faint in response. Don't talk. Xiaonan carefully moistened his lips with a cotton swab dipped in warm water and explained, You're severely dehydrated. Even your lips are stuck together. Your vocal cords are damaged, but it's nothing serious. I can fix it. The most urgent thing right now is to rehydrate you. She continued, When Lin Qiye carried you in, I was terrified. By all accounts, someone who lost that much fluid should have been dead already. I have no idea how you managed to hang on. Aside from giving you 4 fluids, there wasn't much else I could do. Now that you're awake, you need to drink plenty of water. Lian endured the searing pain in his throat and forced out 2 words with difficulty. Thank you. Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Lin Qiye. If it weren't for him, you'd be long dead from dehydration. Xiaonan felt his forehead to check for a fever. Relieved there was none, she said, I'll go get you some water. Once you've had enough, I can start treating you. Lian gave a slight nod. Chunmai, seeing that he was temporarily out of danger, relaxed a little but quickly tensed up again. His brows furrowed, and his sharp gaze locked onto the bedridden Lian. You little brat, once you can stand, you'd better give us a proper explanation about how you ended up like this. Also, the wall in the Forbidden Void Lab is your responsibility to fix. If you can't get it done, you might as well stay in that hospital bed for another month. Time fast forwards to later, when a fully recovered Lian, wearing a hat made of folded newspaper, was diligently using a roller brush to apply white paint to the damaged wall. Lin Qiye sat on the floor nearby, holding a large bottle of water. Watching the busy Lian, he asked, So, you're saying even you don't know how things got this bad? Exactly, Lian replied without turning around, continuing to paint. This move is something I just learned. How was I supposed to know the side effects would be this severe? If you hadn't been there, I probably would have killed myself with it. Since being healed by Xiaonan, Lian was assigned by Chun Mai to paint the walls. Although the other damages caused by his blade had been repaired, this wall painting punishment still fell on him, clearly meant to serve as a profound lesson. Standing in front of the modeled wall, Lian recalled the experience of his Shirkai and couldn't help but shudder. He had thought it would only consume spiritual energy, but he hadn't expected it to deplete a significant amount of water from his body. It seems my strength is lacking, and my control over Ryujin Jakka is still far from adequate, he reflected. It's like a double-edged sword hurting the enemy, but also costing me greatly. Even so, the immense power Shirkai brought was something he couldn't stop yearning for. Despite the severe side effects at this stage, as a trump card in life-and-death situations or a means to temporarily boost combat strength, it was undeniably a valuable asset. Thinking of the impending attack on the recruit training camp by the ancient god cult, Lian gripped the brush in his hand tightly. The enemies this time would likely be more formidable than in the original storyline, but with Shirkai as his ace, he had at least a slightly better chance of success. Maybe with more practice, I can improve my control over Shirkai, he thought as he painted the wall. Even if I can hold on just a little longer or reduce the side effects slightly, it would be significant progress. Hey, reckless guy, drink more water, Lin Qiye approached, placing a large bottle of water on the ground. Xiaonan specifically reminded me to tell you drinking more water is good for your body. Got it, Lian replied. By the way, the captain said he wants to see us after I finish this task. Then why don't you hurry up and help me? Nope, that's not my assignment, Lin Qiye said with a mischievous grin. Besides, you look like you're enjoying yourself. Lian gritted his teeth, his movements unconsciously speeding up. In my past life, I was a construction laborer, mixing cement for half my life. I thought things would get better after crossing over, but here I am, back to my old trade. By the way, Lin Qiye suddenly added, when you're wearing that black outfit, even my eyes can't see through you. Death God robes can block X-ray vision? Lian's eyes lit up. Another unexpected benefit. When the two arrived at Chunmai's office, they found the captain focused on jotting things down in a small notebook. Come in, Chunmai called out, and the two stepped into the room. The new recruit training will begin in just a few days, Chunmai said, looking up at them. So soon. Lian suddenly realized he had already spent over a month in the Divine Slayer world. For the next half hour, Chunmai, like a nagging father, meticulously went over every detail of their preparations from the training location in Shangjing City to the rules of the closed management system, from the quality of daily necessities to the need for warm clothing and medicine. He even reminded them to book lower bunks on the train. Did you remember everything I just said? Yes. Lin Qiye nodded emphatically, a warm feeling welling up inside him. Once, his world had been limited to a small family, but now it had unknowingly expanded so much. Make sure to buy the train tickets for tomorrow while you're out shopping, Chunmai continued. It's better to arrive early so you can pick your dormitory. Don't worry about the money, I'll give the bank card to Hongying. Just make sure to buy quality items. Noticing the almost affectionate look Chunmai gave Lin Qiye, Lian couldn't help but protest, raising his hand. Captain, why didn't you ask if I remembered? I feel like I'm being discriminated against again. You're so biased toward Lin Qiye. Of course. What's there to like about a reincarnated husky like you? All you ever do is cause chaos. Chunmai snapped impatiently. Have you finished painting the wall? Yes. Then did you remember everything I just said? No. Lian immediately pulled out a notebook from his Soul Society storage. Captain, let me take notes. A good memory is no match for a bad pen, right? Exactly. A sly glint flashed in Chen Mui's eyes. After this, while Qiye and Hongying go shopping, you'll come with me to the training ground. Lian was initially thrilled. Huh. Does that mean I don't have to go shopping with Sister Hongying and get to spar with the captain instead? This is like a pie falling from the sky. He then excitedly exclaimed. Thank you, Captain. The training ground echoed with the relentless clash of metal. Lian and Chunmai had been sparring the entire afternoon without resorting to their forbidden powers. Their exchanges were sharp and intense, a true match of equals as blades gleamed in the air. It wasn't until Lin Qiye returned with Hongying and Si Xiaonan from their shopping trip that the gates of the training ground finally opened. Lian was drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging to his body as he guzzled water from a large bottle, only for fresh sweat to bead on his skin moments later. Chunmai didn't fare much better, his towel soaked through and dripping as it hung around his neck. The duel had been nothing short of extraordinary. In pure swordsmanship, the two were evenly matched. While Lian lacked Chen Mui's sheer strength, his tenacity was astonishing. Like a persistent leech, he clung to Chunmai, fighting relentlessly all afternoon. Chunmai had initially intended to teach the younger man a lesson, but found himself unable to overpower him with physical skills alone. When he suggested using forbidden powers to settle things, Lian cleverly declined. Look at me, I'm practically skin and bones. Lian exaggeratedly pointed to his face. I'm still recovering. Asking me to go all out? That's murder. I'm not doing it. At that moment, Lin Qiye appeared, weighed down by a mountain of shopping bags of various sizes. The sight was so comical that both Lian and Chunmai burst out laughing. Lian couldn't help but feel grateful for choosing to train with his blade rather than accompany the women on their shopping spree. It was definitely less exhausting than an afternoon of sparring with the captain. Lin Kai's expression was one of utter despair. What was supposed to be a simple task of buying supplies for their training had turned into a shopping nightmare. To make matters worse, their first stop had been a women's clothing street, where he was even forced to try on a pink dress. At this point, he'd rather be sweating it out in the training ground like Lian than enduring the torture of visiting lingerie stores. Lian, come here. Hongying's voice suddenly rang out. We got your stuff, too. She pointed to a pile of yellow bedding and a matching suitcase, grinning as she explained. Qiye got the Peppa Pig pink set, so we picked SpongeBob yellow for you. But if you'd prefer Peppa Pig, I'm sure Qiye would be happy to trade. SpongeBob's awesome. Lian responded enthusiastically. A man's heart stays young forever. The group bustled about, dividing up the supplies amid laughter and chatter. Meanwhile, Chunmai quietly slipped away to the kitchen, a faint smile on his face. He seemed to have forgotten one small detail: all of these purchases had been charged to his card. Lian, however, knew well that Lin Qiye wouldn't be leaving Songnan City, making the winter supplies entirely unnecessary. But since Lin Qiye had already begun to suspect him of foreseeing the future, Lian decided to tread carefully even in trivial matters. After all, it wasn't costing him any effort or money. Spending an afternoon sparring with the captain was far more worthwhile. Feigning ignorance, he silently commended his own acting skills. In the month he had spent with Squad 136, Lian had experienced a warmth and camaraderie had never known in his 2 lifetimes. This bond filled his heart with a deep and comforting warmth. Every member of Squad 136 had a distinct personality. Hong Ying appeared tough on the outside but was soft at heart. Si Xiaonan was quirky and mischievous, yet carried a gentle demeanor. Lung Xian's cold exterior concealed his habit of peeking at others, and when Kimo's naturally small eyes often gave people the impression he was squinting. Meanwhile, as the captain and vice-captain, Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan had long become the backbone of Squad 136. For the protagonist, spending time with Lin Qiye, old Zhao who was now a slacker in the Soul Realm, and everyone in the squad brought an undeniable sense of warmth and belonging. Though they occasionally held grudges or acted petty, to him, these individuals were no longer just characters in a novel but real, living people with emotions, flaws, and depth. This bond strengthened his resolve to grow stronger, could not afford to lose them. The new recruit training camp was the perfect opportunity to improve his skills. The next morning, outside the train station, Lin Qiye dragged 2 massive suitcases, while Lian carried only a small backpack, making their contrasting travel preparations all the more glaring. "Where's your luggage?" Lin Qiye asked, a vein visibly twitching on his forehead. Lian, cigarette dangling from his lips, mumbled, "I've got somewhere to stash it. You know that. Then stash mine too." Daga, Kotawaru. What does that mean? It means, I refuse. Maybe you should learn a foreign language, it wouldn't hurt. Ever since Lian was saved by Lin Qiye from almost becoming a dried-up corpse, their relationship had grown rapidly, with playful banter becoming a daily occurrence. They were as close as college roommates, one step away from becoming sworn brothers, or, perhaps, father and son. "All right, you 2 brats, hurry up and get inside before you miss your train," Chunmai said, giving them a shove. The entire Squad 136 had come to see them off. After all, it was their first time traveling far, and who wouldn't worry about their own kids? Inside the waiting area, Lin Qiye pulled out the train tickets and froze. "Lian, isn't our train in the afternoon? You bought the tickets, why are you asking me? Then why did the captain and the others send us here so early?" Waiting 8 hours for a train is totally normal. Parents in Daxiao do this all the time. As the 2 of them waited in the station, the squad members who had come to send them off were driving back to the Peace Affairs office. Wu Xiangnan played a farewell song, and the mood in the car turned somber. Suddenly, Chun Mui's phone rang. "Hello. Yes, this is Chun Mai." His expression shifted from confusion to disbelief. "The new recruit training is being held in Songnan this year? The base is already built? They can start tomorrow?" Hanging up, Chun Mai turned to the team. "The new recruit training camp is being held in Songnan, right on the outskirts of our city." Screech. Wu Xiangnan slammed on the brakes, causing everyone to lurch forward. Si Zionan's head hit the seat in front of her, and her eyes welled up. "Vice Captain, what are you doing?" "Sorry, Xiaonan. But the most important thing now is Lian and Lin Qiye have already entered the train station." "Damn it. Turn around. We need to get those 2 brats back." Lian, however, had foreseen this. There was no way the night watch would let Lin Qiye leave Songnan. They'd sooner move the training camp to the city than allow him to go. When Squad 136 finally retrieved Lin Qiye from the station, he was utterly exasperated. This was nothing short of a prank. When Shima tried to console him, "Look at it this way. We can still visit you guys occasionally. Isn't that a good thing? Training in Songnan is practically like staying home. With restricted access, we can't even get in," Wu Xiangnan retorted, leaving Wen Qima momentarily speechless. "At least the daily necessities you bought will come in handy. Thick blankets and down jackets in Kangnan's climate?" "Shut up." Chinmai glanced at the pile of winter gear. His heart Kinjit had all been purchased with his money. After a moment of silence, he carefully asked, "Chia, do you remember where we bought all this yesterday? Should we see if we can return it?" Lin Qiye and Lian trudged along the rugged dirt road, each dragging 2 exaggeratedly styled suitcases. Under the sunlight, the pink Hello Kitty and Peppa Pig suitcases stood out starkly against the yellow Pikachu and Raichu ones. "Lian, why aren't you using your ability to store the luggage this time?" Lin Qiye asked, turning his head. "The captain said we should always keep our cards close to our chest," Lian replied, wiping the sweat off his forehead. "We're almost at the camp. Can't reveal our abilities." "I heard the training camp has limited supplies," Lian grinned. "I didn't want to run out of cigarettes, so I emptied the captain's smoking cabinet." "Just cigarettes? Didn't you take anything else?" "Relax. As per your instructions, the Peace Affairs office warehouse is so empty now that even a rat would leave hungry," Lian said, patting his suitcase. "Even if we end up wandering outside for a year, I won't let you go hungry." This was a classic game of tit-for-tat. Chun Miue made Lian paint walls, so Lian emptied his cigarette cabinet. Chun Miue sent Lin Qiye to return goods across the entire Songnan city. So Lin Qiye had Lian clear out Squad 130 SXS warehouse. Everyone has their own grudges. Just then, old Zhao, the warehouse manager of the Soul Realm, stopped them in their tracks, staring at the familiar supplies and demanding in a stern tone. Tell me honestly, are you planning to flee and emptied out our squad's warehouse? No, no, no. I'm not. Don't accuse me. Li Lian waved his hands frantically. I asked you to take some supplies for emergencies. Who told you to empty the entire warehouse? Lin Qiye said exasperatedly. All right, I'll take the blame this time, Li Lian shrugged. Next time, you can take the fall. Before they could continue bickering, the distant roar of an engine grew louder. A camo-painted military SUV sped toward them, kicking up a cloud of dust, and screeched to a halt nearby. The window rolled down, revealing an officer who scrutinized the peculiar pair. As he glanced at their cartoon-themed luggage, the words Wulong and Fengchu, Crouching Dragon and Young Phoenix flashed through his mind. If Lung Xian knew about this comparison, he might have shed tears of joy. What are you two here for? The officer asked. New recruits for training, they replied. Arrived so quickly? We're locals from Tsangnan. The officer checked their IDs and then gestured to the back seat. Get in. They loaded their luggage into the trunk and climbed into the back seat. The drive was smooth, clearly prearranged. Upon reaching the entrance of the training camp, the officer dropped them off and let them proceed on their own. The large iron gate bore the words 039 New Recruit Training Base in bold lettering. Before long, a drill instructor emerged, eyeing the pair with a mix of surprise and curiosity. New recruits. What are your names? Lin Qiye. Li Lian. The instructor's expression shifted to one of enthusiasm. Oh, so it's you two. Lin Qiye felt a little uneasy at the sudden warmth. Is there a problem? No problem, the instructor said, shaking his head as he unlocked the heavy gate behind him. You two are the first to arrive. Come on in. Im Hong Hao, your instructor. Good day, instructor. Good, good. Just follow me. The training camp sprawled across a vast area, dotted with numerous buildings. Instructor Hong Hao, a cheerful and talkative man, led Lin Qiye and Li Lian through the various training facilities. From the physical training grounds to the mess hall, the shooting range, the mobility training field, and even the supply station, they toured nearly the entire camp. Along the way, all the other instructors gave the two of them curious, even peculiar, looks, prompting Lin Qiye to finally ask. Why is everyone looking at us like that? Instructor Hong chuckled as he explained. Agents of the Seraph and the Reaper are a rare sight. It used to be hard to even see one, and now we've got two in one day. Wouldn't you be curious? Have agents never joined the training camp before? Of course they have, Hong replied with a faint smile. The last divine agent to graduate from here is now the captain of the masked squad. The captain of the masked squad? Lin Qiye's eyes lit up. He had heard of this special squad during his time with Team 136. Which deity's agent is he? You'll find out in a couple of days, Hong said with a mysterious smile before pointing toward a cluster of buildings in the distance. That's the dormitory area. They're all double rooms, so feel free to pick one. Lin Qiye scanned the area carefully and quickly chose a room with the best lighting. Li Lian, want to share a room? Not a chance, Li Lian rejected him flatly. He detested Lin Kai's piercing eyes that seemed to see through everything, leaving no room for privacy. Stay away from me, and let me keep some personal space. All right, suit yourself. Li Lian chose the room furthest from Lin Qiye, carrying his Pikachu and SpongeBob plushies inside. The room was shockingly bare, 2 hard wooden beds, a single wooden cabinet in the middle, and 1 overhead light. That was it. Fortunately, the window was large and lacked any bars, which at least prevented the room from feeling like a prison cell. After setting up his bed, Li Lian lay down on the hard mattress, the familiar texture giving him an odd sense of comfort. He began contemplating his plans for the future. In just a few months, the new year would arrive, and the ancient god cult was bound to launch an attack, with their obvious targets being him and Lin Qiye. However, his current situation left him puzzled. The system seemed to only grant experience points during battles against the mysterious entities. No matter how much he sparred with Team 136, his blade skills improved, but his experience points remained stagnant. At this rate, won't I just stagnate for months? Li Lian frowned as he thought. If I can grow stronger through the system, why bother training? Could it be that the system has some specific conditions, like requiring me to view my opponent as an enemy? He recalled the storyline he knew and suddenly remembered the upcoming opening ceremony for the training camp. The masked squad would serve as opponents for the new trainees during the event. If he could gain experience points from that, it would confirm his theory. This was promising news. There would be plenty of enemies during the new year, providing the perfect opportunity to level up quickly. However, as he leveled up, the experience required for each upgrade would also increase. If experience could only be gained through battles with mysterious entities, his progress would inevitably slow down. The real issue was the lack of suitable opponents. Entities too weak provided negligible experience, while those too strong were impossible to defeat. Never mind. Practice makes perfect, Li Lian muttered, shaking his head. He'll start by sparring with the masked squad. If it doesn't work, there's more than one way to get stronger. Closing his eyes, he entered the Soul Society. Warehouse manager Old Zhao was still sorting through the massive stockpile of supplies Li Lian had brought over, a task he hadn't yet finished. Old Zhao, let's spar with swords. Li Lian called out enthusiastically. This time, let's use the Forbidden Ruins. You promised. Early in the morning, Li Lian strode to Lin Qiye's door with a large water bucket in one hand and a straw between his lips. Ever since he nearly succumbed to dehydration last time, he had developed the habit of carrying water with him at all times. Fortunately, the ample supply of bottled water in the Soul Society ensured he was never short. The dormitory building was eerily quiet. Besides the two of them, not a soul could be seen. Li Lian lightly knocked on Lin Qiye's door, intending to invite his roommate to the training grounds for a sparring session. Last night, he had faced Old Zhao in the Soul Society using the Forbidden Void. Though he still hadn't gained any experience points, he had long grown accustomed to it. When Lin Qiye, still half asleep, was dragged to the training ground and had a wooden sword thrust into his hand, his mind was barely functioning. Qiye, ready? Came Li Lian's voice. Ready for what? Lin Qiye mumbled groggily. Ready or not? Here I come. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Li Lian's wooden sword shot forward like a striking serpent, aiming straight for Lin Qiye's chest. The sharp whoosh of the blade cutting through the air broke the silence. Clack! The sound of wood colliding finally jolted Lin Qiye awake. What the? You ambushed me. Li Lian grinned. I didn't even go full force. Just waking you up a bit. Now I'm getting serious, so if you can't keep up, feel free to use those eyes of yours. Don't underestimate me. Bring it on. Half an hour later, the two of them sat side by side on the training ground, catching their breaths. Li Lian chugged water from his massive bucket, then thoughtfully handed Lin Qiye an open bottle of mineral water. Despite showing no mercy during their sparring, these small gestures hinted at his kindness. Lin Qiye hadn't managed to best Li Lian, but even after being struck multiple times by the wooden sword, he refrained from using the power of the mortal domain. Gradually, he began to notice that Li Lian's combat style bore a resemblance to Chen Mai's fierce, yet devoid of malice. There was a pure, straightforward quality to it. No flashy tricks, just precision and speed. Every strike was simple, yet always a fraction faster and more accurate than expected. Qiye, let's head to the supply station for some food later. The cafeteria's empty, I already checked, Li Lian suggested. All right. The two boys sat quietly, sipping their water, neither saying another word. In that moment, they both shared the same thought. If only every day could be as peaceful as this. In the distance, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang lowered his binoculars and turned to the instructor beside him. You saw that, didn't you? Yes. Their close combat skills. Impressive. Even without using the Forbidden Void, they surpass many of us instructors, the other instructor replied seriously. Especially that substitute Shinigami. His swordsmanship is beginning to take on a distinctive style. This so-called Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni, the Japanese Shinigami Watts his background. Yuan Gang rubbed his temples. This batch of recruits is going to be a handful. Make sure the Viserts are briefed so they're prepared. Wouldn't want them to get caught off guard. Understood. Li Lian and his companions returned to their dormitory drenched in sweat after collecting rations from the supply station. After a quick shower and hastily finishing a compressed biscuit, Li Lian lay on his bed, unable to fall asleep. It felt as though invisible ants were crawling all over him. Feeling restless, he decided to get up and look for Lin Qiye. When he pushed open the door to Lin Qiye's dorm, the scene before him left Li Lian utterly dumbfounded. Lin Qiye was lying on his bed, while a round, chubby guy had his face right next to Lin Qiye's feet and was even trying to shove his own feet toward Lin Qiye's face. Sorry to bother you. Li Lian instinctively backed out of the room and gently closed the door. But curiosity got the better of him, and he poked his head back in to confirm he wasn't imagining things. With a serious expression, he said, Qiye, don't worry. We're brothers, and he'll absolutely respect your preferences. My lips are sealed. With that, he quickly retracted his head. Li Lian, get back here. It's not what you think. Lin Qiye sprang up from the bed with a start and dashed to the door, yelling. After a brief chase, he managed to drag Li Lian back into the room and introduced him to the foot-sniffing roommate Bailey Tumming. As it turned out, chubby Bailey had been trying to sneak a gift under Lin Qiye's bed. When he got caught, he awkwardly claimed he was there to smell Lin Qiye's feet. The situation spiraled out of control, and in a desperate attempt to cover up his embarrassment, he even offered his own feet for Lin Qiye to smell. Although Li Lian knew this chubby guy was the reincarnation of a deity from the Great Xia dynasty, witnessing this bizarre moment made him slightly worried about whether he'd live to keep this secret. Qiye, I totally trust you, man. Li Lian solemnly raised 3 fingers in an exaggerated oath, his sincerity bordering on absurdity. Lin Qiye rolled his eyes in exasperation. Honestly, you'd seem more trustworthy if you didn't swear. Li Lian turned to Bailey Tumming with a cheerful grin and greeted him enthusiastically. So you're Kai's roommate. Guess we're going to be training together from now on. Before he finished speaking, Bailey Tumming pulled out a box of luxury watches, each worth hundreds of thousands to millions. The dazzling display left Li Lian momentarily stunned. This was Bailey Tumming's usual approach, gifting extravagant items as a way to build connections. In his world, giving gifts was the first step in social interactions. Noticing Lin Qiye's increasingly dark expression, Li Lian quickly pulled Bailey Tumming aside and lowered his voice. Brother, it's clear you've never been through the harsh lessons of the real world. Gift giving needs to be tailored to the person. You have to consider what they actually need. Bailey Tumming's eyes lit up at this advice. Was the first time someone had described him as coming from an ordinary family. Feeling quite pleased with his own acting skills, he eagerly replied, "Please, teach me, big brother." Li Lian glanced at Lin Qiye, whose face had grown even darker, and continued, "Qiye comes from a tough background. He wouldn't dare use something so expensive. Instead, you should give him something that can enhance his abilities, or maybe even your original." Before he could finish, Lin Qiye suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost, his eyes radiating murderous intent. "Li Lian, you scoundrel. Prepare to meet your end." Once again, chaos erupted, and Li Lian raised 3 fingers, solemnly swearing, "I will never bring up the foot-smelling incident again. If I do, may I turn into a dried corpse." Bailey Pang Pang stood off to the side, watching the two of them bicker. His eyes revealed a deep sense of envy. As the heir to his family, he had been surrounded by sycophants and flatterers since childhood, either elders or fawning subordinates. To this day, he had never had a friend with whom he could share a genuine connection on equal footing. Li Lian slung an arm around Bailey Pang Pang's shoulders and said with a grin, "Pang Pang, from today onward, you're my good brother. Since we're training together, it's fate. Besides, you're also Kai's roommate." "Really?" Bailey Pang Pang's eyes lit up, and he quickly pulled out a box containing an expensive watch. "Then you must accept this." "Idiot." Li Lian frowned. "Anyone who befriends you just for a gift, how could they be a true friend?" He looked at Bailey Pang Pang with a frustrated expression, as if lamenting his naivety. "You're a dignified heir, and you let money corrupt you like this?" Bailey Pang Pang looked puzzled. "Then what else is there? I've been taught since I was young that social etiquette is the foundation of society. A cigarette for a cigarette, tea for tea hats, just exchanging sincerity for sincerity, isn't it? You business people should understand the concept of equivalent exchange, right?" Li Lian countered. "Equivalent exchange? That's just a losing deal." Bailey Pang Pang replied confidently. Li Lian stared at him, dumbfounded. "Turns out I was too naive. No wonder you capitalists end up hanging from streetlights. It's the streetlights I feel sorry for." With that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him, muttering to himself about how there was no point in trying to reason with the rich. The more he thought about it, the more it reminded him of the bitterness of being exploited in his past life. Back in the dormitory, Li Lian noticed someone new tidying up a bed. "Hey there, handsome. Looks like we're roommates now. May I ask your name?" The other person paused what they were doing, turned to size Li Lian up, and, chewing gum, coldly replied, "Shen Qingzhu." "Whoa, a tough guy," Li Lian exclaimed, surprised to find himself rooming with the infamous Shen Qingzhu, known for always having 3 lackeys in tow. With a friendly smile, he said, Li Lian, let's look out for each other from now on. Don't think sharing a room makes us roommates," Shen Qingzhu said icily. "Do I know you well enough to look out for you?" Li Lian observed the still intact cool persona of Shen Qingzhu, who hadn't yet suffered any social humiliation. He thought to himself that this aloof attitude was clearly Shen Qingzhu's protective shield. "Are you part of some gang?" Li Lian teased in a playful tone. "No." Shen Qingzhu's forehead twitched in irritation, nearly breaking his composure. "Then why do you act so arrogant? You're pretty arrogant yourself." "Not at all, not at all." "Umph. Are you mocking me, kid?" Shen Qingzhu snapped. "If you've got the guts, meet me at the training grounds for a fight." "Bring it on." Li Lian agreed immediately. He knew that to become friends with someone like Shen Qingzhu, you either needed to build a bond over time or settle things with a good fight. One way or another, someone had to back down. Shen Qingzhu stood in the hallway, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. Li Lian, however, met his gaze without hesitation, calculating in his mind. This seemingly cold and unyielding roommate was, at his core, a loyal and emotional person, though wrapped in a thorny shell. Since they were going to live together, breaking through that shell was inevitable. While the two stood locked in a tense standoff, Lin Qiye and Bailey Pang Pang happened to pass by. "Li Lian, where are you off to?" Lin Qiye asked, noticing the excitement in Li Lian's expression. He glanced at Shen Qingzhu beside him. "And who's this?" "My roommate, Shen Qingzhu," Li Lian grinned. "We're heading to the trial arena to settle something. After all, every dorm needs a dorm leader." "A dorm with just 2 people needs a leader?" Lin Qiye asked, looking puzzled. "Enough with the chatter," Shen Qingzhu interrupted impatiently. "If we're going to fight, let's get on with it. My time is valuable." The two set off toward the training grounds, one leading and the other following. Lin Qiye and Bailey Pang Pang exchanged a glance and quickly tagged along. By the time they arrived, 3 of Shen Qingzhu's followers had already gathered on the sidelines, cheering him on. "Go, brother Shen. Take him down." Lin Qiye curiously observed the 3. You know Shen Qingzhu? Of course, he's our brother Shun. One of them, a young man with a similar appearance to the others, replied. Li Liang, this is my younger brother Li Jia, and that's Deng Wei. Though he answered, his gaze remained fixed on Shen Qingzhu. Just then, Li Pangpang leaned closer to Lin Qiye and whispered, that Shen Qingzhu isn't simple. His Forbidden Ruins is sequence 068, Qi Min. How do you know that? My family has connections, Li Pangpang said smugly. But people like you and Li Lian, as death's proxies, are always priority intel. He trailed off, noticing Lin Kai's darkened expression, and wisely shut his mouth. Meanwhile, far off in the teaching building, the chief training instructor, Yuan Gang, frowned as he observed the scene on the field. These troublesome Stedinsa pair of divine proxies, a young master from the Bailey family, and a highly dangerous Forbidden Ruins owner had all gathered together. He quickly instructed his subordinates. Those two seem like they're about to fight. Have the medical team ready. On the field, Li Lian and Shen Qingzhu stood 10 meters apart, their gazes locked in a silent battle, as if daring the other to blink first. How do you want to fight? Li Lian asked. No restrictions, Shen Qingzhu said with a faint smirk. All I need is a snap of my fingers to bring you down. You said it. Li Lian retorted, refusing to back down. Lin Qiye, toss a stone between us. When it hits the ground, we start. All right. Lin Qiye shook his head in exasperation, thinking to himself that these two were far from normal. If Li Lian could have heard Lin Kai's thoughts, he would have confidently responded. Just like the Scourge needs a Lich King, every dorm needs a dorm leader. Lin Qiye looked at the two men, their tense standoff escalating, and sighed helplessly as he picked up a small pebble from the ground. Are you two ready? I'm throwing the stone now, he called out. Go, Shun. You can do it, Shun. Li Lian showed no trace of fear as he faced Shen Qingzhu. He was confident he could press his blade to Shun's neck within a second. However, he hesitated to draw his weapon not out of arrogance, but because this duel felt like a classic scenario where a traditional mage faces off against a high-mobility assassin. And Li Lian was unmistakably the assassin in this case. His goal wasn't to crush Shen Qingzhu's pride, but to prove his own strength, so he had intended to take a more restrained approach. Li Lian, aren't you going to draw your blade? Lin Qiye asked, noticing Li Lian's delay in revealing his weapon. Shen Qingzhu's brow furrowed upon hearing this. You're holding back a blade? Do you think you can beat me without going all out? Li Lian faltered for a moment. That's not what I meant, Draw your blade. Shen Qingzhu cut him off sharply. Give it your all, or else you're underestimating me. Either way, the victory will be mine. Left with no other choice, Li Lian summoned his sheathed Ryujin Ruahua and rested it on his shoulder. Just so we're clear, this blade is part of my Forbidden Ruins power. Don't back out of the fight later and claim it's unfair. Enough with the chatter. Shen Qingzhu snapped impatiently, turning to Lin Qiye. Kid, throw the stone already. Lin Qiye shrugged and tossed the pebble into the air. The moment it hit the ground, Shen Qingzhu raised his right hand, poised to snap his fingers. A single snap would create a vacuum bubble within a 10-meter radius around Li Lian. In a vacuum, a person can survive no more than 16 seconds. Just as the deadly snap was about to sound, Li Lian activated his flash step. In a split second, he appeared behind Shen Qingzhu, pressing the sheathed Ryujin Ruahua firmly against his neck. What the hell? How is this guy so fast? Shen Qingzhu's hair stood on end, as though he had just brushed past death's door. Since reaching level 10, Li Lian's full-speed flash step had become so fast that even Lin Qiye, with his extraordinary dynamic vision, could barely keep up with his movements visually, let alone react physically. Even with the five-fold physical boost Lin Qiye gained at night, he could only just follow the trails of Li Lian's movements. For most people, tracking Li Lian's speed was utterly impossible. Unwilling to concede, Shen Qingzhu prepared to unleash his Forbidden Ruins power, Qi Min, planning to drain the air around him and create an opening to escape the blade's range. I wouldn't try that if I were you, Li Lian warned, sliding Ryujin Ruahua slightly out of its sheath. A wave of intense heat enveloped Shen Qingzhu instantly. Leaning closer, Li Lian spoke softly into his ear. You're not the only one whose Forbidden Ruins can create a vacuum. My flames can do the same. Of course, if you think forming an air barrier will work on me, go ahead and try. But, he paused for emphasis. I won't hold back. Shen Qingzhu slowly lowered his hand. Though proud, he wasn't foolish enough to gamble with his life. This opponent was not only incredibly fast, but also seemed to have an intimate understanding of his Forbidden Ruins power. Meanwhile, Shen knew almost nothing about him. The blade glinted coldly, exuding an aura of deadly intent that was impossible to ignore. A single bead of cold sweat rolled down Shen Qingzhu's neck as the edge of the knife pointed at him. He clenched his teeth, his Adam's apple moving as he swallowed hard, and muttered, I concede. Hearing this, Li Lian sheathed his knife, his stern demeanor instantly replaced by a grin. He patted Shen Qingzhu on the shoulder and said, That's the spirit. From now on, you're the dorm leader of our room, Boss Zhu. Got it. From now on in the dorm. Wait, what? Shen Qingzhu froze. Did you just say I'm the dorm leader? I even called you boss? And you still don't get it? Lian lowered his voice, facing away from the onlookers. Don't get cocky just because you won. You've still got underlings, you know. With that, he turned and walked toward Lin Qiye and Bailey Pangpang, shouting without looking back, Boss Zhu, don't forget to clean up the dorm later. I'm heading out first. Watching the three walk away, arms slung around each other, Shin Qingzhu couldn't help but smile faintly. That guy, he's something else. The trio wandered around the training base, familiarizing themselves with the various facilities. Lian paid special attention to the supply station and the warehouse, thinking these might be key areas for upcoming exams. After collecting their daily rations, they returned to the dormitory building. Pushing open the dormitory door, Lian noticed that Shin Qingzhu had already cleaned the room until it was spotless and was now waiting for him. Boss Zhu, haven't eaten yet, have you? Here, I've got some fresh rations compressed biscuits. Lian handed over the biscuits in his hand. Shin Qingzhu looked momentarily surprised but accepted the biscuits with a quiet, thank you. It's just a pack of biscuits, no need to thank me. They're from the supply station, free of charge anyway. Lian knew Shin Qingzhu wasn't just thanking him for the biscuits, but pretended not to notice. Seeing Shin Qingzhu's silence, Lian tried to strike up a conversation. Boss Zhu, where are you from? How'd you end up here? I used to be a temporary member of the Shui team in Shanjing. Oh, I see. I'm a local temp from Songnan. What about those 3 underlings of yours? Those guys. Shin Qingzhu's tone softened as he spoke of them. They just stubbornly stuck with me, even though this path isn't really suitable for them. They probably saw something in you that made them want to follow you, Lian said with a chuckle. Can you tell me more about the Shui team in Shanjing? And so, the 2 young men, who had only just met, found themselves engrossed in conversation. Shin Qingzhu, without realizing it, began to let his guard down and shared many thoughts he would normally keep to himself. By the time he noticed, he had revealed far more than he ever intended. By the end of the night, the 2 had become fast friends, sharing an easy camaraderie. Shin Qingzhu admired Lian's character, strong yet respectful, always addressing him as Boss Zhu whenever they spoke. Though it was just a nickname, it seemed to suit him well, and Shin Qingzhu had a feeling the name might stick. As for Lian, befriending Shin Qingzhu wasn't just about genuine connection, had his own plans in mind. If battling the masked squad could truly yield experience points, then he and Boss Zhu, as a Ferrandaire combo, would make a formidable team. Together, they might just deliver a physics-defying blow to the masked squad and leave them reeling in shock. Just as Shin Qingzhu and Lian were becoming friends, Lin Qiye's dorm room received an unexpected visitor. A young man dressed in black pushed the door open, playing with a string of prayer beads in his hand, his face cold and stern. His gaze locked onto Lin Qiye. You're Lin Qiye, right? Lin Qiye frowned slightly as he sized up the uninvited guest. I am. And you are? My name is Chao Yuan, the boy in black said, his tone suddenly becoming fervent. 2 trees stand tall, 8 gods leave as one, 10 years into the night, saving the world. It really is you. Chao Yuan's eyes lit up with an intense heat, and a strange green gleam flickered in his pupils, like a predator eyeing its prey. This sent a chill down Lin Qiye's spine, and he couldn't even fully catch what Chao Yuan had just muttered. You know me? I don't know you, but I know you're the noble one Master Jinshan spoke of. Before Lin Qiye could respond, Chao Yuan suddenly lunged forward and clung tightly to Lin Qiye's leg. My noble one, you must save me. Lin Qiye was utterly dumbfounded. This guy, who had just been exuding an aura of aloofness moments ago, had suddenly turned into this clingy figure. What baffled him even more was how exactly was he supposed to save him. At that moment, Bailey Pangpang walked in and witnessed the scene, and an inexplicable sense of crisis surged in his heart. After all, he hadn't even hugged Lin Qiye's leg yet. Executing a perfect sliding tackle, he successfully latched onto Lin Qiye's other leg, glaring fiercely at Chao Yuan. The situation became awkward, to say the least. Just then, Lian pushed the door open. Qiye. Pangpang. Draco said he wanted to introduce his. He froze mid-sentence, stunned by the bizarre tug-of-war scene before him. The 3 in the room were equally dumbfounded, their expressions mirroring Lian's. Lian was the first to recover. Pretending nothing had happened, he calmly stepped out and even thoughtfully closed the door behind him. I didn't see anything. Carry on. Lian, get back here. It's not what you think. Lin Qiye shouted hastily. After a round of chaos, the trio clinging to Lin Qiye's legs managed to drag Lian back into the dorm. Lian immediately raised 3 fingers, swearing, Lin Qiye, don't worry. I'll keep this a secret. And today's events too. I, Lian, am not the kind of person to gossip. Looking at Lian's solemn face, Lin Qiye felt like the veins on his forehead were about to pop. Even sparring with Chun Mai all morning hadn't been this exhausting. It was Lian's infuriatingly smug expression that truly drained him. Ah, so this is brother Chao Yuan, right? Lian said enthusiastically, grabbing Chao Yuan's hand. You're into our Qiye too? Don't worry, I fully respect your preferences. You don't need to see Pangpang as a rival. The three of you can be happy together. Lian, enough. Lin Qiye growled through gritted teeth, glaring at him. All right, I'll stop. Lian coughed to clear his throat and quickly changed the subject. So, here's the thing. Draco said he wanted to introduce a few of his buddies to me. I was thinking of introducing you all to Draco and his guys too, and maybe we could discuss some training matters. Who's Draco? Chao Yuan stared at Lian in confusion, his brows slightly furrowed. Who are you? Are you close to Lin Qiye? Kid, Lian replied with a sly smirk. When you're trying to win someone over, you'd better deal with the people around them first. And I happen to be one of Lin Qiye's people. Today, one of us won't be leaving this place alive. After repeatedly provoking Lin Qiye, Lian was eventually subdued by the three of them. However, he didn't put up much of a fight, only struggling playfully as if it was all a joke after all. Getting serious would have been impolite. Nearly an hour later, the room was crowded with people. Lin Qiye and his two inseparable sidekicks, along with Xin Qingzhu and his three lackeys. Observing the scene before him, Lian felt a sense of satisfaction in having brought this group together. After brief introductions, Lian assumed the role of host and began the secret meeting. So, you're saying that when the new recruit training begins, that's when they'll come for us? Lin Qiye squinted, carefully scrutinizing Lian. Is this guy finally dropping the act? Can he really predict the future? Lian nodded slightly. It's just a guess, but it's highly possible. He then turned to Xin Qingzhu. Hey, tough guy, you're familiar with how things work in the streets. If there's someone rebellious in a group who refuses to fall in line, how would the leader deal with them? Xin Qingzhu crossed his arms, casually chewing gum, his brows knit together. Someone who won't listen? Just give him a beating. And if they still resist after that, then find someone stronger and keep beating them until they submit, inside and out. Lian scanned the room, his tone turning serious. Right now, we are that rebellious group. To establish authority during training, the instructors will undoubtedly find an excuse to put us in our place. Why do we have to be the rebellious ones? Li Pangpang asked, puzzled. Why can't we just follow the rules? Lin Qiye quickly caught onto the key point. Lian isn't saying just us. He's talking about all the new recruits being seen as defiant. Xin Qingzhu's expression darkened. So we're just supposed to take a beating without fighting back? That's ridiculous. He hated the idea of being manipulated. Lian pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it with a small flame conjured at his fingertips. After taking a deep drag, he exhaled a perfect smoke ring. The question is, what will happen if we do fight back? Lin Qiye pondered for a moment. Two possible outcomes. First, we succeed in resisting, embarrassing the instructors. But in that case, the training camp might not tolerate us, and the entire program could be shut down because the instructors would lose their authority. Second, we fail, and we become the example they use to keep everyone else in line. Things would get even worse for us. Unless. He looked at Lian, who nodded, encouraging him to continue. Unless we can win while ensuring only the instructors know about it. That way, the camp can continue running, and we might even earn some goodwill from the instructors. Who knows? We might get fair treatment to even some perks. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone, except Lian, stared at Lin Qiye as if he were some kind of alien. What? Did I say something wrong? Lin Qiye asked innocently, scratching his ear. You're a total freak, Li Pangpang blurted out, accidentally voicing his thoughts. Lin Qiye's forehead twitched in annoyance. Lian exhaled another smoke ring. Qiye's analysis is spot on. The question now is, do we choose to resist, or do we accept our fate? The room fell silent again, the only sound being the faint crackle of the burning cigarette. Damn it, Xin Qingzhu was the first to break the silence. We fight. Win or lose, I'll take it. But surrendering without a fight? Not a chance. Yeah, what Xingge said. Let's fight. His three lackeys echoed in unison. Lian turned to Lin Qiye. What about you? Not only will we fight, but we will win. Lin Qiye declared firmly. I'll follow Qiye's lead, Chao Yuan chimed in. If everyone's on board, then so am I, Li Pangpang added. Lian clapped his hands to get everyone's attention, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Since we're all in agreement to resist, I have a plan. I call it Operation Training Camp Breakdown. At 2 p.m., the training camp's field was bustling with activity. The new recruits were dressed in uniforms they had received from the supply station, but without being organized into formations, they stood scattered across the field. In stark contrast, the 20-some instructors on the drill platform stood tall and straight, like poplar trees. Amidst the disorganized crowd, the members of the training camp's collapse plan stood out conspicuously. Not only were their uniforms impeccably neat, but they also stood in an orderly formation arranged by height. Even the usually rebellious and unruly Zhuai Gu had shed his delinquent demeanor, standing straight as a rod. Do we really need to take this so seriously? Li Pangpang muttered under his breath, complaining. Everyone else is standing so casually. This is exhausting. Shut up. Chao Yuan hissed back through clenched teeth, barely moving his lips. Don't forget what was said in yesterday's meeting, you little fatty. In a new recruit training camp, The key word is soldier, not new. The more we act like soldiers, the more satisfied the instructors will be, and the less suspicious they'll be of us. At the forefront of the drill platform stood Chief Instructor Yuan Gang, gazing down at the chaotic group of recruits below. A faint smile had just begun to form on his face when his eyes landed on the orderly formation of Lian and his group. His jaw dropped, nearly dislocating in shock. Two divine agents, two highly dangerous forbidden entities, and the young master of the Baili family. Such a dazzling combination made him completely overlook Zhuai Ji's three lackeys. How on earth did these big shots end up together? Yuan Gang thought, stunned. Aren't these the troublemakers? Why are they the only ones here who actually look like soldiers? He had a foreboding sense that something significant was about to happen. Stand properly. The collective roar of the instructors behind him jolted Yuan Gang out of his shock, prompting the chaotic crowd below to reluctantly form into some semblance of order. Yuan Gang quickly composed himself and addressed the recruits. I know you all come from different parts of Daxia, and many of you are considered geniuses. But the moment you stepped through that gate, you became nothing more than new recruits. Fresh meat. Useless. Trash. Do you want to become true Knight Sentinels? You're not even close. His voice echoed across the training field, reverberating painfully in the ears of every recruit. Lian noticed the sour expressions on the faces around him, especially Zhuai Ge. Despite being warned in advance, he was barely keeping his temper in check. Seeing Zhuai Ji's expression, Lian couldn't help but smirk, imagining how Zhuai Ge might react if he ever learned that Yuan Gang opened every training camp with the exact same speech. Not convinced. Anyone who disagrees, raise your hand and let me see. Yuan Gang's words had barely left his mouth when Lian began to speculate. Without Zhuai Ge taking the lead, would anyone dare to be the first to raise their hand? As expected, without Xinqingzhu to step up, the entire field remained silent. Everyone held their breath, but no one dared to be the first to defy him. Yuan Gang felt a twinge of awkwardness. This year's training camp was full of anomalies. Even the usual rebels were compliant. Divine agents and high-risk forbidden entities, all subdued. Was the effort of inviting the masked squad completely wasted? Just then, a hand shot up from the crowd. It belonged to a tall woman with flowing red hair. I'm not convinced, she declared. New recruit, state your name. Yuan Gang's piercing gaze fixed on the girl standing at the front of the line. Molly, came the crisp and clear reply. Yuan Gang exhaled deeply, relieved to finally proceed as planned. He glanced around, his voice suddenly rising. Anyone else unwilling to comply? What? Are you men telling me you lack even the courage of a girl? I object. Me too. As the first voice shattered the silence, more and more recruits raised their arms. In the end, almost everyone had their hands up, except for a small group led by Lian. Standing on the stage, Yuan Gang's eyes swept across the crowd, deliberately skipping over Lian and his group. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Good. At least there's some fire in you. Since so many of you object, I'll give you a chance to see where you really stand. He pulled out a walkie-talkie and issued a brief command. He then looked up at the sky, prompting the recruits to follow suit. At first, the sky was empty. Just as the group began to grow restless, 7 black dots suddenly appeared on the horizon. The dots expanded rapidly, revealing their true form: 7 figures clad in gray cloaks, each carrying a black case and wearing a unique mask. Without parachutes, they plummeted straight toward the ground like diving raptors. Among the crowd, Lian muttered to himself, doesn't one of the masked squad members have a severe fear of heights? Aren't they worried about something going wrong? Talk about dedication. As the 7 figures descended closer, the recruits began to recognize them. It's the masked squad, one of the elite special units. Gasps and exclamations rippled through the group. Just before hitting the ground, the man wearing the scales mask casually moved 2 fingers. The 7 seemed to lose all weight, landing lightly on the training platform. Their gray cloaks billowed in the wind, and their distinctive masks shimmered in the sunlight. The man with the king-shaped mask was about to speak. Hello, everyone. We are the masked SQA, but before he could finish, the man with the vortex mask suddenly dropped to his knees with a loud thud. The scene fell into stunned silence. Everyone, including the instructors, was too shocked to speak. The flawless entrance had been abruptly ruined. Vortex, however, seemed unfazed. Remaining on his knees, he clasped his hands in a respectful salute to the recruits below. Vortex of the masked squad greets you all for the new year. With that, he rose smoothly, standing tall as if nothing had happened. The instructors on stage, including Chief Instructor Yuan Gang, struggled to suppress their laughter. This masked squad member seemed a bit unconventional. At this moment, Lin Qiye locked eyes with the man in the king mask. The tension between them became palpable, drawing the recruits' attention as they glanced back and forth between the two. Meanwhile, Lian grumbled to himself about being ignored by the king mask, but quickly dismissed it. After all, he wasn't some divine proxy. Still, the arrival of the masked squad played perfectly into his plan to derail the training camp. More importantly, He might even gain some experience points from them. It had been far too long since his level had increased. The moment Wang Mian stepped onto the stage, his gaze locked unerringly onto Lin Qiye. The aura of a seraph emanating from Lin was as distinct as a blazing beacon in the darkness to his senses. However, Wang Mian's brows furrowed slightly. There were supposed to be two divine agents present. Yet, the one allegedly representing the Reaper, Lian, seemed to have vanished without a trace. As the leader of the masked squad, Wang Mian's mission this time went beyond repaying a favor to Yuan Gang. His primary objective was to meet and engage with these two newly ascended divine agents. The higher-ups had issued explicit orders. He must establish in-depth communication with them. While Lin Qiye could be addressed later, the priority was the enigmatic Reaper's agent, Lian. Someone claiming to be an agent of the Reaper, bearing the mission to burn away all sin, was suspicious in itself. What raised even more questions was the Reaper. He spoke of Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni, a name that could not be found in any records or texts. According to the analysts within the Daxiao Night Watch, the only figure in Japanese mythology that could correspond to a Reaper was Izanami, not this unheard-of name. Because of this, skepticism toward Lian had persisted. Some even suggested detaining him for thorough investigation. However, it was the commander-in-chief who ultimately decided. As long as Lian showed no hostility toward Daxia or the Night Watch, his claims would be tentatively accepted. After all, there was no sense in alienating a divine agent who appeared to be an ally to the Night Watch. Such tolerance was a hallmark of the organization's ethos. In truth, the doubts surrounding Lian weren't entirely unwarranted. Before he revealed Ryujin Jakka, he seemed like an ordinary person, with no sign of a forbidden domain. Whether it was members of Squad 136 or Wang Mian himself, it was easy to overlook him if one wasn't paying close attention. He was just too unremarkable. Wang Mian cast another long look at Lin Qiye, then scanned the crowd repeatedly with stubborn determination, but still found nothing. Finally, he spoke. "We are the masked squad." The rookies, still wearing awkward expressions, clearly felt humiliated by their comrade who had earlier knelt and begged for mercy. Yuan Gang, though visibly exasperated, forced himself to press on, saying, "From now until 9 p.m. tonight, you have one task. If any of you can remove the mask from a member of the masked squad, you win. Achieve this, and you can graduate from the training camp immediately. But if no one succeeds by the deadline, throw away your ridiculous pride and arrogance in the latrine. From then on, during every training session, no matter what demands we make, you will follow them without question. Do you understand?" The rookies erupted into a frenzy at his words. "Yeah, I know some of you are going to say it's unfair, that their level is higher than yours," Yuan Gang continued. "Don't worry. For this challenge, they'll suppress their levels to the lamp realm and face all 240 of you. How about that? Bring it on. What's there to be afraid of? Let's do this." The recruits shouted in unison, their spirits ignited. "Report." A loud, clear voice broke through the commotion. Amidst a group of rowdy new recruits eager to start a fight, Lian stood firm like a pine tree, unmoving. He simply shouted, "Report," in a loud, clear voice. "Speak." Yuan Gang's eyes flickered with a trace of approval. Since the start of training, Lian and a few others had shown commendable discipline. Even Bai Li, the young master from the Bai family, was now standing upright, drenched in sweat. "Are we really allowed to use any means necessary?" "Yes." "Any further questions?" "No, sir." Wang Mian's gaze was involuntarily drawn to Lian. After years of training recruits, it was rare to see someone follow protocol so properly. He shifted his focus back and said flatly, "To deal with all of you, we don't need 7 people, 5 will suffice." As soon as he finished, 2 members of the masked squad stepped out of the lineup. "You've got to be kidding. 5 against 240. Let's get started already. We can't wait." "Yeah, when's it starting?" The recruits below erupted into a frenzy, shouting excitedly they'd never been in such a lopsided fight before. The woman wearing the rose-shaped mask raised the small hammer in her hand. In just a few breaths, the hammer expanded to the size of a multi-story building. "Now, it has already begun." The moment the hammer rose, Lian and his group had already started sprinting. Operation Training Camp Collapse commence. Lian grabbed the slower by Fatty by the arm as they ran. "Fatty, pick up the pace. You are the key to the first step of the plan." I know." Fatty, being dragged along, was still struggling to keep up with Lian's speed. By the time the 8 of them reached the warehouse entrance, fierce sounds of battle echoed from the training grounds. Flames, lasers, and lightning intertwined into a dazzling display of destruction. Lin Qiye noticed that the warehouse door was locked and was about to find another way in when Lian arrived, dragging the panting Fatty behind him. A searing field of heat erupted as Lian's blade, Ryujin Jakka, slashed through the lock in an instant, leaving it in 2 smoking pieces. Everyone froze in shock. Did that blade just flicker, and the lock was already destroyed? Lian sheathed his weapon and turned to the stunned group. "What are you standing around for? Start grabbing stuff. There are 3 more warehouses to hit." The group quickly sprang into action, rummaging through the warehouse for suitable weapons. Wily Fatty muttered to himself as he stuffed items into his pockets. This is insane. It's exactly like we planned in the meeting. Carrying 2 crates of ammunition, Chow Yuan chimed in. Lian's a freak when it comes to reading people, but Lin Qiye's strategy is on another level. This operation was a testament to the team's collective intelligence. Lian proposed the idea, Lin Qiye analyzed the situation, Wily Fatty provided intel, and Shin Qingzhu contributed clever tactics. Through their brainstorming, they crafted a meticulous plan for chaos. Even the usually silent Chow Yuan offered the ruthless suggestion of cutting off enemy supplies. Their goals were clear. First, to win but only after the recruits put up a fight, showcasing their strength while saving face for the instructors. Second, to teach the instructors a lesson, showing that underestimating them came at a cost. Lastly, to seize as much equipment as possible. With Lian's extraordinary spatial storage ability, they could carry off the contents of multiple warehouses with ease. However, Lian harbored an even more personal objective. He truly wanted to fight the masked squad. But for now, the priority was executing the first step of their plan and securing enough leverage to move forward. While Lian and the others were frantically emptying the warehouse of supplies, the woman who had been the first to voice her dissent earlier appeared at the warehouse entrance. Her red hair fluttered in the wind, and beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. She froze in astonishment at the chaotic scene unfolding before her. "What are you doing?" Molly asked, dumbfounded. She stared at the bizarre sight before her, Wily Pongpong's pocket greedily devouring weapon after weapon, while Lian was performing an even more outrageous act, waving his hand and causing crates of high explosives to vanish into thin air. As soon as Wily Pang saw Molly, he froze as if struck by lightning, his movements coming to an abrupt halt. Grabbing Lin Qiye's arm, he whispered excitedly, "Qiye, I think I'm in love." Clearly uninterested in the topic, Lin Qiye turned to Molly and said, "I remember your name is Molly, right? Hurry up and grab the weapons you need. This place is about to be gone." "Gone? What are you planning to do?" Molly shivered, a sense of unease creeping over her as she felt these little thieves might be up to something colossal. Wily Pang immediately struck a nobleman-like pose, although his slightly bulky figure under the military uniform made him look somewhat comical. "Yeah, would you like to join us, my beautiful lady? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Li Tu Ming." "Bai Li?" Molly's brows furrowed. "Are you from the Bai Li family?" "That's right. Then I'm not joining. I can't stand spoiled rich brats like you." Wily Pang looked as if he'd been struck by a thunderbolt on a clear day. His spirits deflated instantly. "Qiye, I think I've been rejected again. I'll introduce you to a psychiatrist I know next time." Lin Qiye replied dispassionately, still uninterested in romantic talk. "For now, focus on the task. Have you finished taking everything Lian asked for?" "It's all packed." "Good. Lian, we're done over here." Lin Qiye shouted toward Lian. "Got it." Lian called back, while still busy. "Turn on all the warehouse lights. Make sure every support column has explosives installed. Then retreat immediately. I'm heading to the second warehouse now." As the only one capable of using the Soul Society, Lian was stretched thin. While the Soul Society's warehouse manager, Zhao Kongcheng, was momentarily distracted, he turned back to find an astonishing pile of supplies. Enough weapons and ammunition for an entire regiment, hundreds of tons of field rations and clothing, slabs of frozen pork and beef, and, most alarmingly, 5 entire containers of high-grade explosives. "Lian, you little rascal." Zhao Kongcheng roared, furious. "What the hell have you been up to out there? You can't go around committing crimes like this." Lian ignored Zhao's outburst. Taking advantage of the moment, he donned his shahakusho, which reduced skill costs and rapidly restored spiritual energy. He quickly emptied the remaining 3 warehouses. By the time he was done, the new recruits' training camp warehouse was stripped bare, save for a few support columns and ticking time bombs. When Lian returned to the first warehouse, Lin Qiye and Molly were locked in a fierce battle with a member of the masked squad. During the battle, the members of the masked squad kept dissipating into thin air, only to be repeatedly forced back into physical form by Lin Qiye's blade cutting through the void. In contrast, they had no trouble dealing with Molly despite the deafening hum of her katana vibrating at an extremely high frequency and carrying immense destructive power. It was ultimately futile if her strikes failed to land. Among the masked squad was Yu, whose Forbidden Ruin ability allowed him to transform into moonlight or become completely invisible. This assassin-oriented support skill made him a formidable opponent. Lian, clad in a black shahakusho, deliberately refrained from revealing his Ryujin Jakka, carrying only a standard-issue star blade on his back, clearly intending to keep his true power hidden for the time being. The moment Lin Qiye's straight blade clashed with Yugue's, Lian appeared like a phantom behind Yugue, launching a sudden and ruthless Hakuta strike, Ikatsu. The attack came so swift and fierce that Yugue realized the danger too late. Although he could have used his Zanjing-level strength to dissolve into moonlight and evade, He chose to take the hit he'd to avoid jeopardizing the masked squad's mission. The impact was devastating not only because Yu Gui's attention was divided while dueling Lin Qiye, but also because he was already exhausted. With no chance to dodge, the silent but deadly punch landed precisely on the back of his head. Violent spiritual energy exploded upon impact, sending him hurtling through a wall and kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Molly, seeing this, prepared to pursue but was immediately stopped by Li Lian's sharp command. Fall back now. Do you want to get yourself killed in that smoke? The guy in there could break past Zhangjing's limits at any moment. After quickly confirming Lin Qiye was unharmed, Li Lian grabbed him and by Li Pangpang, retreating toward the supply station while warning, don't assume the masked squad will play by the rules. Who knows what level of power they're using when no one's watching? Move it. Molly hesitated, torn between seizing the perfect opportunity to attack and retreating. From a distance, Li Lian shouted one last warning. If you don't leave now, the warehouse is going to collapse. The bombs are about to go off. A chill ran down Molly's spine at his words. Cursing under her breath, she muttered, what a dirty trick, and turned to follow the group. Within the smoke, Yu Gui was in agony. Li Lian's punch had not only dealt physical damage but also unleashed a delayed burst of spiritual energy, leaving Yu Gui dizzy and disoriented, as if he'd just been on a relentless 3-hour roller coaster. Even though he instinctively broke past his Zhangjing limits in the face of death, the punch's sheer force overwhelmed him. Hearing Li Lian's conversation outside, Yu Gui felt relieved they hadn't pursued him but was irritated to hear them accuse him of cheating, even if it was true. However, his expression quickly changed when his gaze landed on a ticking countdown device. His face darkened instantly. You've got to be kidding me. A deafening explosion followed, and the 4 warehouses were obliterated in an instant, leaving behind massive mushroom clouds. Watching from afar, Yuan Gang felt a pang of unease. Just as he was about to confront the masked squad for going too far, the instructor beside him lowered his binoculars and reported, it wasn't the masked squad. It was the Death God's agent who planted the bombs. What about the stuff inside? Yuan Gang asked urgently. The instructor gave a wry smile and shook his head. Forget about the stuff inside. The entire warehouses are gone, just 4 giant craters left. With a deafening explosion, 4 mushroom clouds rose into the sky, and a powerful shockwave swept across the surroundings. The members of the masked squad, having just fended off the first wave of rookie attacks, were rushing to assist Moonlight, but were thrown off balance by the immense blast. Particularly affected was Balance, who was floating midair and was hurled backward over 10 meters by the force of the blast. Captain, with such a massive explosion, do you think Moon Ghost is okay? Swirl asked anxiously, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he stared at the mushroom clouds rising into the sky. If it had been him, even with the use of his Lantern Realm powers, the outcome might have been grim. He should be fine, Wang Mian replied, his brows furrowed. Moon Ghost's forbidden ruin is well suited for survival. However, he paused briefly. He might have had to use power beyond the lantern level. The group quickly arrived at the explosion site. The 4 warehouses that once stood side by side had completely vanished, replaced by 4 massive, gaping craters. Dust filled the air, flames flickered sporadically among the ruins, and a fit of violent coughing could be heard through the thick smoke. Cough, cough. Moon Ghost emerged, one hand covering his mouth and nose while the other waved away the smoke. Upon seeing Wang Mian and the others, he sighed in relief. Captain, you're here. Where's your mask? Wang Mian's voice suddenly rose, his breath hitching. Moon Ghost instinctively touched his face and immediately realized what had happened. He frantically tried to rush back into the thick smoke, but Wang Mian grabbed him. Moon Ghost hastily explained. During the fight, some kid ambushed me from behind and punched the back of my head. My mask fell off, and before I could pick it up, his voice trailed off as he stared at the massive craters before him, unable to continue. The warehouses had been obliterated. It was clear the mask had likely been destroyed as well. Wang Mian's expression darkened beneath his mask, but he said nothing. Instead, he silently turned his palm, activating his forbidden ruin. A mask materialized out of thin air and affixed itself to Moon Ghost's face. This was the power of the divine ruin from God Code 017, the time god, Kronos. Captain, isn't this power beyond the Lantern Realm? Moon Ghost asked, his head lowered in guilt, his voice tinged with remorse. The masked squad cannot lose. The rookie training camp must go on. Now, recount exactly what happened earlier, every detail, without leaving anything out. Moon Ghost immediately began to recount the battle in detail. How Lin Qiye had seen through his disguise, how Mo Li wielded a high-frequency vibrating blade, and how a swift and dishonorable attacker had ambushed him. That kid even made sure to open acetylene tanks in each warehouse before leaving, causing such a massive explosion. It's clear he was out for my life. Moon Ghost exclaimed through gritted teeth. If Li Lian were standing before him now, he'd make sure to leave him riddled with holes. Wait, something doesn't add up, Wang Mian suddenly interjected. Why didn't they pursue you after knocking you unconscious? And why didn't that ambusher notice your mask had fallen off? Wang Mian frowned, sensing that something was off. Despite the opponent resorting to using a timed bomb, they hadn't seized the opportunity to press their advantage. This was highly unusual. They said they suspected Wed cheat, and chasing into the smoke would be like walking into a trap. Yu Gui's voice trailed off, as he realized that not only had he broken the rules, but Wang Mian had also employed power beyond the limits of their realm. It seems they already anticipated that we couldn't afford to lose. Wang Mian mused. Interesting. It looks like that rule-breaking guy is the second divine agent. He turned to Yu Gue. Yu Gue, yes. You're sitting out the next confrontation. They've shown us mercy, and we can't be ungrateful. But Captain, we only have 5 people to begin with. If I step down, follow orders. Understood. Meanwhile, at the supply station, Lian, who was scavenging for resources, suddenly heard the system notification. Ding. Experience 400. Huh? Why am I only getting experience points now? Lian muttered as he stashed the last pack of cigarettes into his storage space and set the bomb's countdown timer. Walking outside, he shaded his eyes with his hand and looked toward the direction of the warehouse explosion, but all he could see was thick smoke. Can't see a thing. Lian began analyzing the situation. He had already knocked Yu Gui's mask off with a punch, and with the explosion, it seemed unlikely the mask could be retrieved. If victory had been achieved at that moment, the experience points should have been awarded right after the explosion. But the fact that they were awarded now meant Yu Gue had just voluntarily withdrawn from the confrontation, triggering the system to settle the experience points. This realization thrilled Lian. If the opponents regarded him as a legitimate threat, he could gain experience points whether they were defeated or chose to surrender. This meant he had successfully captured the attention of the masked squad, and the same could likely apply to members of the ancient god church. Glancing at his experience bar, Lian saw that he was on the verge of leveling up. With 4 members of the masked squad remaining, defeating just 2 more would push him to level 11. The significance of this competition had completely changed. It was no longer just about demolishing bases and collecting loot. Without hesitation, he activated his flash step, transforming into a shadow as he rushed toward the new recruits' dormitory, where Lin Qiye and Zhuai Ge were located. By the time he arrived, Shen Qingzhu had already distributed the weapons scavenged from the warehouse. All the surviving recruits from the training ground had gathered there. They had intended to head to the warehouse for weapons, but saw the mushroom cloud along the way. Fortunately, Bai Li Pangpang's reserves were plentiful, and after distribution, they had formed a decent fighting force. Jia, how's the preparation going here? Lian asked, looking at Lin Qiye, who was talking to Molly. The plans changed. You need to move to a different battlefield. Aside from Chao Yuan, who hasn't returned from planting bombs in the cafeteria, everyone else has completed their tasks. Most of the buildings have been rigged with explosives, Lin Qiye replied. Oh, and this lady has joined us. Before Lin Qiye could introduce her, Molly stepped forward and spoke. I'm Molly, Anomaly Sequence 076, Resonant Dynamics. I can control the vibration frequency of anything that comes into direct or indirect contact with me within the anomaly's range. She added, I've joined your plan, which means the strongest recruits in this batch are now part of the operation. Welcome aboard. Lian extended his right hand. Molly hesitated briefly before shaking it. With that, they had assembled the strongest team among the recruits. The first phase of the plan had been flawlessly executed. The entire training camp's supplies had been looted, and most of the buildings were rigged with explosives. Once the countdown ended and all the bombs detonated, they would move on to the second phase. Lian was just about to outline the battle plan when a deafening explosion suddenly echoed from the direction of the cafeteria. Immediately after, a spine-chilling laugh reverberated through the air. Ha ha ha, all of you are going to die. Everyone's eyes met in an instant. Except for the newcomer, Molly, the rest all blurted out in unison. Chao Yuan. Molly blinked in confusion. Who's Chao Yuan? And why does his laugh sound so creepy? The group exchanged helpless looks, their faces filled with resignation. Was it too late to pretend they didn't know Chao Yuan? Zhuaiga, the plan has changed. Lian quickly turned to Shen Qingzhu. We have to rescue Chao Yuan first. His forbidden ruins have spiraled out of control, and if we don't act, things could get catastrophic. Lian knew Shen Qingzhu was his trump card, but taking on the 4 members of the masked squad wouldn't be possible with just one person. He turned to Molly, his tone serious. You're new, so I'll give you 2 options. Either come with us to confront them hidden in the cafeteria, or stay here and coordinate with the others to set an ambush. I'll go with you, Molly replied without hesitation, her expression blank but her tone resolute. If even you can't handle the masked squad, those left behind would just be cannon fodder. Good. No time to waste. Check your gear and move out immediately. The group quickly ran through their equipment and signaled to Lian that they were ready. Just then, Shen Qingzhu's 3 lackeys stepped forward. Brother Shun, we're going to sit this one out, Lian said, lowering his head on behalf of the trio. What nonsense are you spouting? Shen Qingzhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Shun, we know our own strength. Li Liang said firmly, avoiding Shun Qingzhu's gaze. We're too weak right now to be of any help. We'll come back to support you when we're stronger. Shun Qingzhu fought back the sting of emotion welling up in his chest. If I catch any of you slacking off during training after this, you're dead meat. Yes, brother Shun. The three of them raised their heads in unison, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. All right, enough of this sentimental crap. The fight hasn't even started yet, and you're already pulling this. Li Lian rubbed his arms as if to shake off goosebumps. If you keep this up, Chao Yuan will be long gone by the time we get there. Shut up, Shun Qingzhu barked, his face flushing red as he bolted out the door. Brother Shun, you have to win, the lackey shouted after him. Did Zhuiga just blush? Li Pangpang tugged at Lin Qiye's sleeve and whispered, let's go, keep up. Lin Qiye nodded, signaling the group to follow. Before leaving, Li Lian patted Li Liang on the shoulder, gave him a thumbs up, and said, don't worry, we won't lose. Before they even reached the cafeteria, a loud, bone-chilling shriek echoed from afar. Chao Yuan's voice boomed like thunder. Ha ha, come down, and I'll kill you. At this moment, Chao Yuan had completely transformed. A sinister black aura, like flickering flames, enveloped him, forming a humanoid armor around his body. His blood-red eyes glowed like eerie lanterns, and his mouth stretched grotesquely to his ears, forming a horrifyingly wide grin. This was Sequence 031 of the Forbidden Ruins, Black King Annihilation, a terrifying entity hailed as the most dangerous existence beneath the Divine Ruins. A masked team member wearing the Scales mask was currently engaged in a fierce battle with him. The masked figure hovered midair, controlling shards of rubble from the ground to hurl at Chao Yuan. However, such attacks were no more than an itch to Chao Yuan in his current state. Yet Chao Yuan, limited by the distance, couldn't reach his opponent either, creating a bizarre stalemate. Captain, shouldn't we step in and help? Xuanhua turned to Wang Mian and asked, the Scales attacks can't even scratch that monster. How long is this going to drag on? No rush, Wang Mian replied, his eyes fixed on the fight. The new recruits are currently lying in wait near the dormitory building. The Black King Annihilation consumes a tremendous amount of energy won't last long. Despite his words, Wang Mian knew all too well that in this berserk state, Chao Yuan's offensive power was overwhelming. None of the masked team members, himself included, could face him heat-in with their current strength. Lian gestured for everyone to stop and gather around. Once they were close, he spoke in a low voice, laying out the plan. Chao Yuan's situation is stable. Let him keep Scales occupied. Molly, you're in charge of taking down the one with the rose mask. Qiye, focus on Wang Mian and make sure he can't interfere. Pang Pang, be ready to provide support at any moment, especially against Moonlight, who excels at concealment. Draco, you and I will team up to quickly take down Xuanhua. Li Lian scanned the group. We're not just here to win, we're here to win in style. Simply taking one mask isn't enough. We're going to take every single one of their masks and show them the caliber of this year's recruits. Do you have confidence? Yes, the group responded in unison. This strategy had already been rehearsed before, with Molly now replacing the three subordinates of Shun Qingzhu due to her superior strength. The plan was straightforward. Li Lian and Shun Qingzhu would swiftly eliminate one team member to gain a numerical advantage, then systematically take down the rest. Good. Wait for my signal to sound of thunder before we act. At that moment, Li Lian strolled into view of the masked team, exuding an air of calm leisure. Dressed in a black shahakusho with a fiery Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jakka, at his waist, his hands hidden in his wide sleeves, he looked like a man out for a casual stroll. Hey there, what are you all up to? Not eliminating recruits? Waiting for lunch in the cafeteria instead? Are you, the substitute Shinigami, Li Lian? Wang Mian immediately recognized the figure in the black kimono and deep violet haori. That's me, Captain Wang Mian, Li Lian replied lazily, lifting a sleeve in a half-hearted greeting. I've come to show the masked squad my art. Art? What art? A chill ran down Wang Mian's spine, his instincts warning him of impending danger. Explosions. Explosions are art. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, a series of timed explosives planted all around the training camp detonated simultaneously, engulfing large sections of the buildings in a raging inferno. Accompanied by towering flames and a deafening explosion, the members of the masked squad widened their eyes, sweat unconsciously forming on their foreheads. The sheer magnitude of the blast made them curse inwardly. This guy is insane. Was all this chaos really necessary? What irritated them even more was that the explosion had left a massive crater in the ground where the warehouse, filled with explosives, once stood. At this point, repairing the damage seemed futile. Rebuilding from scratch would be easier than filling that hole. Li Lian stood calmly, his hands tucked into his sleeves, surveying the scene. The new recruits' training camp was now eerily quiet, with no sign of scattered recruits outside the dormitory area. He spoke nonchalantly. We've already planted bombs in the dormitory building. Saving them is simple, just defeat us, and the remote control is yours. In other words, beat us, and you win this confrontation. At that moment, Lin Qiye and his companions emerged from around the corner, each of them focused on their chosen target. Seeing their numerical advantage, Lin Qiye smirked provocatively. You don't mind if we outnumber you, do you? Of course not, Lian replied with a smile. To be honest, in a way, you've already won. I've even had you Guang step out of this confrontation. Wang Mian looked thoughtful, quickly realizing that this group in front of them didn't care about winning or losing the match. They were here specifically to challenge the masked squad. Since you've already taken down Yu Gui's mask, why not just declare victory outright? He asked. Li Lian's expression turned serious. The training camp must continue. If these new recruits are sent to join the night watch squads in various cities without proper training, it would be a death sentence. This confrontation is meant to serve as a wake-up call for the recruits. If you defeat us, the instructor's authority will be completely undermined. Lin Qiye picked up where he left off. We understand that you can't afford to lose, but we can't just accept defeat either. So this is the only way. Right now, apart from the instructors in the distance, no one will witness the outcome. Whether we win or lose, it won't affect the camp's operations. Shin Qingzhu, chewing gum and wearing his military cap backward with a rebellious air, scoffed. I can't stand you pretentious types. If I don't like you, I don't like you. Simple as that. Li Lian maintained his smile. We admit that our previous tactics weren't exactly honorable, but now you're left with no choice but to face this challenge. Since we're outnumbered, how about this? If you refrain from using power above the Zan level, and we fail to protect even one of our masks, we'll consider it your victory. How's that? Wang Mian's expression shifted to one of astonishment. A group of teenagers with no formal tactical training had managed to devise such a meticulous plan. They had accounted for everything: the recruits in the training camp, the explosives in the warehouse, the buildings, and even the instructors and the masked squad itself. Looking beyond the surface to see the essence, the recruits had already grasped the true meaning of the training camp and the purpose of this confrontation. This keen insight was precisely the quality most needed by the Night Watchers. Let's begin. Molly couldn't wait any longer and drew her massive blade, pointing it directly at the female member of the masked squad wearing a rose mask. Her fiery red hair danced in the wind, her every move exuding strength and confidence. Bring it on. Rose responded instantly, her small hammer rapidly expanding and transforming. Captain, this fierce lady is mine. No one else gets to challenge her. Two heavy weapons collided fiercely in midair, sending up a cloud of dust. The battle erupted instantly, escalating into an intense clash. Looks like the ladies couldn't wait. Guess it's our turn now. As the moonlight faded, Bailey Pangpang and Lin Qiye set their sights on Wang Mian. At the same time, Li Lian and Shin Qingzhu teamed up to face Xuanhua. Xuanhua, realizing he was being treated as a captain-level opponent, felt secretly pleased. These kids have good judgment. Coming up with a plan like this, they might actually become the 5th special squad someday. Little did he know what he was about to face. Just the night before, in Li Lian and Shin Qingzhu's dorm room. Draco, your forbidden void ability lets you control gases, right? Li Lian lay on his bed, hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. Can you manipulate those rare gases in the air? Like what? Acetylene, methane, hydrogen, or other flammable and explosive gases. Extracting those gases from the air is pretty tough. Shin Qingzhu fiddled with the ring on his finger, casually producing a spark. I usually just compress nitrogen and oxygen, then add a spark to ignite them. What if I can get you gas canisters filled with those? Then it'd be as easy as controlling air. We could play around however we wanted. Li Lian suddenly sat up, his eyes gleaming like he'd discovered a treasure. Draco, us being assigned to the same dorm must be fate. Together, we're unstoppable. Stop giving me that creepy look. Sorry. Li Lian chuckled awkwardly and looked away. Draco, do you know how many ways there are to increase the temperature of a flame? Add more oxygen to the flame, or introduce more flammable gases. Shin Qingzhu trailed off, recalling the scene of Li Lian lighting his cigarette with a fingertip flame during the meeting. His eyes lit up. My abilities, apart from swordsmanship and agility, are all about fire, Li Lian said excitedly. My flames are essentially powered by spiritual energy. If you can control oxygen levels or add flammable gases, my attacks would be massively amplified. Plus, your gas manipulation targeting allies is much harder for enemies to detect. Li Lian envisioned the fiery waves of his Shirkai form, now enhanced by Draco's power. The sheer destructive force could surpass even Xiao Yuan's current strength. Even better, the recruits' warehouse had a supply of gas canisters. They could grab everything they needed. There was plenty of space in the Soul Society to unleash their power. This was the bond between him and Draco. What's the definition of synergy? Li Lian knew it well. 1 + 1 could definitely be greater than 2. Li Lian, the upper hand is mine. Lin Qiye and Bailey Pangpang stood motionless, cautiously observing Wang Mian in front of them. The air was thick with tension. Neither made a move, as if waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Wang Mian, do you remember me? Bailey Pangpang flashed his signature bright smile and waved at Wang Mian. I'm Bailey Tumming from the Bailey family. That Yuan blade in your hand, it was a gift from our family. Wang Mian frowned slightly, his gaze lingering on Bailey Pang Pang for a moment. You're the young master of the Bailey family? He found it hard to comprehend how such a prominent family could produce someone so naive and simple. Don't put it like that, Bailey Pang Pang said, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. I'm just a kid from an ordinary family. Pang Pang, Lin Qiye asked in a low voice. Are you sure that thing you gave me will work? This is my first time using a forbidden artifact. I don't want anything to go wrong. Bailey Pang Pang responded confidently. Relax. I couldn't bring out the top-tier forbidden artifacts, but the sequence 343 sealing scroll I gave you is absolutely reliable. It looks like an ordinary piece of tape, but if you stick it on Wang Mian's blade, it'll completely neutralize his time abyss power and turn that weapon into an ordinary knife. Lin Qiye glanced up at the darkening sky, feeling the passive effects of the Starry Night Dancer awakening within him. With power surging through his body, he launched himself toward Wang Mian without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lian noticed Lin Qiye's move and exchanged a knowing glance with Qingju. The two attacked the vortex simultaneously. This was the key to the entire battle. It was like toppling the first domino. Once he and Swagger succeeded, the rest would naturally follow. Before Qingju even reached the vortex, he hurled an invisible bubble toward it. With a sharp snap of his fingers, a violent explosion of air collided with the purple vortex in midair. Kid, that's got some punch. The vortex, feeling the intense drain on his mental energy, drew a straight blade from the black box on his back. He had already noticed Qingju's lack of close combat experience and lack of a weapon, planning to end the fight quickly. Taking advantage of the smoke and dust kicked up by the explosion, the vortex prepared for a sneak attack. But suddenly, Lian appeared in front of him with a sly smile. Close combat. Let me join you. Swagger doesn't play with blades, but I'm quite skilled. Flowing blade Ruahua radiated scorching heat as Lian's strike aimed directly at the vortex's mask. If the blow landed, even 10 vortexes would be done for. The vortex blocked the attack with his straight blade, glaring fiercely at Lian. You're the one who ambushed Moon Ghost and punched him, aren't you? That's me. Got a problem. Lian pressed the flowing blade Ruahua against the straight blade, forcing the vortex back several steps. Unexpectedly, a grin appeared beneath the vortex's mask. No problem. Nice hit. That Moon Ghost's always sneaking up on people, calling himself some shadowy assassin. But getting smacked on the back of the head? That's karma if I've ever seen it. You guys in the masked squad have such great camaraderie. Lian sneered as he swung his blade in a ferocious slash. The strike was effortlessly blocked by Xuanhua, who used the momentum to push his opponent out of the smoke-filled area. Take a good look. We're like brothers, not like you rookies, Xuanhua said smugly. But something felt awfully. Lian's attacks were strange. After the initial swift strike, the subsequent moves seemed deliberately aimed at steering him in a particular direction. Hiss. A peculiar sound of gas valves reached his ears. Xuanhua whipped around. His pupils contracting in shock, was surrounded by a dozen methane fuel tanks with their valves wide open, releasing gas into the air. Damn it. I've been trapped in a methane zone. It turned out that while Qingju had been keeping Xuanhua occupied in combat, Lian had discreetly set up methane fuel tanks taken from the warehouse, opening their valves to let the gas gradually spread. By now, Lian had already sheathed his weapon and, in a flash, appeared beside Qingju. When methane concentration in the air reaches 9.5, it triggers the most intense explosion, Lian remarked with a confident smirk as he stared at the trapped Xuanhua. And Draco here is the master of compressed gas. With a snap of Qingju's fingers, a massive fireball erupted, engulfing Xuanhua in an instant. The deafening roar of the explosion was followed by a towering mushroom cloud rising into the sky. A figure was sent flying out of the explosion, battered and disheveled. Although Xuanhua had activated a defensive skill at the last moment to save himself, the high-concentration methane explosion had sucked all the oxygen out of the surrounding area. He collapsed to his knees, coughing violently, his mask riddled with cracks. Just as Xuanhua struggled to stand, a hand suddenly pressed down on his mask. You lost. You know, Lian's voice came from above. He had already charged through the fiery aftermath and scathed and executed a flawless ambush. Stay down and don't move. I'll spare your mask this time, so you can save face. The rest of this battle doesn't concern you. Lian whispered into Xuanhua's ear. Xuanhua gritted his teeth, deliberating for a moment before conceding. Fine, I admit defeat this time. He carefully lay on the ground, not daring to move, worried that even the slightest action might shatter his mask like a brittle cracker. Could you guys hurry it up? The ground's kinda cold, and lying here is making my face go lopsided. Xuanhua complained helplessly. Ding. Experience points, 400. Hearing the system notification, Lian's eyes lit up. He glanced at the experience bar, which was just about to overflow, and felt a surge of anticipation. Only one more target to level up to 11. Although the system hadn't revealed the rewards for reaching level 11, the mystery only made him more excited. like opening a surprise blind box. However, Lian quickly regained his composure. There were still 3 members of the masked squad left to deal with, and these walking experience packs couldn't be wasted. He glanced at the figure lying on the ground, a vortex-like pattern beneath them. As a seasoned member of a special squad, the opponent clearly wouldn't take the opportunity to ambush a rookie. Lian turned and threw an arm around Shun Qingzu's shoulder, grinning. Schweiger, how's my coordination this time? Wasn't that explosion satisfying? Absolutely. Shun Qingzu nodded emphatically. With Lian's support, this was the largest-scale explosion he had created since awakening his Forbidden Ruins ability. There are still 3 more to deal with, Lian said, his smile fading. Qiao Yuan's been tied up for too long, we need to back him up. That flying guy is a real pain. I can't reach him alone. He leaned closer to Shun Qingzu and whispered a simple battle plan. After listening, Shun Qingzu responded decisively. Got it. You charge ahead, and he'll handle the rest. In the distance, the battle between Qiao Yuan and Tianping looked almost comical. One resembled a relentless, leaping black cat, while the other was like a mocking crow teasing its prey. Every time Qiao Yuan jumped to grab him, Tianping would fly higher. When Qiao Yuan tried to shift his focus, Tianping would swoop lower and pelt him with stones, repeating the cycle endlessly. Should we just let them keep at it? They seem to be having fun. Lian couldn't help but quip. Hovering midair, Tianping taunted the black flame-covered Qiao Yuan. Aren't you tired? All that jumping and yelling to us your throat hurt. Roar cough, cough. By now, Qiao Yuan had regained most of his rationality, and the black flames around him had dimmed significantly. Hoarsely, he shouted, Yeah, I'm tired. Just come down here, and let me slash you once, it'll all be over. I'm not an idiot. Tianping spread his arms. If I let you slash me, it'd be game over for me. Nope, we're dragging this out, let's see who gives up first. Arg. My temper. Qiao Yuan growled as the black flames flared up again. He was about to launch another attack when a violent coughing fit interrupted him. Frustrated, he extinguished the flames, returning to his normal state. Fingering the prayer beads in his hand, he muttered, Ba, I give up. The balance slowly descended, but just as it was about to touch the ground, he sensed something and abruptly shot upward. Qiao Yuan said he's done, but no one said I am. Lian's figure suddenly appeared in the spot where the balance had been preparing to land. He had thought a single flash step would end the fight, but he hadn't expected the balance's perception to be so sharp, detecting his movement in advance. As the balance continued to ascend, Lian planted his feet firmly and pushed off with explosive force, leaving a massive crater in the ground. His figure flickered into the air, soaring about 30 meters high. However, by then, the balance had already risen to over 40 meters. That mere 10-meter gap now felt like an insurmountable chasm, making Lian acutely understand the frustration Qiao Yuan had faced earlier. Speed alone is useless. If you can't fly, you'll never reach me. The balance, still shaken by Lian's speed, quickly regained composure and ascended to 50 meters, looking down mockingly at his opponent, who was now falling back to the ground. At that moment, a crisp snap of fingers pierced the air. Schweiger, I've got your back. Shun Qingzu's voice rang out. Lian's feet seemed to land on an invisible platform, halting his fall. Using this newfound foothold, he launched into a second flash step. This was Shun Qingzu's unique ability, a forbidden void technique that could compress air into a solid barrier. The balance responded swiftly, continuing to rise as soon as Lian momentarily stalled. Even with the second flash step, there was still a 5-meter gap between Lian and the balance, keeping him frustratingly out of reach. Close, but not close enough. The balance smirked, his expression smug. But Lian's lips curled into a confident grin. You're overconfident. In an instant, Lian drew his blade, Ryujin Jakka, unleashing a scorching wave of heat that engulfed a 20-meter radius around the balance. Compressing his spiritual pressure, Lian shrank the forbidden void's range to 10 meters and simultaneously activated a gravity effect. Only then did the balance realize he had fallen into a trap. In midair, his forbidden void could only neutralize his own weight. But now, with the added gravitational pull, his situation worsened. Let's settle this on the ground. For now, let's fall together. Lian's grin turned feral, his expression like that of a demon from hell. His maniacal laughter mingled with the howling wind, relentlessly hammering away at the balance's mental defenses. In a desperate bid, the balance crossed his fingers and unleashed a power exceeding the limits of the Zhan realm, barely stabilizing his fall. Once you break the rules, you can't make another move, Lian said as he landed smoothly. His face returned to a calm, almost gentle demeanor, as if the madness from moments ago had been nothing but an illusion. Leisurely, he pulled out a cigarette, took a deep drag, and muttered to himself with a satisfied smile. Another one down. Ding. Experience points, 400. Ding. Level up 1. Accompanied by the system's notification sound, Lian felt a warm current surge through his body. His physical strength increased significantly, and his spiritual energy capacity expanded dramatically from the size of a small bowl to that of a small pond, leaving him feeling refreshed to the extreme. He flexed his fingers, savoring the power coursing through him. The improvement in his fire control ability delighted him. What once was only capable of functioning as a simple lighter or dryer could now exert the power of a gas stove. Even more exciting was the fact that he could now unleash his domain skill without having to draw his blade, using only spiritual pressure to suppress his enemies. The duration of my shurikai must have broken past 1 minute by now, and the side effects will be much less severe, Lian calculated silently. The overall enhancement of all his skills due to the increase in spiritual energy was like gaining an entirely new ability. The system then prompted, level increased to 12. Skill unlocked, Hado 31, Shikaho. Finally, a long-range attack. Lian muttered. If I had gotten this earlier, I wouldn't have had to rely on all those double jump tricks. But considering the comprehensive attribute boost this time, he'll let it slide. At that moment, Shen Qingzhu came running over in a hurry. Seeing Lian standing motionless with his eyes closed, he asked worriedly, Lian, are you hurt? Why are you just standing there? Lian slowly opened his eyes, a flash of light, like tiny flames flickering within them. I'm fine. That air wall, just now, was perfectly timed. Your acting skills are something else, Shen Qingzhu said with a shake of his head and a laugh. If I didn't already know the plan, I'd have thought you were really going to take Tianping down with you. And that laugh so creepy. At that moment, Tianping silently appeared behind them, descending slowly from the air. Not bad, kid. So, you were so confident I'd use power beyond the Zhanjing level. Lian shrugged casually and replied, it was just a guess. Since you can control gravity, I figured you probably haven't experienced the feeling of a free fall since obtaining the Forbidden Ruins. It's like a skilled swimmer suddenly finding themselves unable to float. That loss of control would make anyone panic. I deliberately startled you and didn't give you time to think, so your instincts naturally made the decision for you. Tianping was silent for a moment before asking, what else? Regardless of whether you use power beyond the Zhanjing level, once you're captured by me, the outcome is already decided, Lian declared with unwavering confidence in his voice. If you don't use the prescribed strength, you'll undoubtedly hit the ground. Even if you can withstand the impact, the resulting stiffness will give Zhuaiga ample time to finish you off. He turned his head and pointed at Xuanhua, who was lounging nearby, watching the scene unfold. In a light-hearted tone, he added, your little buddy is over there. Go join him and enjoy the show. From now on, you're not allowed to participate. Xuanhua silently walked over to stand beside his companion without uttering a word. His battle was indeed over. Noticing Chao Yuan's face, pale to the point of being alarming, Lian asked with concern, are you holding up? Do you need to rest on the sidelines? I have to help Lin Qiye. Chao Yuan croaked, his voice raspy but resolute. I can still fight. Fight, my foot, Shen Qingzhu interjected abruptly, her tone unusually teasing. Look at your facettes as white as paper. After a brief moment of consideration, Lian relented. All right, go to Qiye's side. If he and Pang Pang can't hold off Wang Mian, then you can step in. After all, Chao Yuan was more of a burden in his current state, and perhaps letting him rest temporarily was the wiser choice. Zhuaiga, let's head to Molly's side. Lian redirected his focus. That hammer-wielding she-dragon over there isn't going to be easy to handle. On the other side of the battlefield, Molly, the wielder of the Xinjian fruit, was locked in a furious clash with Qiangwei. Wherever Molly's katana struck, ripples of energy radiated outward, devastating even the toughest concrete ground. Meanwhile, Qiangwei countered with brute force, wielding her massive hammer. Each collision between the hammer and the katana sent sparks flying, neither weapon yielding an inch. The ground was already riddled with craters, and the dust kicked up by their battle obscured visibility. Yet neither of the two fierce warriors backed down, continuing their life-or-death duel amidst the swirling chaos. Lian, Zhuaiga suddenly spoke. I feel like we might be unnecessary here. They seem to be enjoying themselves. Zhuaiga, stop copying others' sarcasm, Lian said, a vein nearly popping on his forehead. Leave those kinds of comments to me in the future. He silently wondered which troublemaker had influenced Zhuaiga's behavior. Enough talk, let's go. Together. Lian commanded decisively. Quickly take down that violent woman with the rose mask. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lian had already flash-stepped to Qiangwei's back, shouting, hey beauty, watch out for my blade. The sudden outburst startled both female fighters, causing them to halt their movements in unison. Qiangwei whipped her head around so fast, she nearly strained her neck. How are you so quick? You were the one who ambushed Yugui earlier, weren't you? And now you're sneaking up on me. Ambush. Me. Lian was equally shocked by his own speed. It was his first time using flash step after leveling up, and he hadn't properly controlled his spiritual energy. I haven't even drawn my blade. Then what are you doing behind me? Obviously, I'm here to get your attention. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Shen Qingzu's energy mine detonated beneath Qiangwei's feet, enveloping her in a cloud of dust. Xiang Wei quickly broke free, scoffing. You think that weak attack can hurt me? Keep dreaming. It's not meant to hurt you. Lian's voice suddenly echoed from behind her, carrying a sinister edge. Because the one to finish you is me. A powerful punch landed squarely on the back of Xiang Wei's head, the force far exceeding the Zhanjing level. Her rose mask shattered instantly, and her body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, landing directly in Molly's arms. Dazed, Xiang Wei found herself enveloped by the fragrance of the elegant warrior. Her vision darkened, but a mischievous smile crept across her face. This brat may fight dirty, but at least he did something right for once, punched me straight into my true love's arms. The tide of the battlefield suddenly seemed to turn in her favor. Ding. Experience points 400. The underground observation room was engulfed in silence. The instructor's eyes were fixed on the monitoring screens, watching as Lian's series of unexpected tactical maneuvers gradually took effect. Members of the masked squad were withdrawing from the battle one by one, leaving only Wang Mian struggling to hold his ground. The battlefield on the screen was in ruins, riddled with craters of various sizes, resembling the surface of the moon. Water was gushing into the pits from several broken pipes, prompting one instructor to mutter under his breath. At this rate, these craters are going to turn into artificial lakes. Commander, the usable facilities in the base are almost completely destroyed. All that's left intact are a few dormitory buildings and the training field, one instructor reported gravely. Don't exaggerate. There's still the cafeteria. Boom. Before he could finish, a deafening explosion interrupted him. The cafeteria was reduced to rubble in the blast, causing the ceiling of the underground room to tremble violently as chunks of dirt rained down. The lights in the monitoring room flickered erratically, casting shifting shadows across the instructors' faces. The cafeteria's gone too. If you can't speak properly, just keep quiet. Another instructor snapped, quickly explaining. The explosion happened because Chao Yuan was bumped by a masked squad member while placing the bomb, which delayed the detonation. Huh. Chief Instructor Yuan Gang leaned back in his chair, laughing heartily. This is fascinating. A single training exercise for new recruits has brought out so many talents. Although Li Lian's tactical style resembled that of a wrecking ball husky, Yuan Gang was extremely pleased with the performance of the recruits. Chao Yuan and Molly demonstrated exceptional frontal assault capabilities. Lin Qiye showed sharp observational skills and close combat prowess, while Li Lian and Shen Qingzhu displayed seamless teamwork. Even the wealthy young master, Bai Li Tuming, exhibited remarkable execution skills, showing none of the usual airs of privilege. What impressed Yuan Gang the most was the tactical planning of Li Lian and Lin Qiye. Despite limited intelligence, they had pieced together nearly the entire situation. They not only demonstrated wisdom and composure far beyond their years, but also cleverly leveraged each team member's strengths to devise strategies specifically targeting the masked squad. Perhaps in a few years, Xia could have a fifth special squad. Yuan Gang said meaningfully. Commander, are you suggesting they have the potential to become members of the 5th Special Squad? You hold them in such high regard? One instructor asked in surprise. Yuan Gang's smile widened. In recent years, the number of mysterious incidents within Xia has been increasing, and the 4 special squads can no longer handle them all. Since the Blue Rain squad was wiped out, the 5th squad has remained vacant due to a lack of suitable candidates. But now, I see hope in these young recruits. He paused before continuing. Do you remember the evaluation from 136 Squad's Captain Chen Mai? He said Li Lian was a genius with the blade. But have you ever seen Li Lian actually use a blade? The group thought back carefully and realized that during the confrontation with the masked squad, apart from demonstrating incredible speed and powerful punches, the blade at Li Lian's waist had only been unsheathed briefly to execute a single forbidden ruin technique. No other swordsmanship had been displayed. One instructor raised a hand and said, I saw him use it once right at the start of the confrontation. He used a single strike to cut through the lock on the warehouse door. Other than that, he never used the blade again. Yuan Gang stared intently at the monitor, where Lin Qiye was locked in a fierce sword fight with Wang Mian. That brat is still holding back. Looks like he hasn't met an opponent worthy of him drawing his full strength yet. Let's hope this time he'll put on a show and show us what a true swordsmanship genius looks like. On the other side of the battlefield, Li Lian bent down to pick up a mask from the ground and casually tossed it toward Rose and Molly's arms. Hey, you over there, enough of taking advantage. Get off Molly already. Don't tell me I don't know my own punch strength. Haven't you had enough? Hearing this, Rose reluctantly got up from Molly's arms. Before she could say anything, Li Lian cut her off. A little advantage is fine, but there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. For now, you're out of the fight. I've got to go meet your captain. With that, he turned and headed toward the last battlefield, with Shen Qingzhu and Molly following closely behind. Left behind, Rose glanced around and noticed Whirlpool and Balance watching the commotion. Whirlpool, in particular, was lying on the ground, seemingly enjoying the show. Furious, Rose stormed over to him and stomped hard on his rear. What's your deal? First, you kneel when you land, and now you're lying down. Are you in love with Mother Earth or something? Take it easy. Whirlpool didn't budge. My mask is on the verge of breaking if I move. I'm waiting for the captain to fix it. Rose rolled her eyes and decided not to bother with him anymore. Meanwhile, Lian and the others arrived at the final battlefield. Lin Qiye's eyes glowed with a golden light as his straight blade clashed repeatedly with Wang Mian's Yuan. Every time Wang Mian activated the time acceleration of his temporal void, Lin Qiye was forced onto the defensive, retreating under pressure. But as soon as the acceleration effect wore off, the situation reversed, with Wang Mian being suppressed instead. The two were locked in a tense back and forth, with the outcome hanging in the balance. Lin Qiye's swordsmanship, is that impressive? He's actually holding his own against the captain of the special squad. Shin Qingzhu exclaimed in amazement. Li Lian lit a cigarette. That depends on the timing. If it were daytime, Lin Qiye wouldn't stand a chance. But now, it's nighttime. As for his swordsmanship, I'd give him a passing 80 out of 100. Still needs work. Seriously? You're scoring him now? And what? You think you're some expert? Molly couldn't help but retort. If you're so great, why don't you go and take on Wang Mian yourself? Fine, I will. Cigarette in his mouth, Li Lian strolled casually toward the battlefield. Just minutes ago, he wouldn't have been confident about facing Wang Mian, especially with the temporal void being so troublesome. But now, things were different. After his recent upgrade, his base physical strength was on par with Lin Qiye's nighttime state. More importantly, a wild idea had taken root in Li Lian's mind, wanted to see if he could unlock the seal on Wang Mian's Yuan, allowing Wang Mian to ascend to the pool realm for a real fight. He wasn't just eager to test his own strength. He was also keenly aware that the experience gained from defeating a pool realm Wang Mian would far surpass that of his current lamp realm state. Li Lian walked slowly to a spot 10 meters outside the area where Lin Qiye and Wang Mian were battling. He raised his hand slightly, and an invisible domain power suddenly spread out. The abrupt surge of spiritual pressure instantly interrupted their fight. After his recent power increase, Li Lian's domain now extended to a 20-meter radius centered on himself, with a gravitational pressure twice that of normal gravity. Chia, Li Lian flicked away the cigarette, but he had just finished and lightly patted the hilt of Ryujin Jakka at his waist. The others are taken care of. You've been at it for a while, how about letting me step in? I haven't had much chance to use this blade today. Lin Qiye's golden, glowing eyes studied Li Lian, a trace of surprise flashing across them. The Li Lian before him seemed unfamiliar, as though his strength had advanced once Murray could now release his domain without even drawing his blade. Stamina isn't an issue, Lin Qiye said. But if you've got something on your mind, why not just say it? He knew Li Lian too well. This seemingly reckless guy rarely acted without reason. Li Lian grinned and turned his gaze to the perpetually silent Wang Mian. Nothing special. I just think, as fellow divine agents, it feels a bit wrong for me to just stand by and watch. Senior Wang Mian, how about taking a break? After all, it's not fair to only spar with the Seraph's agent while leaving the Reaper's agent out of it, right? Wang Mian scrutinized the young man in the loose-fitting kimono before him. The attire suited his demeanor surprisingly well. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Wang Mian asked, "Do you know of Takamagara? The land of the gods in Japan?" "Sure, I've heard of it," Li Lian shrugged. "But I've never been there, and the deity I represent isn't from there either." "Is that so?" Wang Mian mused for a moment. "So, are you planning to team up with Lin Qiye now? To be honest, even if you two work together, you won't last more than a few moves against me before my temporal void wears off. Right now, you're only using your lamp realm power, and that blade of yours is sealed. Your attack power isn't much to speak of." Li Lian's faint smile never wavered. Suddenly, he unleashed his full spiritual pressure, targeting Wang Mian alone. "The most important thing is," he said softly, "I got a little lucky just now and made a small breakthrough." Wang Mian immediately felt the gravity around him intensify, making even breathing laborious. Fighting under this suppression left him with slim chances of victory. The overwhelming aura Li Lian exuded sent a shock through everyone present. This boy had broken through to a new level during the battle. Considering his already astonishing strength in the lamp realm, what kind of power would he wield now after this breakthrough? "So what is it you want?" Wang Mian shook his head. "With your current strength, you've already won this confrontation. I admit, in my current state, I can't defeat you. I don't even have a chance to escape." Li Lian retracted his spiritual pressure, his smile broadening. "Since Senior admits defeat, that's fine by me. But I do have one request." His gaze swept over Lin Qiye and the others. "Senior Wang Mian has already conceded, so let me be a little selfish this time. I humbly ask Senior to face me in a battle within the same realm." Lin Qiye looked at Li Lian, momentarily at a loss for words. In the end, he could only smile helplessly and nod in agreement to the request. Seeing this, Li Pangpang and Xiao Yuan also nodded in support, while Molly remained indifferent with a nonchalant expression. "If you can't win, I can help you," Shin Qingzhu said awkwardly. "No need, tough guy," Li Lian declined politely. "I just want to test my own limits." He knew deep down that having Shun Kingzu's help would indeed give him an unfair advantage, especially when he unleashed Ryujin Jakka. If Shun Qingzhu supplied oxygen, it would be like strapping a planetary engine onto a rocket, which would feel too much like cheating. Alright, I'll allow it, Wang Mian said with satisfaction, looking at this meticulous yet unpretentious junior. Although Lian often resorted to ambush tactics, his opponents were no amateurs. The masked squad was composed of seasoned veteran night watchers. The fact that he could succeed against them when they were caught off guard was proof of his strength. From his first fight against the Moon Demon to his recent victory over the Rose, he had always managed to win with a single decisive blow. Even though Wang Mian had been sparring with Lin Qiye, his attention hadn't strayed from this substitute Shinigami. This kid, whom Chun Mai praised for his swordsmanship, had yet to reveal his full potential, which piqued Wang Mian's curiosity. Commander, Lian has broken through to the pool realm. In the underground observation room, the instructors were stunned. Not only had Lian achieved a breakthrough during battle, but he was also challenging Wang Mian, a pool realm master. Such audacity was truly shocking. He's still too young. Yuan Gang shook his head. Against a lamp realm Wang Mian, he might have a chance, but the higher the level of the time abyss, the more techniques he can use. Lian won't win. But Lian never does anything he's not confident about, an instructor cautiously remarked. If he's been hiding his swordsmanship this well, who knows what other tricks he has up his sleeve? Exactly. That troublemaker hasn't gone all out since he joined the training camp, another instructor chimed in. The only time we've seen him use a sword was during practice with Lin Qiye, and even then, he wasn't serious. Yuan Gang chuckled. Well then, let's see how many surprises he has in store for us. Lin Qiye had already sheathed his sword behind his back. As the person who knew Lian best, he was also eager to witness his newfound strength. Lian, that technique is too dangerous. Don't use it unless you really have to. He reminded him worriedly, fearing another close call like the last time when Lian had nearly dehydrated himself. Don't worry. That only happened because my realm wasn't high enough back then. Using it briefly now won't be a problem, Lian reassured him, pulling out a large bottle of water from the Soul Society and drinking heartily. Facing the formidable challenge of the time abyss, he knew he couldn't win without unleashing his Shurkai, but he still wanted to give it a shot. After all, only by proving his strength could he gain leverage with the instructors. Senior Wang Mian. Lian assumed a perfect Hado stance, gripping the scabbard of Ryujin Ruwa tightly in his left hand while his right hand rested on the hilt. He stepped forward with a sharp, deliberate movement. Wang Mian gave a slight nod, suppressing his power to the early stage of the Qi realm. Alright, let's begin. In an instant, two opposing domains collided in the space between them. Wang Mian's time abyss attempted to envelop Lian, but it was fiercely resisted by the blazing aura arising from Lian's body. The clash of their forces stirred up a violent wind, whipping dust into the air. Wang Mian's eyes rippled with an invisible force, and a divine pressure emanated from his gaze, striking directly at Lian's mind. Yet, within Lian's consciousness, an elderly man clad in black suddenly appeared. His long white beard, tied with a purple ribbon, and the cross-shaped scar on his forehead made him an imposing figure. Wielding a charred katana, the elder made a simple, effortless swing, dispelling every trace of divine pressure. Wang Mian froze for a moment, clearly stunned that his time god's pressure had vanished without a trace, as if it had been swallowed by the sea. So this is the time abyss. Lian smirked as he noted Wang Mian's astonished expression. Let's see just how fast you can accelerate time. The members of the masked squad stood in shock. Swirl gaped. Did the god behind our captain just lose? Rose analyzed the situation quickly. That Lian is also a divine proxy, using a divine abyss. What we just witnessed was a clash of their divine powers, but it seems like the captain lost. Shuanpa. Blade stroke. Lian vanished in an instant, reappearing directly in front of Wang Mian. The blade of Ryujin Ruahua, engulfed in overwhelming flames, gleamed as it stopped a mere 10 centimeters from Wang Mian's neck. It was an all-out strike, not for victory, but to gain experience and test his strength. Wang Mian's pupils contracted as the power of time surged within him. He narrowly dodged the blade, but the flames coating it still affected him, instantly drawing the moisture from his skin and leaving his lips cracked and parched. Wang Mian retreated 10 meters in a flash, his speed matching Lian's Shuanpa. Your speed is impressive, far faster than Lin Qiye's earlier, he said in a deep tone. But now it's my turn. The spear-shaped sword, Yuan, in Wang Mian's hands trembled slightly, its blade nearly turning into an afterimage in the air. His accelerating attacks poured down on Lian like a torrential storm, the sharp clashing of blade against sword ringing incessantly. Sparks erupted between Lu Rin Ruahua and Yuan midair, distorting the surrounding air with their intense heat. From the very start, the two fought with their full strength. Scorching waves of heat swept through the area, kicking up clouds of sand and gravel. Onlookers could only squint or shield their faces with their hands to avoid the blistering intensity. What kind of monster is this? Is the captain even able to block attacks at this speed? Xianwu exclaimed as he cautiously shielded his mask. He doesn't have Lin Qiye's dynamic vision, Tian Ping said, keeping his eyes fixed on the battlefield. Lian has closed his eyes. He's relying entirely on his instincts to counter. At that moment, Lian seemed to return to the time when he first began learning swordsmanship, recalling the scene where Hong Ying taught him the 8 basic sword techniques. In his perception, the world faded into a blank slate, leaving only Lu Rinruohua and Wang Mian's sword. Despite Wang Mian's lightning-fast strikes, every trajectory was vividly clear to him. He simply followed his instincts, effortlessly deflecting each attack. After 10 seconds, Wang Mian's assault visibly slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Lian delivered a powerful downward strike onto Yi Yuan, forcing Wang Mian back several steps. He blocked it, and with his eyes closed, Wang Mian muttered in disbelief. These divine agents just keep getting more and more insane. Few close one. Lian exhaled deeply. Initially worried about countering the time-accelerated onslaught, he unexpectedly found himself entering a peculiar state. Not only could he clearly discern his opponent's sword paths, but his own swordsmanship seemed to have reached a breakthrough. Now it's my turn, Wang Mian-senpai. Lian shouted as he used Shuanpa to close the distance to his opponent. This time, instead of an Aido strike, he gripped his sword with both hands and unleashed a downward Ichimonji slash. The blade's white light, shrouded in raging flames, descended fiercely. Unable to use the time-forbidden domain again, Wang Mian could only grip Yi Yuan tightly with both hands to block. The clash of blades sent a numbing shock through his arms, but before he could recover, another horizontal slash from Lian came hurtling his way. Clang, 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 clang. Lian unleashed 7 consecutive strikes, each one wide and powerful, carrying immense force. Including the initial downward slash, the 8 strikes formed a circular barrage, completely encircling Wang Mian. The final upward slash sent Yi Yuan flying upward, exposing a critical opening. Lian leveled Lu Rinruohua in his right hand, dashed forward with an arrow-like step, and thrust fiercely toward Wang Mian's chest and abdomen. This was a move he had improvised on the spot, a makeshift version of the He-Ten Mitsurugiryu's ultimate technique Kizuryu-san. 9 arcs of blade light woven net in the air, resembling 9 ferocious dragons tearing into their prey. Each trajectory left a vivid afterimage lingering in the air. In Lian's hands, the katana danced with precision, flames surging along with the blade's motion, sketching a wild yet majestic spectacle in midair. This series of slashes was vastly different from Wang Mian's time-accelerated, nearly invisible sword techniques. Lian deliberately left afterimages with each swing, showcasing both his astonishing skill and the visual elegance of his strikes. The katana hero strikes with Makiri Ii and Rising Dragon. One clean finish. Lian's final move was a fatal thrust, carrying searing heat as it shot straight for Wang Mian's chest. At the critical moment, Wang Mian activated the temporal abyss once again. The previously displaced Yi Yuan instantly returned to his chest, perfectly blocking the deadly attack. Boom. Seeing his final strike deflected, Lian wasted no time, channeling all his spiritual energy into Ryujin Jakka. Violent flames erupted from the blade, engulfing Wang Mian in a massive fireball. In the underground observation room, the instructors were left speechless. Commander, has Lian been hiding his true strength all along? One instructor asked in disbelief. This flashy, over-the-top swordplay, there's no way Chunmai taught him this. Yuan Gang gritted his teeth. That brat is paving his own path. This move must be his own creation. From the very beginning, Lin Qiye had activated his golden eyes. Even with his enhanced perception, it was difficult to fully track Wang Mian's time-accelerated strikes. Yet Lian managed to counter them effortlessly, even with his eyes closed. What shocked him more was how Lian seized the moment during Wang Mian's temporal abyss cooldown to launch a counterattack. This technique was clearly the result of either on-the-spot improvisation or rigorous, secret training. Recalling his own training sessions with the captain, where he often ended up battered and bruised, Lin Qiye had to admit, when it came to swordsmanship, Lian truly had a unique edge. Wang Mian quickly emerged from the flames. His chest was scorched, and a corner of his mask had been burned away. However, a mysterious force coursed through his body, restoring him to his original state in no time, though his exhaustion was evident. Hey, playing dirty, huh? Lian noticed that after all his efforts, Wang Mian still looked exactly the same, not even a speck of dust on him. He almost choked in frustration. Thanks for the compliment, Wang Mian replied nonchalantly, as if the intense battle just now was nothing more than a leisurely stroll. The time abyss truly is a monstrous ability. Lian thought to himself, his brow furrowed. Facing such a power, was his only option a battle of attrition? While Lian was racking his brain for a solution, Wang Mian, who appeared calm on the surface, was inwardly unsettled. Li Lian's improvised version of the nine-headed dragon slash had genuinely caught him off guard. After a series of heated clashes, that sudden direct thrust felt as unexpected as finding half a worm in the last bite of an apple. What disturbed him even more was the fiery power that Li Lian unleashed. Even though he used the power of time to heal his wounds, the burning sensation and mental impact lingered, refusing to dissipate. Li Lian quickly scanned through the system's skill interface, but couldn't find any ability that could counter the time abyss. Forget it, he resolved inwardly. Instead of targeting the time abyss, he'll go straight for Wang Mian himself. Let's see if your spirit power at the pool realm can keep rewinding time indefinitely. Before starting a new round of combat, Li Lian grabbed a bottle of water and took several hearty gulps. This scene left Wang Mian momentarily dumbfounded, had just drunk water before the fight, and now he was thirsty again? Now I'm getting serious, Li Lian declared, letting out a satisfied burp as he tossed the empty bottle aside. He raised Ryujin Jakka and pointed it at Wang Mian. All creation shall return to ashes. Ryujin Jakka. The blade was instantly engulfed by flowing flames, and the temperature of the entire field skyrocketed. Unlike before, this time Li Lian concentrated the flames around the blade, sacrificing the fire's protective barrier to significantly extend the Shikai's duration. With a horizontal slash, a crimson wave of fire surged toward Wang Mian, only to collide midair with a sharp blade force. The two powers were evenly matched and dissipated simultaneously. It turned out Wang Mian had already unsealed his weapon, Yuan. As their gazes locked in midair, both seemed to act in unison, launching their attacks simultaneously. Li Lian swung Ryujin Jakka, unleashing relentless torrents of fiery blade energy, while Wang Mian, using the acceleration from the time abyss, wove an impenetrable web of blade forces with Yuan. Explosions erupted one after another, and the scattered blade forces and flames forced the spectators to retreat repeatedly. They only felt somewhat safe after backing up 50 meters. Qiye, I think I understand now what you meant about the danger of Li Lian's techniques, Li Pangpang said, his eyes fixed on Ryujin Jakka. Wang Mian can reach the river realm level with Yuan, yet Li Lian can hold his ground against him. Truly impressive. By the way, what's the story behind that blade of his? I've never heard of such a forbidden artifact before. That's not a forbidden artifact. It's his divine abyss, including that outfit he's wearing. What? Li Pangpang looked stunned. What kind of deity would give their agent a divine abyss in the form of a forbidden artifact? That's way too unreliable. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, flames scattered everywhere, and the ground was crisscrossed with blade marks, as if it had just endured a barrage of mortar fire. The intense clash came to an abrupt halt after just 30 seconds. Li Lian was the first to sheath his blade. Although the initial release of Ryujin Jakka hadn't physically overwhelmed him, his mental strength was nearing its limit. If the fight continued, he feared being consumed entirely by the flames of his own sword. To avoid repeating the mistake of being roasted alive, he had no choice but to momentarily withdraw. On the opposite side, Wang Mian also stopped due to the exhaustion of his mental energy. Maintaining Shinshu for 30 seconds had pushed him to his limit. If he had used his Zanjing-level spiritual energy, he might have already collapsed. Li Lian silently assessed his remaining strength, reflecting on the gains from this battle. Not only had he fully unleashed the power of his initial release, but he had also improvised a knockoff version of the nine-headed dragon flash. Whether or not it added to his experience points, it was worth it. Wait a second. A knockoff nine-headed dragon flash. In a flash of inspiration, Li Lian swiftly stepped forward to stand directly in front of Wang Mian, assuming a Batajutsu stance. The same move twice? What makes you think it'll work on me this time? Wang Mian roared, bringing his Yuan blade down in a powerful strike. Li Lian's right hand drew his sword with lightning speed, but instead of targeting Wang Mian directly, he aimed precisely at Yuan. Clang! The crisp sound of metal colliding echoed as the force of Li Lian's II strike sent Wang Mian's feet off the ground. Between the two of them, a sudden burst of flame appeared and disappeared just as quickly. Wang Mian was puzzled. The flame hadn't harmed him. Was it some kind of trap? Meanwhile, as Li Lian repelled Wang Mian, he had already allowed Ryujin Jakka to graze Yuan, igniting the flame. Without hesitation, he pivoted on his right foot, utilizing his Shuanpa technique to spin at high speed. After completing a full rotation, he abruptly stomped down with his left foot, shattering the ground to forcibly stop his movement, channeling all the centrifugal force into his blade. The rapid spinning, combined with the fiercely burning flames, created a vacuum-like zone between the two fighters. Still airborne and unable to stabilize himself, Wang Mian was pulled toward Li Lian by the vacuum's force, only to be met with a strike from Ryujin Jakka at its peak speed. This was Li Lian's latest impromptu creation, a knockoff version of the Flying Heaven Sword style's ultimate technique Amakakaru, Ryu no Hiramiki. If the nine-headed dragon flash could be improvised, then so could Amakakaru Ryu no Hiramiki. Once you've done it the first time, there's always a second. Lian was concerned that the rotational speed might not be sufficient to create a vacuum, so he cleverly utilized a combustion flame to consume the oxygen ahead. The move was swift and ruthless. Wang Mian didn't even have time to react before the vacuum force dragged him back. The moment his feet touched the ground, a scorching blade was already pressed firmly against his neck, the searing heat singeing his hair and filling the air with the sharp smell of burning. You lost. Lian withdrew the blade from Wang Mian's neck and slid it smoothly back into its sheath. Turning around, he walked towards his companions who had been watching the fight. Wang Mian touched his slightly charred hair and couldn't help but ask, "What was that move you just used?" Lian didn't turn back. He simply tilted his head slightly, a sly smile playing at the corner of his lips. "Want to learn? I can teach you. I lost." Wang Mian admitted it openly, knowing full well that if Lian hadn't held back at the last moment, he might not have survived the encounter. Right then, the system notification chimed in. Ding. Experience points 1400. Sweet. Lian checked his experience bar and saw that he was just a sliver away from leveling up. He grinned to himself, pleased. Wang Mian had really been a worthy opponent. The experience points from defeating him were comparable to those earned by taking down the 2-level higher Ghost King. Unfortunately, such opportunities wouldn't come again during their next encounter since further duels wouldn't yield any more experience. After storing away his Death God's attire and Ryujin Jakka, Lian strolled leisurely over to his companions, lighting a cigarette as he went. "So, guys, was my performance just now impressive or what?" He blew out a smoke ring, glancing at his still-stunned teammates, his heart swelling with pride, as though he had just taken a refreshing bite of iced watermelon on a scorching summer day. "Lian, you sly dog. Have you been holding back every time we spar?" Lin Qiye gritted his teeth. "Those moves you just pulled, I never seen you use them before. You came up with new techniques and didn't even bother to show them off." Lian, cigarette between his lips, shrugged innocently. "Those moves were improvised on the spot. They're still in the experimental stage. Besides, they require high physical stats. If I hadn't just had a breakthrough, I wouldn't have been able to pull them off." As they surveyed the training base, now reduced to just a few dormitory buildings and the martial arts platform, Lin Qiye and the others suddenly felt a pang of unease. While they had been excited while planning, exhilarated while planting bombs, and thrilled by the explosions, now that the dust had settled, a vague sense of guilt began to creep in. Molly suddenly raised her hand, declaring, "I had nothing to do with your demolition spree. I was just fighting the masked squad as usual. Don't drag me into this mess." "Doesn't matter," Lian replied, exhaling smoke and casually glancing at a hidden surveillance camera. "Just say that to the instructors. Whether they believe you or not is up to them. For now, it's their headache to deal with, not ours. We just wait for the fallout." In the underground observation room, Yuan Gang anxiously asked, "Commander, the entire masked squad has been wiped out. What do we do now?" "What can we do?" "Nothing." The commander sighed helplessly. Who would have thought this batch of recruits would be so capable, even overpowering the masked squad? These kids clearly want some perks. They're just not saying it outright. If we don't cough up some serious rewards, there's no way we'll be able to handle these little troublemakers. I've had enough of being the head instructor. Whoever wants the job can have it." Wang Mian walked briskly toward the meeting point, his face clouded with a somber expression. His teammates all wore similarly grave looks, clearly preoccupied with the same thought. How had their carefully planned hazing of the new recruits ended up in such an awkward mess? "Captain," Xuan was said, pointing to his mask, now riddled with cracks. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. "Don't think too much about it for now. Just help me fix this mask, will you? It's falling apart at the slightest movement. Anyway, it's not even 9 yet, and these rookies won't expose our plan. Let's just get back to work." Wang Mian nodded silently and raised his hand to activate the time void. As his palm moved slowly, Xuan's damaged mask steadily restored itself to its original state. "These juniors are truly impressive," Wang Mian remarked while casting the spell. "I see the hope of the 5th Special Squad in them. But with someone like Lian in the mix, getting them to cooperate with us will probably come at the cost of owing quite a few favors." "Weren't we here to repay favors in the first place?" One of his teammates chimed in. "This mission has been a complete loss for us." Wang Mian shook his head with a bitter smile, his emotions a tangled mess. While he felt a sense of pride in the rookie's abilities, as the captain of the masked squad, losing in an unknown match to new recruits of the same level was a blow to his pride that he couldn't easily shake off. Just then, his walkie-talkie crackled to life. It was the voice of Chief Instructor Yuan Gang, sounding utterly exhausted. "Wang Mian, do you copy?" "Wang Mian here, go ahead. Bring those recruits to the underground observation room," Yuan Gang said, his tone laced with frustration. "Find out what they want. Whether the training continues or not now entirely depends on their mood." "Understood." Wang Mian immediately ended the communication. He could sympathize with Yuan Gang's irritation after all. Who would have thought that the formidable masked squad would fail to keep things under control? In the end, it was their slip-up that had led to this situation. Under the guidance of the masked squad, Li Lian and his team arrived at the underground observation room. Yuan Gang was there, glaring at the unruly group as if he wanted to devour them whole. Lin Qiye and the others fidgeted uneasily, and even the typically arrogant Shen Qingzhu avoided making eye contact with Yuan Gang. The only exception was Li Lian, the mastermind behind the chaos, the demolition enthusiast, the troublemaker who had just broken the masked squad's record, showed no trace of guilt. Standing nonchalantly in front of a no open flames sign, cigarette dangling from his lips, he defiantly stared at Yuan Gang with his hands on his hips. So what's the deal? Name your price, Li Lian said, his face practically radiating arrogance. His attitude wasn't without reason. This was the perfect moment to act brazenly and secure some benefits. Glancing at Lin Qiye and the others, who were shrinking back timidly, only annoyed him further. They'd already gone through with everything. Why act meek now? No one was getting out of this mess unscathed. If anyone dared to back out now, he'd expose every single idea that had been discussed during their planning. Did they really think he'd come up with all those schemes on his own? Who would believe that? Watching Li Lian's "I'll do whatever I please" demeanor, Yuan Gang's initially fierce expression gradually softened into one of resignation. The standoff at the recruit training camp was still ongoing. Yuan Gang stood there, the veins on his forehead visibly bulging. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. As long as you don't claim victory, I can grant you one wish, something within my power to fulfill. Lin Qiye and the others were seriously contemplating what they wanted, but suddenly, Li Lian stepped forward. He extended his right hand toward Yuan Gang, wiggling his 5 fingers in the air with a sly grin. 5. I want 5 wishes. The veins on Yuan Gang's forehead throbbed even more prominently. Clenching his teeth, he struggled to maintain a calm tone. And what makes you think you deserve 5 wishes? Ignoring Yuan Gang's near breaking point expression, Li Lian acted like a schoolchild counting candy. He began ticking off with his fingers one by one. Moon Ghost, Whirlpool, Scales, Rose, King Mask. That's 5. I defeated all of them. Isn't 5 wishes perfectly reasonable? The members of the masked squad couldn't help but facepalm and sigh at this scene. Bringing up those defeats repeatedly was unnecessary, and negotiating like this was downright shameless. Yuan Gang suppressed his anger with great effort. 2. That's the most I'll give. The extra one is because you beat King Mask. Hadn't consider it an acknowledgement of your strength. Li Lian, however, showed no intention of backing down. Instead, he raised the stakes. 6. I cleaned out the entire base's supplies, including the supply station. There's not even a single grain of rice left in the camp. You want training? You won't even have food to eat. Oh, and he paused dramatically for effect. I even took the pot lids. No pot lids to chew on, either. 3. That's my final offer. 7. Li Lian narrowed his eyes, his tone suddenly turning dangerous. I also planted bombs in the dorm building. Do you believe me when I say I can turn your training camp into a wounded soldiers camp? Let's see how you train a group of disabled people. The onlookers were utterly stunned. They had never witnessed such a bizarre negotiation where the asking price kept rising, and the counteroffers climbed along with it. Many couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle, feeling it was once-in-a-lifetime entertainment. After a round of friendly negotiations, Li Lian audaciously demanded 10 wishes. However, seeing Yuan Gang on the verge of a blood pressure explosion, he eventually agreed to settle for 5 wishes. But he added a condition. He would only return part of the supplies, using the rest to offset the 5 wishes. Lin Qiye and the others watched Li Lian, cigarette in mouth and hands on his hips, shamelessly bargaining. Cold sweat ran down their backs. This was sheer madness. Clearly wasn't considering how he'd survive in the training camp afterward. The instructors would undoubtedly make it their mission to push him to his limits. But Li Lian clearly didn't care. In his mind, it was better to think about how to outsmart the instructors rather than worry about their retaliation. Just looking at Yuan Gang's current state was proof enough. If not for the fact that his skull was holding everything in, the blood probably would have shot up and painted the ceiling red. Yuan Gang, his face flushed purple with suppressed rage, finally relented. Fine. It's settled. Later, when the masked squad heads to the dorm building to eliminate recruits, just pretend to get eliminated. No more messing around. He thought about taking a hot shower to relax after this ordeal, but then remembered there wasn't even a single intact water pipe left, making his expression even darker. As for what you want, you don't need to decide now. Go back, think it over, and let me know later. For now, just finish this charade. Charade? Li Lian's ears perked up instantly, sensing yet another opportunity. Sure, I can act. I'll make sure to deliver a performance packed with emotional value. But, he flashed a sly grin. Our appearance fee isn't cheap. Pay up. Someone, please take this lunatic away. Yuan Gang finally couldn't hold it in any longer and wailed. I'm begging you. Yuan Gang firmly stuck to his principles. No matter how much Li Lian tried to persuade him to perform for extra money, Yuan Gang remained unmoved, simply hoping the other party wouldn't cause trouble. Meanwhile, Li Lian continued to grumble incessantly, lamenting the missed opportunity to make some extra cash. At this moment, the masked squad was putting on a show of force inside the dormitory building. After being thoroughly humiliated by Lian and his group, they were now venting their pent-up anger. Facing the disorganized and leaderless recruits, they tore through them like a hot knife through butter, effortlessly eliminating every opponent. The recruits couldn't even mount a decent counterattack. Watching the recruits fall one by one, a smile finally crept onto Yuan Gang's face. Now this is how new recruits are supposed to perform. He thought to himself, if everyone were like that freak Lian, the world would be in utter chaos. Half an hour later, all the recruits were gathered at the training field. On the stage, more than 20 instructors stood tall and rigid as ever, now joined by the entire masked squad. Yuan Gang stood at the edge of the stage, looking down at the silent recruits below with a sense of accomplishment swelling in his chest. However, his expression twitched involuntarily when his gaze landed on Li Lian's group. They were unrecognizable from the disciplined soldiers they had been at the start of the confrontation. Now, they looked like a bunch of street punks. Shin Qingzhu wore his cap backward and chewed gum nonchalantly. Bailey Pang was chattering away with Lin Qiye, who tried to maintain a proper military posture but was clearly exasperated by the constant pestering. Chao Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, spinning prayer beads in his hand, and Li Lian crouched on the ground, using a random stick head picked up to draw Peppa Pig in the dirt. The only exception was the newly joined Molly, who stood upright and composed, a refreshing sight amidst the chaos. Unfortunately, the mischievous glint in her eyes was impossible to miss, even by the instructors on the stage. Yuan Gang quickly averted his gaze, feeling his blood pressure spike. Out of sight, out of mind. As long as this unruly bunch didn't cause trouble, he would count it as a win. He let out a silent sigh, adjusted his emotions, and began addressing the recruits in a deep, commanding voice. 240 of you against 5 of them, and you couldn't even touch the masked squad. Your actions were sluggish. Your thoughts were scattered. No strategy whatsoever. What right do you have to complain? You are exactly the kind of useless trash I warned about earlier. If you continue like this, you'll only end up getting your own teammates killed. Li Lian listened to Yuan Gang's harsh reprimand, feeling inexplicably annoyed, as if he, too, had been lumped into the scolding. He decided he wasn't going to stew in this irritation alone. Standing abruptly, he grabbed Lin Kai's hand. Under Lin Kai's horrified gaze, Li Lian loudly declared in a mocking tone, "Oh no, Qiye, we're such garbage. As agents of the gods, we couldn't even touch the masked squad. We're so worthless. We deserve to die." The moment these words left his mouth, the members of the masked squad flushed red with embarrassment, their bodies trembling with barely contained anger. Thankfully, their masks concealed their expressions. Otherwise, the humiliation would have been even harder to bear. At that moment, only one thought consumed their minds. This is utterly mortifying. Yuan Gang wished he could jump off the training platform and find a deep hole to bury himself in. He silently regretted his careless words. How could he have blurted out something so thoughtless and even dragged Li Lian, the petty-minded one, into his rant? Lin Qiye's eyes were already filled with exhaustion. First, he had pushed himself to the limit in his unknown duel with Wang Mian. Then, he had to signal the oblivious by Li Pang to keep quiet. Now, he was desperately shooting warning glances at Li Lian. Stop it. If this goes on, trouble's really going to break out. Li Lian, didn't you say you wouldn't perform without extra pay? So why are you acting now? Li Pang lowered his voice to ask. As a pampered young master, he had never encountered such a sarcastic conversational style before and failed to catch the subtext in Li Lian's words. The corners of Li Lian's mouth curved upward. This one's on the house. So how's my acting? Not bad, right? He couldn't help but like Li Pang for his artistic sensibility, recognizing the performance he was putting on for the instructors. Your acting is superficial, the expressions are overdone, and it's a bit too exaggerated. Li Pang critiqued earnestly. I've met plenty of award-winning actors and actresses, and their acting is way better than yours. That's just the opinion of ordinary people. Li Lian raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you don't have an eye for talent either? Silence in the ranks. Yuan Gang could no longer bear it, and sternly stopped Li Lian's antics. There were only a few more things to say, and he wanted to get it over with and dismiss them quickly. Sensing the shift, Li Lian decided to stop pushing his luck. A little mischief was fine, but pushing an honest man too far wasn't a good idea. After all, the boot camp still had to go on. Yuan Gang's voice echoed across the training platform. Since you've lost, you'll now throw yourselves fully into training. This boot camp will last a year and will be divided into 2 phases. The first phase will be pure physical training. For 6 months, we'll use a forbidden object to suppress the forbidden voids within you, reducing you to ordinary people. We'll employ every method to push you to the brink of collapse. You'll despair, suffer, and even wish for death, but here, you won't even get the chance to end your own lives. As for the second phase, he paused meaningfully. Let's see if you can survive the first 6 months before we talk about it. Yuan Gang gave the recruits one last sweeping glance. His military cap cast a shadow over his eyes, making his expression unreadable to those below. He turned and walked away, leaving behind one final remark. Enjoy your last moments of peace. Starting tomorrow, your nightmares begin, rookies. The other instructors followed behind him, and the members of the masked squad struck expert poses before vanishing into the vast night. Li Pang rubbed his round belly, his face clouded with worry. I'm starting to regret coming here. Who knew there'd be physical training involved? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes lit up. But losing some weight might be good. If I get fit and handsome, maybe Molly will like me. I can't stand spoiled rich kids like you. Don't even think about it. Li Pang hadn't expected Molly to overhear him. She shot the group a disdainful glance, her mature aura unmistakable, then turned and walked away. Her long red hair danced in the breeze, leaving a striking silhouette behind. Wow, I just got dumped again. Li Pang dramatically collapsed to the ground in despair. I finally opened my heart, only to end up like this. Why is fate so cruel to me? At that moment, Lian slung an arm around Li Pang's shoulder. Hey, Pang, want to learn how to win over women? Yes, I dream of it. Please, master, teach me. No problem. Which stage do you want to learn? He'll make sure you master it all. Every stage. The more detailed, the better. Sure, Lian said with a sly grin. But ITLL cost extra. Lian shook his head and declined to teach Li Pang the secrets of wooing girls. It wasn't that he didn't want to earn the money. It was simply because, in both his lifetimes, he had been a thorough single. Forget about wooing, Inione hadn't even held a girl's hand before. His level of innocence even surpassed that of Lin Qiye. Fortunately, Lian still upheld his basic principles and wasn't willing to deceive others in such matters. He silently felt relieved that he hadn't recklessly given advice based on the cliché drama plots he had seen in his past life. Otherwise, who knows what kind of melodramatic scenario like the heir of a family falls for an aloof older woman who doesn't love him back might have unfolded. On the way back to the dormitory, Shun Qingzu's 3 lackeys caught up with them. Looking at Lin Qiye and the others beside him, Lian kindly reminded them, "We might've overdone it today. Don't forget, once it's past midnight, it's a new day." The chief instructor's parting words weren't said casually. I have a feeling they might ambush us in the middle of the night. I suggest you all sleep in your uniforms. If you get caught off guard in just your underwear, that'd be a pretty embarrassing scene. The instructor wouldn't be that cruel, would he? Li Pang sniffled, clearly still reeling from the rejection by Molly. Exactly. Chao Yuan chimed in, unusually siding with Li Pang. For the sake of rebutting Lian, he even temporarily set aside his rivalry with him over Lin Kai's favor. If the instructor targets anyone, ITLL definitely be you. Well, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Lian shrugged. Draco, let's head back to the dorm. With that, he left together with Shun Qingzhu, followed closely by Shun's 3 lackeys. Lin Qiye, Li Pang, and Chao Yuan stayed where they were. Qiye, what do you think? Chao Yuan noticed that Lin Qiye had been unusually quiet, seemingly lost in thought. I believe Lian, Lin Qiye answered directly. Ever since the masked squad's confrontation ended, he had been reflecting on Lian's behavior. He had long suspected that Lian might know something about the future, or that his Forbidden Ruins ability granted him a sixth sense of sorts. Thinking back on everything Lian had done since they met, it was true that he had never caused him harm. Chao Yuan and Li Pang exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Then I trust you. They immediately glared at each other for saying the same thing and simultaneously shouted, "Stop copying me." The tension between them reignited instantly. Back in the dorm, Lian and Shun Qingzhu didn't bother changing out of their uniforms. After a quick wash, they each lay down on their beds. Draco, you're not changing either? Lian asked in surprise, noticing Shun Qingzhu still in his military uniform. I thought you hated wearing these uniforms the most. Shun Qingzhu lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The intense training from the day had taken its toll, and his body and mind had yet to fully recover. First of all, we won, which proves your judgment was spot on. Since you said the instructor might mess with us in the middle of the night, it's highly likely to happen, Shun Qingzhu said, turning over. Second, if the instructor is going to mess with someone, you're definitely the prime target. As your roommate, I'd be dragged into it too. I'm seriously considering switching rooms. I'd rather not end up as collateral damage. Trust me, no doubt about it. Lian grinned and closed his eyes. Relax, man. Go to sleep. The instructor won't show up before midnight, so we've got at least 2 more hours of peace. All right. Just then, beep, beep, beep. A piercing whistle shattered the stillness of the night, breaking the dormitory's silence in an instant. Lian shot up from his bed like a spring, scanning the room vigilantly, as if expecting an ambush. He noticed Shun Qingzhu had also sat up, his right hand poised, as if about to snap his fingers. Their eyes met, and without a word, they understood the situation. Quickly slipping on their shoes, they bolted toward the training ground. It was a 3 a.m. emergency assembly. The instructors weren't targeting just Lian. This was a lesson for all the new recruits. As Lian flung open the door and dashed into the hallway, he caught sight of Lin Qiye emerging from his room. The two exchanged no words and sprinted toward the training ground with all their might. Thanks to the physical enhancements from his Starry Night Dancer ability, Lin Qiye, along with the speed specialist Lian, were the first to arrive. If Lian hadn't deliberately avoided using his flash step ability, he might have made it before anyone else even put their pants on. Close behind were Shun Qingzhu, Chao Yuan, and Bai Li Pangpang. These few had skipped putting on extra clothing and immediately rushed out of bed. Their rapid response surprised the instructors, though given their performance the previous day, it wasn't entirely unexpected. The rest of the recruits trickled out of the dorms in disarray, some struggling to fasten their belts as they ran, others looking unkempt and half-dressed. The instructors' faces darkened, their silence brimming with disapproval. Only after one instructor finished a head count and confirmed everyone was present did their expressions soften slightly. "Do you know how long it took you from the moment the whistle blew until now?" barked the instructor standing on the training platform. "Yesterday, you were all so cocky, weren't you? Acting tough and rebellious. And now, do you even deserve to be called soldiers? From now on, when the whistle sounds, everyone must assemble within 3 minutes. If you're late, you'll face the consequences. Since you're already up, don't waste this beautiful night. All of you, grab a 30-pound weight and run 10 laps as a warm-up." The recruits lined up to pick up the weighted packs placed beneath the training platform and began their first day of training. However, Lian found himself in a peculiar state of confusion. After the grueling battle the day before and only 5 hours of sleep, he should have been utterly exhausted. Yet strangely, he only felt mentally drained, with no trace of physical fatigue. As he leveled up, he had noticed his need for sleep decreasing, as though he was drifting further from the limits of a normal person. It felt as if his body and mind were slowly diverging. Reflecting on his experiences since crossing over to this world, a chilling realization struck him. His original body was a year older than Lin Qiye's. Could it mean that his physical existence was only possible because of Lin Qiye's miracle? A look of horror spread across Lian's face. Am I disappearing? On the training field, amidst the group of recruits running with heavy loads, Lin Qiye deliberately slowed down his pace to catch up with Lian. He had noticed that ever since they stepped onto the training ground, Lian had remained unusually silent, as if deep in thought about something significant. "Lian, why do you think the instructors set up this whole thing?" Lin Qiye asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Lian snapped out of his daze and forced himself to appear calm as he replied, "It's nothing, just obedience training. The most important thing for a soldier is to follow orders. The instructors are starting with small things to gradually train us recruits. So what should we do now?" Despite Lian's efforts to conceal his unease, Lin Qiye's sharp instincts still picked up on his abnormal behavior. However, since Lian seemed unwilling to elaborate, Lin Qiye decided not to press further. This guy, who always liked to keep things to himself, would inevitably spill the truth one day. "Just keep running with the group," Lian said after a brief pause, glancing at Bai Li Pangpang, who was panting heavily. "But we need to keep an eye on Bai Li Pangpang. This pampered young master has probably never run 10 laps in one go in his entire life, and now he's carrying a 30-pound load. If we don't help him out, and he collapses, it'll be a real problem." At this moment, Lian couldn't care less whether Lin Qiye had noticed anything unusual. His mind was still lingering on the fear of what could have been if, back when he first crossed over, he had left Songnan City to avoid Lin Qiye. Things might have already reached a game-over scenario by now. Luckily, fate had been on his side, not only allowing him to stay in Songnan City, but also activating a system that gave him hope for survival. Lian silently celebrated his fortune in awakening the Grim Reaper's legacy. Although his body would vanish, leaving him as an invisible soul to ordinary people, at least his spirit would persist. Yet, this thought brought a new wave of anxiety. If he were reduced to just a soul, wouldn't that make him a lonely, wandering ghost? Even Lin Qiye, with his special eyes, hadn't been able to see old Zhao's soul back then. Wouldn't that make him no different from being truly dead? At that point, the only one he could talk to would be old Zhao in the Soul Society. No way. I don't want to spend my entire existence talking to some greasy middle-aged uncle. Lian groaned internally. At this moment, he felt like a lifeless shell, mechanically following the group as they ran. His abnormal behavior left the instructors baffled. This troublemaker, who had been showing off his cleverness and bargaining with the head instructor just yesterday, had suddenly become so obedient today. In the monitoring room, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang frowned deeply as he stared at the screen showing the distracted Lian. He recalled Lian's duel with Wang Mian yesterday. Could the powerful state where he ignited his blade have left some kind of after effect? But Lian had seemed perfectly fine afterward, standing by the stage and making sarcastic remarks without any sign of injury. Could he have eaten something bad? Or worse, could he have been possessed by something? But then again, what kind of malevolent spirit would dare to cause trouble in the recruits' training camp of the Night Watchers? Within the running group, Lin Qiye stayed close to Bai Li Pangpang, accompanied by Chao Yuan, Shin Qingzhu, and 3 other recruits. They had all noticed Lian's unusual behavior, but couldn't make sense of it. With no other choice, they focused on their training. What's going on with Lian? Chao Yuan asked, twirling the prayer beads in his hand as he jogged, turning to Shun Qingzhu beside him. Shun Qingzhu frowned and shook his head. He seemed fine before going to bed last night. But ever since the assembly, he's been looking troubled. Brother Shun, I've seen this look before, Deng Wei interjected. It's the same expression I had when debt collectors were banging on my door like, there's no way out. That can't be right. No one's been giving him trouble. Li Lian overheard their chatter but had no time to respond. His mind was racing. The system, the Grim Reaper, the Forbidden Void, his body. Wait, the Grim Reaper. A critical thought suddenly struck him. How did Rukia from the world of the living obtain a physical body? That's right, Kisuke Urahara crafted her a Jigai. The realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. Li Lian suddenly understood. His current body was essentially a special Jigai sustained by Lin Qiye's miraculous powers. If he could find a new Jigai before his body dissipated, the problem could be solved. But an ordinary Jigai wouldn't suffice. It wouldn't support his increasing power, and prolonged use could lead to instability due to a lack of spiritual energy. The ideal vessel, ironically, was the very body created by Lin Qiye's miracle. After careful consideration, Li Lian outlined 3 possible plans. 1. During the Spring Festival holiday, actively seek out in Qingyu and request a customized body tailored to his needs. However, given in Qingyu's limitations, the final product might not be ideal. 2. Wait for the story to progress and have Lin Qiye seek help from the Celestial Court. With Neza as a precedent, anything crafted by the Celestial Court would undoubtedly be top-notch and might even grant him powers akin to the legendary Lotus Core. 3. Focus entirely on leveling up, gambling that the system would reward him with a suitable Jigai. Though the future rewards were uncertain, each level up brought renewed hope. All 3 paths must be pursued. Li Lian resolved. During the Spring Festival, he would find in Qingyu, even if it meant revealing his knowledge of the future. At the same time, he would work on leveling up to increase the odds of a system reward. As for seeking Lin Qiye's help, that could wait until the forbidden domain of mortals was on the brink of disappearing. Having made up his mind, Li Lian felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He glanced over to see Bai Li Pangpang struggling under the weight of his gear, panting heavily, and couldn't help but feel amused. I'm practically related to the great immortal Tianzuan of the Xia dynasty. Even if I were to die, he'd have to figure out a way to save me. Li Lian thought to himself, then suddenly flash-stepped to Bai Li Pangpang's side. His speed was so startling that everyone around him froze in surprise. Pangpang, is this all you've got? Self-discipline is the key to becoming a better version of yourself. Starting today, it'll help you transform your life. First, let's grab some black coffee. Oh wait, we don't have any right now. We'll get it later. Fasted cardio, let's go. Am I just a toy to you? Bai Li Pangpang muttered, on the verge of tears. Li Lian, you're not being suppressed. You can still use the Forbidden Void. Lin Qiye's voice carried unmistakable astonishment. Li Lian's heart stirred as he recalled the instructor's earlier explanations. From the start of training, a forbidden object would be used to suppress the recruit's forbidden voids, forcing everyone to focus on physical training. At this point, most recruits, having lost access to their abilities, were already gasping for breath just from running with a 30-pound load. He quietly sensed the state of his Ryujin Jakka and the power of the Death Dominator armor were still full and intact. That made sense. After all, his abilities weren't derived from the Forbidden Void, but from an entirely different power system, so naturally, he wasn't affected. Still, this wasn't something he could casually reveal, lest he be treated as an anomaly. Qiye, how's your Forbidden Void holding up? Li Lian skillfully changed the subject. I can still use it, but it's clearly suppressed. The effects are nowhere near as strong as before, Lin Qiye answered candidly. That must be a characteristic of the Divine Void, Li Lian said with a smug grin. Someone like Mebeth, a Divine Void wielder, and a level above you guys obviously wouldn't be affected. Everyone stared at him speechlessly. Their earlier concern now seemed entirely unnecessary. What could possibly happen to this shameless guy? The recruits had significant differences in physical fitness. Those with better stamina completed the task in half an hour, while the last of them, Bai Li Pangpang, barely managed to finish 10 laps in an hour with Li Lian's support. Master, I really can't go on. Let me rest for a bit. Bai Li Pangpang collapsed onto the ground. Ever since Li Lian mentioned teaching him how to impress girls, he'd been calling him master. Though Li Lian often said a true master should maintain the humility of a student, he eventually accepted the title with a wry smile. Li Lian pulled up the limp Bai Li Pangpang like a noodle, massaging his muscles to help him relax while speaking earnestly. Brother, this level of intensity is nothing in the eyes of the instructors. Your physical condition is poor even by normal standards. If you don't train properly, the instructors will absolutely work you to the bone. Besides, he lowered his voice. Every adult knows the most important thing for a man is core strength in the waist and lower body. Trust me, this is wisdom from experience. Why don't you ask the head instructor for something to quickly restore your energy? It might make the training a bit easier, Li Lian suggested. Bai Li Pangpang replied weakly. I have something like that back home, but using it completely ruins the benefits of training. If there were an easy way to train, I wouldn't be this out of shape in the first place. The instructor, observing by Li Pangpang completing the training with Li Lian's help, nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at the still dark sky and announced to all the recruits, "All right, warm-up's over. You can go back and get some sleep now." Dismissed. The new recruits exchanged bewildered glances. This was clearly a setup. The 10-lap weighted run was nothing more than a warm-up for Lin Qiye, given that he could still utilize part of his Forbidden Ruins powers. But Bai Li Pangpang wasn't so lucky. He was staggering with every step, and in the end, it was Lin Qiye and Li Lian who had to prop him up on either side to get him back to the dorm. The moment the big guy hit the bed, he began snoring thunderously, leaving Lin Qiye and Li Lian staring at each other, shaking their heads with helpless smiles. Just as Li Lian was about to leave, a piercing assembly whistle shattered the quiet. Beep, beep, beep. What happened next was shocking. Bai Li Pangpang, who had been dead to the world just moments ago, suddenly bounced off the bed like a spring-loaded toy, landing on his feet with remarkable agility. Lin Qiye and Li Lian were left speechless. This man's reflexes were something else. Even more surprising was Bai Li Pangpang's performance on the way to the training ground. He was sprinting with ease, leaving everyone wondering how the same guy who had been dragging himself through the weighted laps earlier was now so full of energy. Li Lian, there's something unusual about Bai Li Pangpang, someone whispered. He claimed during the meeting that he only had a minor forbidden artifact and no Forbidden Ruins powers. But I bet there's more to his story. Lin Qiye and Li Lian murmured to each other in agreement. Either this guy was hiding his true abilities, or his Forbidden Ruins powers were on the verge of awakening. At the training ground, apart from a few recruits with truly poor stamina who had to be carried on stretchers, the rest arrived within the 3-minute window. The instructor surveyed the group with a satisfied smirk. Not bad. Most of you made it on time. Now, head to the cafeteria for your meal. Remember, you only have 20 minutes. When time's up, whether you've eaten your fill or not, you'll be back here for training. Got it, got it. The recruits replied weakly. Didn't hear you. Louder, the instructor barked. Got it. This time, the response was deafening. Good. Dismissed. Li Lian couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of the night watchers. The cafeteria he had blown up into a crater yesterday had been fully restored in mere hours, and even the massive warehouse pit in the distance was patched up. He wondered if there were still supplies inside. Perhaps another zero-cost shopping spree could be in the cards. As soon as the dismissal order was given, the recruits swarmed towards the cafeteria, with Bai Li Pangpang charging ahead, eyes gleaming with excitement. But when they stepped inside and saw what awaited them, they were all dumbfounded. A massive tub of steamed buns, and another filled with raw meat. What's this? Are we supposed to eat it raw? Yeah, is the chef just being lazy? Is it too late to apply for a chef's job here instead? Ignoring the complaints, Li Lian calmly grabbed a bun and a piece of raw meat before sitting down. Seeing Lin Qiye, Shen Qingzhu, and the others standing there looking perplexed, he chuckled. What are you all standing around for? Grab your share. Do you really think you'll have to eat raw meat as long as you're with me? Don't forget what I do. The group suddenly understood and quickly followed his lead, sitting down beside him with their food. Li Lian then began pulling out an array of cooking tools from the Soul Realm. A frying pan, a large pot, a spatula, bottled water, a portable fuel stove, an assortment of seasonings, and even fresh vegetables. In no time, the table was packed with ingredients and utensils. Huh, Li Lian said with a triumphant grin. There's no rule against cooking your own food in the cafeteria. Today, they'll show you what it's like to have a cooking master like me around. I guarantee you'll be licking your plates clean. On the second floor of the cafeteria, a drill instructor stood with a complex expression, watching Li Lian as he busily worked. The cafeteria had now been transformed into a makeshift kitchen under Li Lian's hands, leaving the instructor with no choice but to glance at Yuan Gang for answers. Yuan Gang's mouth twitched slightly as he took in the scene before him. By now, he was more than accustomed to Li Lian's antics. The fact that the kid hadn't blown the cafeteria sky-high today was already a significant concession. It was like raising a mischievous husky if it didn't tear up the house and merely made a mess in the kitchen preparing its own food. What was there to be mad about? Even so, Yuan Gang's brows knit together slightly. At this rate, the effectiveness of the new recruits' training camp was bound to take a hit. What was supposed to be a solemn hardship meal had been turned into a hot pot feast by Li Lian. With a heavy sigh, he began calculating in his mind. After the meal, he'd have to call Li Lian over. That kid was probably going to remind him about the 5 promises he hadn't fulfilled yet. For someone who looked like an 18-year-old boy, Li Lian was a surprisingly shrewd character. The new recruits stared in disbelief at Li Lian's table. On one side, there was the enticing aroma of hot pot and the golden allure of seared steak. On the other, their plates held nothing but raw meat buns. The stark contrast made it hard for them to swallow their own food. Though resentment simmered in their hearts, none dared to approach. They all knew that while their abilities were restricted in the Forbidden Ruins, Li Lian seemed to operate without limitations. Clearly, he wasn't someone to mess with. Just then, Molly approached Li Lian's table, carefully holding her plate. Could you give me that piece of steak? I'm practically drooling over here. Li Lian placed a perfectly cooked steak onto her plate, while teasing, we fought side by side, don't be so formal now. He sprinkled a pinch of black pepper and salt on the steak, then leaned in to whisper, take a piece for your roommate too. We need to show some camaraderie, right? Now hurry up, the instructors are probably on their way to give me trouble. Molly nodded and left, only to return moments later. This time, she was empty-handed, holding just a pair of chopsticks as she casually sat down at Li Lian's table. Seeing the surprised looks from everyone, she rolled her eyes dramatically. What are you all staring at? Never seen a gorgeous woman before? Am not some ungrateful coward. Her boldness drew hearty laughter from the group, especially from Li Pangpang, whose eyes practically sparkled as he looked at her. Who's the troublemaker cooking hot pot in the cafeteria? An old man burst out of the kitchen, clearly lured by the intoxicating aroma. At that moment, 7 figures clad in gray cloaks entered the cafeteria. Though they weren't wearing masks, everyone instantly recognized them as the masked squad who had made such a striking impression the day before. Upon seeing Sun Lao's anger, Wang Mian quickly stepped forward and whispered a few words in his ear. You're telling me you got bested by those brats yesterday? And the cafeteria explosion was their doing too? Sun Lao's voice was filled with disbelief. Old Sun listened to Wang Mian's report, his face filled with disbelief. The Phantom Squad lost in the rookie competition yesterday. His voice involuntarily rose a few notches. Keep your voice down. Wang Mian's face turned red as he quickly reached out to stop Old Sunday. Please, Old Sun, don't say that. We just missed your cooking, that's why we came all this way. Fine, I'll whip up a few dishes for you. Go find a spot to sit. Old Sun waved them off and turned to walk into the kitchen. Soon, the sound of skillful chopping echoed through the room. Wang Mian led his team to a secluded corner to sit, but before they could settle, a mocking voice rang out. Well, isn't this Wang Mian? Hey, guys, should we invite them over? We've got plenty of food to share. It was Li Lian, who had noticed Wang Mian and his group deliberately keeping their distance, as if avoiding a plague. He seized the opportunity to provoke them. Wang Mian frowned, deliberated for a moment, and then spoke up. Li Lian, you and Lin Qiye come over here. I have something to discuss with you. He knew Li Lian's reckless nature ignoring him might lead to an even bigger scene. Li Lian and Lin Qiye put down their chopsticks and walked over to the Phantom Squad's table. Li Lian, with a toothpick he had fished out from somewhere, leaned back with an air of nonchalance. Say what you've got to say. Ignoring Li Lian's cocky demeanor, Wang Mian got straight to the point. Do you want to know the relationship between gods and their agents? Yes. Lin Qiye perked up immediately. He had always been curious about why the Seraph had chosen him as an agent. Li Lian, on the other hand, looked uninterested, as he wasn't a divine agent himself. Wang Mian began a concise, yet insightful explanation. He described how gods, unable or unwilling to handle certain matters directly, would choose agents and grant them power. This arrangement was fundamentally a contract. Using himself as an example, he explained his mission to enter Takamagara and retrieve an item for the god of time. At this point, he gave Li Lian a meaningful glance. Being the agent of a Japanese deity, Li Lian might hold the key to opening the gate to Takamagara. Wang Mian also specifically warned them about the cult of the ancient gods. If you lack the strength and refuse to join them, those lunatics will stop at nothing to eliminate us divine agents. You need to grow stronger as quickly as possible. That's all I have to say. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Li Lian suddenly set down his toothpick, his expression turning serious. Wang Mian, I have a favor to ask. If possible, could you keep an eye out for forbidden items or methods that allow a soul to possess and inhabit a body? I can do that, Wang Mian replied, sensing a subtle shift in the atmosphere. But can I ask why you're looking for something like that? I can't go into too much detail, Li Lian said, lowering his head. He couldn't help but think of the earlier discussion about contracts and the fact that the body Lin Qiye had given him was running out of time. Instinctively, he sought Wang Mian's help, but immediately regretted mentioning it in front of Lin Qiye. Scrambling for an excuse, he added, my forbidden ruin is rather unique. It allows me to survive briefly in a soul form after death. If I had a spare body, it'd be like having an extra life. You said the cult of the ancient gods is terrifying, better to be prepared. Li Lian, so your body really is having issues. A glint of golden light flashed in Lin Qiye's eyes. Even under the suppression of the forbidden ruins, he forcibly activated his ability. He scrutinized Li Lian carefully, only to find that the man's physical condition was almost unnaturally perfected, pack abs faintly visible beneath his uniform, and not a single scar on his skin. Damn it, Lin Qiye, you pervert. Li Lian suddenly crossed his hands to protect his vital areas, a slight blush creeping onto his face. Take a quick look and be done with it. What's with the staring? Careful, or I'll expose your ability and see how you face the female cadets after that. Be honest with me, what's going on? Lin Qiye observed him a bit longer, but couldn't detect any abnormalities in Li Lian's body. Still, his instincts kept warning him that Li Lian was hiding something. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong. If I'm lying, I'm a puppy. Lian, already well-practiced in shamelessness, kept a straight face as he told the bold-faced lie. After all, everyone already called him husky. What was one more little fib? Lin Qiye eyed Lian suspiciously, but seeing his calm demeanor and steady gaze, it genuinely didn't seem like he was lying. If something's wrong, you can tell me. I might be able to help. You've already helped a ton. Lian silently expressed his gratitude. If not for you, I would have turned into a wandering ghost the moment I crossed over. But what came out of his mouth was entirely different. If there were something major, do you think I'd hide it from you? I even discussed how to blow up the warehouse with you, and you suspect me. That remark made Lin Qiye's face flush red. Bringing up the warehouse explosion in front of the higher-ups always felt a little awkward. At that moment, a drill instructor approached Lian. Lian, the chief instructor wants to see you on the second floor. Yes, sir. Lian immediately snapped to attention and turned to head upstairs to the cafeteria's second floor. In truth, the entire commotion he had caused in the cafeteria today was a deliberate move to get the chief instructor, Yuan Gang, to notice him. If Yuan wanted him to behave, those 5 requests had to be met. Especially after sensing that his body might soon disappear, a sense of urgency welled up inside him. He needed to squeeze whatever he could out of Yuan Gang to warm his cold, anxious heart. When he arrived on the second floor, Lian noticed that Yuan Gang wasn't alone. Several other instructors were dining there as well. He frowned slightly. What he needed to say was crucial, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Should he speak up now, or wait? Yuan Gang noticed his hesitation and gestured for him to come closer. When Lian stepped forward, Yuan Gang got straight to the point. Say what you need to say. You're an adult. Stop acting so hesitant. I don't go back on my word. Spit it out. There are too many people here. It's not the right time, Lian said, rubbing his hands together with an awkward grin, like a shrewd street vendor. What I need to discuss is best kept confidential. How about we find a quieter place? Fine. Yuan Gang waved his hand decisively. Everyone, clear the area immediately. Yes, sir. The other instructors promptly set down their utensils and left. In no time, the second floor was empty, leaving only Lian and Yuan Gang. Now can you talk? Yes. Lian nodded. No more small talk, let's get straight to the point. I want you to provide me with as many captured mystics as possible to fight against. Lian's first demand made Yuan Gang frown. He was about to respond when Lian raised his hand to interrupt him. Don't say anything yet, Lian said seriously. Let me finish everything in one go to save trouble. Seeing Yuan Gang's silent agreement, he continued listing his demands. Second, I want to speak with the commander of the Night Watchers. Third, help me find a way to sustain or attach a soul form. Fourth, I want my friends to receive some cultivation assistance, no matter what it is. Fifth, he paused for a moment. I want to become an instructor. Each of these demands left Yuan Gang utterly astonished. He didn't respond immediately, but instead gestured for Lian to continue, waiting for an explanation. Seeing Yuan Gang's expression clearly saying, explain, or I won't agree, Lian sighed and began explaining each point. The first demand is a task assigned to me by the gods. I need to regularly hunt and eradicate mystics. The details aren't necessary here. He paused briefly. As for the second, consider it my admiration for the commander. Third, you overheard my conversation with Wang Mian downstairs, so there's no need to repeat it. Fourth, we're all brothers, and I have to look out for them. As for the fifth, he straightened his posture. With my strength, I'm more than qualified to be a close combat instructor, don't you think? Yuan Gang fell into deep thought. After a long silence, he finally responded. The first demand is doable, but high-level mystics are rare and difficult to capture. Their quality and quantity will be limited. For the second, I'll consult the commander. The third, I will do my best to assist. The fourth is no problem. His tone suddenly turned stern. But for the fifth, you, a rookie, want to be an instructor? What kind of idea is this? Without a word, Lian summoned Ryujin Jakka and slapped it onto the table with a sharp thud, locking eyes with Yuan Gang. What? Are you trying to threaten me with a blade? Yuan Gang sneered. Do I look like someone who's afraid of threats? Lian shook his head and patiently explained. The forbidden items you use to suppress the abyss have no effect on me, and I've already reached the pool realm. I'm well aware of your training methods using forbidden items to suppress mental strength, then releasing the suppression to cause a surge in mental power. But that doesn't work on me. He stared directly into Yuan Gang's eyes. Having me do physical training with rookies is a waste of time. It's better to let me be a close combat instructor. I promise to teach them everything I know. In truth, Lian had ulterior motives for wanting to become an instructor intended to spar with the rookies in real combat. Since fighting the masked squad could earn him experience points, these rookies surely had potential for him to exploit as well. If there were opponents, he would fight them. If there weren't, he would create opponents to fight. If the rookies didn't see him as a true enemy, he would train them so harshly that they would wish they could kill him. Fate may have tried to take his body, but he would fight back with all his might. Let the heavens witness his defiance. Come on, Instructor, give it a rest. I've already found a close combat instructor specifically for this. Lian stood at the edge of the training field, looking at Yuan Gang, who appeared visibly anxious. His tone was relaxed as he continued. But if you're thinking about being an assistant instructor, I might consider it. Wait, instructor, think it over again. Yuan Gang pressed urgently. Lian let out a cold laugh. Think it over? About what? Didn't you go through my records thoroughly? Besides using a blade, what else can I do? My first time firing a gun, I missed the target entirely from just 10 meters away. Lin Qiye is so petty. Lian gritted his teeth. Did he really have to put something like that in my file? Is it not embarrassing enough to train a student who misses at 10 meters? I'm not teaching marksmanship. Can't I just teach blade techniques? Lian insisted stubbornly, even though he knew that being an instructor carried more weight than being an assistant. Yuan Gang's expression turned serious. Close combat training isn't just about blade techniques. Every recruit might be suited to different weapons, and the purpose of training is to help them find what suits them best. You can't even handle other close combat weapons. Making you an instructor would only mislead them. Lian's eyes lit up. So, if I learn other weapons someday, you'll let me be an instructor? He was already calculating in his mind old Zhao from the Soul Realm was a master of close combat. Picking up a few more weapon techniques from him shouldn't be too hard. Forget it. Just stick to being an assistant instructor. How about I only handle the practical combat training? Lian tried bargaining again. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted in the distance, followed by a hair-raising, eerie laugh. Ha ha ha. A black pillar of fire shot into the sky. Both Lian and Yuan Gang's expressions turned to shock. Damn it, something's gone wrong. Who let Qiao Yuan out? Lian suddenly seemed more at ease, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. He thought to himself that his good buddy Qiao Yuan had delivered just what he needed, another bargaining chip. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Yuan Gang's forehead. What a disaster. The entire recruit training camp is under artifact suppression. None of the instructors can use their forbidden abilities. He suddenly realized that the instructors were now no different from ordinary people. Facing the out-of-control Qiao Yuan, any misstep could lead to catastrophe. Yuan Gang quickly remembered that the guy casually smoking in front of him might be the only person in the camp unaffected by the suppression. Lian, get over there and handle this before someone gets killed. And about the instructor position? We'll talk once it's handled. Forget it then. Lian turned around nonchalantly, leaving Yuan Gang with a completely indifferent back view. Yuan Gang hesitated for just a second before giving in. Fine. Deal with Qiao Yuan. And you can be the practical combat instructor. Just watch. I have 9 ways to take him down 9. Before Lian even finished his sentence, he disappeared in a flash step. Yuan Gang stared in the direction Lian had vanished and sighed. Letting Lian be an instructor. Who knows if that's a blessing or a curse? The situation on the training field had already reached a critical point. Qiao Yuan wielded a wooden sword, his entire body engulfed in black flames of malevolent energy. He let out a sinister laugh as he relentlessly chased down an instructor. The instructor's straight sword barely managed to block the wooden sword, but was no match for the eerie black flames. It was clear he wouldn't last much longer. Careful, instructor, don't hit me. In an instant, a figure darted between Qiao Yuan and the instructor. It was Lian, clad in a recruit's uniform. With his right hand, he firmly parried Qiao Yuan's wooden sword using his fiery blade, Ryujin Jakka. Ignoring the black flames coiling around, his left hand landed a clean blow directly on Qiao Yuan's face. A loud thud echoed as the frenzied Qiao Yuan was sent flying like a broken kite, skidding across the ground and carving a trench several meters long before coming to a halt. The instructor, who had just been saved, stood dumbfounded, staring at the young man in the recruit's uniform. Shocked, he thought to himself, how can a recruit possibly use a forbidden ruin? Hello, instructor. My name is Lian, just a regular recruit, Lian stated briefly. Though, I'll soon be your swordsmanship instructor. We'll talk later. Let me handle this unruly guy first. He turned and shouted to a distant onlooker, Bailey Pang Pang. Hey, Pang Pang, toss me the sealing scroll. Bailey Pang Pang quickly rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a tape roll, tossing it over. Lian caught it with ease, stuffed it into his pocket, and strode purposefully toward the still-grounded Qiao Yuan. With a flick of his wrist, the flames of Ryujin Jakka incinerated Qiao Yuan's wooden sword into ash. Then, with a precise hand chop to the back of Qiao Yuan's head, he knocked him out cold. Without hesitation, Lian tore off a piece of tape and stuck it to the back of Qiao Yuan's neck. The surging black aura dissipated instantly. Feigning exhaustion, he wiped imaginary sweat from his brow, sheathed his fiery blade, and called out to the recruits watching from afar. It's all sorted now, come on over. The recruits cautiously approached, their eyes fixed on the unconscious Qiao Yuan lying on the ground. His head bore a large, steaming welt from the blow. The entire confrontation had unfolded so quickly, it felt like it had happened in the blink of an eye. Ahem, Lian cleared his throat, putting on a serious demeanor. Good news, everyone. From now on, I'll be your close combat instructor. Hold on. The instructor who had been chased earlier stepped forward. You? A close combat instructor? Then what am I? And you are? Lian asked politely, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Hanli, Instructor Han, though grateful for being saved, clearly found it hard to accept the notion of a recruit becoming an instructor. Just then, Yuan Gang arrived from the cafeteria, interrupting before Instructor Han could say more. Instructor Han, please, hold Oni can explain. Straightening his rumpled clothes from the hurried run, Yuan Gang addressed all the recruits. Lian just came to me in the cafeteria and applied to be your close combat instructor, responsible for practical sparring sessions. If you all agree, I'll approve it. So now, I'd like to hear your opinions. The recruits exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the chief instructor's intentions. An awkward silence filled the air. Why is everyone suddenly mute? Yuan Gang barked impatiently. Yesterday, you wouldn't even submit to the masked squad, and now you're all cowards? One more Timido, you accept Li Lian as your close combat instructor or not? And no, the recruits shouted in unison. Seeing the fiery resistance, Li Lian couldn't help but recall Wang Mian's predicament from the previous day. Suppressing a chuckle, he thought, looks like the tables have turned. He had already seen through Yuan Gang's reluctance to make him an instructor. If that's the game they wanted to play, then he would simply fight until they had no choice but to submit. Let's see who comes out on top when these recruits' medical bills become Yuan Gang's nightmare. In front of the training platform, Lin Qiye and Shun Qingzhu exchanged glances as they watched the group of overly enthusiastic recruits before them. These young men had just been thoroughly taught a lesson by the masked squad yesterday, and today, they were willingly walking into Li Lian's hands again. Were they marching straight into their doom? Ever since witnessing the duel between Li Lian and Wang Mian firsthand, they had been well aware of Li Lian's terrifying close combat skills. Having such a master teach blade techniques was something they could grudgingly accept, despite some psychological resistance. But these recruits? They had no idea how fearsome Li Lian could be when he truly got serious. Hee. Li Lian let out a strange laugh as he stood on the training platform, his wooden blade striking the ground heavily. If you're not convinced, come at me. Whoever beats me will be the new close combat instructor. I'll go. Before his words had even fully settled, one of the recruits had already leapt onto the platform, drawing his wooden blade and taking a stance. You're too arrogant. Remember this well, the one who defeats you is. Enough, enough, Li Lian interrupted impatiently, twirling his wooden blade effortlessly. I have no interest in a rookie's name. Just get on with it. How dare you? Take this. Thud. The recruit had barely made it halfway across the platform before Li Lian's wooden blade struck him hard in the abdomen. His knees buckled as he collapsed to the ground, cold sweat pouring down his face. Trembling, he pointed a shaking finger at Li Lian, his eyes blazing with fury, as if trying to burn a hole through him. Your charging stance is a mess. You're way off, Li Lian remarked dismissively, waving his hand. Someone drag him off. Next, what followed was a one-sided massacre. The second recruit stepped onto the platform. Thud. His steps were unsteady, his footing weak. The third recruit. Thud. Decent speed, but no strength, couldn't even hold his blade properly. The fourth recruit. Thud. Plenty of strength, but slow reflexes, failing to notice a sneak attack from behind. Li Lian never used any special abilities. With nothing but his fundamental skills, he systematically took down each recruit. Every strike hit its mark, leaving no one able to stand after being struck. Even more chilling, if he felt the opponent's injuries weren't severe enough, he would deliver a precision strike to their head just enough to knock them out without causing any lasting damage. Each time he floored someone, he would deliver a short critique. Though his words were sharp and cutting, they were brutally accurate, pointing out the recruit's flaws with precision. Meanwhile, the medical team below the platform was overwhelmed, rushing to carry off the unconscious recruits one after another. The training ground was in utter chaos. Members of the medical team dashed around the area, carrying medical equipment. They had long given up on transporting the injured to the infirmary. Not only was the pace of carrying people no match for Li Lian's speed in taking them down, but the infirmary was already packed to capacity. Now, they could only treat injuries on the spot. After all, most of them were just superficial wounds that could be managed with a bit of medicinal balm. As for the lack of beds, well, lying on the ground was still lying down. Lin Qiye and the others stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Li Lian seemed like a man possessed, taking down every new recruit who stepped into the ring. But not only did he defeat them, he also gave each one his special attention. None of them left the training ground under their own power. Qiye, what are we going to do? Li Pangpang clung to Lin Qiye's sleeve, tears welling up in his eyes. It wasn't that he was a coward, but the way Li Lian laughed while beating people was downright terrifying. There's no way Li Lian's going to let us off the hook. Lin Qiye shrugged, looking completely unfazed. It's not that bad. Li Lian and I were trained by the same captain. Our captain used to beat me up the same way, so I'm used to it. Your captain trained you two lunatics with this insane method? Shin Qingzhu's face turned pale as he listened. As someone who had never formally learned swordsmanship, he could already foresee his miserable fate. What made it worse was what he'd just witnessed. When Molly's roommate stepped into the ring, Lian struck her on the head, leaving a massive lump. When Molly herself went up, he slashed her on both sides of her forehead, turning her into a literal horned witch. Don't worry too much, Lin Qiye said, patting the anxious by Li Pangpang and Xin Qingzhu on their shoulders. When I first started learning swordsmanship, it was worse. The next day, I couldn't even open my eyes, and there wasn't a single spot on my body that wasn't bruised. That's just our captain's teaching style. Getting beaten helps you remember. And if you can't remember, don't worry, your body will do it for you. So Li Lian went through the same thing? Xin Qingzhu asked curiously. Lin Qiye chuckled. On his first day, when he couldn't win, he set off the fire alarm in the training hall. A few days later, he could last 30 moves against the captain. By the time we came here, he could go toe-to-toe with the captain without even using Forbidden Domain. And judging by his flashy sword techniques yesterday, he might actually be a bit stronger than the captain now, though he's still a rookie instructor himself. This revelation left by Li Pangpang and Xin Qingzhu utterly hopeless. A rookie instructor who'd never taught anyone before, with no sense of restraint, and who would give them special attention? How could anyone survive this? Bang! Another heavy thud echoed as yet another recruit fell at Li Lian's feet. After the medical team carried the person off, Li Lian scanned the area and suddenly froze. Huh? I've already taken down all 239 recruits? When did Lin Qiye fight? And where are Pang Pang and Draco and the others? Then, as if it didn't matter, he muttered to himself. Oh well, this was just to make an impression. Missing a few of them doesn't really matter. These people aren't even trying to kill me, yet taking down over 200 of them didn't even earn me any experience points. Clearly, I wasn't hitting hard enough. Next time I'll have to go all out. With that, he stabbed his wooden sword into the ground, grinned widely, and shouted, "Who's next?" Instructor Han stood at the edge of the training field, his gaze dull as he scanned the scattered new recruits sprawled across the ground. His heart was far from calm. Instructor Hong Hao approached with Li Lian and Lin Qiye, giving him a pat on the shoulder. What's wrong? Feeling defeated? Instructor Han nodded dejectedly. Maybe I should just go back. Even these new recruits are better at close combat than me now. What's the point of me staying here? Instructor Hong chuckled softly and leaned in to whisper, You don't know, do you? That guy's one of the 2 divine agents in our training camp. Just yesterday, he beat Wang Mian, the captain of the masked squad, in a same-level duel. Even Wang Mian, with his ability to accelerate time, couldn't take him down. These recruits don't stand a chance against him. What? Instructor Han's eyes widened in shock, momentarily speechless. So stop doubting yourself, Hong Hao continued. Each of us instructors has our own strengths, but no one else here is as versatile as you, mastering a diverse range of skills. Even that brat on the stage can't compare to you. Besides, the head instructor already said Li Lian is only responsible for combat training. The actual teaching is still up to you. He patted Han's shoulder again. Don't you want to train someone who can beat him? After all, our training camp has more than just one divine agent. Instructor Han pondered for a moment before nodding firmly. All right, I'll keep teaching. I don't believe I can't train a recruit who can surpass him. That's the spirit. Hong Hao laughed. All of us instructors are behind you. At that moment, Chao Yuan, who had been knocked out with 2 punches, wobbled to his feet, clutching his head. He walked over to Lin Qiye and asked quietly, Did I kill someone again? Why are there so many people lying on the ground? Lin Qiye glanced at the bump on his head and shook his head. It's not you. It's all Li Lian's doing. Ba! Chao Yuan exclaimed in shock. Li Lian is that ruthless? Head instructor Yuan Gang watched Li Lian boasting on the sparring platform and felt his blood pressure rising. This kid never stayed out of trouble. Now, the training field was littered with unconscious recruits, not a single one able to move. How were they supposed to continue training? Li Lian, don't you think you went too hard on them? Not at all, Li Lian replied with an innocent expression. I was very controlled. Not a single broken bone, just surface injuries. It won't affect their training at all. No broken bones, but all of them have mild concussions. Yuan Gang growled through gritted teeth. Who taught you to hit people like this? Such recklessness. Li Lian responded confidently. Captain Chunmai of the Night Watchers Team 136. I saw him fight Lin Qiye, and it was the same without treatment. You couldn't get out of bed the next day. I've already held back a lot. Then what do we do now? Yuan Gang was on the verge of losing his temper. Leave it to me. Li Lian strode to the center of the training field and abruptly unleashed his domain. In an instant, flames surged and danced in the air, their searing heat enveloping all the unconscious recruits. Li Lian's hands ignited with blazing flames, a sinister grin identical to Chao Yuan's spreading across his face. Ha ha ha, if anyone down there doesn't get up, be prepared to be burned to ashes. At that moment, he resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell, the flickering flames in his hands casting eerie shadows over his face. The unconscious recruits seemed to sense the looming threat of death and jolted awake one after another. When they saw the demon wielding flames before them, they didn't hesitate for a second, screaming as they bolted away. Is it just me? Or has Li Lian been getting more and more twisted lately? Should we take him to see a therapist? Shen Qingzhu asked Lin Qiye, glancing at Li Lian, who was having the time of his life in the training ground. A therapist? He probably needs to go straight to the psych ward, while Li Pangpang muttered, shrinking his neck. His chubby cheeks quivered slightly as he silently thanked his luck for not stepping up to challenge Li Lian. Lin Qiye nodded. I actually know a pretty good psychiatrist. Wait, why would you know a psychiatrist? Shen Qingzhu asked, puzzled. He used to be my attending doctor. Shen Qingzhu, by Li Pangpang, and Xiao Yuan all froze, their faces collectively donning expressions of disbelief, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. As the recruits scattered in all directions, Li Lian nodded in satisfaction, turning to Yuan Gang with a smug look. So what do you think? My wake-up call's way more effective than your medical team. Huh? Though, I should have charged for it such a waste. Dr. Li, please put your powers away. Yuan Gang replied with a resigned shake of his head. Then, raising his voice, he called out, everyone, assemble. Li Lian withdrew his fiery domain and joined Yuan Gang and Instructor Han on the training platform. Yuan Gang's voice echoed across the training field. Listen up, rookies. Li Lian just fought 200 of you and came out completely unscathed. This is the worst performance in the history of this training ground. You so-called prides of heaven have utterly embarrassed yourselves. His words cut deep, wounding the recruit's pride. But then Yuan Gang's tone shifted. However, this is also understandable. You haven't undergone systematic training yet. Most of you don't even know how to hold a blade properly. But your courage now that, I admire. Whether it was facing the masked squad or challenging Li Lian today, you've shown the bravery to draw your weapons and fight. Humanity's anthem is the anthem of courage, and your actions today have left me impressed. A faint smile appeared on Yuan Gang's face. The Night Watchers are the first and last line of defense for Xia. Remember today's defeat, but also remember the courage you displayed. That courage will be your greatest source of strength when facing formidable mysteries in the future. I believe that one day, not only will you catch up to Li Lian, but you'll surpass him and leave him far behind. All recruits, attention. Snap. The sound of synchronized steps rang out as the recruits stood at attention, their postures straight, their eyes shining with determination. Some of the female recruits were even moved to tears. Now, Instructor Han will continue the lesson. Let's give him a round of applause. Amid enthusiastic applause, a single thought dominated the minds of all the recruits. Train hard, and one day, they would bring Li Lian to his knees. Li Lian tugged at Yuan Gang's sleeve and whispered, fishing for compliments. So, what do you think? Letting me be the instructor has been a huge win for you, right? Yuan Gang chuckled inwardly. This brat really is something else. Li Lian and Yuan Gang stepped down from the martial arts stage, leaving Instructor Han to continue explaining the techniques of using the straight blade to the new recruits. Leaning against the wall, Li Lian lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and allowed his weary body a moment of rest. I told you, being an instructor is a sweet deal. Li Lian exhaled a puff of smoke, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes. Yuan Gang nodded thoughtfully. Li Lian's almost intimidating display earlier had indeed succeeded in subduing the group of fresh recruits. Recalling the sight of the recruits standing ramrod straight during the lecture, Yuan Gang couldn't help but nod quietly to himself. These rookies were finally starting to look like real soldiers. In the morning, Instructor Han is teaching straight blade techniques. What's the plan for the afternoon? Li Lian asked casually. Yuan Gang shot him a wary glance. Why are you asking? You're just a close combat instructor focused on real combat. What's it to you? What's with that look? Aren't we on the same team now? Li Lian spread his hands in mock exasperation. Besides, your training routines are so predictable. TVE been overdone in TV dramas. Hardly top secret stuff. Then why don't you take a guess? What else could it be? Physical training, obviously. Li Lian flicked the ash off his cigarette. Then you'll probably get a few people to hurl insults at them. Make the recruits so mad they forget about the pain of training. Oh, you think you know it all, huh? Of course. I'm a military drama enthusiast. Li Lian said with pride. There's this one show with a drill instructor named Yuan, in his 30s, constantly complaining about not having had enough fun, and always tormenting two recruits surnamed Su and Chang. How come I've never seen it? When do you ever have time to watch TV dramas? Fair point. Yuan Gang's eyes lit up. Why don't you help out? Didn't you say you're the best at throwing sharp remarks? We're planning to. Yuan Gang leaned in and whispered something into Li Lian's ear. Li Lian dug at his ear incredulously. You're seriously asking me to chase down this group of recruits? Absolutely, Yuan Gang said firmly. You'll chase them while scaring them senseless, making sure they don't get a moment to catch their breath. But remember, no using forbidden techniques if you catch them all in 2 minutes. What's the point of training? By noon, in the mess hall, the recruits sat in front of a meal consisting of a steamed bun, a piece of raw meat, and a small dish of pickled vegetables, their expressions a mixture of emotions. Without Li Lian around, Lin Qiye and the others had lost their chance to enjoy hot pot and had to settle for the same Spartan meal as the rest of the recruits. After lunch, Instructor Hong led the recruits to the training field, where 5 black buses were parked. Consider yourselves lucky, Instructor Hong announced loudly. This afternoon, you'll undergo your first extreme training session. Now, everyone, get on the buses. The recruits boarded the buses one after another. Due to the loosened roadbed from earlier explosions, the vehicles swayed and jolted as they rumbled out of the training camp along the uneven path. Watching the scene unfold, a faint but meaningful smile crept across Lian's face. It was the bomb that exploded, not me. 5 buses pulled up at the foot of Jinan Mountain. Lin Qiye looked up at the mountain range before him. The main peak wasn't particularly towering, surrounded by smaller hills that gave the entire area the appearance of stars encircling the moon. As a local of Sangnan City, he was more than familiar with this unremarkable mountain range, which hadn't even developed into a tourist attraction. Yet, he couldn't fathom why such a place was chosen for extreme training. Attention, everyone. Stand at attention. Instructor Hong's sharp gaze scanned the group of bewildered recruits, a faintly mischievous smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Extreme training is simple. Each of you will carry a 35-kilogram load and traverse this mountain range before sunrise tomorrow. 35 kilograms? Simple? Is that even humanly possible? Li Pangpang couldn't help but mutter. Too easy for you lot, actually, Instructor Hong said with a sly grin. So, we'll be deploying a few drones to track you. Before his words fully settled, countless drones rose into the air from the last bus, each equipped with a small spray device at the bottom. These are paintball guns. If you're hit, you're eliminated, Instructor Hong continued. As for the consequences of elimination, well, let's just say it's not pleasant. But since I feel sorry for you, hey, raise a hint, guess what Lian is up to right now. The mere mention of Lian sent a wave of dread through the recruits. Remember 3 rules, Instructor Hong said in a serious tone. First, you can exchange your loads with one another, but you're not allowed to abandon them. Second, you're forbidden to attack the drones or block the paint. Third, under no circumstances are you allowed to attack each other. Understood? Understood. The recruits responded in unison. When the equipment was distributed, everyone received their load and a tactical knife except Chao Yuan, who was handed a spoon. Instructor, this is blatant targeting. If you're not giving me a knife, fine, but why a spoon? Chao Yuan protested furiously. You're not allowed to use a knife, so make do with the spoon, Instructor Hong said dismissively, ignoring Chao Yuan's frustration. He then turned to Li Pangpang, who was about to leave. Hand over your spatial storage device and everything else you're carrying. Instructor, those are my lifelines. Li Pangpang reluctantly handed over his equipment, his face filled with anguish. Once everyone had entered the mountain area, Lian appeared silently beside Instructor Hong, took the microphone, and began broadcasting. Testing, hello, recruits. I'm Lian, and I bring you some good news. Every eliminated recruit will receive a handmade, honest red bean bun from me. What's an honest red bean bun? Someone asked, confused. It's simple, Lian's voice dripped with mischief. Eat it, and you'll tell the truth about anything you're asked, your crush, your quirks, everything. Oh, and I'll personally be hunting you down soon. If I catch you, hee, you'll get some special attention. Better start running. Mwaha. On the forest trail, Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan were moving swiftly, burdened with heavy gear. Lagging behind, Li Pangpang was already gasping for breath, sweat streaming down his round cheeks. Naturally carrying several dozen pounds of built-in weight, and now having to haul an additional 35 kilograms of equipment. This grueling training was nothing short of a nightmare for the pampered young man who had never endured such intensity. You too, slow down. Li Pangpang panted as he shouted. We just finished a weighted run at dawn, and now we're doing a mountain trail run? My body can't take this. Lin Qiye glanced back at him, urgency evident in his tone. Quit complaining and keep up. At dawn, Lian was helping you, but now he's on the other side. If he catches you. The thought of Lian's mischievous personality gave Lin Qiye a headache. No way, Li Pangpang wheezed. What the heck is an honest red bean bun? Sounds like a scam. I've eaten so many snacks, but I've never heard of anything like. Before he could finish, the hum of a drone suddenly echoed through the forest. A muffled thud followed, and a recruit at the back of the group was struck by a paintball fired from the drone, collapsing helplessly to the ground. In an instant, 2 instructors appeared like phantoms among the trees. With unsettling smiles on their faces, they efficiently carried the unconscious recruit away. Witnessing this, the remaining recruits shivered, a single thought flashing through their minds. Are we really going to be forced to eat that honest red bean bun? Hey, can you hear me? Lian's cheerful voice crackled from the speakers. Just caught a poor sap and had him try my special honest red bean bun. It's my first time making it, but the results, well, let's test it out. You're awake? What's your name? Zhang Wei. The recruit replied weakly. Pretty ordinary name. You should think about studying law and becoming a lawyer, Lian chuckled. All right, tell me, what's the dumbest thing you did as a kid? Zhang Wei seemed to resist, but eventually spoke unwillingly. When I was a kid, my sister had a stomachache, and my mom took her to the bathroom with a little plastic bottle. When they came out, there was some yellow liquid left in the bottle. I thought it was a drink, so I drank it all and even licked the bottle clean. And then, Lian prompted. Zhang Wei's voice was filled with despair. Later, I got constipated one day, and my mom took the same kind of bottle and brought me to the bathroom. That's when I realized it was an enema. The forest erupted in laughter, but the laughter quickly died down. Everyone understood that Zhang Wei's humiliation could easily happen to any of them. Why are you still standing there? Run, someone shouted, and the recruits scattered like frightened birds, vanishing into the dense forest. If I don't run, it's social death. Behind Lin Qiye, Shen Qingzhu hurried over with 3 lackeys in tow. His expression was grave as he lowered his voice. We need to split up. Molly has already teamed up with her roommates. If we all stay together like this, we're just sitting ducks, making ourselves an easy target for more drone attacks. Lin Qiye nodded decisively, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. We need to move fast. Lian is unpredictable, and we absolutely can't fall into his hands. Everyone nodded in agreement, except for Shen Qingzhu, who couldn't resist asking, can Lian really create something like honest red bean buns? Is that his forbidden ruin ability? Lin Qiye shook his head, frowning slightly. I know Lian's forbidden ruin ability like the back of my hand. This is probably just another one of his tricks. That guy's mind is impossible to read. But one thing's for sure, he's managed to make every single rookie despise him. Exactly. Shen Qingzhu's eyes lit up. Why would Lian deliberately provoke all the rookies? Why are you wasting time thinking about that? Just run. If you don't want to face social death, we need to leave this mountain range immediately. Meanwhile, back at the training ground, Lian stood dumbfounded as he watched Zhang Wei's earth-shattering self-destruction. Under the relentless pressure of Instructor Hong, Zhang Wei, who was wearing the Ring of Truth, had no way to defend himself. One socially devastating question after another forced him to answer honestly, leaving him looking like he wished he could just disappear on the spot. This wasn't some honest red bean bun scenario, it was clearly a trap Lian had set to farm experience points. He understood all too well that making enemies is easier than making friends. Getting the rookies to hate him was far simpler than getting them to like him. By planting deep-seated resentment in their hearts, the system would reward him with experience points. 5 minutes passed, and the drones had only managed to capture Zhang Wei. The slow progress made Lian impatient. Stretching his limbs, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Lian, where are you going? Instructor Hong, having finally let the devastated Zhang Wei off the hook, asked in surprise. To catch a few more unlucky rookies for fun. Lian summoned Ryujin Jakka, casually chopping down a tree branch as thick as a bowl from a nearby tree. After quickly trimming off the excess twigs, he said, I'll make sure every rookie knows that falling into my hands is far worse than being caught by a drone. With that, he strode into the dense forest, tree branch in hand. Instructor Hong watched his retreating figure thoughtfully. This kid is terrifying. Do you think he'll go too far with the rookies? Who knows? The chief instructor gave him free rein to do as he pleases. Gotta admit, the kid's pretty useful. As soon as Lian entered the forest, he easily picked up on the careless traces left by the rookies. With his superior physical fitness and light gear, he was far faster than the heavily burdened rookies. It didn't take long for him to spot a target 4-person team, with none other than Shen Qingzhu leading the way. Well, if it isn't the ever-so-proud Shen Qingzhu, Lian said with a mischievous grin. This must be fate. Lian stood still for a moment, lost in thought, his gaze landing on Shen Qingzhu and the other 3 not far away. As their roommate, he couldn't bear to let Draco get eliminated so early after all. The medicinal bath following the first extreme training session was crucial for improving physical fitness. The more exhausted they were, the better the effect. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Instead of letting them slowly wear themselves out, why not go for a quick and decisive approach? If the goal was to push them to their limits, what difference would 1 minute or 1 hour make? With that thought, Lian grabbed a thick wooden stick, roughly the diameter of a bowl, without caring about the rough bark and branches still attached. He shouted at the 4 ahead, Draco, run now. If you don't, something bad is going to happen. Waving the stick menacingly, he added with a hint of threat in his voice. See this stick in my hand? Guess if I'm going to hit someone with it, or poke someone with it. Shen Qingzhu and the others turned around at his shout, only to see Lian frantically swinging the hefty stick. They couldn't help but gulp. Remembering his legendary actions earlier that morning using a wooden sword, and now seeing this stick that was several times thicker, they shuddered. What terrified them even more was the word poke. What part of a man could possibly be worth poking? Instinctively, they clenched their backsides and silently vowed to protect themselves at all costs. Without hesitation, the 4 of them, as if injected with adrenaline, bolted deeper into the forest, abandoning any thoughts of conserving energy. Watching their retreating figures speeding away, Lian let out a bone-chilling, maniacal laugh. Hee hee. Run, Draco, run. If I catch you, Illinois. Hee hee. His eerie laughter echoed through the training ground via the microphone, sending shivers down the spines of all the recruits. Chia, Lian is getting more and more deranged. Chao Yuan muttered, clutching his prayer beads in one hand and a spoon in the other. Hearing that familiar crazy laugh, he couldn't help but recall his own transformation state. Lin Qiye, wielding a small knife, was hacking away at vines and branches to clear a path for their escape. Forget about him. Right now, Draco's the unlucky one. Let's just run and get as far away from that lunatic as possible. Fatty, come help out. Panting and drenched in sweat, Wily Fatty gasped. I can't run anymore. If you stop running, Lian will. Hee you. If you don't want that, you better keep going. What does hee even mean? Trust me, you don't want to know. Lian, following the path Shin Qingzhu and the others had cleared, quickly closed the gap to about 50 meters. Draco, you can't escape, he shouted. Are you ready to embrace the love stick? A chill ran down their spines, and none of the four dared to look back. They only quickened their pace, frantically chopping through branches and fighting to escape. Finally, after relentless efforts, the four managed to carve a path through the dense forest. The terrain ahead opened up, with fewer obstacles in sight. Just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, an unexpected incident occurred. Deng Wei's cry of pain shattered the silence. He had stepped into a void, and the 35 kilograms of gear on his back caused him to fall heavily to the ground. His ankle swelled up immediately. Are you okay? Shin Qingzhu asked calmly, his eyes betraying a hint of concern as he looked at Deng Wei lying on the ground. Brother Shun, I can't go on. You guys go ahead. Deng Wei gritted his teeth. He knew that trying to move forward with an injured leg while carrying the gear would only slow everyone down. Before he could finish speaking, a shadow silently appeared behind him. Lian grinned, revealing his signature bright white teeth, and grabbed Deng Wei by the back of his collar. His smile carried an unsettling edge. Well, you guys are in luck. I can't take all four of you back at once, so we'll be keeping the sacrifice. You've got 10 minutes to run for your lives. What are you planning to do to him? Shin Qingzhu demanded, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Ever since the training camp explosion, Lian's actions had become increasingly unpredictable. Haha, take a guess. Lian replied with a sinister chuckle. With a swift chop, he knocked Deng Wei unconscious and slung him over his shoulder, gear and all. He'll send him back first. You'll find out soon enough. Still here? Waiting for me to knock you all out one by one. Without hesitation, Shin Qingzhu and the other two bolted in the opposite direction. As their figures disappeared from sight, Lian punched Deng Wei awake, immediately covering his mouth while activating his microphone. Haha, fresh sacrifice. Am offering you to the great demon king of the spiked club. Lian's voice echoed across the training ground through the loudspeakers. MMPH. Deng Wei let out muffled sounds of resistance. Stop struggling. You can't escape. Wham! The scream was abruptly cut off as the microphone went silent. In reality, Lian had merely jabbed a wooden stick into the ground and tickled Deng Wei under his arms before knocking him out again. However, to the rookies listening in, it sounded like an unspeakable horror had unfolded. The female soldiers turned pale with fright, and even the usually composed Molly broke out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Shin Qingzhu and his two companions, who had fled earlier, were gripped with terror. They alone had seen that mysterious stick in Lian's hands. As everyone remained frozen in fear, Lian's cheerful voice suddenly came through the speakers again. Time's almost up. After sending Shen Wei back, Lian did not continue chasing Draco. He knew well that exhausting his opponent's stamina at this stage was no easy task, but the other recruits, on the other hand, made for excellent targets. Holding the tracking device given by Instructor Hong, he moved like a ghost behind the recruits, occasionally letting out eerie, cackling laughter or striking tree trunks with a wooden stick to create unsettling noises. This psychological warfare was highly effective. Whenever the recruits heard the strange laughter, their running speed would immediately increase by a notch. Yuan Gang witnessed this scene and couldn't stop laughing. It was far more intimidating than a drone. After all, the true purpose of the training wasn't to eliminate recruits, but to push them to break through their physical limits. At this rate, most of the recruits would likely be eliminated before nightfall. Returning to the starting point, Lian casually dropped off an unconscious recruit and leisurely lit a cigarette. Thanks to his scare tactics, the number of recruits fainting kept rising, forcing the instructors to shuttle back and forth across the mountain, eventually lining up the fallen recruits neatly on the ground. The scene was eerily reminiscent of the morning, and Lian couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. After finishing his cigarette, he set his sights on Shin Qingzhu. This time, he decided to forego the Catan mouse game. Once he caught his target, he had plenty of ways to make him suffer. Meanwhile, Shin Qingzhu was trudging alone through the forest. His two sidekicks, the twin brothers Li Liang and Li Jia, had long since reached their limits. After being marked by the drone's paint, they publicly confessed their admiration for Shin Qingzhu, declaring that their reverence for Brother Shun was unmatched. This sudden proclamation left Shin Qingzhu mortified. Still, before their retreat, They managed to lend a hand each, taking on 10 kilograms of weight, leaving Shin Qingzhu with just 15 kilograms to carry. Using the tracking device, Lian took a shortcut and ambushed Shin Qingzhu's inevitable path. The entire mountain range had been obscured by disorienting barriers, disrupting the recruit's sense of direction and turning the area into a massive maze. In reality, Shin Qingzhu had been wandering in circles. Perched on a tree branch with his wooden stick in hand, Lian waited patiently for his prey to step into his trap. Shin Qingzhu suddenly halted, hesitant to look up. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the uninvited guest in the tree and immediately realized had fallen into a trap. His stamina was nearly depleted, and even with 20 kilograms of weight offloaded, the toll of mountain terrain was far greater than that of flat ground. Against Lian, who carried no weight at all, Shin Qingzhu had no chance of escape. The choices before him were grim. Get hit by the drone's paint and be forced to eat Lian's truth bean paste bun while answering humiliating questions, or be directly subdued by Lian and become the sacrificial offering to the great club-wielding Demon King. Both options were bleak, but Shin Qingzhu clenched his fists tightly. Neither path, he resolved, was one he would take. Shin Qingzhu spun around and broke into a desperate sprint in the direction he came from. Only one thought occupied his mind: run. Better to be hit by a drone than to be caught by Lian. Behind him, Lian stood atop the treetops, shielding his eyes with his hand as he watched Shin Qingzhu's retreating figure. This guy's stamina is something else. He's been running for so long and still keeps up this speed, Lian remarked with a grin. Looks like I'll have to step it up and chase him down until he collapses. You're pretty fast, aren't you, Mr. Cool? Lian called out, jumping down from the tree with a wooden stick slung over his shoulder, his laughter echoing eerily. Let's see if you can escape from my grasp today. Shin Qingzhu was gasping for air as he ran, but the sound of Lian's voice behind him sent a chill down his spine. His back tensed, and even his legs felt like they were locking up. We're roommates, for crying out loud. Is this really necessary? He muttered to himself. As Lian's footsteps grew louder and closer, Shin Qingzhu couldn't help but glance back. What he saw was Lian grinning with a mouthful of pale teeth, closing the distance at an alarming speed. The momentary distraction caused Shin Qingzhu to trip over a protruding tree root. He lost his balance entirely, tumbling through the underbrush and finally crashing into a large tree with a resounding thud. Shin Qingzhu lay there, too exhausted and pained to speak. Waves of fatigue and agony swept over him, and every breath felt like his lungs were on fire. Lian slowed his pace, each step deliberate as he approached. To Shin Qingzhu, the sound of those footsteps was like a hammer striking his heart. Nowhere left to run, huh? Lian stopped about 3 meters away, turned on his microphone, and let his mocking laughter echo for all the remaining recruits to hear. Come on, Mr. Cool, we're roommates, right? Lian said in a coaxing tone. I just became a drill instructor today, and you know the saying, a man's gotta be ruthless to stand firm, sharp to make his mark. Newcomers have to prove themselves, light 3 fires, and all that. Only a fierce exterior can show a compassionate heart surely. You wouldn't want to undermine my authority, would you? But Shin Qingzhu's eyes were locked on the rough wooden stick in Lian's hands. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as Lian closed in step by step. With the last ounce of his strength, Shin Qingzhu screamed, "Don't come any closer." Before the words had fully left his mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted whether from sheer exhaustion or sheer terror. It was hard to tell. Lian looked down at the unconscious Shin Qingzhu and silently gave him a thumbs up in his mind. What a bro. You really get me. Even passing out, you still managed to look cool. He leaned into the microphone and let out another sinister laugh. Ha ha. I'm coming closer anyway. What are you going to do about it? With that, he turned off the microphone. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye and Xiao Yuan were making their way through the forest. Their 3-man team was now down to 2, as Bai Li Pangpang had managed to run himself into unconsciousness. Suddenly, the earlier commotion came through the speakers. Qiye, do you think the drill instructors would let us surrender? Xiao Yuan asked hopefully. Stop watching those gambling movies. What makes you think surrendering would get you off easy? Lin Qiye replied dryly. Then what do? Either we run ourselves into the ground, get hit by a drone and humiliated with some social death question, or get caught by Lian and his creepy laughter. Pick your poison. Give me a knife, we'll fight him. Xiao Yuan declared. You won't win, Lin Qiye retorted. Damn it. After turning off the microphone, Lian walked over to Shin Qingzhu and casually patted him on the shoulder. Draco, nice acting. Time to wake up and keep running. However, Shin Qingzhu didn't respond. Even when Lian gave him a harder pat, causing him to collapse to the ground, he remained completely still. Damn, he's actually unconscious. Lian finally realized something was wrong. No wonder his acting was so convincing, it's real, he muttered. Feeling a little guilty, he tried to justify himself, saying, can't blame me. It's Draco's fault for having such poor mental endurance. Left with no choice, Lian hoisted Shin Qingzhu over his shoulder and headed back to the starting point. From a distance, he saw Instructor Shun holding a roster, meticulously checking the numbers. How many are left who haven't been eliminated? Lian asked. Just Lin Qiye and Xiao Yuan. Instructor Shin replied without looking up. Don't you have a tracking device? Shouldn't you already know? But Lin Qiye seems to be ignoring the effects of the restricted items. He's not running in circles. At this rate, he might actually make it across the entire mountain range. Cross the mountain range? Lian exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? It's not even dark yet. How is he navigating? He can't communicate with the animals in the mountains during the day. Instructor Hong gave a knowing smile. You can thank yourself for that. In past years, new recruits could last at least 5 hours during their first extreme training before collapsing from exhaustion. But thanks to you scaring them from behind, they've been running like madmen. More than half of them have dropped out in less than 3 hours. Lin Qiye and Xiao Yuan are prime examples. They seem particularly terrified of you. That's slander. Pure slander. Lian felt his scalp tingle under Instructor Hong's gaze. Not wanting to argue with this ridiculous man any further, he lit a cigarette, grabbed his wooden stick, and set off in Lin Qiye and Xiao Yuan's direction. Watching the two still moving dots on the tracking device, Lian couldn't help but feel uneasy. The sky was starting to darken, and he didn't have Lin Kai's night vision or the insane passive abilities of a starry night dancer. Even with the tracker, catching up to Lin Qiye without the use of restricted items would be a challenge. He'll deal with Xiao Yuan first. With only the two of them left in the mountains, there's no need for theatrics. Just catch them quickly so I can head back and rest. Following the makeshift path the two had carved out, Lian soon spotted their figures, though they were a bit blurry in the dimming light. Qiye, Xiao Yuan, I'm coming for you. Lian waved his hefty wooden stick in the air as he shouted toward them from afar. Both Lin Qiye and Xiao Yuan turned their heads. The moment Lin Qiye saw Lian's spiked club, he immediately shouted to Xiao Yuan, run. Split up. If we don't, one of us is definitely going to end up as the sacrifice. He'll be the sacrifice. Xiao Yuan said earnestly. Lin Qiye, I'm sorry, but I didn't know you were into this kind of thing. Let's just stay friends, but we should keep some distance from now on. Lin Qiye suddenly leaped backward, putting some distance between himself and Xiao Yuan. Recalling how he had been walking ahead on their way up the mountain, a chill crawled up his spine, and cold sweat soaked through the back of his military uniform. Qiye, you've got it all wrong. Xiao Yuan noticed Lin Qiye's suspicion and hurriedly explained. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to lick you, that's all. Lin Kai's eyes widened in shock, and the gap between them grew even larger. Just as the tension reached its peak, Lian silently appeared beside them. He grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Come on, offer up the sacrifice. The Demon King of the Spiked Club has been starving for far too long. Qiye, you go first. I'll hold him off. Xiao Yuan gripped his spoon tightly and spread his arms wide, standing protectively in front of Lin Qiye. His expression feigned bravery, but the trembling in his legs and the involuntary clenching of his glutes betrayed his fear. Lian paid no attention to Xiao Yuan's display. His gaze locked directly onto Lin Qiye. Qiye, are you staying or running? To him, Xiao Yuan was nothing more than an expendable sidekick. Whether or not he was captured was irrelevant, was never going to make it out. Lin Qiye, on the other hand, had the potential to escape. The choice was his to make. Lin Qiye met Lian's gaze heated, his tone resolute. If possible, I want to test my limits. We're both agents of the gods. If you can be an instructor, I have no excuse for failing even a rookie's training mission. I understand your point. Lian examined Lin Qiye closely, noting the tears in his uniform from tree branches and the small scratches on his face. But in this mountain, with the suppressive effects of the forbidden ruins, even if your stamina increases several times at night, it might not be enough. I'll manage. I can handle it, Lin Qiye said firmly, nodding. All right then. The drones will be here soon. Lian responded, and without hesitation, delivered a swift chop to knock Xiao Yuan unconscious. Now it's just you. Be careful out there. You really shouldn't keep hitting him on the head. He's not that bright to begin with. What if you knock him completely senseless? Care to repeat that? Lian slung Xiao Yuan over his shoulder and threatened. Say it again, and he'll knock you out too and drag you back. He'll come for you later. For now, run while you can. He'll take this sacrifice with me. Ha ha ha. Lin Qiye said no more. Taking advantage of the deepening night, his figure quickly vanished into the dense forest. Chief Instructor, are you there? Can you hear me? Copy that. Go ahead. Xiao Yuan is unconscious. Lin Qiye is the only one left in the entire mountain. What are your orders? Bring Xiao Yuan back. Deploy all drones to track down Lin Qiye. If he manages to escape the mountain range, ITLL prove his skills. Ensure his safety at all costs. Do you really need a rookie to remind you? You think I wouldn't have already arranged for a medical team to follow? Wow, you're getting bold, aren't you? Have you forgotten who I am? Who are you calling a rookie? As long as you want to stay an instructor, you'll follow my orders. Deal with it. Yuan Gang, after observing Lian all afternoon, had noticed that he was particularly obsessed with being an instructor and being disliked. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Gang decided to assert himself, adopting the authoritative tone of the chief instructor to try and intimidate this troublemaker. Listening to Yuan Gang's tone over the headset, Lian was incredulous. Is there really someone this audacious? I literally blew up the training camp yesterday and knocked all the rookies flat this morning. Gritting his teeth, he thought, all right, fine. If this is how you want to play it. Don't think being in the mountains means I can't deal with you. A husky in the mountains can still wreak havoc. When Lian carried the unconscious Chao Yuan back to the rendezvous point, the new recruits lying on the ground were already being transported back to the training camp by the buses. Only the last vehicle, waiting for Lin Qiye, remained at the scene. Take Chao Yuan back first. Yuan Gang quickly arranged the follow-up actions. Leave the medical staff and instructors here to wait. Once Lin Qiye gets eliminated by the drones, it'll be over. Not many succeed in their first extreme training. Even Wang Mian from your previous batch couldn't do it. You are all agents of the gods. Yuan Gang glanced at Lian. There's no reason Lin Qiye could succeed where Wang Mian failed. A sly glint flashed in Lian's eyes. So, are you saying I couldn't do it either? The question left Yuan Gang momentarily speechless before he scoffed. What's so impressive if you could? Back then, Wang Mian was only at the Lamp Realm and trained without the Forbidden Ruins. He was far better than a punk like you. Oh, how about we make a bet? Lian raised an eyebrow. Let's bet if Lin Qiye can successfully cross this mountain range while being tracked by your drones. I won't interfere. Lian felt a surge of excitement. Night had already fallen, and Lin Qiye's Starry Night Dancer ability was now active. Compared to Wang Mian's time-based Forbidden Ruins, Lin Qiye's all-encompassing, unshuttable passive ability was far superior. You're on. Yuan Gang replied decisively. There's no moonlight tonight. With this level of visibility, no one could make it out of this forest. What are the stakes? If you win, I'll agree to one request from you. If you lose, you help me clean up my mess. Yuan Gang. Lian looked horrified. Let's leave private matters out of this, okay? What are you thinking? Yuan Gang rolled his eyes. I mean, you'll help me deal with the aftermath. Even if you volunteered to clean up, I'd suspect you'd use sandpaper. Lian secretly calculated his odds. This bet was perfect for him. As an instructor, it was inevitable to push the trainees hard, and if excessive complaints cost him his position, his meticulously planned experience-gathering scheme would fall apart. Having a scapegoat was just what he needed. Deal. Before his words even settled, Lian vanished in a flash step. I'll wait for him at the mountain's end. If he fails, I'll run back myself. Watching Lian's retreating figure, Yuan Gang's lips curled into a cold smirk. That brat walked right into my hands. Still too naive. He immediately issued orders. Deploy all drones for tracking and increase the effect of the suppression stone. Even if we can't completely neutralize his divine ruins, make it hard for him. Forget about Lin Qiye for now. The priority is putting Lian in his place. Meanwhile, Lian crouched at the mountain's edge, a cigarette in his mouth, staring at the tracking device in his hand. He scratched his head, frowning. Something's off. Why has Lin Qiye suddenly slowed down? And why does he keep stopping? Is he evading the drones? Or is he running out of stamina? Shadows cloaked the mountain, and the hum of drones echoed through the dense forest. Lian stared at the tracker displaying Lin Qiye's location, his brows furrowed. All the drones were converging on a single target, highly unusual. Even more puzzling was the fact that someone of Lin Qiye's physical prowess seemed to be struggling. As Lin Qiye's former training partner, Lian was intimately familiar with his stellar dancer skill. Back in their team 136 days, Lin Qiye had always dominated their nighttime sparring sessions with the advantage of this passive ability. But now, running out of stamina while climbing a mountain? Something was definitely off. Irritated, Lian spat out his cigarette and crushed the butt underfoot. Playing dirty, huh? Fine, let's settle all old and new scores together. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes as he quickly devised a plan that would leave his opponent cornered. Flowing blade of fire emerged in his hand, its cold gleam cutting through the darkness. Within moments, the surrounding trees within a 30-meter radius toppled one by one. Lian swiftly gathered the fallen trees into a massive pile and set it ablaze. Flames roared into the night sky, their brightness impossible to miss. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye was darting through the dense forest, his movements precise despite the pitch-black surroundings. He skillfully avoided every overgrown branch, but the rapid depletion of his stamina made him increasingly wary. He could feel if this forbidden domain was being suppressed by some unknown force, and the stamina recovery effect of his stellar dancer ability was significantly weakened. The drones behind him seemed equipped with radar, relentlessly tracking his position. If not for his ability to synchronize with nocturnal animals, he would have already been eliminated. Just as he was nearing a desperate situation, a sudden burst of firelight flared at the foot of the mountain, a beacon of hope in the darkness. The size and location of the fire unmistakably bore Lian's signature touch. Recognizing the familiar signal, Lin Qiye felt a surge of renewed energy. Gritting his teeth, he pushed forward, racing toward the firelight. Lian, monitoring his tracker, confirmed that Lin Qiye had received the message. He then turned his focus to the drones that were closing in. These tin cans, Lian muttered, cracking his knuckles. Instead of destroying them, I might as well claim them. Let's see how much this costs you. Back at the command center, updates poured in one after another. Reporting to the commander, we've detected a fire near the exit direction. Reporting to the commander, the drones pursuing Lin Qiye are going offline one by one. The footage shows no anomalies, but the signals are suddenly lost. Yuan Gang's face turned beet red, his fury boiling over. Lian, you little brat. One day I'll... Don't be mad. After all, you were the one who played dirty first. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Lian said casually as he maneuvered the last drone to land in the Soul Society. Approaching the microphone, he added in a laid-back tone, 78 drones in total. Pay up. I want cash. What? That's public property of the Night Watchman. Lian smirked slightly. Flat rate $1,000, cash. Seeing the other party question the low price, he immediately explained, I just want some pocket money. What harm could I possibly have in mind? The deal was sealed shortly after. Truthfully, Lian never intended to rip off Yuan Gang. He was simply helping Lin Qiye after all. $1,000 wasn't even enough to meet the threshold for a formal report. As night deepened, Lian found a tree stump and sat by the fire he had started. The flames danced as he carefully kept watch, ensuring the fire didn't spread across the entire Jinan Mountain, all the while waiting for Lin Qiye to show up. Judging by his pace, he should be arriving soon. Sure enough, half an hour later, a battered figure appeared in the flickering firelight. It was Lin Qiye. His hat was missing, his military uniform was in tatters, and the hand gripping his tactical knife trembled from exhaustion. Yet, his eyes remained bright like the North Star, their brilliance even more striking in the glow of the fire. Lian, I knew it was you. Lin Qiye gasped, his voice hoarse. Where are the drones that were blocking me earlier? They ran out of battery and went back to recharge, Lian replied lazily. All of them ran out of battery at the same time? Lian spread his hands in a nonchalant gesture, clearly unbothered. Thanks. Lin Qiye's voice was weak, and his body swayed, held upright only by sheer willpower. Thank me? What for? Don't make stuff up now. Lian chuckled. The rookie training camp has been running for years, and you were the first to complete the mission during your first extreme training session. Go back and ask the head instructor for a little red flower as a reward. He grinned inwardly, pleased that this would give the head instructor one more mess to clean up, while he could gain some extra experience points during tomorrow's sparring. Screw your red flower. Lin Qiye muttered, his legs giving out as he collapsed. Just before his knees hit the ground, Lian caught him. Remember this. Lian's voice turned serious. No matter what, never let both your knees hit the ground at the same time. Unless it's for your family or elders, no one is worth kneeling for. Even if your legs are broken, you stand tall. Got it. Understood. Lin Qiye managed to reply before passing out, hanging limply in Lian's grasp. When Lin Qiye opened his eyes again, he found himself soaking in a wooden tub filled with a foul-smelling liquid, entirely naked. Just as he tried to climb out, Lian's voice came from behind him. Stay in there a bit longer. It's good for you. This is a secret formula from the Night Watchman. Money can't buy it. Lian leaned against another tub, idly twirling a pair of sharp scissors in his hand. If it's so good, why aren't you soaking in it? It'd be a waste on me, Lian admitted bluntly. With my physical condition, soaking won't make a difference anymore, so why waste the materials? After all, to him, this body was just a temporary vessel, a disposable experience card. There was no point in squandering resources. It might be better to let Lin Qiye and the others soak in my potion. Strengthening my teammates isn't such a bad idea, Lian thought to himself. If something happens to me in the future, at least they'll be able to lend a hand. With that in mind, he voluntarily shared his portion with the others. Lin Qiye noticed that the water in his wooden tub was indeed darker than everyone else's, but what puzzled him more was the gleaming pair of scissors in Lian's hand. Scissors in a bathhouse? That's way too creepy, Lin Qiye frowned. You'll find out soon enough, Lian replied with a sinister grin, heading straight toward Bai Li Pang Pang, who was soaking in a neighboring tub. At that moment, Bai Li Pang Pang was half asleep, his pale, plump body glistening in the water. Lian lightly tapped Bai Li Pang Pang on the head, jolting him awake. Who dares sneak attack me? He blurted out, only to see a pair of gleaming scissors aimed right at his most vulnerable spot. Ah! Bai Li Pang Pang's scream nearly tore the roof off, startling the girls next door into thinking someone had barged into the men's bathhouse. 30 minutes later, in the cafeteria, Bai Li Pang Pang, his face pale as a sheet, noticed that Shun Qingzhu, Chao Yuan, and the others looked just as ashen. He immediately realized they had all suffered the same treatment. Not a single male recruit in the cafeteria had been spared, and every one of them seemed ready to tear Lian to pieces. Don't you think you've gone too far? Lin Qiye asked, still putting on his clothes. Considering we're all from the same place, the fact that they haven't beaten me up yet is already merciful, Lian said casually. Putting away the scissors, and mentioning offhandedly that he planned to bring some red paper to old Zhao in the Soul Realm, so he could learn to make paper-cut window decorations to pass the time. What are you even trying to achieve here? Just one thing, Lian said seriously. During the combat training later, you'd better fight me like you really want to kill me. Otherwise, next time, I'll deal with you too. As soon as they entered the cafeteria, every male recruit's gaze turned toward them like sharp daggers. What are you all staring at? A bunch of rookies. If looks could kill, then why even bother with knives? During the combat training later, if you've got the guts, come and try to take me down. Lian shouted provocatively. 20 minutes later, at the training grounds, Lian stood on the dueling platform, holding the star blade, and announced that they would be using real weapons for the training. Furious, Zhang Wei was the first to charge onto the platform, grabbing his weapon and swinging it at Lian. You look familiar, Lian teased. Zhang Wei, right? Lian, you scoundrel. Prepare to die. Bang. Before Zhang Wei could even see Lian's blade leave its sheath, he was struck on the forehead by the scabbard and fell to the ground. At that moment, a system notification rang in Lian's mind. Ding. Experience 10. Looking at the enraged recruits below, Lian sighed in delight. This place is heaven. Ding. The sound of experience points accumulating echoed in Lian's ears, rising steadily from 5 to 10. As the points amassed, they eventually triggered a level up, granting him a new skill. Hado 31. Shikaho Red Flame Cannon. This skill allowed him to launch fireballs using spiritual energy, but by chanting, "O Sovereign, mask of flesh and blood, all creation, fluttering wings, bearer of the human name, Inferno and Pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march onward." Its power could be significantly enhanced. Over the past 3 days, Lian discovered a perfect way to level up bee farming experience points from recruits. His farming plan was divided into 2 phases. In the mornings, he focused on intense sparring sessions, relentlessly beating up the recruits. In the afternoons, it was extreme physical training, which even included scaring them in the bathhouse with a pair of scissors. These actions eventually sparked murderous intent among the recruits, who began glaring at Lian with nothing but hatred. Although each recruit only provided a small amount of experience, 10 points from those who hated him most, and 5 from the more indifferent ones, the sheer number of recruits worked in his favor. With over 200 recruits, each contributing an average of 8 points, his daily gains rivaled the experience he earned from unknown duels with Wang Mian. The Shikaho unlocked at level 12 and the Okasan Yellow Fire Flash at level 13 were not top-tier Hado skills, but they were sufficient for his current stage. The former could be used for lighting the way, while the latter sacrificed power for speed. Lian's training methods were highly unorthodox. If he felt his daily experience gains were lagging behind the previous day, he would escalate his torment of the recruits. He would yank off their blankets in the middle of the night with scissors in hand, target their lower bodies during sparring matches, and even cut the female recruits' hair. Many of them went from long hair to short, and eventually to being completely bald. These antics led to the chief instructor, Yuan Gang, dealing with hundreds of complaints daily. However, there was little he could do, as Lian was undeniably dedicated to practical training. Driven by hatred, the recruits' combat skills improved rapidly from barely being able to hold a blade to lasting 3 rounds against Lian. In just 3 days, Lian had leveled up to 14, unlocking the healing skill Kaido. While the skills levels were not explicitly ranked in the Shinigami world, its ability to heal spiritual injuries made it particularly valuable. Now, his goal was to reach level 15 and acquire a new Zanpakuto. Do you think we can help Lin Qiye treat the patients in the psychiatric hospital? Lian was pondering this when he suddenly felt an unusual divine power surge through the training camp. This force was different from Lin Qiye's usual seraphic aura. Instead, it was as deep and gentle as the night itself. Before he could react, an invisible power took control of his body, freezing his thoughts. In a flash of dark light, Lian found himself standing on the rooftop of the dormitory building. A man and a woman were gazing at him. The woman, dressed in a black gauzy dress, had an exquisite face and flowing attire that seemed to merge seamlessly with the night. She was none other than Nyx, the goddess of the night. "Hypnos, my child, how did you become so weak?" Nyx asked softly. Lian was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why she was addressing him this way. The restraints on his body had disappeared, but Nyx's words left him even more bewildered. "I thought you would never return, and yet here you are, hiding in your brother's divine realm." Nyx choked out, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Do you despise seeing your mother that much?" Faced with this unexpected situation, Lian instinctively turned to Lin Qiye for help. Lin Qiye first gave him a knowing look, then gently held Nyx's hand and comforted her. "Mother, isn't he back now? Please don't cry." At the same time, he subtly signaled Lian with his eyes. Lian immediately understood Nyx's psychiatric treatment was only halfway complete, and upon her first time leaving the hospital, she had mistaken him for Hypnos, her son, the god of sleep. Since resisting a true deity was out of the question, it was better to just play along. "Mom, He dashed forward and threw himself into Nix's arms. You smell so comforting, Mom. Seeing his cooperation, Lin Qiye let out a sigh of relief. Good child, good child. Nix gently stroked Li Lian's hair. Your condition is far from ideal. You mustn't leave your brother's divine realm, and your soul seems to be in trouble as well. Did you hypnotize yourself? Mother, I've been through so much. Li Lian was suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable wave of emotion. Thinking about his journey through different worlds and realizing he was just a temporary figure in all of this, all his pent-up grievances came pouring out. He clung tightly to Nix, fully immersed in this rare moment of maternal love he had never experienced in either of his lives, and began to sob uncontrollably. My poor child, I haven't seen you cry like this in so long, Nix said, holding him tenderly. Tell me, who bullied you? I'll make sure they pay. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye stood by, completely dumbfounded by this emotional scene. Bro, what on earth are you doing? How are you this into the role? Mother, please let go of my brother. Crying like this won't help. Lin Qiye frowned slightly as he watched the scene before him. The way Nix held on to Li Lian so tightly made his heart tighten. After all, the healing progress was only at 51. If emotional turmoil caused a setback, things would get tricky. Li Lian gently freed himself from his mother's embrace, then grasped her hand. Though tears were still visible on his face, a familiar smile had already returned. Mother, please don't cry. I'm fine. These days, I'm the one bullying others. No one can bully me. Just as Nix was about to speak, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Yuan Gang appeared in their line of sight, carrying the star blade on his back. His mental energy surged instantly, and he gripped the sword hilt tightly, speaking warily. Deputy Captain of the Daxia Night Watch Team 006, Yuan Gang. May I ask for your esteemed name? Nix, the goddess of night replied calmly. Her entire being exuded a gentle, yet unyielding aura that effortlessly suppressed Yuan Gang's wild mental energy. Her gaze carried a detached indifference toward mortals. Can't you see I'm talking to my children? Why would you interrupt our family reunion? As her final word fell, Nix's aura suddenly intensified, and sweat began to bead on Yuan Gang's forehead. Lin Qiye quickly stepped in to mediate. Chief Instructor, it's fine. Please, you can leave. He was inwardly worried that Nix's emotions might spiral further out of control. Li Lian also cast a reassuring glance at Yuan Gang, gently tugging on his mother's hand. Mother, you're scaring me. Am I? My apologies, child. Don't be afraid. Nix's tone softened immediately. Yuan Gang felt the oppressive pressure on him dissipate and watched the scene before him in silence. Two young men, one on each side, holding Nix's hands, seemingly unaffected by her terrifying presence. He let out a quiet sigh of relief and turned to leave. All right, I'll let you all talk. He'll be going now. After Yuan Gang left, Nix looked at the obedient Li Lian and said, Hypnos, it's been so long since I've had a good night's sleep. Could you use your abilities to help your mother find peace and slumber? Me? Help the goddess of night sleep? Li Lian chuckled wryly and shook his head. That's not really my area of expertise. I'm not actually the god of sleep. Despite his words, he resolved to try using his newly acquired restorative powers. Mother, my divine energy is damaged, so I may not be able to help you much, but I'll give it a shot. A soft green light began to radiate from Li Lian's hands as he channeled his spiritual energy. Healing energy flowed continuously into Nix's body, but no matter how hard he tried, Nix seemed like a bottomless pit, absorbing all the power without showing any signs of change. Even when Li Lian donned his Deathbreaker garb to accelerate his spiritual recovery, he ultimately exhausted all his energy, his legs trembling as he struggled to stay upright. Seeing her child push himself so hard, a look of deep concern and tenderness appeared on Nix's face. That's enough. Hypnos. Nix's voice carried a tone of relief as she gazed at Li Lian's face. I never expected you to be so weak, yet still willing to give your all to help. You truly are a good child of mine. She embraced Li Lian once more, her warm divine energy flowing gently from her palms. Mother is deeply grateful for your help. Tonight, I can finally rest peacefully. Unfortunately, you cannot leave Thanatos' divine realm now, so I must take my leave for the moment. I will visit you again in the future. As Nix's pure divine energy coursed through him, Li Lian felt his weariness dissipate instantly, replaced by a soothing warmth. A system notification echoed in his mind. Level increased to 15, item obtained Zanpakuto. The unexpected reward filled Li Lian with delight. Thanatos, Hypnos, they'll be going now, Nix said as she released her embrace. Her figure gradually faded into the night. Left behind, Li Lian and Lin Qiye exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. You first, Li Lian said with a chuckle, noticing Lin Qiye's troubled expression. When we meet the chief instructor later, we need to align our story. After a brief pause, Lin Qiye concocted. We'll say Nix came to the Xia Kingdom to find an agent, and she chose me to help her retrieve a lost bracelet. All right, I'll back you up. When Yuan Gang heard their explanation, his face was filled with skepticism. So, she appeared in the Xia Kingdom just to make you her agent? You can serve as the agent for two deities at once? And why was Li Lian there too? The goddess of the night looked me over and decided against choosing me, Li Lian replied casually. Then why did she refer to you as her children? Probably because the divine energy in us made her think so. This all sounds pretty dubious, Yuan Gang muttered, though he decided to set his doubts aside in the lingering presence of the divine aura. Well, if that's your story, I'll report it as is. Later that night, Li Lian and Lin Qiye returned to the rooftop of the dormitory. So, you've been a dual agent for two gods all along? And that power you used that night, it was also a gift from her? Li Lian asked bluntly. Yes, but why do you call her mother? Isn't that what you call her too? The two fell into silence, letting the night breeze wash over them. Lin Qiye's mind swirled with unanswered questions. Where did the glow in Li Lian's hands come from? What did Nix mean by having a good night's sleep? Why did her recovery progress increase precisely by one after Li Lian intervened? And why was Li Lian unable to leave the divine realm? These questions lingered, but he chose not to voice them. I know you get to see Mother often, Li Lian said as he stood up to leave, his silhouette tinged with loneliness. Remember to treat her well. After being embraced by Nix twice, Li Lian had quietly accepted the bond of mother and child. In her arms, he could let down all his defenses and experience an unprecedented sense of safety. He knew he was not truly Hypnos, the god of sleep, and he understood that Nix's mental afflictions would one day heal. Yet, he willingly acknowledged her as his mother and resolved to support her whenever she needed. For in Nix, he felt a pure form of maternal love, unconditional and selfless, free of any romantic entanglements, a love that was both profound and simple. Li Lian arrived alone at the deserted training ground. His emotions, which had been suppressed for so long, found some relief after he had cried his heart out in Nike's arms. Though he had intended to comfort Nike's, the genuine emotions he poured out made him entirely immersed in the moment. During this period, in his relentless pursuit of experience points, he had been like a fugitive on the run. Despite knowing there were better ways, he deliberately chose the most reckless methods. Not only did he harm innocent new recruits, but he also disappointed friends like Shin Qingzhu and Bailey Pangpang. It was, indeed, a bit too much. He took out the second Zanpakuto. This particular blade had a strikingly unique design. Unlike Ryujin Jakka, it featured an exaggerated curve and an unusually long blade, paired with a purple scabbard and an elliptical guard. Li Lian froze for a moment. Wasn't this the Zanpakuto of the 4th Division Captain, Unohana Retsu, the Minazuki? A biological type Zanpakuto. Li Lian murmured to himself, his mind conjuring the image of the blade transforming into a flying, one-eyed manta ray. Finding a quiet corner to sit down, Li Lian frowned as he stared at the katana in his hands. This blade doesn't suit old Zhao either. I guess I'll have to use it myself. But, what was Sister Hua's Shirkai release command again? I don't think it was ever mentioned in the manga. I can't just force a Bankai, can I? As he gently ran his fingers along the blade, Li Lian muttered softly. Minazuki. Oh Minazuki, what is your Shirkai release command? Before he could finish his sentence, there was a sudden bang. He felt his spiritual energy instantly drained as the blade in his hand transformed into a cloud of smoke that enveloped him. When the smoke cleared, standing before him was a creature about half his height, 3 eyes, black and white fur, for sharp claws, and a mouth full of menacing fangs. It panted heavily, its crimson tongue hanging out. What's the meaning of this? Turning into a husky? I don't even wreck houses. Where's the flying manta ray I was promised? Li Lian looked at the peculiar husky, half amused, half exasperated. Its 3 eyes seemed to work independently. One stood guard, one kept watch, and the one on its forehead seemed to monitor the surroundings. It looked like it came straight from the bloodline of the purest northern wolf king. Hey, buddy, what should I call you? Li Lian reached out to pat the dog's head. Woof, can you show some respect when I'm talking to you? Not even one of your 3 eyes is looking at me. Woof woof. The husky strained itself and finally managed to focus the eye on its forehead on Li Lian. Woof woof. Li Lian smacked his forehead with his palm. What a disaster. Although things had taken an unexpected turn, he had still managed to acquire the second Zanpakuto, and it was no ordinary one. Even more surprising, its Shirkai only required a one-time draining of spiritual energy, with no continuous consumption or additional drawbacks. All in all, it was unexpectedly decent. At that moment, Li Lian was pleasantly surprised to discover that he could establish a telepathic connection with the dog form of Shui Weiyue. This snow-white spirit canine not only functioned as a mobile medical kit, but its healing effectiveness was also directly tied to the amount of spiritual energy absorbed during its initial release and the user's proficiency in Kaido. Although it couldn't compare to Sister Hua's massive ray, which could swallow someone whole and completely heal them, the therapeutic effect of Shui Weiyue's warm tongue licking a wound was still substantial. This meant that Li Lian could finally take on the role of a battlefield medic within Lin Qiye's squad. The system informed him that improving his Kaido ability was straightforward by learning medical techniques. The more extensive his knowledge base, the more potent the healing effect he could achieve with the same amount of spiritual energy. Even more exciting was that Shui Wuyue came with Sister Hua's insights into swordsmanship. Every time he used it in battle, those exquisite techniques would automatically surface in his mind, as if etched into his very soul. It was worth noting that before becoming a healer, Sister Hua had earned the title of first-generation Kenpachi, and was a master of all forms of swordsmanship, famously referred to as Yichu. In fact, Ryujin Jakka also possessed a similar inheritance ability, though Lian had not realized it before. Every time he entered a state of no self, it was actually old man Yamamoto's swordsmanship subtly influencing him. Gently stroking the head of Shui Wuyue in its dog form, Lian deactivated its initial release state. As he watched Shui Wuyue revert to its longsword form, he couldn't help but marvel at how impressive the system's rewards were every 5 levels. Thinking about old Zhao, who was still idling away in the Soul Society, he silently apologized. I'll get back to you once I unlock Zangetsu or learn how to craft a Jigai. Speaking of Jigai, while it couldn't utilize Shinigami powers, it might be useful for deploying forbidden techniques. Since he had acknowledged Nyx as his mother, he could even lend Shui Wuyue to her. Imagining Nyx wielding this healing-capable blade to storm Mount Olympus made Li Lian's blood boil. With the sword of the mortal dust in his right hand and the blade of his son in his left, the scene would rival the grandeur of the great Xia sword saint. The system notified him that he had reached level 16, unlocking Bakuto 9, Strike, a skill that emitted red beams to bind opponents, with enhanced effects through incantation. This was his first Bakuto skill, better suited for battlefield control compared to the destructive Hado. Feeling his spiritual energy almost fully restored, Li Lian leisurely walked toward his dormitory. Along the way, he thought about meeting Nyx again someday, hoping that by then, he'd be able to truly assist her. The news of Nyx appearing at the rookie training camp and choosing Lin Qiye as her agent had already been reported to the Watchman's higher-ups by Yuan Gang. Lin Qiye had become the sole double god agent, with the details of Nyx's mission also submitted. Yi Fan archived this information and assigned Nyx the designation of Deity Sequence 043. Additionally, he approved Li Lian's request for a conversation. Under strict confidentiality, Li Lian and Yi Fan spoke for nearly an hour, though the content of their discussion remained unknown. Following this, Li Lian refrained from engaging with the rookies outside of routine combat training. However, whenever the new recruits saw him engrossed in medical textbooks ranging from human anatomy to traditional Chinese medicine on bone injuries, and even diagnostic manuals for mental disorders, they couldn't help but shudder. They feared the day this trainee doctor might decide to conduct practical experiments on them. Li Lian, where did you get that new sword? Don't ask. If you must know, it came from the Forbidden Ruins. Every day, Li Lian practiced combat drills with his new Zanpakuto, named Mizunatsuki. He experimented with various swordsmanship styles, tormenting the recruits to no end. Technically, a Zanpakuto before its release should be like Mizunote Tsukijist in ordinary Asachi, with no special traits beyond being sharper and more durable. However, his sword, Ryujin Jakka, was unique. Once unsheathed, it unleashed an uncontrollable wave of searing heat. Even though Li Lian tried his best to suppress it, the fiery aura couldn't be contained within a 10-meter radius. He scoured through the system's manual for an explanation, but eventually gave up trying to figure it out. As the training progressed, the amount of experience points he gained each day gradually decreased. Fortunately, with Mizunatsuki's assistance, Li Lian's swordsmanship skills continued to improve steadily, giving meaning to the otherwise monotonous training camp life. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was already January of the second year. This winter in Sangnan City was particularly harsh, reminding him of the time when Chunmai had learned about their training assignment here. Back then, he hadn't even bothered to prepare down jackets or thick blankets for Li Lian and Lin Qiye. After 5 months of training, Li Lian had successfully leveled up to 17, unlocking 2 new skills, Bakuto 9 Strike and Bakuto 21 Sekienten. While the latter had no offensive capabilities, it generated a wide area of red smoke. Li Lian discovered that the more spiritual energy he used, the larger the smoke's radius became. Furthermore, the smoke didn't obscure his vision, making it incredibly useful for urban combat. At level 18, he would unlock Hado for Byakurai. This left Li Lian puzzled. Why would the system give him a lower-level skill when he had already mastered Hado 31 Shikaho? Perhaps it was a prerequisite for unlocking a new lightning-based skill tree? After reaching level 17, the recruits could no longer provide him with experience points. Even the so-called mysterious battle promised by Yuan Gang had only brought him a weak Zanlevel opponent, which he defeated with a single strike, earning barely any experience. However, Li Lian wasn't worried. With the new year approaching, and with Lin Qiye, a double divine agent, and himself, a fake Shinigami agent, the ancient god cult was bound to send stronger enemies. The influx of experience points from those battles would likely be enough to push him past level 20. Today, over 200 recruits gathered on the training field. Clad in their thin military uniforms, they stood motionless, a stark contrast to the state they had been in 5 months ago. There were no training tasks assigned for the day. On the training field, Instructor Hong looked on with satisfaction at the motionless formation of new recruits. After 5 months of training, these once green rookies finally carried a semblance of true soldiers. I'm very pleased with your progress, Instructor Hong announced loudly. In the next phase, we'll focus on mastering the use of forbidden domains and tactical training. Additionally, from today until the second day of the Lunar New Year, you'll have a 4-day break. Before he could finish speaking, the recruits erupted in cheers. But with a simple word from Instructor Hong, they immediately fell silent and quickly returned to formation. All of you must stay within the boundaries of Songnan City. His tone turned stern. Anyone who disobeys will lose their status as recruits and can forget about ever joining the Night Watchman. After receiving your star blades, you may return to your dorms to pack. Remember, this blade is for self-defense. Only keep it in its case unless absolutely necessary. Understood. Understood. The uniform response echoed across the training field. Dismissed. Back in the dormitory, Lin Qiye felt a growing sense of unease and promptly called for an emergency meeting. Snatching the treatise on cold damage from Li Lian's hands, he locked eyes with him. Li Lian, you're an instructor. Tell us what you know. Li Lian sighed, pulling out a copy of the Compendium of Materia Medica from the Soul Realm. As he flipped through the pages, he explained, something's happened in Songnan City. I just saw Captain Shinmai. My guess is that it's related to those 3 unlucky guys. You know who I mean, right? You, me, and Bai Li Pangpang? Lin Qiye quickly pieced it together. The ancient god cult was hunting him and Li Lian, and Bai Li Pangpang had never gone 5 months without an assassination attempt. So the instructor wants us to blend into the crowd? Exactly, Li Lian replied without looking up. With over 200 recruits scattered across Songnan City, it'll be tough for the enemy to pinpoint their targets. Once they make a move, Squad 136 and the instructors can easily take them out. By the time they assembled, several buses were waiting at the training field. The recruits boarded one by one, each receiving a black case containing a star blade. Lin Qiye, Li Lian, Chao Yuan, and Bai Li Pangpang ended up on the same bus, while Xin Xingzhu, who had gone to find his 3 subordinates, had to ride the one behind. As the bus pulled away from the training camp, Lin Qiye suddenly felt the suppression on his body lift. His spiritual energy surged through him like a flowing spring. Qiye, I broke through, Chao Yuan whispered excitedly. The suppression of the forbidden domain was like weight training. Now that it's lifted, it's natural to see improvement, Lin Qiye said, then turned to Li Lian. Why don't you seem affected? My forbidden domain wasn't suppressed to begin with, and I already broke through to the pool realm during the fight with Wang Mian. Li Lian replied as he stored the black case in the soul realm, then drew out his Ryujin Jakka and donned his shahakusho. Ready for some fireworks? Before he finished speaking, 5 black dots appeared on the distant horizon, streaking toward the bus with fiery trails. Guys, how do you feel about missiles? Holy crap, missiles! Get down. 3 missiles, accompanied by piercing whistles, streaked past the bus where Li Lian and Lin Qiye were and hurtled straight toward the training camp. With a deafening roar, 3 mushroom clouds erupted into the sky amidst a surge of blazing fire, shaking the bus and making everyone's eardrums ache. Li Lian stood still, casting a slightly disdainful glance at the distant explosion. Compared to the power he unleashed when blowing up the warehouse earlier, these missiles were hardly impressive. But just as this thought crossed his mind, 2 more missiles came hurtling toward the bus with a shrill whistle. At the critical moment, Li Lian stepped instantly onto the roof of the bus, the glass behind him shattering into pieces. Way of Destruction 32, Yellow Fire Flash. A golden fireball formed in Li Lian's palm and shot out like an arrow, heading straight for one of the missiles. At the same time, a spear wreathed in rose-colored flames sliced through the air, striking the other missile with lightning speed. Its velocity was so incredible that it was nearly impossible to track, leaving only a vivid red trail lingering faintly in the sky. Is that Sister Hongying's forbidden ruins? Li Lian thought to himself. With a resounding explosion, the 2 missiles detonated midair, disintegrating into countless shards of metal that rained down like a storm. Li Lian quickly formed hand seals. Way of Destruction 31, Red Fire Cannon. As spiritual energy poured continuously into his hands, a fireball the size of a millstone took shape, blasting out to intercept the cascade of metal debris. Lin Qiye, Li Lian shouted while releasing the red fire cannon. With his attack-focused abilities, it was nearly impossible for him to fully protect the bus. He needed help from that overpowered guy. Sure enough, a pitch-black dome instantly expanded outward from Lin Qiye, enveloping the entire bus, and even Li Lian standing on top of it. This was the Dark Abyss, an ability Lin Qiye had gained from Nyx when his healing progress reached 50. In this moment of crisis, Li Lian gripped the blade in his hand tightly. Thanks to Shuei's teachings, his swordsmanship had reached a level close to Sword 8. If not for the limitations of his current strength, a single blade would have been enough to face this storm of metal. Boom. The crimson fire cannon unleashed by Li Lian exploded in midair, its shockwave instantly disrupting the flight paths of countless fragments. However, A large number of missile shards still pierced through the fiery explosion, hurtling straight toward Lin Qiye's abyss of Nyx. On the roof of the bus, Lian wielded a Soul Reaper blade in each hand, their gleaming edges reflecting a cold light. Spinning like dual shields, the blades moved at incredible speed, deflecting the oncoming metal debris with a series of sharp, clanging sounds as sparks flew in all directions. Thanks to Lian absorbing much of the attack, the pressure on Lin Qiye was significantly reduced. With the heightened perception and dynamic vision granted by the Seraphim, Lin Qiye managed to track all the fragments entering the abyss of Nyx in a split second. He immediately channeled the power of Nyx's dominion, freezing the fragments midair. 2 seconds later, as the abyss dissipated, the fragments rained down harmlessly to the ground. Inside the bus, apart from Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pangpang, who were seated near Lin Qiye, the rookie soldiers remained blissfully unaware of the harrowing scene that had just unfolded. Standing on the roof, Lian was drenched in cold sweat. The dense barrage of missile fragments was akin to dozens of machine guns firing simultaneously. Several small shards had struck his body, delivering a rare sting of pain. Thankfully, the defensive capabilities of his Death Tyrant armor were remarkable. Otherwise, he would have been riddled with holes. For the first time, he deeply appreciated the armor's resilience after all. He was usually the one dishing out the damage. The immense mental exertion left Lin Qiye with a splitting headache. Having just ascended to the pool realm, using the abyss of Nyx with such intensity pushed him to his absolute limit. His brows furrowed tightly before he slumped unconscious in his seat. Lian swiftly leapt back into the bus and checked Lin Qiye's condition. Realizing it was merely a case of mental exhaustion, he gestured to Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pangpang to keep the situation under wraps. A soft green glow radiated from his hands as he placed them on Lin Qiye's forehead. Lian, is Qiye okay? Why is there green light glowing on his head? Bai Li Pangpang asked with suspicion, watching Lian's healing process. Is love a green light that makes you uneasy? Chao Yuan muttered, fiddling with the prayer beads in his hand, suddenly feeling as though a green hue hovered above his own head. Shut up, you scoundrel! Lian snapped. When Lin Qiye woke up, he found himself lying in a familiar room. Turning his head, he saw Lian holding a syringe, seemingly preparing to give him an injection. Lian, what are you doing? Lin Qiye asked warily. Giving you a shot. You've been out for a whole day. It's time to replenish your glucose, Lian replied, focused on aiming for a vein in Lin Qiye's hand, not even looking up. When did you learn how to give injections? I haven't, but I read about it in a book and figured I'd try it on you, Lian said nonchalantly. Lin Qiye immediately bolted upright, adamantly refusing to become Lian's test subject. The two left the room together, only to find the entire Squad 136 staring at them intently. Lian stretched his neck and began warming up. The ancient God Church dungeon had finally opened, and he was ready to rack up some serious experience points. More importantly, after being ambushed by missile attacks right at the start, he, being someone who didn't believe in forgiveness, was determined to pay them back in kind. In Sangnan City, Lian called the shots. Qiye, you're awake? Hong Ying quickly walked to the bedside, carefully examining Lin Qiye's condition. Apart from his slightly pale complexion, everything seemed normal, which finally put her mind at ease. Lin Qiye gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the concerned faces in the room. Having overexerted his spiritual energy due to intense use of Shinshu right after his breakthrough, he had suddenly lost consciousness. Seeing everyone's worry, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. You should already understand the situation, Chunmai said with a satisfied smile, clearly pleased with Lin Qiye and Lian's performance on the bus. A lot of people have recently arrived in Sangnan City. Your current situation, along with Lian's, is very dangerous. Including that missile attack, Chunmai continued. The investigation revealed it was orchestrated by the ancient God Church. The attack was led by Medusa's agent, codenamed Snake Maiden, who targeted the missile base. Fortunately, Yuan Gang, a high-level expert from the training camp, was there, preventing any casualties. Do Lian and I need to go into hiding? Lin Qiye asked. No. Chunmai's eyes gleamed sharply. You need to keep moving around outside, acting as bait for us. Lin Qiye immediately grasped Chunmai's intent. Rather than hiding in constant fear, it was better to lure the enemy out and eliminate the ancient God Church's operatives in one decisive move. Captain, I'll go out as bait first, Lian said leisurely, heading toward the door. Seeing no one respond, he grumbled. What's this? Am I not part of Team 136? Does no one care about my safety? The others gave him a look that seemed to say, you're more than capable of handling yourself. In fact, during Lin Qiye's unconsciousness, Chunmai had already sparred with Lian on the training grounds. Without using forbidden techniques, they had fought to a draw-in. It was clear Lian hadn't even gone all out. Realizing no one was going to accompany him, Lian awkwardly chuckled and left on his own. Captain, are we really not going to keep an eye on him? Si Xiaonan asked worriedly. Qiye, what's your take on Lian's current strength? When Qima asked, slinging an arm around Lin Qiye's shoulder. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Qiye decided to speak candidly. Over the past 5 months, he's been defeating over 200 people daily using various schools of blade techniques. He's mastered at least 100 different styles. In terms of blade skills, both the recruits and instructors fully acknowledge his prowess. At the end of the boot camp, Lian had already broken through to the Qi realm, a feat that left everyone astonished. That's just insane, someone murmured in awe. As he walked back to his rented apartment, Lian appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, he was on high alert. Although he'd been away for 6 months, Shinmuxi had still paid the rent for him every month and even arranged for Wenchima to clean the place regularly. Every step he took was cautious, ready to use his instant movement ability to escape at a moment's notice. It wasn't paranoia's sensory perception might not be the strongest, but his exceptional speed gave him a fighting chance to react to sudden threats. His eyes continuously scanned every corner of the street, searching for unusually bold rats. Based on what he knew, Xingyu should have already deployed these little creatures to monitor the entire Cangnan city, keeping tabs on nearly all enemy movements. To Li Lian, this was practically a real-time experience point map. More importantly, the body he was currently using was about to reach its expiration date, and he urgently needed to negotiate with Xingyu about creating a backup body. The question was, what could he offer in exchange? That knife that could turn into a husky would, and Xingyu find it interesting? Remaining vigilant, he finally arrived at his apartment. To his surprise, the room was spotless, and even the bed had been made with a fresh, thick comforter. Li Lian carefully checked every corner of the space. There were no bombs, nor any signs of rats, leaving him slightly disappointed. But as he stepped into the bathroom to take a shower, just as he pulled off his shirt, he spotted his target, a small rat peeking out from behind the drain pipe, curiously observing him. Without hesitation, Li Lian pulled a pre-prepared note from his pocket and held it up for the rat to see. Is the serpent demon's head useful? How about we make a deal? The little rat nodded, disappearing into the drain for a moment before returning with a note of its own. Do you know who I am? Li Lian nodded at the rat and mouthed the words "and Xingyu" silently, then held up a second note. Can we talk face-to-face? I mean no harm. Soon, a third note arrived. Take the rat with you. It will guide you. Following the rat, Li Lian ventured into the labyrinthine sewer system. Enduring the nauseating stench and navigating countless twists and turns, he eventually arrived at a relatively clean underground chamber, where he finally came face-to-face with Xingyu. This was clearly not his dissection lab, just a temporary meeting spot. Xingyu no longer resembled the reserved student from their days at second high school. He was now cloaked in a black cape, the wide hood casting his figure into deep shadow. Li Lian, how did you know I took the serpent demon's head? And how did you figure out I was using rats to monitor you? Xingyu asked directly. Li Lian had his response ready. I could tell back then that you were on the verge of awakening your forbidden abyss. There was a hunger in your eyes when you looked at the serpent demon's head. You've also seen me in action. You know, I always burn the corpses of serpent demon offspring. But that serpent demon's head? I left it specifically for you. He gestured to the rat on the ground and continued. The Nanda serpent demon's most notable traits are splitting and control, and in all of Cangnan City, rats are the most abundant creatures. If I think about it from that perspective, who else but you, the one who obtained the serpent demon's head, could control these rats? And Xingyu fell silent. He could tell that Li Lian's explanation was part truth, part fabrication, especially the part about deducing his identity just by observing the rats. That logic didn't hold up. Li Lian must have discovered his presence through some other special means. Could it be his forbidden abyss ability? Seeing that Xingyu wasn't responding, Li Lian awkwardly changed the subject. Are you interested in a knife that turns into a dog? Xingyu looked utterly baffled. A knife that turns into a dog? A forbidden object? Xingyu frowned slightly, gesturing for Li Lian to clarify. I'll just show you. Li Lian's lips curved into a faint smile as he summoned Shui Weiyue and initiated its release. Suddenly, a three-eyed husky appeared before them, its additional third eye on its forehead glimmering with an unusual light. Xingyu stared intently at this unprecedented creature, his eyes brimming with a strong desire for research. Can I dissect it? He immediately activated the only correct solution of the Forbidden Ruins and observed the husky carefully. Yet, no matter how he looked, aside from the third eye, it appeared to be an ordinary husky. No way. Li Lian rejected him outright, but then offered a compromise. However, as long as you don't harm it, you can research it as much as you want. Name your terms. First, I want the coordinates of all outsiders in Cangnan City. Second, I need your help to create a body for me. And Xingyu stated bluntly. In exchange, you can borrow this dog for 3 days of research, and I'll provide my blood for your studies. And Xingyu was somewhat puzzled by the second request, but Li Lian quickly explained, the mysteriously vanished lizard's half-body from Cangnan City, a suspect it's in your possession. Since you're capable of using the splitting control ability of the Nanda Serpent Demon, you must have also mastered the lizard's limb regeneration ability. Seeing the slightly surprised look on Xingyu's face, Li Lian chuckled internally. thinking the young researcher was still too inexperienced to hide his emotions. Deal, and Qingyu quickly agreed. But the body can't be made in the short term. I haven't delved deeply enough into that lizard's research yet. Lian skillfully drew a vial of blood with one hand and handed it to Qingyu, while instructing the three-eyed husky to obediently follow him for the next few days. The peculiar canine gazed at Qingyu with intelligent eyes before obediently walking to his side. Qingyu, in turn, handed Lian a modified tracking earpiece. I'll provide the location of the outsiders through this earpiece. You can also use it to communicate with me. As he watched the man and the dog disappear around the corner, a faint uneasiness arose in Lian's heart. He wasn't particularly worried about Qingyu uncovering anything significant after all. Even after 5 months, Lian himself hadn't figured out what abilities this dog possessed beyond healing. More importantly, within Qingyu's current level of expertise, it was impossible for him to uncover the secret of the Seraphim Divine ruins hidden in Lian's blood. For now, locating the enemy and solving the body issue were the priorities, and a small sacrifice was worth it. He just hoped that Husky wouldn't end up tearing Qingyu's place apart. The map was fully revealed, and Lian patiently waited for Qingyu's instructions. Moments later, Qingyu's voice finally came through the headset. There are quite a few enemies, and 2 of them are powerful Sea Realm fighters. Where do you plan to start? Appetizers first, then the main course, Lian replied. Following Qingyu's guidance, Lian arrived at the old town. The familiar streets made him pause for a moment. Wasn't this the very place where he and old Zhao had fought the ghost-faced king back then? The Scorpion mercenaries are in the black van around the corner ahead, Qingyu reminded him. Their targets are Lin Qiye's aunt and cousin. Lian instantly recalled that this group was the same weaklings from the original timeline, who had been brutally killed by Lin Qiye. Except for their leader, who possessed a forbidden weapon, the others didn't even have forbidden relics and relied solely on firearms. Any snipers? He asked. Only 1 person in the van. The other 8 are stationed at various angles around Lin Qiye's house, keeping watch. Lian quickly grasped the tactical key he needed to draw them out, but the sniper posed a significant challenge. Without hesitation, he called Lin Qiye, who promised to be in position within 10 minutes to handle the sniper. While waiting, Lian retrieved a series of preparations from the Soul Realm: anti-personnel mines, plastic explosives, and a recoilless rocket launcher. After assembling this custom gift package, he temporarily stored it back in the Soul Realm. 10 minutes later, after receiving confirmation from Lin Qiye, Lian began his move. He silently approached the black van, where the driver sat, engrossed in watching Lin Qiye's house through binoculars. Bakuto 21, Sekianton. Red smoke escape. Thick red smoke instantly engulfed the entire van. The person inside hurriedly grabbed the radio. Scorpion 3 reporting. There's an unusual situation here. Before he could finish, Lian's starblade pierced through the car window, striking accurately through his throat. He had chosen the starblade over Ryujin Jakka to avoid creating too much commotion. Picking up the radio, Lian taunted. This is Lian. Aren't you looking for me? See the red smoke? I'm waiting for you in the van. Leaving behind his carefully prepared gift package, Lian used Shuanpa to retreat to a blind spot, concealed by the smoke, and waited for the show to begin. Soon, 5 heavily armed mercenaries appeared at the end of the street, equipped with enough firepower for a small-scale assault. The group synchronized their movements, raising their assault rifles and unleashing a barrage of bullets on the van. Bang, bang, bang. The van's body sparked with each hit, and the black windows shattered, revealing the surprise Lian had left behind. Boom! Get out! The leader shouted, but it was too late. Boom! A small mushroom cloud erupted into the air, instantly consuming the 4 shooters in flames. Watching from the rooftop, Lin Qiye observed the scene and recalled Lin Qiye's mention of Lian's legendary exploits during training. At last, he was fully convinced this guy truly had an obsession with explosions. The fiery explosion gradually dissipated, leaving the spot where 4 mercenaries once stood completely empty. Lian picked up the radio he had confiscated from Xie and said mockingly, "It's New Year's, so I sent you a big firework. Did you like it? Kid, hiding and sneaking around, what kind of man does that? If you've got guts, come out and face me." Hedon, came an enraged roar from a man on the other end of the radio. "As you wish," Lian replied, gripping the scabbard of the star blade in his left hand as he strode toward the site of the explosion. At that moment, the sharp crack of a gunshot shattered the air. A bullet, slicing through the silence, shot straight for Lian's chest. In an instant, the star blade flashed out of its sheath, its cold gleam slicing the bullet cleanly in 2. The 2 halves embedded themselves in the wall behind him, leaving distinct bullet holes. Almost simultaneously, another bullet came at him from his blind spot. But Lian, having anticipated such a move, activated his rapid step technique as he sliced the first bullet. His figure vanished instantly from the sniper's sight. Bang! Bang! 2 crisp gunshots rang out. Lin Qiye's precise aim took out the distant threat with 2 clean shots. He couldn't help but feel astonishingly Lian not only used himself as bait to lure out the sniper, but also possessed the incredible skill to literally cut a bullet in half. His reaction speed was beyond belief. After confirming that the distant sniper had been neutralized, Lian reappeared with a calm demeanor, speaking into the radio. Anyone still alive? If not, I'm leaving. A man in a black tactical vest stepped out from around the corner, removing his weapons piece by piece with a sneer. A fearless rookie, huh? I thought you might actually be something. But it turns out you're nothing special. The man held a folding knife in one hand and a silver insignia in the other. He was just about to explain the forbidden item's ability, boiling blood, but froze when he saw the empty battlefield around him. Binding art number 9 strike. Lian pointed his right index finger, and a red energy cord instantly bound the man tightly. Without hesitation, Lian roughly pried the man's mouth open and shoved a grenade inside. He then snatched the folding knife and insignia from the man's hands. After a quick inspection, he confirmed that only the silver insignia was the true forbidden item, boiling blood. Free gear delivery? Can't say no to that, Lian remarked, pulling the pin on the grenade before walking away. The bound man could only let out muffled, incoherent noises, unable to even move a finger. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the man's upper body was obliterated, leaving only his 2 legs standing upright in the same spot. Lin Qiye, how did that kid Lian perform? Chen Mai noticed unusual commotion in the old district and immediately called Lin Qiye, who had been on site the entire time. During this operation, Lian showcased an impressive combat style. Not only did he perform the jaw-dropping feat of slicing bullets midair with his blade, but he also skillfully used a glowing rope to subdue enemies. However, his favorite pastime seemed to be playing with fire quite literally. As Lin Qiye once mentioned, this guy had an undeniable obsession with explosions. Grenades, dynamite, laments if it could blow up, Lian loved it. Slicing bullets? That's nothing, Lin Qiye scoffed, recalling something Lin Qiye had once shared. You should have seen Lian deflecting missile shrapnel with his blade while standing on top of a moving bus. After dealing with the Scorpion mercenary group, Lian discovered an unconventional route for his movements the sewers. This revelation thrilled him, and it made sense why figures like Ghostface King and Xingyu favored these underground paths. He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Even Gotham's Batman was a fan of sewers, and Bruce Wayne had spent a fortune building underground tunnels for that very purpose. In this battle, Lian took down 1 enemy with his blade, eliminated 5 with explosives, and dealt with another using a grenade. Yet, to his frustration, the group didn't drop a single bit of experience points. Apart from depleting some of his explosive reserves, it felt like a complete loss. As Li Pangpang's theory of equivalent exchange would suggest, this was an epic fail. It seemed these individuals weren't connected to the Forbidden Ruins, making them no different from ordinary people in the system's eyes. 5 months of grinding experience had propelled Lian's strength to new heights. The inheritance from Shui Weiwei elevated his swordsmanship to a whole new level. Now, his strikes relied entirely on instinct, with sight and sound becoming secondary. Holding his blade, each attack felt like an extension of his Buddhist natural reflexes. Shuanpa, one of the first skills he mastered, had also reached new levels in the past 5 months. Inspired by Uruchi Shihuin's Utsasimi technique from the Bleach manga, Lian developed his own version. By leaving a decoy, using his Shinigami robe, he could use Shuanpa to escape. This life-saving technique had become second nature to him. In close combat, Lian drew inspiration from Yamamoto's techniques, grasping the essence of spiritual energy bursts. It reminded him of Yuji Itadori's divergent fist. In Jujutsu Kaisen, the smaller the time gap between a physical strike and a spiritual energy explosion, the greater the impact. Though his control of spiritual energy wasn't perfect, he used secondary impacts to make the energy detonate within his enemies, yielding impressive results. Hado was the skill he practiced most diligently. His natural fire attribute made his spiritual energy particularly volatile, requiring extra effort to control. But he knew he couldn't always rely on being a reckless melee fighter. Mastering these Hado techniques was essential. A proper assassin should specialize in fireballs. Lian often joked. Only mages would wield a greatsword and focus on leap strikes and charges. At most, a staff is for casting a light spell. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, and Xingyu's voice came through his earpiece. Lian, a top-tier expert from Sichuan, is heading toward Lin Qiye's aunt's house. Before the words fully registered, his Shinigami robe enveloped him, and Ryujin Jakka appeared in his hand. With a single Shuanpa, Lian vanished from his spot, silently hoping, this time, I better earn some experience points. Lu Liang, the 16th seat among the believers, was a formidable warrior who had reached the pinnacle of the Chuan realm. Unlike the typical brash fighters, he preferred strategy over brute force, often avoiding direct confrontations. At this moment, he resembled a lurking predator, quietly observing Lian from a distance as the latter toyed with his proud display of explosive artistry. Despite being an entire realm above Li Lian in strength, Lu Liang refrained from making a move. Only after Li Lian's figure completely disappeared from sight did Lu Liang finally emerge from the shadows, walking steadily toward a dilapidated building. His goal was to capture Lin Qiye's aunt and cousin, using them as bait to lure Lin Qiye into a trap. TCH, another one of those underhanded tactics, Li Lian muttered with disdain. As the mastermind behind the collapse of the training camp, he despised this kind of scheming behavior in his peers. But now wasn't the time for complaints, as the howling celestial hound could catch up at any moment and snatch his prey away. When Li Lian arrived at the base of Lin Qiye's aunt's apartment building, he spotted a middle-aged man, clearly Lu Liang, already stepping into the stairwell. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Lian activated his flash step, his feet slamming into the ground with explosive force. The concrete floor cracked and turned to dust, leaving 2 deep imprints behind. This was the inherent flaw of flash step. Achieving greater speed required absorbing greater recoil, inevitably causing destruction to the terrain and creating loud noise. Despite extensive research, Li Lian had yet to solve this issue. Unless he could refine his control over spiritual energy to the level of executing the flying gale step, which allowed one to move as if gliding effortlessly, or unless the system granted him the skill outright, he could not achieve such precision in channeling spiritual energy beneath his feet. The sound of shattering concrete startled Lu Liang, who was climbing the stairs. He instinctively turned his head, only to be met with a blinding flash of blade light surging upward from below. The reaping slash. Although Li Lian had mastered numerous blade techniques, this move, taught by the old man Yamamoto, remained his fastest and deadliest strike. Against an opponent of higher rank, he didn't hesitate to unleash this perilous blow. Lu Liang, a top-tier Chuan realm expert, narrowly evaded the fatal decapitation at the last moment, but the razor-sharp blade still sliced through his carotid artery and trachea. The scorching blade instantly cauterized the wound, severely impairing his respiratory system. Seeing that his initial strike hadn't been lethal, Li Lian swiftly altered his blade's trajectory in the split second it passed Lu Liang's head. The 5 months of honing his swordsmanship now bore fruit, as he seamlessly transitioned from a slash to a thrust. The blade tip pierced precisely into Lu Liang's eye socket and exited through the back of his skull. Ding! Experience points 1000. The system's notification echoed in Li Lian's mind, marking Lu Liang's definitive demise. The fate of Lu Liang always seemed to be filled with drama. In the original story, he met his end before even understanding the secrets of his forbidden ruins, devoured by Xiaohe Lai. Now, after transmigrating, he met the same fate, dying without uncovering the mystery of his forbidden ruins. This made Li Lian ponder whether there was some connection between him and Lu Liang from the outcast. Could the forbidden ruins be the legendary Shuang Quan Shou? Just as Li Lian was about to deal with the corpse, a familiar panting sound from the stairwell interrupted his thoughts. Huff! Huff! He turned to see a little black dog standing at the top of the stairs, tilting its head and staring at him. Its eyes, brimming with intelligence, held a mix of curiosity and confusion, while its pink tongue hung slightly out of its mouth. Xiao Tianquan. Li Lian's heart skipped a beat. As a dog lover, he couldn't help but feel intrigued by this most famous divine dog in Chinese mythology. However, remembering that he'd just sent old Zhao into the soul realm, leaving Xiaohe Lai's trip in vain, he felt a twinge of guilt. He quickly retrieved a large piece of pork from the soul realm and placed it on the ground. You're the dog from the Qiye family, aren't you? Can you smell Lin Qiye's scent on me? Li Lian decided to feign ignorance. There was no need to offend a deity like the sun-devouring lord for no reason. Xiaohe Lai seemed to have indeed caught Lin Qiye's scent on him. The dog happily leapt down the stairs, grabbed the pork, and began devouring it with gusto, its tail wagging furiously like a helicopter blade. Seizing the moment, Li Lian stroked its fur, which felt as extraordinary as he had imagined. I know your family, Mrs. Qiye. How about I try my best to bring him home for a visit? Li Lian tested the waters with his suggestion. Upon hearing this, the little black dog immediately dropped the meat and nodded enthusiastically. This proposal wasn't without basis. The current situation in Sangnan City was highly complicated, with members of the ancient god society targeting both him and Lin Qiye, as well as bounty hunters eyeing the 8 billion yuan reward for the Bai Li family's young master. Li Lian decided to use himself as bait, choosing a carefully selected strategic location to draw out these hidden threats. Not only could he quickly gain experience, but if he encountered a formidable opponent, he could also rely on Chun Mai and Yuan Gang for assistance. After eliminating these dangers, he might genuinely create an opportunity for Lin Qiye to return home for a visit. Having made up his mind, Li Lian gave Xiaohe Lai another piece of beef and promised, "Don't worry, I'll keep my word. He'll have Lin Qiye call his aunt soon." With that, he hoisted Lu Liang's corpse and prepared to leave. Considering the safety concerns of the old apartment building, he decided to find another place to handle the body. Besides, gifting this corpse to Qingyu might even earn him a favor. Xiaohe Lai watched Li Lian leave, seemingly deep in thought about this mysterious man who knew so many secrets. Opening its mouth, the dog swallowed the meat along with Lu Liang's bloodstains, wagging its tail as it ascended the stairs, as though nothing had ever happened here. And Qingyu, I've got the corpse of a top-tier martial artist from Chuanyu. Interested? Absolutely. Lian carried Lu Liang's corpse on his shoulder, following a nimble little mouse through the dark and damp sewer system. After winding through the maze of tunnels, he finally arrived at Qingyu's secret laboratory. Inside the lab, a large dissection table was neatly arranged with various surgical instruments. The dissected head and half-lizard-like torso of a Nanda serpent demon were prominently displayed. Shui Wuyue's transformed husky sat quietly to the side, its intelligent eyes fixed on the busy Qingyu. At that moment, Qingyu was intently shaking a test tube, carefully observing the changes in the liquid inside. Not a bad place you've got here. What are you working on? Lian asked. Your blood. Qingyu replied, placing the test tube carefully back on the rack and gesturing for Lian to put Lu Liang's body on another table. Lian casually set the corpse down and said with interest, Actually, I know a thing or two about the human body. Want to exchange some techniques? You know anatomy? No. I know how to kill, Lian said with a confident glint in his eye. He was intimately familiar with the fatal weaknesses of the human body. Qingyu's mouth twitched slightly. Just don't destroy my research material, he said helplessly. He quickly stepped forward to inspect Lu Liang's body. After confirming everything was in order, he said, By the way, someone's making a move on your chubby friend. Are you going to intervene? Of course. Where is he? Lian immediately perked up, not out of concern for Bai Li Pangpang, but because it meant new prey had appeared. Where else? Rich people always stay on the top floors of the best hotels in Songnan City. Before leaving, Lian gave the husky a quick pat on the head. Be good and don't tear the place apart. He quickly located the nearest manhole and climbed out onto the street. The sky was already tinged with dusk, and the streets buzzed with people coming and going. Wasting no time, he flagged down a taxi and headed straight for the destination. When he arrived at the hotel, he immediately spotted a familiar figure, Lin Qiye, standing there holding two conspicuous black cases. Qiye, are you here for Pangpang too? Lian called out. Lin Qiye turned around in surprise. Yeah, Pangpang said he needed me when I had a moment. Before he could finish, a deafening explosion erupted from the top floor. Flames shot into the sky as two figures were blasted out of the wreckage. One was Chao Yuan, and the other, wrapped only in a bath towel, was unmistakably Bai Li Pangpang. Lin Qiye and Lian exchanged a glance and sprinted toward where the two were falling. Fortunately, Bai Li Pangpang's artifact, Yaoguang, granted him the ability to fly. A golden light flashed around them, and the two figures gracefully soared off into the distance. The two gave chase relentlessly until they abruptly stopped in their tracks at a crossroads. In front of them stood a notice board with the words, No entry ahead, clearly written on it, an artificial barrier commonly used by the Night Watch, known as the No Boundary Domain. Lin Qiye frowned slightly, pondering whether other Night Watch members might be secretly involved in this matter. Meanwhile, Lian had already seen through it as nothing more than a petty trick by a few novices from the Purity Division. Without hesitation, he threw a powerful punch at the notice board. White strike, bone fist. With a dull thud, a deep fist imprint appeared on the board, but the No Boundary Domain's barrier remained completely intact. Qiye, use those sharp eyes of yours to find the person controlling the No Boundary Domain from outside. Lian commanded in a low voice. And what about you? They'll see if I can break through this thing by force. Got it. Lin Qiye instantly locked onto the source point of the No Boundary Domain's activation and dashed toward it without hesitation. At the same time, Lian's entire body was enveloped in his death armor, though unusually, he didn't draw his blade. He intended to test his limits using his most powerful attack skill to see if he could shatter this turtle shell. Spiritual energy surged like a tide into Lian's palm, and a fireball the size of a human head quickly formed in his hand. As more energy poured in, the fireball rapidly expanded, eventually growing as large as a millstone. When it could no longer expand, Lian began chanting an incantation. O Sovereign, mask of flesh and bone, all things in flux, wings that soar, bearer of the human name. Scorching heat and chaos, across the sea to the south, advancing step by step. Destructive art number 31, red fire cannon. As the chant ended, the fireball swelled once more, and the surrounding air distorted under the intense heat. Without hesitation, Lian hurled the fireball toward the notice board. Boom! The fireball collided with the barrier, producing a muffled explosion and tearing a massive hole through the No Boundary Domain. Peering through the opening, Lian was shocked to see Bai Li Pangpang wrapped in a bath towel, with Chao Yuan preparing to draw his sword, both of them directly in the fireball's path. Get down, Lian roared. This was a scenario he hadn't anticipated. Who would have thought these two would be unlucky enough to stand right in the line of fire? After 5 months of rookie training, Bai Li Pangpang and Chao Yuan had developed a reflexive obedience to their instructor Lian's orders. Without hesitation, they both dove to the ground. Li Pang, not even caring about his bare torso, flattened himself against the rough asphalt. The fiery red ball roared past just above their heads, exploding with a deafening blast 20 meters away. Flames surged outward like a raging dragon, causing the temperature within the no-boundary domain to spike dramatically. Some of the fire even gushed through the opening, resembling the tail flames of a rocket launch. As the flames dissipated, they revealed a massive crater at the explosion's center, its bottom charred black. The nearby asphalt had melted, and the trees lining the road had ignited, turning into rows of blazing torches. Ding. Experience 400. Ding. Experience 400. Seeing the experience points credited, Lian's heart skipped a beat. Both points were awarded? Did I accidentally kill those two? But on second thought, Pang and Chao Yuan weren't enemies. It must have been the two weaklings from the Purity Division who came to kill Pang that got taken out. Cough, cough. Lian, you idiot. Li Pang coughed violently as he clambered to his feet, clutching his half-burned bath towel. Beside him, the soot-covered Chao Yuan also stood up, looking helplessly at Lian. Can't you aim your skills a bit better? You almost took both of us out. Seeing that the two were only a bit disheveled but otherwise unharmed, Lian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He shrugged and said, if the blast radius is big enough, precision isn't all that important. Lian was just about to speak when a swift arrow shot down from above, its piercing whistle cutting through the air as it aimed directly for his vital point. In a flash, his blade, Lu Ren Ruahua, was unsheathed, striking the arrowhead with precision and splitting it cleanly in two. Even so, the immense force behind the arrow forced Lian back several steps, leaving deep skid marks on the ground. That packs more punch than a sniper bullet. Lian squinted, instantly locking onto the distant archer's position. In the blink of an eye, he darted forward, launching an assault on his enemy. Hundreds of meters away, the archer spotted Lian rapidly closing the distance and immediately began firing arrows in quick succession. Each shot was meticulously calculated, sealing off every possible path Lian might take. The arrows struck the ground with explosive force, blasting craters into the asphalt and sending shards of rubble and clouds of dust flying, as though the area were under artillery fire. Lian skillfully altered his trajectory with each step, evading the attacks with ease. In just 3 arrows, he had already reached the base of the high-rise where the archer was stationed, completely unscathed. How is he so fast? The female archer on the rooftop muttered in shock. She quickly slung her longbow over her shoulder and pulled out a grappling hook gun, aiming for a nearby building. As a long-range specialist, she knew better than to engage such a swift opponent in close quarters. But just as she fired the grappling hook and prepared to escape, a chilling voice sounded behind her. In such a hurry, where do you think you're going? How did you get up here so fast? The female archer shuddered, her voice trembling. Stairs, of course. Lian grinned. In truth, he had used rapid consecutive leaps, stepping on protruding balconies to reach the rooftop, directly avoiding the stairwell, which was rigged with explosive traps that would have left him in pieces had he made a mistake. Let's see you dodge this. The female archer swiftly drew her bow, but Lian moved faster. With a single powerful stomp, he shattered the rooftop floor beneath her, appearing directly in front of her in an instant. He pinned her foot down and swung Lu Ren Ruahua, its fiery edge blazing. The female archer instinctively tried to retreat, but with her foot immobilized, she had no choice but to block with her longbow. However, how could an ordinary bow withstand the searing blade of Lu Ren Ruahua? A flash of intense firelight cut through, and her head was severed cleanly from her body, disintegrating into ashes before it could even hit the ground. Ding! 400 experience points. Lian casually incinerated the headless corpse before stepping to the edge of the rooftop. Looking down, he spotted Li Pang and Chao Yuan standing on alert below. Pang, Chao Zhe, all clear on my end, he shouted. Lian casually waved at the two people downstairs, not bothering to check if they noticed, and turned to leave the rooftop. Sitting in the slowly descending elevator, he raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead, finally catching his breath. The seemingly effortless combat maneuvers earlier had actually drained his spiritual energy completely. By the time he reached the rooftop, he only had enough energy left for a single flash step, unable to perform even his signature blade drawing technique. He had relied solely on the II techniques he had painstakingly practiced over the years. If it weren't for wearing the shahakusho, which helped reduce energy consumption and accelerated recovery, he wouldn't have made it to the rooftop so quickly. Recalling the details of the battle, whether it was the fully unleashed red flame cannon or the dozens of consecutive flash steps, particularly the intense exchange with the archer in the streets, every move had to be executed flawlessly. To evade the arrows, he constantly changed the direction and distance of his flash steps. Even so, there was a close call when he was nearly caught by the shockwave of an exploding arrow. Facing such a skilled long-range opponent was a stark contrast to his usual close combat style. Fortunately, The archer's melee abilities were virtually non-existent. If the opponent had been a versatile combatant, adept at both long-range and close combat, the situation would have been far more troublesome. As his experience bar approached its limit, Lian's fatigue faded in an instant. These opponents, strong in offense but weak in defense, were indeed the best targets for leveling up. Just one or two more battles against enemies at the Qi realm level, and he would complete his upgrade, unlocking the lightning-based skill he had been eagerly anticipating. He was curious about the potential of the system's Bankai way of destruction for white lightning, and whether it would lead to an entire skill tree of lightning-based techniques as he hoped. That said, Lian was even more intrigued by the 2nd Division's Shunko technique. Created by Captain Yuruchi Shihoin of the 2nd Division, it combined Kido and Hakuta into a unique ability, reminiscent of the lightning release chakra mode from the Naruto universe. By enveloping the body in high-intensity spiritual energy, it greatly enhanced speed and attack power. Mastering this skill would not only elevate his speed to new heights, but, more importantly, as a devoted fan of Yuruchi, it would be a dream come true to emulate the dark-skinned, feline-like beauty. As the elevator reached the ground floor, Lian quickly stowed away his Shahakusho and Ryujin Jakka. While such equipment was indispensable during combat, it was best to keep a low profile afterward. Though the cult of the ancient gods was an enemy, they were far from foolish. If someone acting as bait walked around fully armed, it would be far too obvious who would fall for such an obvious trap. When the elevator doors opened, he was greeted by Lin Qiye's tense expression, holding 2 star blades at the ready, clearly prepared for battle. Lian simply shrugged and spun around in place. Lin Qiye's golden eyes glimmered as he scrutinized Lian for a long moment. Once satisfied, he sheathed his blades into their black cases and turned to walk away. You trust your eyes that much? Lian asked curiously. Last time, you couldn't even see through the disguise of that Nanda Naga. Don't be too confident. Without turning back, Lin Qiye replied. Not everyone can mimic that cocky, carefree aura of yours. Slander. Lin Qiye is slandering me. Lian yelled dramatically. Lin Qiye told Lian that he had found the person responsible for opening the no-boundary zone outside. That person wasted no time and immediately attacked, but Lin Qiye took him down with a single strike. Upon hearing this, Lian merely gave a calm smile, remarking that such weaklings weren't even worth the experience points. Letting Lin Qiye practice on them wasn't a bad idea. In the boot camp, Lin Qiye chose a path completely different from Lian's dual blades. This wasn't by chance. Back in Squad 136, Chunmai used to train him relentlessly with 2 wooden swords, leaving him bruised and battered. The grueling training etched the techniques into his muscle memory, making him particularly adept at wielding dual blades. Lian once tried teaching him single blade techniques, but Lin Qiye's movements with one blade were stiff and robotic. However, when he picked up 2 blades, he not only displayed traces of Chun Mui's style, but also incorporated his own innovations. The swordsmanship passed down in the Mizunatsuki family also included numerous dual blade techniques, although they often involve pairing a long blade with a short one, quite different from Lin Qiye's identical twin star blades. Nonetheless, Lian never hesitated to guide him. As long as Lin Qiye wanted to learn, Lian demonstrated without holding back it was far more effective than letting Lin Qiye figure it out on his own. When the 2 of them found Bailey Pangpang, who was already dressed, they noticed Chao Yuan sitting silently nearby, clutching his star blade with a dejected expression, his face covered in dirt. I'm starving. You 2 are locals, so lead the way to some food. Bailey Pangpang patted his stomach. The 5 months of training had indeed paid off, had slimmed down from a round, football-like figure to a more oval, rugby-like shape, shedding dozens of pounds. While his abs were still nowhere to be seen, going from a large belly to a smaller one was progress nonetheless. All right, they'll take the lead. Lian nodded, suddenly remembering Draco, who had disappeared after their break began. By the way, where's Draco? We only got to use that epic combo move once before he vanished. There are still so many gas tanks in the Soul Realm waiting to be used. No idea. After the break started, he and his 3 underlings just vanished. The 4 of them headed to a small noodle shop in the old district, not far from the storage room where Lian used to live. He still remembered how the original owner of his body often came here for a bowl of noodles after evening classes. Even the simplest clear broth noodles tasted amazing. 1 bowl of beef noodles, Lian said as he sat down at an empty table, clearly familiar with the place. Order whatever you like. Pangpang's treating. Then I'll have beef noodles too, Lin Qiye said without hesitation, feeling no guilt thanks to his friendship with Pangpang. Same here. Add an egg, Chao Yuan chimed in. Just 1 egg? That's weak. Bailey Pangpang waved his hand grandly. Make it 2 eggs each. Boss, they'll have all the toppings on mine, plus 2 eggs. He spoke with confidence, having been warned by Lian earlier that Songnan City wasn't convenient for card payments. Pangpang had prepared plenty of cash in his personal space. Not only could he afford their meal, but he could probably buy the entire noodle shop if he wanted to. As they waited for their food to arrive, they suddenly saw Shin Qingzhu walk into the noodle shop with 3 underlings. Draco. When Shun Qingzhu saw Pang Pang, his eyes lit up instantly, as if he had spotted the god of wealth. He immediately shouted to the noodle shop owner, 4 bowls of deluxe beef noodles, on this gentleman's tab. With that, he led his 3 lackeys over and sat down boldly at Li Lian's table. These guys had all been through thick and thin together in the training camp, so they had long since dispensed with any need for superficial courtesies. Besides, with someone as unpredictable as Li Lian around, playful banter and joking were the norm. Shen Qingzhu's usual haughty demeanor was reserved for outsiders. Here, he was more like a Livian comedian, always ready to roast Li Lian. Shen the swagger, where have you been all day? You're one to talk. At least leave me your contact info next time. Sangnan City is huge. How was I supposed to find you guys? Shen Qingzhu pouted in frustration, revealing his awkward predicament of being broke and unfamiliar with the city, surviving the entire day on plain noodle soup. Bailey Pang Pang quickly picked up on Shun Qingzhu's financial struggles, knowing full well that he and his crew weren't exactly well off. Wanting to help his buddy without making it too obvious, he had an idea. Shun the swagger, how about being my bodyguard? Free meals, a place to stay, and a salary to boot. Slurping down his noodles, Pang Pang began recounting his life story, filled with assassination attempts, casually mentioning the $8 million bounty on his head. This left Shen Qingzhu utterly dumbfounded. Pang Pang then added that Xiao Yuan was unreliable once he drew his blade. Even allies weren't safe. So, he needed a trustworthy expert as a bodyguard, and Shen Qingzhu was the perfect choice. What about Lin Qiye and Lian? Lin Qiye put down his chopsticks. The two of us are already targets anyway, and we're night watchers of Sangnan City. We're slightly safer than Pang Pang. He needs you more. If Shen the swagger doesn't want the job, he'll take it. Lian suddenly chimed in, calculating that the gig would be perfect for gaining experience. Through recent battles, he had gauged his strength could easily handle opponents below the pool realm, but struggled against river realm experts. Even though he had taken down Lu Liang in 2 strikes, it was due to the advantage of a sneak attack. In a heat-and fight, he had no edge and might even run out of spiritual energy, putting himself at a disadvantage. You're nuts. Go take your meds instead of spouting nonsense. Shen Qingzhu shot back, already used to Li Lian's chaotic mindset. Turning to Pang Pang, he said, just to be clear, it's only me. Li Jia and the other 2 aren't included. Oh, and I need the pay in advance. Bailey Pang Pang gave him an okay sign, hurriedly swallowed his noodles, and pulled out a thick stack of cash from his pocket, tossing it to Shen Qingzhu. 10 grand a day. That's the daily rate for our family's lowest-tier bodyguards. Don't complain about it being too little. Shen Qingzhu stared at the hefty stack of bills, his expression complicated. Underscore capitalists are truly the worst. Lin Qiye rubbed his throbbing temples, caught in a dilemma. The current situation was indeed tricky. The hotel was no longer an option, as the other side clearly had a grasp on their whereabouts. Otherwise, that earlier explosion wouldn't have happened. Taking Pang Pang back to the 136 squad base was also inadvisable. The 3 of them together would be too conspicuous. Moreover, the 136 squad base had always been heavily guarded. Even other night watchers from different cities couldn't enter freely. This was to ensure the safety of each squad. How about I take you to a small motel to stay for a few days? They don't require ID for check-in there, so it's actually safer. No sooner had Lin Qiye spoken than he felt the strange gazes from everyone, making his scalp tingle. You're a minor, how do you even know motels don't check ID? Unless. Bailey Pang Pang gave him a knowing look, patting Lin Qiye's shoulder with a tone full of implication. Ah, youthful folly. Those carefree days, so many memories you'd rather forget, huh? Cut it out. Lin Qiye snapped, flustered. It was Zhao Kongsheng who took me last time. Lian, back me up here. Lian immediately chimed in. I can vouch for him. Lin Qiye really did go to that motel with Zhao Kongsheng from the original 136 squad. And both of them are guys completely innocent. Why does that somehow sound even more suspicious? Enough chatter, let's go. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu's 3 underlings took the 10,000 yuan and left, ready to enjoy 3 days of peace. They weren't the targets anyway, and staying with the group would only make things riskier. When the 5 of them arrived at the themed motel Lin Qiye had once visited with Zhao Kongsheng, they were greeted by a garish, colorful sign at the entrance. Everyone stared at it in stunned silence. Lin Qiye, there's still time to explain yourself. The group fixed him with strange looks. You're the local expert, he'll believe whatever you say. Only Lian seemed completely unfazed, knowing full well that Zhao Kongsheng was genuinely innocent. The motel's landlady, seeing 5 men trying to book a single room, was momentarily taken aback, despite her seasoned experience. After Bailey Pang Pang and Lin Qiye got the keys, they hurriedly lowered their heads and rushed upstairs, faces burning with embarrassment. Xiao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu were equally red-faced, avoiding eye contact at all costs. Only Lian remained calm, leaning casually against the front desk as he quietly explained, Madam, could you send up 5 cups of tea later? We're just here to play mahjong. Didn't get the wrong idea. Oh, you should have said so earlier. I can set you up in a mahjong room. Wait, What kind of room did you just assign us then? Inside the room, the four of them stood frozen, staring at the pink, heart-shaped bed before them. The headboard was even stocked with contraceptives. Is this right? This can't be right. After some back and forth, they finally managed to switch to a mahjong room, which had nothing but a mahjong table and 2 beds. You guys play mahjong. I'm heading out, Lian said, his earpiece crackling within Qingyu's voice. She had found traces of the enemy and asked if he was interested. For Lian, a fight was far more appealing than playing cards. You're not planning to ditch us and go have fun on your own, are you? Bailey Pang Pang cast a skeptical glance at Lian, his gaze carrying a hint of mockery. Stop looking at me like that, Lian retorted with a displeased glare. I, Huang Mao, have an irreconcilable hatred for gambling and drugs. As he spoke, he pulled out a deck of playing cards from the Soul Realm and turned to Lin Qiye. If you're leaving later, you 3 can play Do Diju. Lin Qiye didn't respond, merely giving Lian a questioning look. Lian gave an almost imperceptible nod, signaling with his eyes that he could handle it. After leaving the small motel, Lian once again slipped into the sewers. In his earpiece, and Qingyu's cheerful voice came through. 3 enemies from the Chuan realm, though they don't seem to be believers. Interestingly, their target seems to be that chubby guy next to you. After a brief pause, he added, by the way, I've discovered some fascinating things about your blood. Once you deal with these 3 from the Chuan realm, come see me. It's better to discuss this face-to-face. All right, guide me, Lian replied as he moved forward, calculating in his mind. These 3 from the Chuan realm must be the ones who were about to be killed by the forbidden object users around Bailey Pang Pang. Speaking of those 4 forbidden object users, they ended up betraying Pang Pang and turning on him completely. The ominous star of death above was already shining. But for now, he decided to keep these 3 alive since they were indeed protecting Pang Pang. Following in Qingyu's directions, Lian navigated quickly through the dark, damp sewers. When he lifted a manhole cover and climbed out, the sight of the building before him made him pause for a moment. You could have told me this was the hotel Bailey Pang Pang stayed at earlier, Lian grumbled, wrinkling his nose at the sewer stench clinging to him. I didn't realize you didn't know the way. We just took a cab here earlier. Lian, they're in the convenience store next to the hotel. The 3 eating instant noodles are your targets, and Qingyu reminded him. Lian was quietly astonished. These 3 had some nerve. After causing an explosion on the top floor, engaging with the supporting instructors, and escaping, they actually dared to return to the scene of the crime. I guess the most dangerous place is the safest place, huh? Glancing at his experience bar, Lian calculated. Just 1 more Chuan Realm's worth of experience points, and he could level up. And now, there were 3 inside the convenience store. However, the situation wasn't straightforward. First, there were still several ordinary customers in the store. Second, the 3 from the Chuan Realm were no pushovers. A direct confrontation would be risky, especially without knowing their forbidden domain abilities. Fortunately, he wasn't alone. After quickly formulating a plan, Lian found a nearby public phone and dialed Chun Moi's number. Captain, 3 Chuan Realm targets are grouped together. I can't handle them alone. Give me the location. Support will be there immediately. Hey, race the thing, I've got a small plan, Lian said, lowering his voice. Chun Mai nodded in approval after hearing Lian's operational plan. He reminded him that reinforcements would arrive soon and urged him not to act rashly. Lian agreed, but thought to himself that reporting to Chun Mai was more of a precaution. If it weren't for the dense crowd in the area, he was fairly confident in his ability to handle the situation. He carefully surveyed the surroundings, his brows furrowing gradually. This was the most upscale hotel district in Songnan City, bustling with people, yet there wasn't a single spot suitable for making a move. This left Lian in a dilemma. His meticulously crafted plans were now useless due to the potential commotion they would cause. As he hesitated, the targets in the convenience store had already finished their instant noodles and were getting ready to leave. Chun Mui's reinforcements hadn't arrived yet, and taking action now would clearly violate protocol. However, if these 3 slipped away, finding them again would be nearly impossible. Worse, if someone else dealt with them first, it would be a significant loss. Making a split-second decision, Lian strode into the convenience store. He walked past the 3 men without so much as a glance and headed straight to the counter to grab a bottle of water. As he paid, he deliberately raised his voice. Yes, Captain, I'm just grabbing a bottle of water and we'll be right back. The targets have moved, and everything is safe now. Continuing, he added, right, Li Tuming and his group are all settled. There's no way anyone will find them. I'm going to bring them some food now, don't worry. Tossing the money on the counter, he grabbed the water and left without sparing the 3 men a single glance. The 3 exchanged knowing glances and quietly followed him out of the store. Lian deliberately slowed his pace, keeping an eye on the store's entrance from the corner of his vision. Once he confirmed they had taken the bait, he quickened his steps. The 3 men, wary of being noticed, trailed him from a distance. Suddenly, they saw Lian pick up his pace, as if he had sensed something. He turned a street corner and vanished in an instant. Alarmed, The three men abandoned their stealth and rushed to the corner. What lay ahead was a dead-end alley, with a manhole cover on the ground that had clearly been disturbed. "Boss, that guy must have noticed us and escaped into the sewer," one of them exclaimed. "No time to think after him. There's no way he didn't leave some kind of trace." The leader lifted the manhole cover, spotting clear footprints inside. "He definitely went down here. Let's go." With that, the three climbed into the labyrinthine sewer system beneath Songnan City. Not far away, Lian was waiting. To ensure they wouldn't lose his trail, he had intentionally left clear footprints and even marked the direction he was heading. Once all three men entered the sewer, he kicked over an empty soda can. The sharp sound echoed loudly in the silent tunnels. Feigning panic, Lian put on a startled expression and bolted. After him. "Catch him first. Then we'll force him to tell us where the 8 billion is," came the shouts and hurried footsteps from behind him. In the sewer, Lian deliberately slowed his pace, kicking trash underfoot and scattering it everywhere. From time to time, he pretended to stumble, allowing the three pursuers behind him to gradually close the distance. If he wanted, he could disappear in a flash step, leaving them with no trace of his presence. But right now, he needed them close just this close. The pursuers watched the unsteady figure ahead, a cruel smile creeping onto their faces. In their minds, they had already envisioned the torment they planned to inflict on Lian. Little did they realize, they were walking straight into a carefully laid trap. Bakuto 21, Sekianton. Just as the three were about to catch up to him, a cloud of crimson smoke suddenly filled the narrow sewer passage. Lian dove into the smoke and vanished instantly. "Boss, what do we do? There's only one way he can go. Where could he run?" After him. Without hesitation, the three men charged into the smoke. When they emerged on the other side, they found nothing but an empty passage ahead. This kid didn't take this route. The leader quickly surveyed the surroundings, noticing no trace of movement in the sewer. Realization struck him immediately. He's playing tricks on us. Must have doubled back. "Quick, turn around." The three of them rushed back into the smoke. This time, as they emerged, they finally spotted Lian. But now, in front of Lian's outstretched hand, a massive crimson fireball the size of a millstone was rapidly taking shape. "O Sovereign! Mask of flesh, myriad forms, soaring wings, bearer of the human name, scorching heat and strife, surging southward across the sea, take a step forward." Hado 31, Shikaho. Lian unleashed his full power, knowing the strength of these three Chuanjing-level fighters was not to be underestimated. In the smoke, he had also planted numerous explosive devices and gas canisters. The crimson fireball suddenly swelled and roared toward the three men with terrifying force. At the same time, above ground, Chun Mai and Hong Ying stood anxiously in front of a convenience store, unable to locate either the three Chuanjing criminals Lian had mentioned or Lian himself. "Captain, Lian must have followed those three people." "Don't worry too much," Hong Ying said, noticing Chun Mui's grim expression and trying to defend Lian. "That brat is getting more out of line. No sense of organization or discipline. I told him to stay put and monitor, and now he's outright disobeying orders." Chun Mai frowned deeply. In truth, he wasn't so much worried about discipline as he was about the possibility that Lian had fallen into a trap set by the ancient god cult. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Before the two could react, every manhole cover on the street flew into the air, and a 3-meter-high column of fire erupted from one of the sewer openings. The glass of the surrounding storefronts shattered instantly. Boom! As the fire column dissipated, a deafening explosion echoed from underground. Gulp! Hong Ying instinctively swallowed hard, recalling something Lin Qiye had once said. Lian believed art was all about explosions, and if given the chance, he could blow up the entire city of Songnan. Captain, could this be Lian's doing?" Hong Ying stammered, staring at the overturned manhole covers and dreading the fate of the pursuers below. "It's probably him. Lung Xian mentioned that this brat loves playing with bombs and landmines during missions," Chun Mai said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he began to consider how to handle the aftermath. "Lin Qiye slandering me is one thing, but now Lung Xian too? Really?" Lian's voice suddenly came from behind them. "It's a sewer, isn't it? Methane explosions are perfectly normal. Lian, are you okay?" Hong Ying stared at the mud-covered little black figure in front of her, unable to make out his original features. "I'm fine. I just got thrown into a mud pit by the shockwave from the explosion," Lian explained with a wry smile. This mistake left him deeply frustrated, had been so focused on calculating how to maximize the destructive power that he completely overlooked the potential consequences of excessive force. When the scarlet fire cannon took shape in his hands, Lian realized his grave error. The sewer wasn't just filled with the explosives and gas he had prepared, but also a significant amount of methane. This meant that the explosion's power would far exceed his expectations. Unfortunately, it was too late. The scarlet fire cannon had already been unleashed. With a deafening boom, the violent explosion not only obliterated the three unlucky targets, but also sent Lian flying like a leaf in the wind. If not for the protective deadly domination suit, he would have likely met his end. In fact, he technically died for a second before crashing into the foul-smelling mud and coming back to life. Ding! The system's notification sound chimed in at just the right moment. Experience points, 3,000. Ding! Level up. New skill unlocked. Hado 4, Byakurai White Lightning. Level increased to 19. New skill unlocked. Hado 33, Sokatsui Blue Fire, Crash Down. Lian's eyes lit up. It all made sense now. The combination of the Scarlet Fire Cannon and White Lightning resulted in Sokatsui, which retained the power of the former while gaining the speed advantage of the latter. The White Lightning skill introduced him to a whole new way of utilizing spiritual energy. Not only could he release fire element energy, but he could now channel lightning element energy as well. The most notable characteristic of lightning energy was its speed, which meant his flash step technique would also become faster. This really is the start of a whole new skill tree. Lian muttered in amazement as he wobbled out of the mud. Looking down at his filthy body and catching a whiff of the nauseating stench clinging to him, he made a silent vow. Next time I play with explosions, I'm keeping a safe distance. Raising his head, he noticed the sewer opening above him. The manhole cover had somehow vanished. All he wanted now was to find a place to take a shower. As for those 3 unlucky enemies, he couldn't care less they had already contributed their experience points, and with an explosion of that magnitude, it was doubtful there was anything left of them to find. With a single leap, Lian sprang out of the sewer. Behind him, Chunmai and Hongying burst into laughter. What about those 3 enemies from Chuanjing? Chunmai asked, peeking into the sewer opening, but seeing no sign of them. He turned to Lian for an explanation. Lian tried to make a helpless expression, but his mud-covered face made it impossible to convey. All they could see were his bright white teeth and eyes standing out comically against the black grime. Realizing they couldn't decipher his expression, he sighed and said, "If you think the so-called experts from Chuanjing could survive the center of that explosion, feel free to climb down there and look for their bodies. As for me, I'm heading back for a shower. Today nearly killed me." With that, Lian turned and walked away, leaving behind a trail of foul-smelling footprints. Chenmai watched the mud man disappear into the distance, leaving no reason to stop him. Given Lian's current appearance, no one from the ancient god church would recognize him. His combat performance left Chunmai astonished single-handedly, and unscathed. He took down 3 Chuanjing enemies. Such strength surpassed even Lin Qiye, the dual god agent, considering the use of external powers. The night was deep, and after being turned down by 5 consecutive taxis, Lian had no choice but to resort to Shuanpa, embarking on a 10-kilometer night run. This time, he experimented with lightning attribute spiritual energy for the first time. Each step was accompanied by the sharp crackle of lightning tearing through the air, and his speed was significantly faster than when using fire attribute energy. No wonder Yoruichi Shihoin from the Death God manga was called the Flash Goddess when lightning attribute energy enveloped his body. It resembled Yoruichi's iconic Shunko form. As he sped along, not only did most of the mud on his body get flung off, but Lian also made an unexpected discovery. Lightning attribute energy consumed significantly less energy during Shunpa. This realization thrilled him. This stuff is amazing. Even if the system doesn't give me Shunko, I'll make my own knockoff version. And with my Zanpakuto S Shurkai, the results will be spectacular. When he returned home, Lian found a gray mouse holding a pair of headphones, waiting for him. It had been sent by Qingyu to deliver new headphones, as his previous pair had been lost in an explosion. "Lian, do you always make such a big commotion every time you take action?" And Qingyu's teasing voice came through the headphones, having witnessed the entire explosion through the mouse's perspective. "Art is an explosion. You're a researcher. What do you know about art?" Lian retorted irritably. "What else do you need? Hurry up, I'm in a rush to shower. I found a few more Chuanjing enemies. Not sure where they're from. Interested?" "Not tonight. I've been busy all day. I'm taking a shower and going to bed. We'll talk tomorrow." As he showered under cold water, Lian reflected on the day's gains. Thanks to Ryujin Jakka, hot and cold water no longer made any difference to him. Aside from leveling up to 18 and accumulating a significant amount of experience points, his greatest achievement was mastering Hado 4, Byakurai. Though its power might not see much use, the lightning attribute energy it provided was undeniably practical. According to Qingyu, there were still several Chuanjing enemies in Songnan City, which deviated from the original story setting. Clearly, his display of strength at the training camp had caught the attention of the ancient god church, prompting them to send more elite fighters. Lian secretly reveled in this outcome. This was exactly what he wanted: high-level experience points. They better not send any weaklings. The Scorpion mercenary group. How dare you underestimate me? Lian thought with a smirk. Tomorrow, he'll take care of those Chuanjing experience points. But for now, let's finish this shower. When Lian woke up, he found it was only 6 o'clock, and the sky outside was still shrouded in darkness. He lay in bed, assessing his physical state. Despite having slept for less than 4 hours, he felt surprisingly energized, without a trace of fatigue. This inexplicable vigor left him somewhat irritated. He raised his hand, staring at his calloused palm, the thick layers of skin bearing witness to the intense sword training he had endured recently. Gazing at these scars, Lian couldn't help but sigh. Time was running out. This thought crawled over him like a dreadful serpent, unsettling him deeply. He needed to vent his frustration on someone, and fortunately, he knew exactly where to find them. Changing into a black tracksuit, Lian put on the headphones that Qingyu had given him. "Hello, can you hear me?" And Qingyu's voice buzzed with excitement, clearly intrigued by whatever discovery he had made while studying Lian's blood the previous day. "Up so early? Can your body handle it? Just tell me where those people are." Lian snapped, his tone sharp. This was his 5th month in the training camp, and every morning he found himself in a foul mood. As his strength grew, he increasingly felt the discord between his body and soul. It was as though a 7-foot giant had been crammed into a tiny car. Even without using spiritual energy, the power within him surged uncontrollably. The moment he activated his abilities, the energy would burst out like a flood through a broken dam, utterly beyond his control. To fully master his spiritual energy, he saw 3 possible paths ahead: abandon his current body and wield his energy in a pure soul state, strengthen his current body, though it would quickly wear out, or find a more powerful vessel. Unfortunately, none of these options were feasible for him at the moment. The silver lining was that Lian had already reached level 18, just 1 step away from level 20 and its promised rewards, which might offer a solution to his predicament. The outsiders are scattered and lying low, avoiding contact with each other, and Qingyu analyzed. They're either planning something big to distract the watchmen in Songnan City, or they're preparing to regroup and crush the 3 of you directly. Then my job is to eliminate them, Lian said decisively. We can't have everyone spending the new year with this constant anxiety. It's best to wrap this up today. He had already promised Xiao Hailai to let Lin Qiye return home and surprise his aunt for the holiday. But as long as threats lingered in Songnan City, Lin Kai's cautious nature would never allow him to go back. Lian was well aware that every time Lin Qiye appeared near his aunt, it only brought greater danger to her and his cousin. Lian was well aware that Lin Qiye's aunt, like himself, did not have much time left. This might very well be the last Lunar New Year they could spend together as a family. As a master of fulfilling dreams, he silently resolved to ensure Lin Qiye had a clear and memorable celebration. As for those troublemakers, he decided he would just put in the extra effort to deal with them though. Of course, it had nothing to do with gaining experience points. "Alright, let's go. I'll show you the way," Lian said, then added. "But hold on a second, need to grab a couple of buns to fill my stomach first." And Qingyu gave him a speechless look. Who was the one acting like a cat on a hot tin roof just now? Meanwhile, Chunmai was frowning deeply. He had spent the entire night cleaning up the mess from the previous evening's chaos, and the grim faces of the logistics team still lingered in his memory. Every single manhole cover on the commercial street had been blown off. The street-facing windows were all shattered, and more than half the streetlights were destroyed. If Lian hadn't at least remembered to steer the fight underground, half the buildings on that street might have collapsed. As he was pondering this, his phone suddenly rang with an annoyingly catchy ringtone. "I'm like a fish in your lotus pond, just waiting with you for the bright moonlight." Seeing the unfamiliar number on the screen, Chunmai felt a sinking feeling in his chest. Sure enough, Lian's cheeky voice came through the line. "Captain, good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Cut to the chase if you have something to say." Chunmai snapped. "Sleep? Are you kidding me? I spent the whole night cleaning up after you. With the mess you made last night, I didn't even get a wink of sleep." "Thanks for your hard work, really," Lian replied, his tone noticeably sheepish before he cautiously continued. "So, here's the thing. I just got into another fight over by Songnan First High School. It might have caused a bit of a scene. Could you come and help with the cleanup?" "Are you out of your mind, Lian? Do you think you're invincible or something?" Chunmai's heart skipped a beat. Lian, who was supposed to be bait in this mission, had turned it into a full-blown hunt, even going out of his way to pick a fight. It was utterly reckless. "Don't be mad. It was just a weakling. I took care of it in 1 hit," Lian said nonchalantly. But this guy didn't know what a forbidden ruin was, so he self-destructed after dying, leaving the street covered in corrosive liquid. "I had no choice but to call you for help. Anyway, I have other things to do, so we'll leave it to you." Beep beep beep. Listening to the busy tone on the other end, Chunmai was so angry he felt like biting someone. He immediately called Wu Xiangnan, Songnan First High School. Lian's causing trouble there again. Go check it out. Is he alright? Wu Xiangnan asked in surprise. After all, the chaos Lian had caused last night was still fresh in the minds of the entire 136 squad. And now, so soon after, here he was again. "He's fine," Chunmai replied as he prepared his gear. "But we can't just let him wander around unsupervised. I need to bring him back. That guy's like a reincarnated husky, let him loose, and he'll wreak havoc everywhere, never knowing when to come home." And so, on Lunar New Year's Eve, a series of accidents occurred across Songnan City. Electrical fires from old wiring, gas pipe explosions, a public restroom septic tank bursting, in a multi-car collision involving over a dozen vehicles. Gritting his teeth, Chunmai muttered, "When I get my hands on that brat Li Lian, I'll make sure he gets what's coming to him." At 3 in the afternoon, Li Lian, who had been running wild across the entirety of Tsangnan City, was finally apprehended by Chunmai. In the underground hall of the Peace Affairs office, Li Lian was trembling as he squatted in a horse stance. Balanced on his head, and arms were bowls filled to the brim with boiling water. Hong Ying stood nearby, calmly adding more water to the bowls while glancing at Chunmai, whose expression was as dark as a thundercloud. "It's not what you think," Li Lian protested, struggling to keep his body steady. "I was just walking down the street when they jumped out and tried to kill me. What was I supposed to do? Not fight back? You're telling me you just happened to run into enemies everywhere you go in Songnan City?" Chunmai sneered coldly. "And someone hiding in a public restroom, was that just a coincidence too? You killed him, fine, but then you had to blow up the septic tank as well." The mere thought of the nauseating scene made Chunmai clench his fists in anger. "Captain, calm down. It's the new year, after all. Let's cut the kid some slack." Wu Xiangnan began to offer a typical Daxia-style attempt at forgiveness, but it only backfired. Qin Yui's face turned even darker. "If we don't put a stop to his reckless behavior now, I'm afraid he'll never stop until it's too late." Chunmai snapped, waving his hand decisively. "No one is to plead for him. He stays like this until dinner. Xiangnan, keep an eye on him." With that, he turned on his heel and stormed off. Wu Xiangnan pulled up a chair and sat down in front of Li Lian, a chilling smile on his face. In truth, Li Lian could have stayed hidden in the sewers for much longer, but Songnan City now only had 2 high-level experts, and the Medusa agent codenamed Snake Lady, left standing. Everyone else had already been dealt with through Li Lian's various methods. When it came to methods, Li Lian was nothing if not resourceful. Ambushes, traps, poison, explosives. 6 Chuan-level experts had fallen without even catching a glimpse of his blade. The one hiding in the public restroom was a prime example. He had fallen victim to Li Lian's specially crafted, highly potent laxative, an unexpected discovery from Li Lian's studies of medical texts. These tactics even earned praise from Qingyu, who marveled that watching Li Lian in action was more enlightening than 10 years of study. This operation not only gained Li Lian the experience of 6 Chuan-level opponents, but also propelled him to level 20. Along with the destructive path number 33, Blue Fire Crash, he acquired at level 19. The reward for reaching level 20 left him ecstatic, Pine Flame, a powerful skill usable only in the Shirkai state of Ryujin Jakka. With a single draw of his blade, it could create a vortex-like wall of flames to engulf and incinerate enemies until nothing remained but ashes. However, for Li Lian, an even more significant reward awaited just beyond the horizon. At level 21. He would unlock the coveted artificial body creation technique. Although the system didn't directly grant him an artificial body, as long as he mastered the method to create one, hope was within reach. Li Lian stood in the training field, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, but his thoughts wandered far beyond the present moment. If not for awakening the system, he might have stayed far away from Lin Qiye like an ignorant fool. When the 10-year mark arrived and the miracle faded, even if the gods of the Great Xia returned and regained their physical forms, he would be left helplessly watching from the sidelines. After all, he wasn't a transmigrator but a true soul usurper. This body had never belonged to him to begin with. The thought sent a shiver down Li Lian's spine. When the time came for resurrection, others would joyfully reclaim their bodies, while he would remain a wandering ghost. Worse still, if he ended up in the Hall of Yama and found his name absent from the Book of Life and Death, he might be mistaken for an otherworldly demon and imprisoned in the 18th level of hell for eternity. Fortunately, the moment he awakened the system, he resolved to cling tightly to Lin Kai's support. Combined with a series of clever maneuvers at the training camp, hope was finally within sight. With the aid of 2 Sea Realm experts and a divine proxy, he was confident they could securely advance to level 21. Once he gained the ability to craft an artificial body, old Zhao could return to the living. At that point, Head showed Chunmai the consequences of making him squat in a horse stance. Wu Xiangnan, standing nearby, stared at Li Lian in confusion. This guy had his eyes closed while holding a horse stance, with a strange smile on his face. What was going on? Just then, the walkie-talkie on Wu Xiangnan's waist crackled to life with Chun Mai's voice. "Attention, Team 136. Lin Qiye has been attacked. All members report immediately. Are we really going to let someone mess with one of our own in Songnan City?" "Yes, sir." Wu Xiangnan responded promptly before turning to Li Lian, who remained motionless. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and support Qiye. The captain told me to hold this stance." Li Lian replied, feigning grievance. "Did you not understand the order for all members to assemble? Or are you saying you're not part of Team 136? Well, in that case, I have nothing to fear." Li Lian stood up smoothly, with the bowls balanced on his head and arms remaining perfectly still, the water inside as calm as a mirror. Carefully removing the bowls, he smirked slyly and said, "If the captain accuses me of disobeying orders later, They'll just say it was the vice captain's idea. Wu Xiangnan let out a helpless sigh. There was no escaping this kid's scheming. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, an intense battle was unfolding on an empty street. Countless eye-like patterns covered the ground, walls, and tree trunks. Lin Qiye stood at the center of these eerie designs, his eyes tightly shut, every sense on high alert. His opponent was a woman with long black curls that writhed in the air like a nest of serpents. Her slit pupils and the gleaming, hiltless blade in her hand radiated a chilling menace. This was a member of the ancient god cult, codenamed Serpent Woman, the divine proxy of Medusa. The two had already clashed once, and Serpent Woman had narrowly avoided being decapitated by Lin Qiye's dual blades, saved only by her quick parry with the blade in her hand. When she attempted to unleash Medusa's petrifying gaze, she discovered that Lin Qiye had already closed his eyes. Lin Qiye, I spent 10 years blind. Whether I open my eyes or not makes no difference. Lin Qiye's voice carried a hint of mockery. Serpent Woman let out a peal of wild laughter as she eyed the ever-vigilant Lin Qiye. Ha ha ha. As expected of the only dual divine proxy. Lin Qiye, what a delightful name. I can already picture you kneeling at my feet, calling out my name. And have you imagined what it would look like to be crushed beneath mine? Who? The Serpent Woman instantly sensed someone behind her. She spun around, the glint of her weapon cutting through the air, but it only struck empty space. Her heart sank. Someone had just bypassed her divine domain and appeared directly at her back. If the intruder had intended to ambush her, the consequences would have been dire. Lian's figure flickered as he flash-stepped to Lin Qiye's side. Gazing at the meditating Lin Qiye, a sly grin tugged at his lips. You're struggling against a mere Medusa's agent? Aren't you the night goddess chosen one? Medusa isn't even worthy of pouring wine for the night goddess. Though Lin Qiye's eyes remained closed, his heightened senses clearly picked up Lian's presence. The familiar tone confirmed the identity of the newcomer. It was no enemy in disguise. Be careful, Lin Qiye warned, his voice calm but serious. This Serpent Woman is unusual. She can teleport, and her speed might rival yours. Despite his confidence in Lian's abilities, he couldn't help but caution him. After all, their opponent was an agent of the Sichuan domain's deity. A trash-tier Sichuan agent? What's there to worry about? I've taken down 9 of them in the past 2 days. Let's go. Lian dismissed the warning with a wave of his hand. He had already discerned that the Serpent Woman's so-called teleportation was merely movement between the snake-eye symbols. As for her petrification ability, that was laughable. With the near-completed skeletal reconstruction technology he had acquired, even being turned to stone wouldn't matter, could simply craft a new body. Trash-tier Sichuan. You've got quite the mouth, kid. The Serpent Woman recognized Lian was one of her intended recruitment targets. Hearing his arrogant words, her anger flared. I was considering recruiting you, Death God's agent, but it seems you're just a reckless fool who doesn't know his limits. Her fury surged as her lithe, serpentine waist swayed. Her long, glossy black hair transformed into a writhing mass of live snakes, hissing menacingly as they fixed their piercing gaze on Lian. Lian didn't dare to be careless. Summoning his death armor and Ryujin Jakka, he mirrored Lin Qiye by closing his eyes. Though he mocked the Sichuan agents aloud, inwardly he was on high alert. His previous encounter with the king of the Pond Realm had left a lasting impression. The divine domains wielded by agents were far more formidable than ordinary forbidden domains, each possessing unique and unpredictable powers. All things to Ash, Ryujin Jakka. Lian wasted no time, immediately unleashing his Shurikai. True to his signature one-strike style, he aimed to end the fight swiftly. This time, however, he had also mastered the Shikai's first accompanying skill, kindling. As his blade left its sheath, a wall of flames erupted around him. The blade's tip pointed directly at the Serpent Woman, and the blazing fire coiled into a towering 50-meter inferno tornado that engulfed her. The intense heat instantly melted the snow on the ground, and the surrounding dry trees burst into flames. Trapped within the fiery vortex, the Serpent Woman's expression turned to one of shock and fear. None of her intelligence reports had ever indicated that Lian possessed such devastating long-range attack capabilities. The wall of flames instantly surrounded the Snake Woman, the intense heat causing her hair to stand on end. Instinctively, she attempted to break through, but quickly realized it was impossible. She hastily gathered her mental strength, preparing to teleport away through the snake-eye patterns. However, a chilling realization made her pupils shrink in fear. The snake-eye patterns outside the wall of flames were completely unresponsive. At that moment, she felt a sudden difficulty in breathing. The wall of flames had consumed the oxygen within, and the searing inferno was steadily closing in. The small snakes above her head let out piercing screeches, and a flicker of despair flashed through her serpent-like eyes. The blade in her hand fell helplessly to the ground. Only now did the Snake Woman truly understand the confidence behind Lian's words about trash Chuanjing. Just a mere chi-level attack could unleash such terrifying power. Ah! Nearby, Lin Qiye had already opened his eyes. The moment Lian swung his blade, Lin sensed the disappearance of the surrounding snake-eye patterns. With the oppressive force of the snake woman's divine ruins lifted, he immediately felt a sense of relief. As he opened his eyes, the sight of the terrifying flaming tornado filled his vision. It was his first time witnessing Lian unleash this move. A Chuan-level divine agent, defeated in a single strike by a Qi-level novice who would believe such a thing? Lin Qiye stared at the faint screams emanating from within the fiery tornado, his scalp tingling. This Japanese Shinigami was far too enigmatic, always pulling out unexpected and astonishing tactics at critical moments. He adhered to no specific combat style, employing even the most underhanded moves without hesitation. Yet the most startling thing about him was his exceptional skill in direct confrontations. Beyond his unfathomable swordsmanship, his explosive power in his divine ruined state was equally remarkable. Lian's strike had drained all his spiritual energy, much like the first time Minazuki activated its Shirkai form. When Ryujin Jakka threatened to spiral out of control and incinerate him alive, Lian decisively deactivated the Shirkai state. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. As he began to recover his spiritual energy, using his Shinigami attire, he felt an unprecedented sense of control over his body. Despite his exhaustion, he felt a genuine vitality, a stark contrast to the mechanical, disconnected sensation he experienced when his spiritual energy was fully charged. This was Lian's first time using the Matsumi technique, and he hadn't expected it to consume so much spiritual energy. Even at the peak of the Qi level, at level 20, he could only manage a single strike before being completely spent. But as he gazed at the spectacular flaming tornado before him, he felt it was all worth it. This was the kind of power that carried the grandeur of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. The wall of flames continued to rotate and shrink, showing no signs of dissipating until its target was destroyed or it was forcibly broken. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding. Experience points 2000. Ding. Level up. Unlocked Jakka creation technique. Jakka creation technique, derived from Kisuke Urahara's technology. Specific methods can be researched independently. Reach level 22 to unlock Bakuto 26. Hyako. With his advancement to level 21, officially stepping into the Chuan level, Lian felt his spiritual energy surge several times over. However, the harmony between his soul and body had once again diminished, leaving him somewhat frustrated. But he quickly regained his composure. It was time to study how to create a Jakka. A massive tornado of flames shot into the sky, leaving the members of Squad 136, who were setting up the Wu Jie Void domain, staring in stunned silence. For a moment, they questioned whether they were under some kind of mind control or if something was wrong with the mushrooms they had at lunch. What are you standing around for? Open the Wu Jie Void domain now. Shinmai's sharp command broke the silence, snapping the team out of their daze. They quickly got to work, their hands moving swiftly to deploy the barrier, enclosing the astonishing fire tornado within it. Captain, could this be Li Lian's doing? Si Xiaonan peeked out from behind Hong Ying, her voice filled with disbelief. If it really is him, he's certainly done you proud. Shinmai's face turned ashen, but he didn't respond. He strode into the barrier first, leaving the others to follow reluctantly, each secretly thinking they couldn't let the temporary recruits steal the spotlight. By the time they reached the scene of the battle, the fiery tornado was already dissipating. Li Lian was leaning against a crooked tree, his eyes closed, occasionally letting out strange bursts of laughter. His fingers traced invisible patterns in the air, and drool even trickled from the corner of his mouth. He seemed completely lost in a state of manic excitement. Lin Qiye noticed Squad 136 approaching and immediately lowered his gaze to the ants on the ground, trying to hide his embarrassment. Why was he the one feeling secondhand humiliation when it was Li Lian making a fool of himself? Li Lian, however, was utterly consumed by the knowledge of constructing artificial bodies. Kisuke Urahara's genius left him utterly awestruck, from disposable inflatable models to spiritual pressure isolating types, and even anti-halofication designs. The methods for creating these artificial bodies seemed limitless. But what impressed him the most was the unrealized concept of a growth-type artificial body. This type of body would integrate closely with the soul, mutually enhancing one another. The stronger the soul, the more resilient the artificial body. As the body strengthened, so too would the soul. For those wielding overwhelmingly powerful Zanpakuto, like Ryujin Jakka, whose Bankai unleashed temperatures rivaling the sun's core, an ordinary physical body could never withstand such extremes. However, if a growth-type artificial body could be created, it could endure such extreme conditions as long as the soul's strength was sufficient. The key lay in creating the Hogyoku man-made stone formed by absorbing vast amounts of hollow energy. Kisuke Urahara's research detailed the method for crafting the Hogyoku, requiring an ample supply of hollow and Shinigami power. The most extraordinary aspect of the Hogyoku was its ability to manifest the wielder's innermost desires, provided they had the strength to realize them. To obtain a growth-type artificial body, There was no other way but to rely on the Hogyoku. Lian sat quietly, contemplating the peculiarities of this world. While there were no hollows or shinigami here, mythical creatures with special abilities were abundant. The essence of power lay in spiritual energy, with the strength of one's soul being the true measure of capability. As long as he could create the base for a Hogyoku, he could continuously absorb souls to enhance it, gaining dual benefits from every battle. For the past 6 months, Li Lian's duties as a Shinigami had been far from diligent. Aside from guiding old Zhao to the Soul Society, he had neglected all other soul-guiding tasks. It wasn't out of laziness, but rather due to concerns about being discovered by Xiao Hei Lai, which would be difficult to explain. However, for those evildoers, like the scum from the Mad Scorpion mercenary group who dared threaten Lin Qiye's family, Li Lian had no intention of letting them enjoy the peace of the Soul Society. Their souls were perfect for strengthening the Hogyoku. Just as he was about to head to Lin Qiye's aunt's house to collect the wandering souls there, a foreign and hostile energy suddenly put him on high alert. Li Lian opened his eyes instantly and used Shuanpa to flash to Lin Qiye's side, turning to face the source of the hostility, a middle-aged man carrying a long halberd. "Did you kill the snake woman? Where's the body?" the man asked politely after scanning the surroundings. "Hello, I'm Han Xiaoyan, the 13th seat of the Believers." Hearing this introduction, Lin Qiye felt a strange familiarity with the man's attire, as if he had seen it somewhere before. At that moment, Chunmai led the entire 136th squad forward, positioning themselves between Li Lian and Lin Qiye. Chen shot Li Lian a glare and muttered a low threat. "We'll settle this later. I'm innocent." Li Lian quickly defended himself. "It's all the vice captain's fault. He'll report this to the higher-ups." The entirety of the 136th squad was ready for battle. Chunmai gripped his dual blades tightly. Hong Ying raised her spear. Long Xian aimed his sniper rifle, and even Wen Qimo and Si Xiaonan each wielded a star blade. Only Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan glanced at the scar on his palm and shook his head helplessly. Han Xiaoyan sneered disdainfully. In a small place like Sangnan City, what could an entire squad possibly do? To him, having a river realm captain in a third-tier city was already impressive, but he was a sea realm powerhouse. "Captain, do you have confidence?" Lin Qiye asked warily, sensing the dangerous aura emanating from Han Xiaoyan. If he had to face him alone, he might have no choice but to call for Nix's assistance. Li Lian immediately retorted. "What kind of talk is that? The fight hasn't even started, and you're already being pessimistic. As far as I know, our captain was once the renowned He Wuchang, one of the legendary black and white impermanents. He's incredibly powerful." He Wuchang. Lin Qiye was momentarily stunned upon hearing the name, his eyes reflecting confusion. As a newcomer, this was the first time he had heard that Chunmai had such a nickname, and he couldn't help but wonder if it was related to the deities of Xia. "How did you find out about that?" Chunmai's sharp gaze shifted to Li Lian. He had never mentioned his past to these two rookies. Li Lian didn't answer, simply letting out a sly chuckle. He pointed toward Han Xiaoyan on the opposite side, signaling Chunmai to focus on the battle. "So, the infamous He Wuchang from back then is now hiding in some small city as a squad leader for the Night Watchers." Han Xiaoyan's voice carried a mocking tone as he reminisced about the He Wuchang who had vanished a decade ago. 10 years have passed, and you're still stuck at the Chuan boundary. Has life been too comfortable for you? But no matter, you still have time to leave now. My targets are only Lin Qiye and Li Lian. I don't need a traitor like you to make decisions for me." Chen Mai's expression darkened as Han Xiaoyan's words seemed to tear open an old wound in his heart. "Take him down." Before his words had fully landed, Chen Mai's twin blades were unsheathed, and his forbidden domain unfolded in an instant. A grand, ancient blood-red hall materialized out of thin air, with the words Hall of Yama inscribed in bold, flowing strokes on the plaque above. Han Xiaoyan remained unperturbed. He calmly removed the long halberd from his back, his movements deceptively slow, yet incredibly swift, as he blocked Chun Mai's twin blades. "With just a Chuan boundary fighter and a few Qi boundary rookies, you think you can take me down?" A trace of sorrow flickered across his face. "If only you could actually kill me." As his words faded, Han Xiaoyan suddenly saw Chun Mai's face transform into that of a deceased teammate from years ago. The unexpected illusion caused him to hesitate, turning his counterattack into a reflexive shove. At the same time, Wen Qimo broke into a cold sweat. The forbidden domain technique he had just used, Heart Demon's binding spell, had taken effect, but forcing a Qi boundary user to confront a high boundary's mental strength was overwhelming. If not for the fact that Han Xiaoyan already harbored inner demons, the spell would have been entirely ineffective. Taking advantage of this fleeting moment, Hong Ying lunged forward, her spear engulfed in rose-colored flames as it aimed directly for Han Xiaoyan's chest. However, with a casual swing of his halberd, Han Xiaoyan sent her flying back over 10 meters. "An illusion-based forbidden domain. Huh? You've truly surprised me." Han Xiaoyan broke free from the hallucination, a twisted smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Who knows? Maybe I really will die here today." He raised his halberd horizontally, and a massive whirlwind began to form at its tip, sweeping up the water pooled on the ground. Forbidden Domain, Sequence 079, Great Tempest. In an instant, a ferocious storm engulfed the area within a 10-mile radius. This time, it wasn't a fiery tornado but a raging cyclone. Streetlights, billboards, burning trees, and even parked vehicles were all sucked into the violent winds, spinning uncontrollably. Now this is the kind of spectacle I've been missing. Lian couldn't help but marvel at Han Xiao's display of power, realizing just how limited his own perspective had been. The sheer might of a high-boundary expert was worlds apart from his own feeble attempts at blowing up a sewer. A faint glow of white light emerged beside Lian, instantly forming an invisible barrier around him. The howling wind, which had been so piercing, now seemed to collide with a resilient membrane, unable to touch him in the slightest. This was none other than Si Xiaonan's Weiyuan Veil, a forbidden artifact capable of shielding against external environmental effects, healing injuries, and providing protection. So how is it? Si Xiaonan stood with her hands on her hips, her face radiating pride, as if expecting a compliment. Though the artifact wasn't extraordinarily powerful, it was undeniably practical as combat support. Wu Xiangnan affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled. You're amazing, as always. Well done. Han Xiaoyan stood amidst the roaring storm, his gaze fixed on the unaffected Squad 136. A trace of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Slowly he spoke. Chunmai, as a captain, you are indeed more qualified than I am. Conqueror. Lian seized the moment, chanting for the first time the incantation version of the Tsanghua descent, mask of flesh and blood, all creation, wings that soar, crowned in the name of humanity. Truth and restraint. The wall of guiltless dreams stand only atop it. Destructive art number 33, Tsanghua descent. A beam of azure light erupted from his hands with a thunderous roar, striking Han Xiaoyan, who was wielding his long halberd, almost instantaneously. The massive explosion that followed momentarily stilled the raging winds, and their force visibly weakened. Lian swiftly retrieved his shahakusho and Ryujin Jakka, thinking to himself, if I don't act now, someone else will snatch the experience points. Captain, take a moment to rest. I'll claim the enemy commander's head right away. Before his words had fully landed, his figure vanished from sight. Lin Qiye was caught off guard, and, before he could react, spotted Lian reappearing in front of Han Xiaoyan. In his hands, a long blade burst into roaring flames, unwavering even in the fierce wind. All things in existence shall return to ashes. Ryujin Jakka. At this point, Lian had reached level 21, his strength comparable to that of a Chuan-level master. Without hesitation, he unleashed Ryujin Jakka's Shurkai, formfully aware that against a high-level opponent, he couldn't afford to hold back. Now, he could freely maintain the Shurkai state for 10 minutes, with no limitations other than spiritual energy consumption. Han Xiaoyan, just recovering from the stun caused by the Tsanghua descent, found Lian already upon him, and hastily raised his halberd to block. Lian's blade descended, and under the fiery glow, Han Xiaoyan's expression shifted unpredictably. What a shameless sneak attack, such speed, just as the intel described. Before he could finish, the point of contact between Ryujin Jakka and the halberd erupted in a fierce blaze. In the thundering explosion, the flames surged like a massive hand, engulfing Han Xiaoyan. A gust of wind carried his charred and battered figure out of the firestorm, his clothes scorched in multiple places, and much of his hair burned away. You are the first to dare clash blades with me in this state, Lian said as he leveled Ryujin Jakka, its searing flames unmoving in the gale. Even Wang Mian knows better than to come near me. You traitor, you truly delight me. Han Xiaoyan laughed maniacally. My next strike will be my full power, prepare to take it. Ignoring the flames flickering along the blade, Lian kept Ryujin Jakka in its Shurkai state and sheathed it. Taking a deep breath, he unsheathed the sword with a sweeping motion toward Han Xiaoyan, unleashing a fiery tornado that rivaled the scale of Han Xiaoyan's devastating storm. Flame Torch. Han Xiaoyan stared at the towering flame tornado, reaching heights of 60 to 70 meters, and immediately understood the cause of the serpent woman's death. If he hadn't used the Great Gale in time to blow apart the wall of flames, he might have been incinerated by the scorching fire as well. He swiftly concentrated his mental energy, continuously compressing the range of the Great Gale. As the storm's area shrank, the wind speed surged uncontrollably, making even the smallest pebbles in its path as lethal as bullets. However, Songming's true target wasn't the storm itself, but Han Xiaoyan, who was hiding within the eye of the storm. The crimson flame tornado began to slowly and irresistibly engulf the entire whirlwind. When the fire completely consumed the storm, the raging winds within the no-boundary void came to an abrupt halt. Lin Qiye stood dumbfounded, watching Lian unleash such a terrifying attack for the second time. This flame tornado was even taller than the first, nearly reaching 100 meters in height. He couldn't help but question if he was experiencing some kind of illusion. How could Lian, who had been utterly drained after his first attack, managed to summon such devastating power again after merely laughing idly under a tree for a moment? The other members of Squad 136 were equally stunned by the staggering sight. After all, they were facing a high-risk Forbidden Void owner from the Sea Realm, yet Lian had managed to suppress the opponent's Forbidden Void with a single strike, averting a potential catastrophe. Wu Xiangnan watched Lian's performance with a proud expression, almost like that of a doting elder. Chen Muxiao burst out laughing. That brat is so strong, I couldn't be happier. What's there to feel down about? But his laughter quickly faded as a heavy realization struck him. Lian, as part of the miracle, was ultimately destined to disappear. A wave of sorrow washed over him. The other team members, noticing their captain's shift in mood, silently gazed up at the crimson flame tornado, none of them uttering a word. At this moment, Lian, though appearing confident as he held the blazing Ryujin Jakka horizontally with its tip pointed at the flame tornado, was actually at his limit. Unlike the single burst of energy he had expended against the serpent woman earlier, this time Songming's attack was a continuous drain. His spiritual energy was depleting at an alarming rate, and the mismatch between his soul and physical strength was becoming increasingly unbearable. The only thing keeping him standing now was sheer stubbornness and resolve. The torch skill was meant to be a one-time strike. Either the enemy would be consumed by flames, or the fiery tornado would be dispersed. Yet at this moment, Lian watched as his fire tornado was firmly held back by Han Xiao's violent storm, unable to advance. A surge of defiance welled up within him. Clenching his teeth, he continuously channeled spiritual energy into the fire tornado, determined to face Han Xiaoyan head-on. The scene became a stalemate, evolving into a battle of attrition. Either Lian's spiritual energy would deplete, causing the flames to dissipate, or Han Xiao's mental strength would collapse, his storm vanishing, leaving him to be devoured by the fire. At first, the members of Squad 136 didn't notice Lian's predicament. A minute passed, and Lian remained motionless in his stance, blade raised, but beads of sweat were now streaming down his forehead like broken pearls. It was then that everyone realized something was amiss. Lin Qiye, with his exceptional perception, was the first to notice the subtle detail. Lian's hand was trembling slightly. For a close combat instructor, holding a blade steady for just a minute and showing signs of trembling was clearly unusual. In an instant, Lin Qiye understood. Lian was pushing himself to the limit, unwilling to admit defeat out of pride, but he was clearly exhausted. Captain, Lin Qiye began, but before he could finish, the door to the no-bounds airspace was suddenly opened from the outside. Yuan Gang entered, accompanied by the wide-eyed by Li Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and Shun Qingzhu. The massive fiery tornado before them roared with thunderous momentum, its overwhelming power leaving the three youths utterly stunned. Yuan Gang himself hadn't expected Squad 136, a group of rookies who hadn't even reached the Sea Realm, to create such a spectacle. What surprised him even more was that the one responsible was none other than the new recruit, Lian. At that moment, as if driven by some unknown force, Shun Qingzhu instinctively snapped his fingers. The crisp sound echoed in the space. Zhuaiga, what's up with you? Li Pangpang and Chao Yuan were baffled by his sudden action. Even Shun Qingzhu couldn't explain why he had done it. It felt like a subconscious response to activate a forbidden void ability. Inside the fire tornado, Han Xiaoyan was instantly taken aback. His great wind calamity had failed. The eye of the storm, which was crucial to generating the violent winds, had vanished into thin air, as if the air in that spot had been completely drained. Without the control of the storm's eye, the winds began to dissipate, and the fire tornado started to contract inward. Watching the encroaching wall of flames, Han Xiaoyan's face revealed a smile of relief. What an impressive junior to die here is perfect. Finally, I can be free. He made no further resistance, murmuring softly, Qingqing, I'm coming to see you. 3 seconds later, a system notification sounded in Lian's ears. Ding. Experience points, 3,000. Ding. Level up. Unlocked skill, Binding Way number 26, Curved Light. Reached level 23. Blade Zen can now be unlocked. Although the battle was finally over, Lian had no time to focus on the new skills or leveling rewards. His biggest challenge now was maintaining his composure and keeping up appearances in front of everyone. But his hands and feet were barely responding to him. What had started as a spuro-feminine attempt to show off had nearly backfired. If not for Zhuaige's timely intervention, he would have been forced into a life-or-death struggle with Han Xiaoyan, leaving the outcome up to fate. In that moment, Lian couldn't help but feel grateful. Zhuaige truly felt like a brother from another mother. As for Li Pangpang, barely acquaintances. Lian could no longer feel his hands and feet, but he still managed to retract Ryujin Jakka with great effort. He decided to keep his Shahakusho on for now, hoping to use the opportunity to regain some strength. After sheathing his blade, he awkwardly maintained a stance with his arms raised, as if frozen in place. Li Pangpang keenly noticed something unusual about Lian. Nudging Shun Qingzhu with his elbow, he whispered, Hey Draco, do you think Lian is shaking? Shin Qingzhu was startled by the question and quickly covered Bailey Pongpong's mouth with his hand, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He leaned in and warned in a low voice. You're way too observant. Is this your first day knowing Li Lian? It was only then that Bailey Pangpang remembered Li Lian's most infamous trait, his pettiness. Realizing that he might have earned a grudge for calling him out, Bailey Pangpang silently thanked Shin Qingzhu in his heart. Draco, you're such a good brother. I'll definitely give you a raise later. After a painful struggle, Li Lian finally regained control of his body. It felt as though an old electric scooter had been outfitted with a jet engine, running at full power for 10 minutes until its tires and brakes were completely worn out. He had to rely on spiritual energy to forcibly manipulate his battered body. Though his movements were still stiff, he could at least perform some basic actions. As he attempted to turn around, his left leg suddenly gave out, and he collapsed to one knee. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Damn it, I've become the weak link in the squad. But then, a brilliant idea struck him. Recalling his earlier words, Li Lian clasped his fists together and performed a formal warrior's salute to Chenmai. This subordinate, Li Lian, has fulfilled his duty and slain the enemy with my blade. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Yuan Gang, Lin Qiye, and the others who had trained together in the rookie camp found the gesture strangely familiar. Chenmai noticed that Li Lian's leg had gone weak and he couldn't stand, but decided to spare his dignity in light of his impressive performance today. Well done, my loyal warrior. Rise. Li Lian, however, remained on his knees and said in a low, solemn voice, this subordinate has failed to bring back the enemy's head as promised and dares not rise without permission. It was only then that everyone realized the truth. Without help, Li Lian simply couldn't stand up. Chenmai chose not to expose him and quickly stepped forward, lifting Li Lian up with both hands. Please, rise at once. As he helped Li Lian to his feet, Chenmai noticed something unusual. Li Lian's spiritual energy was abundant, but his body was on the verge of collapse. Just as he was about to ask, Li Lian mouthed for silent words. I have a plan. Taking advantage of the wide sleeves of his shahakusho, Li Lian discreetly channeled a faint green glow into his hands and began healing himself. He silently breathed a sigh of relief. As long as I have spiritual energy, I can heal. With my recent power-up, my spiritual energy reserves are full. I just need to pour it in, and I'll recover in no time. Li Lian endured the discomfort in his body, silently relieved that he hadn't immediately used the power of Hui Dao. He didn't want anyone to realize he was injured. As the energy of Hui Dao slowly circulated through his meridians, he gradually regained control over his body. Just like an old car, he thought to himself. You can change the brakes and tires, but it's still an old car in the end. Hui Dao could indeed heal injuries, but it couldn't enhance physical abilities. Once his body had recovered, Li Lian finally had the time to check his system rewards. Bakuto number 26, Kyako, allowed objects to become invisible. He chuckled softly. Wasn't this ability strikingly similar to the powers of the Moon Ghost? 2 invisibility skills now made him feel more like an assassin. The newly acquired Blade Zen skill was particularly intriguing. In the Bleach manga, this was the key technique Ichigo Kurosaki used to master the ultimate Getsuga, Tensha, placing the Zanpakuto on his lap, meditating to enter the sword's inner world, and conversing with the Zanpakuto spirit. Though highly dangerous, with the inner time flow being 2,000 times faster than the outside world, any mistake could lead to complete failure. Still, it was a vital method for forging a deep bond between a soul reaper and their Zanpakuto. With this, Li Lian thought with delight, I should be able to resolve the issue of Ryujin Jakka's uncontrollable heat and lay the groundwork for Bankai in the future. Since it was a direct system reward, it presumably wouldn't require the intense concentration demanded in the original story, nor would it have any negative side effects. Yuan Gang stood at the spot where the fiery tornado had dissipated, searching everywhere, but unable to find Han Xiao's corpse. He could only assume it had been reduced to ashes by the flames. Li Lian, Yuan Gang's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Han Xiaoyan was a traitor among the Night Watchers. He should have been handed over to the higher-ups for interrogation. We might have been able to get some intelligence on the cultists from him. Having healed his internal injuries, the green glow in Li Lian's hand gradually faded, and his Shinigami attire disappeared along with it. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag before speaking. He couldn't even control his own actions. What kind of information do you expect him to provide? What do you mean? What else could it mean? Li Lian exhaled a cloud of smoke. Han Xiaoyan was desperate to die, but he couldn't even manage that. Someone like him, what could you possibly hope to learn from him? As he spoke, he lit 3 more cigarettes, bowed toward the spot where Han Xiaoyan had vanished, and murmured, a pitiful soul, trapped beyond his own will. After solemnly placing the cigarettes into the ground, Li Lian turned to Yuan Gang and asked, is everything cleaned up? It should be. And by the way, what's your rank? Why should I be reporting to you? As long as it's cleaned up, Li Lian replied. I still need to get Lin Qiye home for the new year. Me? Lin Qiye pointed at himself in disbelief. Yes, you. Li Lian said. I made a promise to someone important that I'd make sure you got home to have New Year's dinner and see your aunt. He rubbed his temples, feigning exhaustion. I've killed 9 Chuan level and 1 high-level expert in 24 hours. Do you think I have nothing better to do? Lian, Lin Qiye felt a warm surge in his heart. As someone who had always been reserved and distant, he was deeply moved by Li Lian's actions. It's not like I did it all on my own, Li Lian continued. The head instructor just took down a high-level expert, and Draco, if he hadn't snapped his fingers, I'd still be locked in a fight with Han Xiaoyan. And then there's… Lin Qiye interrupted him. I hate owing people favors. Just tell me what you want. I'll take you back to your aunt's house for New Year's Eve dinner. Li Lian wrapped an arm around Lin Qiye's neck and turned to Chun Mai and Yuan Gang with a hopeful look in his eyes. We'll just have dinner and come back, okay? Chun Mai nodded in agreement. Sure, as long as you come back after dinner. We'll wait for you and then eat together. What about us? Bai Li Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and Shin Qingzhu raised their hands in unison. Seeing this, a sly smile appeared on Li Lian's face. Pangpang, you're so rich. Treating us all to a meal won't be a problem, right? This seemed to trigger something in Bai Li Pangpang. His eyes lit up. You're right. The city of Cangnan is absolutely safe now, so there's no issue with everyone being together. He pulled out his phone to contact his butler. I'll book the entire hotel we stayed at before. When you get back from Lin Qiye's aunt's house, we can all have New Year's Eve dinner together. As Li Lian dragged Lin Qiye along, Lin Qiye couldn't help but ask about his true intentions. Just wish my mother a happy new year for me, Li Lian said with a cheeky grin, revealing the truth. As someone whose only family was Nyx, he couldn't meet her in person, but passing along a message through Lin Qiye was enough. More importantly, Nyx calling him Hypnos might give him some insight into the mysteries of his hypnotic abilities. When they reached the ruins of the battle with the ghost-faced king, Li Lian stopped. When Lin Qiye invited him to go meet his aunt together, Li Lian dramatically jumped back. What? Do you have some kind of feelings for me? Meeting your family during the new year? Forget it. Lin Qiye stood helplessly in front of his aunt's apartment building, hesitating about how to go upstairs. Just then, he heard his cousin's excited shout. Bro, you're back. Mom, stop what you're doing. My brother's home. Auntie, Jean, I'm back. Lin Qiye finally called out. Meanwhile, Li Lian squatted downstairs, playing with a little black dog. How was it? I pulled it off, didn't I? Don't forget me when there's something good in the future. After getting a response from the little black dog, Li Lian ducked into a deli, came out with a large bag of food, and followed the route through the sewers he remembered to Xingyu's base. Li Lian, what are you doing here? The 3-day deadline hasn't passed yet. And Xingyu asked through the eyes of a rat, having spotted Li Lian. I'm here to visit the lonely elderly, the left-behind children. Li Lian replied with a teasing tone. Li Lian gently set down the bag of cooked food in his hand and retrieved 2 chilled sodas from the Soul Society. He looked at Xingyu in front of him, his face softening into a gentle smile. Spending New Year's all alone, huh? That's a bit pitiful. Here, let me keep you company with a drink. He paused for a moment and then gestured toward the husky curled up in the corner. The dog's staying here to keep you company for the new year. Pet it as much as you like, even if it sheds, it's fine. With practiced ease, he twisted open one of the bottles and handed it to Xingyu before opening his own. Xingyu hesitated, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Take it, Li Lian urged. You're still a minor, and you think you can drink alcohol? I'm already compromising by having soda with you. At that, Xingyu's lips curved into a faint smile, and he accepted the soda. Li Lian immediately raised his own bottle and lightly clinked it against Xingyu's. Cheers. This year it's soda. When you're of age, we'll have a proper drink. With that, Li Lian tipped his head back and downed his soda in a single go, creating a small whirlpool inside the bottle. When he finished, he let out 2 loud burps. Burp. I'm done. Drink at your own pace. Burp. I've got things to do, so we'll take my leave. Happy New Year. Li Lian turned and walked away, leaving Xingyu staring blankly at his retreating figure, unable to immediately grasp his intentions. It wasn't until his gaze fell on the soda bottle in his hand and the husky sleeping soundly in the corner that realization dawned. A warm smile spread across his face. He took a careful sip of the soda, then solemnly screwed the cap back on and placed the bottle gently to the side, as if it were a precious treasure. I consider you a friend too, Li Lian. After leaving the sewer, Li Lian checked the time. It was just past 4 p.m. There was still a while before the dinner gathering with Pang Pang at 6:30. He found an empty room in the old district, sat cross-legged, and began meditating. This way, he avoided Lin Kai's detection range and eluded Xingyu's rodent surveillance. It was time to start crafting the Hogyoku in the Soul Society after all. It was far safer there than in the outside world. As his consciousness shifted into the Soul Society, Li Lian immediately noticed something unusual. A strange flame was rising from a distant mountaintop. He called over Zhao Kongcheng, the local boss of the Soul Society, to inquire about the situation. However, Zhao was engrossed in watching a TV drama and looked completely clueless. I have no idea. The fire just started out of nowhere. All right, keep watching your show. He'll go check it out myself, Lian said, unwilling to bother with the now couch potato Zhao. He directly shifted his consciousness to the burning mountaintop. A flood of information hit him all at once. The fire had ignited after he had slain the serpent woman. In the world of soul reapers, all things are composed of spirit particles imbued with the soul. The fire was breaking down the divine ruins power of Medusa, which had been within the serpent woman, into spirit particles. Interestingly, the Soul Society seemed uninterested in Han Xiao's forbidden ruins power, favoring divine ruins instead. It was quite the selective eater. This realization sparked an idea in Li Lian's mind: the divine spirit particles could be used to create the outer shell of the Hogyoku. He had initially planned to use his own spiritual energy, but with this superior alternative, he could now focus his energy entirely on crafting the core. Following Kisuke Urahara's method, Li Lian began creating the prototype of the Hogyoku. Sitting cross-legged by the fire, he concentrated deeply, compressing his spiritual energy until it formed a nearly invisible speck of dust, the purest essence of a soul reaper's power. Then, he started absorbing the divine particles from the flames until the fire was completely extinguished. While it lacked the power of hollows, Medusa's divine particles served as a perfect substitute. A transparent barrier formed around the glowing speck of dust, enclosing it securely. "It's done," he exclaimed. The mystery of the Hogyoku swirled endlessly in Li Lian's mind. This most crucial artifact of the Soul Society not only enabled the hollowification of Shinigami and the Shinigamification of hollows, but it also possessed the power to grant wishes. As he mulled over Aizen's explanation, he tried to piece together the connections. If the Hogyoku truly holds the power of full manifestation, Li Lian murmured, frowning as his fingers tapped unconsciously against his knee. Aizen had once proclaimed his ambition to replace the Soul King, while Yawatch, the progenitor of the Quincy, referred to the Soul King as his father. How could Aizen, who lacked any Quincy lineage, possibly aspire to take the Soul King's place? His thoughts shifted to a key piece of the Hogyoku's creation, Matsumoto Ranjaku's soul, which contained a fragment of the Soul King's nail. Even more intriguing was the fact that both the Soul King and the Hogyoku were sealed within crystalline structures. Could these clues suggest that the Soul King was essentially a larger version of the Hogyoku? A being that unified the powers of Shinigami, Hollow, Quincy, and Fullbringer into one ultimate existence? If that were the case, then the Hogyoku possessing its own consciousness would be far less surprising. Li Lian gazed down at the incomplete Hogyoku resting in his hand. This was merely the prototype created by Kisuke Urahara, an empty shell awaiting the infusion of power. Unlike Urahara, who had poured a significant amount of hollow energy into it, this version retained untapped potential, offering Li Lian more possibilities. "There's always a way forward," he muttered to himself. "I'll start by channeling my excess spiritual energy into the Hogyoku. This will not only strengthen it, but also address the imbalance between my soul's intensity and my body's capacity." As for the issue of his body vanishing along with the mortal deity realm, Li Lian already had a solution in mind. Following Kisuke Urahara's methods, he could easily craft a Jigai using the abundant wood resources of the Soul Society. In less than 10 minutes, he had fashioned a wooden Jigai. Turning to Lao Zhao, Li Lian decided it was time to offer his savior a choice. Leading him to a large tree, he gestured toward the freshly completed Jigai and spoke with solemnity. "Lao Zhao, I have two options for you. First, I can provide you with a Jigai of ordinary human strength, allowing you to live a simple, peaceful life as a way of repaying your kindness and saving me. Second, I can help you enhance your power once I find a suitable Zanpakuto, but in return, I'll need your assistance. Which do you choose?" Li Lian genuinely respected Zhao Kongqing's choice. Although old Zhao's Forbidden Ruins technique was incredibly powerful, its effectiveness was limited outside the Soul Realm. He could only wield it by borrowing spiritual energy from the Soul Realm. Once outside, with his current soul strength, even a single strike might result in his soul dissipating completely. Zhao Kongqing stared resolutely at the wooden prosthetic in front of him, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "I choose the second option." A smirk of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Why? I've already used ghostly summoning to unleash the Forbidden Ruins. And now you're telling me to return to a normal life? That would make all of this pointless." He grinned, fully aware that Li Lian's path ahead would be fraught with challenges. He was willing to lend this brash young man a helping hand. "Hey, you said it yourself, right? A man keeps his word." "Absolutely. No going back." "All right, I'll take you to a feast later." A feast? Li Lian led Zhao Kongqing, now in his soul form, to the entrance of the Peace Bureau. As Zhao looked at the familiar sign, his eyes instantly filled with tears, though he stubbornly held them back. "Li Lian, how did you manage this?" "As a reaper, isn't it normal for me to escort a departed soul around?" Li Lian explained softly. "But your soul is fragile now, and I have to use spiritual energy to protect you. If my cultivation hadn't improved, I wouldn't even have the strength to bring you here." Bringing old Zhao out this time was a huge risk for Li Lian, but thinking of everything Zhao had done, he felt it was worth it. Lian, why are you just standing there at the door? Come in already. When Shima, who happened to be at the entrance, looked at Lian curiously, noticing him seemingly talking to thin air. What? Did you bump into a ghost in broad daylight? Lian greeted Wen Shima and, after confirming that he couldn't see Zhao's soul, felt relieved. Earlier, when Zhao had tried to hug Wen Shima, he had passed right through his body, further proving that point. They made their way into the underground section of the Peace Bureau. The familiar surroundings brought tears to Zhao's eyes once again. Why is it that the older I get, the more easily I tear up? Can't handle it already. Lian teased softly, noticing Zhao's emotional state. If I made you the best prosthetic body one day and gave you a second chance at life, would you bow to me in gratitude? He sensed Zhao's unstable soul, and the strain on his spiritual energy to maintain it suddenly increased, making it harder to sustain. TCH you wish. Old Zhao bowing to you. Keep dreaming. Zhao Kongsheng, feeling Li Lian's concern, steadied his emotions and continued forward. When they reached the dining area, Zhao noticed something odd as he counted the chairs. He frowned. Has the 136th squad gotten new recruits? The number of chairs doesn't add up. He counted again, carefully. Where did all these extra people come from? The chairs are fine. This is how we've always set them up. That's impossible. Our squad, including you two rookies, makes 8 people. But there are 9 chairs here. Why don't you count the people instead? Li Lian sat down and gestured for Zhao to think it through. Captain, Vice Captain, Hong Ying, Xiao Nan, Lung Xian, Wen Shima, you and Lin Qiye, the 2 rookies. Zhao Kongsheng's voice trailed off as realization dawned. He finally understood the meaning behind the extra chair it was reserved just for him. Li Lian had deliberately brought Zhao's soul here, unable to bear seeing him so dejected recently. He remembered the old Zhao who had first entered the soul realm, tirelessly honing his sword skills and obsessively researching the forbidden ruins. But ever since Li Lian left for the rookie training camp, Zhao had seemed like a different person, reduced to little more than a warehouse keeper. Li Lian couldn't help but wonder to himself, could the items in the soul realm even be stolen? Zhao Kongsheng lowered his head, his voice tinged with a somber tone as he asked, so, you've always saved a chair for me at meals? His expression was hidden in the shadows, making it hard for Li Lian to read. No, Li Lian quickly explained, sensing his spiritual energy depleting faster. Lin Qiye and I have been stuck in the new recruit training camp, so we didn't have time to save you a seat. But the rest of Team 136 has indeed been saving you a spot at every meal. Seeing Zhao Kongsheng on the verge of an emotional breakdown, Li Lian hurried to change the subject. No one has forgotten about you. Luckily, I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. In the future, it'll get you an opportunity to quietly work hard and then amaze everyone. Work hard for what? Amaze who? Zhao Kongsheng suddenly looked up, his anger flaring as he demanded. Where's the sword you promised me? You said you'd help me get stronger. Li Lian instantly adopted the demeanor of a seasoned boss, smoothly deflecting. Just wait a little longer. The company's going through a tough time right now, but once we get past this rough patch, everyone will have a bright future ahead. He conveniently ignored the fact that he already owned 2 Zanpakuto, exuding the same brazen confidence as a boss buying a new car during a pay cut period. Zhao Kongsheng saw through Li Lian's act, but also understood that if there truly were a suitable Zanpakuto, Li Lian wouldn't have kept it hidden. The fact that he hadn't handed one over likely meant the sword wasn't a good match for him. Meanwhile, at the most luxurious hotel in Songnan City, Bai Li Pangpang had rented out the entire venue. A massive round table was adorned with a miniature mountain landscape centerpiece, surrounded by swirling dry ice mist and a softly trickling fountain. The table was laden with the most extravagant dishes, and in front of each seat was a delicately crafted watch box. Members of Team 136 exchanged hesitant glances, unsure whether to take their seats. Is this the young master from the Bai Li family? The spoiled son of a landlord? Wu Xiangnan whispered to Li Lian, tugging on his sleeve. Yep, isn't he just so relatable? Li Lian replied with a grin. Take the watches. Almost everyone in the new recruit training camp got one. He doesn't care about the money. Just enjoy the food and drinks, and don't mess up the script. Li Lian ushered everyone to their seats and took the opportunity to introduce Team 136 to Shun Qingzhu, Chao Yuan, and others. He made a point of recounting Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongsheng's backstories. Only then did Bai Li Pangpang and the others understand why Lin Qiye had joined the Night Watchers given his aloof personality. It was unlikely he would have made such a decision on his own. The group didn't wait for Lin Qiye. He had gone to visit relatives on his aunt's side. The feast on the table was dazzling. A 3-foot-long lobster unlike anything they'd seen before, free-flowing Lafite wine, and someone even extravagantly ordered 10 plates of matsutake mushrooms. No one mentioned staple foods. At that moment, everyone was fully immersed in the grandeur of the banquet. Bai Li Pangpang, dressed like a nouveau riche, moved effortlessly through the restaurant. He turned to Li Lian and gave him a stern command. If anyone from Team 136 doesn't eat until they're stuffed today, you're responsible. The restaurant doors were suddenly pushed open, and Lin Qiye walked in, wrapped in snow and wind. His cheeks were red from the biting cold, his hands buried deep in his pockets, but his eyes shone brightly. He walked straight to the empty seat on Lian's left. This was an old tradition of Team 136. They always left a seat for Zhao Kongqing during gatherings. At the moment, Zhao Kongqing's spirit was sitting there, eyeing the table full of delicious food and drooling. Lin Qiye brushed the snow off his coat and sat down next to Lian, speaking softly. Thanks, I'm really happy today. Lian said nothing in response, merely motioning for him to pour a drink. Chunmai, the highest-ranking officer present, raised his glass and addressed everyone. You new recruits are doing great, and Team 136 is amazing. Just one thing today, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. The group raised their glasses high, and the clinking sound of glass echoed in the room. Even old Zhao's spirit symbolically raised his hand, his eyes misting over again. Only Lian noticed the tiny, bright-eyed mouse in the corner of the restaurant. He silently raised his glass in its direction. Meanwhile, in the most intricate sewage system of Zhangnan City, a hooded young man removed his black hood and raised an empty soda bottle, as if to toast someone far away. Under the moonlight, a faint, shy yet blissful smile appeared on his face. This new year felt like a beautiful dream. The next day, Lian and Lin Qiye returned to the peace office, ready to cook a meal for their team members. Thanks to Lian's involvement, an enemy that would have taken 4 days to defeat was dealt with in just 2. They finally had a real holiday to enjoy. Taking the opportunity to buy ingredients, Lian wandered through every corner of Zhangnan City, collecting the souls of those he had killed and sealing them into the Hogyoku. As he had anticipated, the stronger the soul of the forbidden voiders, the more potent the feedback when absorbed by the Hogyoku. For the few Chuajing-level cult members, each soul absorbed made the Hogyoku's bluish-purple glow shine even brighter. As for the souls of ordinary people, even absorbing 8 or 9 of them couldn't match the intensity of a single Chuajing-level soul. The Scorpion mercenary group, still desecrating corpses? Lian murmured to himself, channeling the excess spiritual energy into the Hogyoku to help his body adapt to the increased soul strength. This temporarily prevented him from maintaining a full energy state, but there likely wouldn't be any battles in the short term. Even if an emergency arose, he could abandon his physical body and fight in his Reaper form, a new ability he had discovered after reaching level 21. Now, he could leave his body at will. The dinner gathering of the 136th squad was bustling with excitement, as an unexpected cooking showdown unfolded. Lian and Chunmai showcased their culinary skills, presenting 2 vastly different cooking styles that stood in stark contrast. Lian's knife skills were nothing short of artistry, each cut precise and deliberate, with perfect control of heat. Every dish he served looked like a carefully crafted masterpiece, with exquisite plating and unique presentation, making them the perfect candidates for social media food porn. However, despite their visual appeal, the flavors were rather ordinary, with nothing exceptional beyond the basic balance of seasoning. In comparison, Chunmai's dishes were humble in appearance, but his mastery of flavor was extraordinary. With a few casual stirs and timely additions of seasoning, he brought out the full potential of the ingredients. Though the presentation was unremarkable, every bite was a delight, leaving a lasting impression on the palate. After tasting both dishes, Lian graciously acknowledged Chunmai's superior cooking skills and declared his retirement from the culinary world, handing over control of the kitchen to him. Chunmai initially reveled in the victory, but soon realized it was a cunning ploy. Lian was simply trying to shirk responsibility and enjoy the fruits of someone else's labor. The underground dining hall of the peace office was brimming with lively chatter, especially since the younger members, Shin Qingzhu and Bailey Pangpang, were absent. As rounds of drinks flowed, Hongying took on the role of the bold leader, challenging everyone to drinking contests. Even Si Xiaonan, who typically abstained from alcohol, wasn't spared. After just one drink, she ended up dozing off against Hongying's shoulder. Meanwhile, the underage Lin Qiye quietly sipped on a soda, taking advantage of the other's tipsy states to discreetly pull Lian aside. I saw Nyx, the goddess of the night, yesterday, he whispered. She asked me to pass on her thanks for your regards, and said you're welcome to visit her. Lin Qiye had thought he was simply completing a straightforward task, but to his surprise, when he conveyed Hypnos greetings to Nyx, her recovery progress unexpectedly increased by 1%. This convinced him that Lian must know more about the situation at the very least. He seemed to have direct access to Nyx. How's Nyx doing? Lian asked thoughtfully as he lit a cigarette. Last time I saw her, she seemed to be showing signs of dementia. That's not an easy condition to treat, especially for a deity. He casually hinted at his familiarity with the psychiatric hospital, already scheming about potential opportunities now that Merlin the Great Mage had been discharged. I may not be great at curing mental illnesses, he said with a sly smile, but I can definitely make them worse. Maybe making Merlin realize he's lost his mind could actually help him recover. There's no way I can pass up the chance to benefit from such a fat sheep. Lin Qiye cast a puzzled glance at Lian. Considering how often Lian studied medical texts, it wasn't surprising that he could detect Nix's condition. Perhaps he might even be a valuable resource for advice when treating patients in the future. It's less like dementia and more like she's shutting herself off emotionally, Lian explained. It's similar to when I had you pretend to be her son last time. As long as you go along with her delusions, her condition improves. He refrained from sharing further details, as Nix's recovery was already nearing completion, and any unnecessary interference could risk reversing her progress and outcome he couldn't afford. Maybe she just needs more sunlight, a better diet with plenty of vegetables, and less time spent alone, Lin Qiye suggested. You know how to treat mental illnesses? Lian asked, raising an eyebrow. No, Lin Qiye replied, shaking his head. I study medical books mainly to learn about human anatomy, not psychiatry. Lian's words weren't entirely false. After all, the concept of a mental hospital was foreign to him. All he needed to know was how to end his opponent's life as quickly as possible. Turning to his companion, he said, I'll leave these drunkards to you. I have to meet someone I know. You haven't been drinking, so you can keep an eye on them. You have acquaintances in Songnan City? My social skills are way better than yours, his companion teased with a grin. Putting on his headset, Lian asked Qingyu to guide him. Today he planned to spend some time with this left-behind child. And Qingyu cooperatively directed him via the shortest route, and soon, Lian arrived at the secret base. The moment he stepped through the door, a husky-shaped Shuiwiwa leapt into his arms, letting out pitiful whimpers. What happened? Lian frowned as he examined the dog's condition. Did you mistreat it? Although he found no visible injuries, the dog's constant whimpering made him a little concerned. You can't feed it things like spicy dumplings, dragon fruits, or lungs and windpipe slices. And Qingyu explained helplessly. This is Shui Wuyue, not 66. It was at this moment that Qingyu truly understood why the members of Team 136 seemed to fear Lian. Some things only seemed like a funny joke until they happened to you. Only when you became the target of his antics could you feel the frustration firsthand. Take a look yourself. And Qingyu handed over a piece of paper, which detailed his research findings on Shui Wuyue during this period. Lian carefully read the front, and even flipped it to check the back before casually tossing the paper aside. So, after all these days of research, your conclusion is that it's a dog. Exactly. But it's still different from what you might think, and Qingyu clarified. It can transform from a sword into a dog because Shui Wuyue's true form is a dog. It's a dog that became a sword, not a sword that became a dog. Lian's face twisted in disdain after hearing this. I really didn't want to know that. He muttered under his breath. If a Zanpakuto reflects the wielder's inner self, does that mean my inner self is a husky? As for your blood, and Qingyu's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement as he retrieved a test tube shimmering with golden hues from a rack. Lian noticed something moving within it. This substance was extracted from your blood. It actually has independent vitality. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses and continued. It seems useless while in your bloodstream, but the moment I attempt to damage your blood, it appears and starts repairing it. It's nothing short of a miracle. Lian fell into silence. He was well aware that his entire body, including his blood, existed solely due to Lin Qiye's mortal domain. However, he didn't expect Qingyu to be able to analyze and decipher this power. As expected of the manifestation of the gate's power, his research and analytical skills were exceptional. However, Qingyu pushed his glasses up again, the glare from the lenses obscuring his eyes. These golden substances in your blood are time-limited. Their strength is gradually diminishing and will only last for another year at most. After that, these substances will completely disappear, and your blood will vanish along with them. He spoke gravely. In other words, you will inevitably die in a year. So, you will definitely die in a year. And Qingyu declared firmly, a trace of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Lian didn't respond verbally. Instead, he silently transformed the husky in his arms into a Zanpakuto and gently waved it in front of Qingyu. This silent gesture spoke louder than words. Being a substitute Shinigami, he was well aware of his own death date. And Qingyu understood immediately. Through his mouse eyes, the secrets of the entire Songnan city were laid bare before him. He had once seen the girl with the spear venture alone to the watchman's cemetery, shedding tears before a tombstone engraved with the name Zhao Kongqing. Clearly, Zhao Kongqing had long passed away, but thanks to Lian, he had been able to return to the world of the living. While Qingyu was pondering the difference between the body Lian had created and the one he had requested Qingyu to make, he remained unaware of Lian's true intentions. In reality, Lian didn't know how to create Jigai at all, but since the favor had already been asked, he wouldn't let it go to waste. Being a meticulous planner, keeping a trump card up his sleeve was never a bad idea. It might just turn the tide one day. More importantly, the Hogyoku was far from reaching its complete form. Although Lian continued to infuse it with erasure, the efficiency was nowhere near that of directly absorbing souls imbued with forbidden ruins. Particularly, the divine ruins of godly agents, once broken down, provided the most optimal erasure supply. Lian glanced around in Qingyu's operating room. his eyes falling on the neatly arranged surgical instruments. Suddenly, a surge of eagerness overcame him. "Xiaoyu," he said, "can you lend me an unused body to practice on? I've read so many medical books, but haven't had the chance to perform an actual dissection yet." "Xiaoyu." And Xingyu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly accepted the nickname. He bent down, lifted a floor tile, and revealed a coffin hidden beneath. Inside lay the corpse that Lian had brought earlier to one belonging to the disabled Lu Liang. "Use him for now. Give it a try, and he'll guide you along the way." Lian picked up a scalpel in his right hand and began dissecting the body, following the techniques he had studied in the books. Observing from the side, and Xingyu couldn't help but praise. "Your hands are steady, and your technique is precise. But here, you can try this." He picked up another scalpel and demonstrated a more refined incision technique. Lian's eyes lit up at the demonstration. "That's a beautiful cut. You definitely have a natural talent for blade techniques." And Xingyu chuckled softly. "Heh, a scalpel is a blade too, after all." Lian and Xingyu worked seamlessly together to disassemble Lu Liang's corpse. Throughout the process, Lian could clearly feel his Dao mastery improving at an astonishing pace. While Xingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, this was the unique characteristic of his only solution, Forbidden Ruin, where dissecting different mystical creatures advanced one's cultivation. This collaborative experience subtly shifted the dynamic between the two, and Xingyu's face bore a rare smile, making Lian realize that their camaraderie had evolved from mere mutual exploitation to genuine friendship. After a busy afternoon, Lian prepared to leave. Before he departed, Xingyu confidently promised, "In 6 months, I'll have a new body ready for you. It can look exactly the same as now, or we can adjust it if you're not satisfied. This face is already handsome enough. Any changes would be a waste," Lian replied, half-jokingly. "Whatever makes you happy." And Xingyu sighed, spreading his hands in mock resignation. Back at his residence, Lian noticed that the traces of mice in his room had completely disappeared. Clearly, reaching the dissection together level of friendship had prompted Xingyu to withdraw his surveillance. Lying on his bed, Lian began pondering his return to the new recruit training camp the next day. The upcoming sessions would focus on firearms and Forbidden Ruin usage. Thinking about his semi-automatic shotgun gathering dust in the Soul Realm and his poor shooting skills, he couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. However, on second thought, as a close combat instructor, having subpar marksmanship seemed perfectly reasonable. As for the Forbidden Ruin training, with his Chuan level strength, he was like a crane among chickens compared to the new recruits at the Zhan and Qi levels. The most pressing issue now was figuring out how to control Ryujin Jakka to prevent it from carelessly unleashing its domain. Recalling the electrified training equipment at the camp, Lian's lips curled into a slight smile. With his current ability to convert spiritual energy into lightning, those currents posed no threat to him. However, this also meant his mental fortitude and Forbidden Ruin control wouldn't be effectively tested. Fortunately, he still had the option of Blade Zen training. Although each session required at least 2,000 hours, maintaining focus in extreme conditions provided far greater benefits than combating electric currents. The final issue troubling Lian was how to gain experience points. He had already risked the recruits' lives once, and Yuan Gang would undoubtedly refuse to let them engage in another round of gunfire exchanges. This realization brought a new concern to mind. What if Yuan Gang decided to revoke his instructor position due to the lack of close combat classes? By the training camp bus, Chunmai led the entire 136th squad to bid farewell to Lian and Lin Qiye. Under the sunlight, the two stood tall and resolute. "All right, you two should head back to the camp with them. We won't be seeing you off any further," Chunmai said, his tone tinged with reluctance as he gazed at the departing team members. "In 6 months, you'll officially be night watchers," Wu Xiangnan said, patting their shoulders. His expression betrayed a trace of complexity as he recalled the Blue Rain squad from years ago, formed in a similar way from new recruits. Sadly, he was now the only one left. "It's not a big deal. It's just 6 months. It'll pass in no time," Lin Qiye replied with a faint smile. For a moment, the memory of him and Lian arriving at the training camp half a year ago flashed through his mind. The two waved goodbye to the 136th squad and boarded the bus. As the convoy gradually disappeared into the distance, Chunmai remained rooted in place, his expression complicated. At that moment, he silently made a resolution to find a way out for Lian. Little did he know, Lian had already found the answer for him. At the back of the bus, Bailey Pang Pang approached Molly with a flattering smile, but after exchanging only a few words, he returned dejected, eliciting a chuckle from Lian. "Master, it's been 6 months, and Molly still won't give me the time of day. What should I do?" Bailey Pang Pang asked, his face full of frustration as he sought advice from Lian. Lian glanced at Lin Qiye, who showed no interest in the topic, and pulled Bailey Pang Pang aside. "She doesn't like rich kids like you. Why bother being so persistent? But I just love her strong, mature aura," Bailey Pang Pang confessed, his face turning red. Lian stroked his chin thoughtfully and left him with a cryptic 12-character mantra. Approach with wealth, cleanse with wealth, advance with wealth. Seeing Bailey Pangpang fall into deep thought, Lian turned to Chao Yuan, who was fiddling with prayer beads in an exaggerated manner. By the way, Chao Yuan, what kind of women do you like? I like mature women, preferably older sisters who are already married and have kids. Chao Yuan admitted, scratching his nose in embarrassment. Ah, the legacy of Wei Wu and the spirit of Jianan. Lian exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. The genes of the Chao family are truly remarkable, even down to such peculiar tastes. The bus jolted along the road toward their destination. The 4-day break had flown by, and awaiting them was an entirely new training camp because the old one had been blown up yet again. The training camp was once again targeted by missiles controlled by the Snake Woman. Although the destruction was not as devastating as the previous attack led by Lian, the sight that greeted the recruits as they disembarked was a newly renovated cafeteria and warehouse. The paint on the walls, still wet from the cold weather, gave off a pungent smell. Stop standing around. Your dormitory building is intact. Go get some rest. Tomorrow marks the start of new courses. Instructor Hong barked at the recruits, who were still standing in stunned silence. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the piercing sound of an emergency assembly alarm shattered the stillness. Xin Qingzhu, fumbling to put on her clothes, turned to Lian, who was already fully dressed. Aren't you an instructor? Do you have to join us for the emergency assembly too? Lian didn't reply, his lips pursed in clear displeasure. The day before, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang had informed him that for the next 6 months, his role as a close combat instructor would no longer be required. Lian had argued vehemently, emphasizing the importance of constant practice in both form and skill, citing the combat readiness of Squad 136 and Hong Ying's persistent firearm training as examples. He expressed concern that the recruits might grow complacent after their 4-day break. However, Yuan Gang was resolute, dismissing his protests with a single statement: we're discontinuing close combat training. Lian had considered vying for another instructor position, but recalling his less-than-stellar shooting skills, he wisely decided against it. He resolved not to lower himself to torment the recruits any further. After their 4-day break, the recruits showed no signs of slackening. They all arrived at the training ground on time, standing in perfectly aligned formations. Lian, meanwhile, attempted to sneak onto the martial arts stage and blend in with the instructor team. Yuan Gang noticed him but allowed the former instructor, who had served for half a year, to stand off to the side without objection. There will be no training today, Yuan Gang announced, gesturing to the gleaming medal on his chest. The Night Watcher's medals come in 4 types, ranked by merit: Spark, Radiance, Star, and Galaxy. These represent the lifelong honor of a Night Watcher and are worth striving for. After a brief pause, he continued. During the break, 2 Night Watcher candidates distinguished themselves, demonstrating they had not forgotten their duty. They made significant contributions to protecting their comrades and ensuring the safety of Songnan City. Now, I will present them with their medals. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned to Lian, standing among the instructors. Everyone had witnessed his heroic actions during the attack, using a fireball to destroy a missile and intercepting debris from the car roof. Though most of the debris had been blocked by Lin Qiye, it was undeniable that Lian had been the quickest to react. Lin Qiye, for your selfless use of the divine ruins during the break to save all the recruits on 3 buses and, alongside Squad 136, successfully subduing the Snake Woman and Han Xiaoyan, 2 followers of the ancient god cult, you are hereby awarded the Star Medal. Xin Qingzhu, for your efforts in suppressing the formation of a massive storm during the break, saving half of Songnan City and the lives of 100,000 citizens, you are hereby awarded the Spark Medal. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, murmuring the same question in unison. What about Lian? Lian stood calmly in the lineup, his expression serene. He had long been mentally prepared for not receiving a medal, and one could even say it was a decision he made consciously. To be fair, his achievements were more than worthy of a Starlight Medal, or even the higher-ranking Star Medal. During his leave, he not only preemptively destroyed a missile and intercepted some of its debris, but also took down the Mad Scorpion mercenary group, 3 assassins from Chuanchuan targeting Bailey Pangpang, 7 Chuanchuan cultists including Lu Liang, the Snake Woman of the Ancient God Church, and Han Xiaoyan of the Oceanic Domain. However, under the strong objection of Captain Chun Mai of Squad 136, the Commander-in-Chief ultimately decided to withhold the medal. Chun Mai's reasoning was solid. This guy fought recklessly, causing extensive property damage in every battle, and never bothered with cleanup afterward. Someone like him not only didn't deserve a medal, but should consider himself lucky not to be locked up in a detention facility. Lian, however, was indifferent. To him, medals were nothing but empty accolades. When Commander Yi Fan offered to grant him any request, he immediately submitted a detailed 50-page munitions list, crammed with various types of weapons, especially explosives. At this moment, Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu were groggily stepping onto the stage to receive their medals. It wasn't until Yuan Gang pinned the medals onto their chests that they seemed to snap out of it. After giving a proper salute, they returned to the lineup. All eyes in the room were on Lian, but such attention was meaningless to someone as naturally outgoing and socially adept as he was. After the meeting, everyone headed to the cafeteria except for Lian, who stuck to Yuan Gang like glue, solely for the sake of that shipment of munitions. Left with no choice, Yuan Gang brought him to the training camp's warehouse, where everything on his list had already been prepared. "You brat, what on earth are you planning with all these weapons? Starting a rebellion?" Yuan Gang asked irritably. As he inspected the quality of the munitions, Lian countered, "Instructor Yuan, surely you're not pretending to be clueless about something so simple? Dignity lies on the edge of a blade, and a nation's territory is secured under the fire of artillery. If you're still training new recruits in marksmanship, it means the value of modern firearms far exceeds your imagination. When used properly, they can even be more convenient than forbidden artifacts." "Such as?" Yuan Gang retorted, unconvinced. At his level, conventional firearms posed no real threat to him. "During my leave, I took out those Chuan elites without relying much on forbidden artifacts," Lian remarked casually, his eyes scanning the high-quality munitions. "If you think conventional firearms lack power, it's simply a matter of scale. What one nuclear bomb can't solve, two surely will." Lian finished collecting the firearms and turned to look at Yuan Gang, whose expression was filled with surprise. A flicker of complexity passed through Lian's eyes. "I know about the time Orochi landed on the East Sea," Lian said, meeting Yuan Gang's gaze directly. "The higher-ups of the Night Watchers had their limits. They didn't use large-scale destructive weapons, only sent the Blue Rain Squad into the mist to hunt it down. In the end, only one person survived. Every time I see the scars on Wu Xiangnan's blade, I can't help but wonder, do you ever regret that decision?" Yuan Gang's voice turned cold, yet he remained resolute as he uttered the words he had lived by for half his life. "Protecting the safety of the people's property is our top priority. You have your principles, and I respect that," Lian said after a brief pause. These words weren't something he had intended to voice, but after his encounter with Han Xiaoyan, he couldn't shake the image of Wu Xiangnan staring blankly at the scars on his weapon. He had also noticed the explosives concealed beneath Wu Xiangnan's clothing. At this point, self-detonation seemed to be the only combat option left for him. Lian thought to himself that Wu Xiangnan and Han Xiaoyan might be kindred spirits, both shattered by the loss of their teammates. Without a singular purpose to hold on to, Wu Xiangnan might have already fallen apart. Lian, on the other hand, was different. Since his arrival in this world, his greatest wish had always been to survive. Yet, after spending New Year's with Squad 136, he seemed to have found a new mission to mend the regrets of these people. He didn't care for glory or accolades. He simply wanted to protect those around him. In this regard, Lian was most akin to Lin Qiye. It was then that Yuan Gang understood why Lian had refused the medal. To Lian, a medal wasn't an honor, but a shackle. This unconventional man, willing to go to any lengths to achieve his goals, was like a double-edged sword. And now, the hilt of that sword was firmly gripped by the Night Watchers. As their physical training concluded, the instructors began introducing new lessons. From world mythology to rankings of forbidden zones, explanations of high-risk areas, tactical guidance, and Hansen practice in forbidden zones, these courses opened the eyes of the young recruits. For most of them, it felt like heaven compared to the endless running and beatings of their earlier days. However, there were always exceptions. Shen Qingzhu, what is typically used to activate a forbidden zone? Snapping your fingers? Are you some kind of Thanos reborn? Get out and run 20 laps. Got it. Shen Qingzhu leapt up, dashed out of the classroom like a whirlwind, and even added extra weights to challenge himself. Instructor Gu shook his head helplessly and continued teaching. "Any other questions?" "Instructor, may I ask you something?" Lin Qiye raised his hand. He recalled Merlin in the asylum, the man who spent every day trying to catch jellyfish, and he hoped to find a solution here. At that moment, a thought struck Lian. Here it comes. Lin Qiye is about to drive the instructor insane. "Do you think our world is real?" Lin Qiye sat in the classroom, his eyes shining brightly as he posed this deeply philosophical question to Officer Gu. The other trainees in the room collectively held their breath. Lian shook his head quietly to himself, was all too familiar with this kind of situation. These ultimate questions always seem to trap those highly rational intellectuals in a spiral of overthinking. Before Officer Gu could fully grasp the profound implications of the question, Lin Qiye threw out a second, even more provocative one. "Do you have any evidence to prove that our world is real?" The classroom plunged into an eerie silence. Officer Gu stood at the podium, staring at the questioner, and remained silent for a full 10 minutes. Finally, as though making a difficult decision, he took a deep breath and said, "I can't answer that question right now. I'll need to do some research and get back to you." Class dismissed. Make sure to review today's material. With that, Officer Gu hastily grabbed his briefcase and left the classroom in a flustered hurry. Unbelievable. Lian leaned closer to Lin Qiye, lowering his voice. Qiye, you're driving people crazy. You're reminding me of this old comedy sketch I saw where a woman gave a speech at a mental hospital, and all the patients got discharged, but the doctors went mad instead. You've got Officer Gu completely rattled. Lin Qiye was about to explain himself when Lian immediately covered his mouth with his hand. These questions you keep asking, only someone with a screw loose would think about them. Are you sure you're fully recovered? Should I help you get in touch with your psychiatrist? Lin Qiye batted Lian's hand away and replied. Is the question really that hard? Not at all, Lian shrugged. If you say the world is real, then it is. If you say it isn't, then it isn't. It's like a riddle. Has he come? Yes, Buddha has. That's just idealism. Lin Qiye retorted. With the mist descending and mysterious forces wreaking havoc everywhere, don't tell me you're still clinging to materialism. Is your forbidden zone materialistic? This counterargument left Lian momentarily speechless. He had to admit that Lin Qiye had a point. Silently, Lin Qiye resolved to visit the divine asylum later to seek answers. The scene shifted to the training grounds, where new recruits stood in neat rows. 3 instructors stood on the platform, each with a box at their feet. One instructor held up a wristband and addressed the recruits. This is the ACE. Once you put it on, it will emit a constant stream of mental currents for 24 hours. While it's harmless to the body, it will compel you to perform involuntary physical movements, almost like acrobatics. Your task is to continuously resist the current with your mental strength until this resistance becomes instinctive. This will be a key part of your entire training period. Now line up to collect one. Most of the recruits cautiously examined the wristbands in their hands, while a few reckless ones immediately strapped them on. Without hesitation, Lian strapped the wristband onto his arm. A surge of electricity flowed into his body instantly, yet it felt as insignificant as a pebble sinking into the ocean, leaving no trace. This was no coincidence. He had long converted all his spiritual energy into lightning energy. At this moment, he was like a massive battery, rendering the wristband's meager electrical output entirely ineffective against him. Seeing Lian appear completely unaffected, the others visibly relaxed. Chao Yuan and Shun Qingzhu exchanged a "so that's all it is" glance and confidently put on their wristbands. Oh. The results, however, were completely unexpected. The moment the wristband snapped shut, Chao Yuan executed an impressive backflip. Shun Qingzhu fared even worse, was instantly electrocuted into an awkward split, followed by a headstand. Though known for his agility, the suddenness of the movement almost caused him serious injury. Lin Qiye and Bailey Pangpang stood dumbfounded, their jaws nearly hitting the floor, particularly shocked by how Lian remained completely unaffected. Before long, the training camp turned into an impromptu acrobatic show, with new recruits flipping and tumbling all over the place from the electrical shocks. Lian, thoroughly entertained, even brought out a metal hoop, enthusiastically suggesting they practice jumping through it. Left with no choice, Lin Qiye and Bailey Pangpang reluctantly put on their wristbands. Lin Qiye managed to barely control the erratic currents using his mental strength, stabilizing himself after just one backflip. Bailey Pangpang, however, wasn't so fortunate. He tumbled head over heels dozens of times, all while Lian chased him with a flaming hoop, insisting he perform a fire hoop jump. Amid a barrage of friendly complaints, Lian finally abandoned his ambitious plan to turn everyone into fire-jumping acrobats. For the next week, the training camp was filled with impromptu acrobatic performances, recruits doing flips every time they found their food tasty or their beds particularly comfortable. It wasn't until a week later that things returned to normal. The story continued. Lin Qiye, unable to get through to Merlin during their therapy session, had no choice but to seek medication from Instructor Gu. Meanwhile, Lian fully adapted to the wristband's electric currents, handling it with ease, much like how he used to expertly drive a car even after its brake pads and tires were completely worn out. Now, the electrical currents trying to wrest control of the wheel were merely a minor challenge for him. Time flew by like a rushing stream, and in the blink of an eye, several months had passed. As most of the new recruits gradually adapted to the rhythm of life in the barracks, a rumor about future assignments began to quietly circulate among them. Are you saying the instructors have a secret scoring system? Lin Qiye turned to Chao Yuan, frowning slightly. Yes, Chao Yuan explained in a lowered voice. The instructors evaluate us based on a combination of our theoretical knowledge, close combat skills, and shooting performance. Those with higher scores get assigned to important cities like Shangjing, while those with lower scores end up in remote 3rd or 4th-tier cities as night watchmen. What? Bailey Pangpang immediately grabbed Lin Qiye's arm, his face filled with worry. Does that mean we might be separated in the future? Lin Qiye, annoyed, shook off his hand. Thinking about his own shooting scores, he couldn't help but sigh. However, on second thought, at least there was one person whose marksmanship was even worse than his. Lian, who was casually smoking and listening in on the conversation nearby, noticed Lin Qiye's gaze and spoke up in irritation. Why are you looking at me? Who else would I look at? Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow. Someone here got so frustrated during target practice that they brought out a rocket launcher, claiming the shooting range's feng shui was bad and needed to be blown up and rebuilt. Lian choked on his cigarette, turning his head away in embarrassment. But he quickly regained his composure. Scores don't matter to me. Either way, Lin Qiye and I are definitely going back to Team 136. He paused, then added, just imagine a night watchman team in a third-tier city with not one but two divine agents, and one of them is a dual divine agent. Before Lian could continue, an instructor suddenly appeared beside them. Lian, the chief instructor wants to see you. In Yuan Gang's office, the chief instructor was frowning as he flipped through a stack of files. What's the job? As long as the price is right, he'll break anyone's windows for you. Lian announced as he entered, his unique, bandit-like demeanor instantly intimidating the instructors present. It's like this, Yuan Gang began cautiously, choosing his words carefully. Regarding the upcoming graduation assessment for the new recruits, we're hoping you can sit this one out. What do you mean? Lian raised an eyebrow, slamming both hands onto the desk. Along with his hands, he placed 2 blocks of C4 explosives, with timers on the desk, the red numbers beginning to count down. Cold sweat broke out on Yuan Gang and the other instructors' foreheads. Put those away. Calm down and let me explain. Realizing the situation wasn't quite what he had imagined, Lian retrieved the explosives, which were, in fact, just props he often used for pranks. Had already thrown them into Lin Qiye's dorm several times before. Based on your level, the difficulty of the recruit training doesn't really pose any challenge to you. Yuan Gang's words were abruptly cut off as Lian impatiently raised his hand to stop him. You send me to hunt mystics, and then you throw me some trash at the Zhan level. And now, for the recruit assessment, you suddenly pull out 6 Chuan level mystics at once. Lian gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. Fine, fine. Excellent. As he spoke, he began scanning his surroundings, his fierce gaze sweeping over every instructor present, making them break out in cold sweat. What was even more terrifying was that he pulled out that infamous countdown device again, the one that sent shivers down everyone's spine. All right, name your terms, Yuan Gang sighed. He knew all too well that to arrange a test suitable for Lian's level, they'd need a mystic at least at the high level after all. Lian had a record of defeating high-level powerhouses. But arranging such a test in a recruit training camp? That would be a death sentence, not an assessment. I'll take down 3 of the Chuan-level mystics myself. The other 3 are yours to handle, Lian offered, cutting his demand in half as a compromise. Initially, he had intended to deal with all 6 mystics personally. Yuan Gang tried to negotiate. It's precisely because of you that we arranged for 6 Chuan-level mystics. This batch of recruits is quite strong, especially after undergoing your close combat training. Each one of them is far better than recruits from previous years. In the past, we only ever used 3 Chuan-level mystics for assessments at most. Lian interrupted his complaints directly. Assessment, right? Let me handle it. I guarantee it'll be scarier than any Chuan-level mystic, and am far more measured. I won't let anyone get seriously hurt. Yuan Gang hesitated. While Lian's extreme training methods had yielded remarkable results, his approach had always been unsettling. Just prepare the props. Make sure to include something that can conceal my identity. Lian thumped his chest confidently. At 4 a.m. the next morning, when the assessment began, Yuan Gang caught sight of Lian's outfit and drew in a sharp breath. A blood-red Taoist robe, a black sash stained with blood, a messy topknot, and a mask woven from copper coins covering his face, with a distorted red zhong character faintly visible on the back. He held a sword crafted from a spinal bone, its hilt shaped like a miniature human skull, and beneath his robe hung a leather pouch filled with blood-stained torture tools. What is this monstrosity? Even the people who made the props must have been terrified. Yuan Gang stared in disbelief at the eerie Taoist figure before him. It was hard to believe this was the result of the emergency prop design he had arranged. The most unsettling part was the red zhong mask, a forbidden artifact capable of altering one's appearance and concealing their aura. As for the spine sword, it was purely decorative, with no combat utility whatsoever. Ha ha ha! The Taoist master has arrived. Lian's triumphant laughter echoed across the training grounds in the early morning light. Lian examined his outfit and couldn't help but frown slightly. Although the blood-red Taoist robe combined with his menacing face was already intimidating enough, it still felt incomplete without those signature black tentacles. However, the thought of using this appearance to terrify the inexperienced recruits made him grin mischievously. The strongest sense of fear comes from distorting the most familiar things, he muttered to himself. The children of Xia grew up hearing stories about Taoists, but they've definitely never seen one with a blood-red face. He strapped the spine sword adorned with a skull onto his back, creating a chilling resonance between the grotesque skull and his eerie face. The instructors present shuddered involuntarily at the sight. Remember my codename January 18th. Lian let out a sinister laugh before his figure transformed into a streak of blood-red light, shooting straight toward the dormitory building. Yuan Gang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned to ask the instructor behind him, why is the code name January 18th? Because January 18th is an auspicious day for ghost marriages. One of the instructors, drenched in sweat, flipped through the almanac and pointed it out to him. This guy, he's disturbingly wicked. What kind of mind does he have? For the sake of those three mysterious creatures from Sichuan, Lian had completely let himself go. He even felt that instead of pursuing experience points, it was more enjoyable to play tricks on others. As for keeping his identity hidden, that was simple. Using his out-of-body soul projection ability, he could manipulate his physical body into a pose while his soul acted undetected. By abandoning his signature fire-based attacks and switching to his only lightning-based skill, his cover was virtually flawless. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Lin Qiye woke up on time, only to find that the usual assembly whistle had yet to sound. Carrying his toiletries, he went to the washroom and saw a few others already there. What's going on today? Have the instructors turned over a new leaf? Lin Qiye asked, glancing at Shen Qingzhu, who was brushing his teeth, and noting Li Lian's absence. Tui, Shen Qingzhu spat out the foam. Li Lian didn't come back last night. No idea what he's up to. Maybe it's time for the final assessment. Chao Yuan suggested as he wiped his face. Coming from a monastery, waking up at 5 had long been second nature to him. Something's off, Lin Qiye frowned. It doesn't feel like an assessment. It feels like something's wrong. The three of them walked out of the dormitory together and saw a blood-robed Taoist sitting cross-legged on the open ground in front of the building. The figure sat motionless with their head lowered, the tied-up hair and crimson robe appearing particularly eerie in the morning light. Hey, Chao monk, you're a monk and you talk to a Taoist? Lin Qiye felt a growing unease as the figure's silhouette seemed oddly familiar, yet he couldn't sense any familiar aura. First of all, I'm not a monk. Secondly, monks and Taoists are completely different systems. Chao Yuan retorted as he boldly approached the Taoist. Hey, you there, what are you doing sitting? Bang. Before he could finish, Chao Yuan seemed to be struck in the face by an invisible force, sending him flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground, blood streaming from his nose. At that moment, Lin Qiye's pupils gleamed with brilliant golden light as the mortal domain of divinity suddenly unfolded, finally revealing the true identity of the Taoist. Child, can you see me? The man in the red robe slowly turned around to face the three standing outside the door. His face was concealed behind a square mask made entirely of interlinked copper coins, obscuring his features completely. What was even more unsettling was the weapon he held in his hand, a bizarre and horrifying longsword crafted from human spinal bones and skulls. The eerie coin mask sent a chill through the hearts of Lin Qiye and his companions. Before they could respond, the man in the red robe spoke, his voice calm, yet foreboding. I am Taoist Zhang Yushiba. I came here to seek some medicinal ingredients. Since fate has brought us together, why don't you leave your heads behind and do a good deed? Before his words fully settled, the red-robed Taoist thrust his right hand forward. A blinding white lightning bolt shot out from his palm, aimed directly at Lin Qiye's face. Lin Qiye leaned backward, narrowly dodging the lightning with a swift and agile bridge-like motion. At the same moment, Shen Qingzhu snapped his fingers, and a bubble of energy immediately enveloped the Taoist. A deafening explosion followed, and thick smoke engulfed the area where the Taoist had stood. As the smoke dissipated, the three realized in shock that the red-robed Taoist had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, his chilling voice came from behind them. Excellent, excellent. Truly the finest medicinal ingredients. His gaze drifted past the trio, fixating intently on the dormitory building. With a crazed expression, he muttered to himself, so many ingredients. The heavenly book was right. This is my chance to refine the golden elixir, gather the 3 flowers at the crown, and ascend to immortality. With that, the Taoist let out a maniacal laugh and darted into the dormitory with lightning speed. Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu exchanged a worried glance, both immediately thinking of Li Pangpang and the others who were still sound asleep. Chao Yuan, head to the storage room and grab everyone's weapons. Qingzhu and I will split up and wake everyone. Lin Qiye quickly issued commands. This thing is definitely not human. Its speed surpasses even Li Lian's, at least a Chuan-level entity. Known abilities include electricity manipulation, high-speed movement, and long-range attacks. In the monitoring room, the instructors observed Lin Qiye's performance and nodded in approval, jotting down notes and adding points to his evaluation. This kid's good quick thinking and a strong sense of responsibility. As expected of the only dual god agent. One instructor rubbed his arms, which were covered in goosebumps. And Li Lian's portrayal of this mysterious entity is spot on. That face hidden under the mask is downright creepy. Meanwhile, Li Lian stood atop the dormitory building, replaying the earlier encounter in his mind. The punch he delivered to Chao Yuan in his soul state had been deeply satisfying without the limitations of a physical body. His attack speed had noticeably increased. Combined with his lightning-based spiritual power, even his physical state movement techniques had become faster. However, Lin Qiye's reaction had been astonishing. he had managed to evade even the white lightning. Lian mused to himself. Dawn is approaching, and the passive effects of the Starry Night Dancer will soon fade. Let's see if you can keep dodging then. Yuan Gang watched Lin Qiye's performance with satisfaction, and Shin Qingzhu didn't disappoint either. As for Chao Yuan, though his performance was slightly less impressive, it was understandable his strength largely relied on that unique forbidden ruin. As long as he had a blade in hand, he could easily outshine all the other recruits. Of course, this excluded the abnormal Lian. Yuan Gang turned to the instructor behind him and instructed, "Tell Lian the atmosphere isn't tense enough. Have him arrange for a few more atmosphere setters." "Yes, sir." Upon receiving the order, Lian wasted no time. He started by knocking out an unlucky recruit and used a forbidden relic to create a lifelike replica corpse. Then, he headed straight for the dormitory of Lin Qiye and by Li Pangpang. At that moment, Pangpang was still fast asleep, completely unaware of what was about to happen. With swift movements, Lian tied the snoring by Li Pangpang to a chair, then placed the replica corpse on the floor. From beneath his robe, he pulled out his portable torture kit and selected a sharp skinning knife. He began cutting along the face of the replica corpse, and bright red blood flowed down the blade, soon staining the dormitory floor. Bang! The dormitory door suddenly burst open. Lin Qiye rushed in from downstairs. On his way, he had tried to wake the other recruits, but strangely, some seemed to be under a spell and couldn't be roused no matter what. As Lin Qiye entered, the scene before him froze him in place. Li Pangpang was tightly bound to a chair, and a figure in red robes was peeling the face off a recruit's corpse with a small knife. Lin Qiye recognized the facete belonged to one of the recruits from this cohort. "Stop!" Lin Qiye shouted as he moved forward to intervene. But before he could act, Lian's soul suddenly left his body, delivering a powerful punch that sent Lin Qiye staggering back. Returning to his body, Lian let out an eerie laugh. "Ha ha ha, how interesting. Could it be you want me to see how many faces you have?" Before Lin Qiye could respond, Lian raised his right hand and peeled off a complete human skin mask, slapping it onto the wall near the door with a splat. A few drops of blood splattered onto Lin Qiye's face. "Just one face, huh? Wrong target." Lian sneered, shifting his gaze to Li Pangpang. "But this fat one looks promising, maybe I can peel off 3 faces from him." Seeing this, Lin Qiye immediately activated his forbidden ruin, unleashing a pitch-black force that attempted to trap the red-robed figure. But Lian knew him too well and had already prepared for this. At Lian's speed, it was impossible for the forbidden ruin to catch him. Fine, this one's yours. There are plenty of ingredients for the medicine, I don't need this one." Lian's voice echoed from outside the window. To avoid the expanding reach of the forbidden ruin, he had already leapt out. Lin Qiye didn't have time to check on Li Pangpang's condition. He rushed to the window and looked outside, but the red-robed figure was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, the awakened recruits stared in silence at the corpse on the floor and the bloodied human skin. "Does anyone recognize this person?" Lin Qiye asked. He needed to confirm whether it was a fake corpse, which might signify a test, or if it was a real recruit, indicating a genuine supernatural intrusion. "Can we, put the skin back on his face?" someone asked hesitantly. "How are we supposed to recognize him like this?" When Chao Yuan returned with a pile of star blades in his arms, his nostrils were stuffed with tissue paper, and his voice sounded muffled. "This is just insane," he said in a deep, nasal tone. "Killing people and then skinning them, this kind of mystery is truly unheard of." When that piece of skin was placed back on the corpse's face, I recognized it immediately, a new recruit said with a trembling voice. "It was someone from the dorm next door? I never thought." His voice grew quieter and quieter until it was barely audible. At that moment, the same 3 words echoed in everyone's mind. "It's real." But Lin Qiye frowned. A mysterious intrusion occurring in the Night Watcher's new recruit training camp, resulting in a recruit's death? It made no sense. Where are the instructors? Something this serious happens, and there's no response at all. He turned to Chao Yuan. "Chao Zhe, did you notice anything on your way to the warehouse?" "Nothing." Chao Yuan shook his head, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. "The entire training camp feels like it's vanished into thin air. Even the cafeteria manager is missing, and the lights in the cafeteria are off." Lin Qiye's instincts told him this was part of a recruit evaluation. There were too many inconsistencies. The instructors' arrangements were so clumsy and full of holes that they couldn't withstand scrutiny. Yet the blood-soaked corpse in front of them silently told a cruel truth. This was all real, and someone had already paid the ultimate price. Just as Lin Qiye was about to discuss their next steps with the group, a piercing scream came from the direction of the cafeteria. "Ah!" With his sharp hearing, Lin Qiye immediately pinpointed the exact location of the sound. He made a quick decision. "Zhuai Ge, you're in charge of looking after the recruits who are already awake and protecting those who are still unconscious. Find a way to wake them up, then head to the warehouse to get weapons." He turned to Chao Yuan. "You, with the blades, come with me to check the cafeteria." As someone who had been decorated for his service, Lin Qiye's orders were carried out swiftly. Everyone moved efficiently, some carried unconscious comrades, while others kept watch on their surroundings. Lin Qiye and Xiao Yuan each grabbed a star blade and rushed toward the cafeteria. Inside the cafeteria, an eerie scene was unfolding. Lian was holding a pair of long-handled pliers, repeatedly striking the head of a massive gray-white spider. Scream! Scream, he sneered. Weren't you pretty tough when you ambushed me earlier? The giant spider's 8 thick legs were tightly bound by Lian using binding spell number 9, and its body was firmly restrained by red beams of light. Yet it still trembled slightly. Truth be told, Lian felt somewhat wronged. He had been psychically attacked by the spider the moment he entered the cafeteria. Although he wasn't physically harmed, the attack had forcibly ejected his soul. Feeling enraged, he was now preparing to pry off the spider's fangs with his pliers. But when the spider spotted the blood-stained torture tools hanging from Lian's belt and caught a glimpse of the eerie face under his bronze coin mask, it let out a scream that sounded oddly like a girl's. Tears even welled up in its 8 eyes, making it look like a bullied young bride. Watching this scene unfold in the monitoring room, Yuan Gang's face darkened. He had hoped for some cooperation between Lian and the spider spirit, but it was clear now that it was impossible. As the saying goes, together, they're a mess. Apart, they're scattered like stars. Better to let them do their own thing. Sure, the spider spirit might be a bit timid, but finding someone who could terrify a supernatural being to tears? That was truly one of a kind. Lian sensed someone approaching from outside. He raised his hand and struck the spiderling's head heavily with a pair of tiger head pliers. Get to work. If you don't start moving, I'll gouge out all 8 of your eyes and pluck every hair off your legs. All right. Don't hit me, you bad man. The giant spider suddenly spoke in a childlike voice, a surprising reaction that startled Lian. He recalled that this creature was indeed depicted as a timid character in the script, and he couldn't help but smile. Little one, take care of yourself. Don't let anyone else finish you off. Lian patted the spiderling's head, casually removing its restraints, and then walked away from the cafeteria. His next destination, a girls' dormitory building. This place seemed to hold some peculiar connection to him. Ever since his journey began, the Nanda Serpent Demon incident had erupted here. During new recruit training, he had gotten into a fight with the masked squad and ended up blowing this place up. And now, in the graduation test, fate once again pointed him toward this building. By now, Lian had changed into the guise of the red-clad malevolent spirit. He roamed through the dimly lit training camp as dawn broke. The clinking of copper coins echoed with his steps, and the spine sword on his back swayed as though it had a life of its own. In truth, the earlier vigorous movements had loosened the poorly constructed sword's fastenings, and if he kept this up, it might fall apart entirely. Thud! Just as he was about to enter the girls' dormitory, Lian suddenly slammed into an invisible wall. His flat face made full contact, the perfect surface area maximizing the pain of the collision. What the hell is going on? You put 2 riverbound mysteries in the same building. Lian crouched on the ground, clutching his face, and growled into his walkie-talkie. No choice. The cube itself has no offensive capabilities. It has to work in tandem with the Sound Hunter. It's all in the briefing materials, maybe you should have read them. Yuan Gang's gloating voice came through the earpiece. It turned out the instructors had stationed both the cube and the Sound Hunter, 2 riverbound mysteries, in the girls' dormitory. The cube could divide the surrounding space into a 3x3 structure and rotate it at will, while the headless, blade-wielding Sound Hunter's speed and attack power increased with the volume of ambient noise. Together, they turned the dormitory into a perfect hunting ground. Worse still, the girls didn't even have time to retrieve weapons from the armory. Gritting his teeth, Lian stood up and adjusted the copper coin mask that had been knocked askew. He flexed his right wrist. All right then, if this is how you want to play, the Sound Hunter is redundant. From this moment on, the hunter in the girls' dormitory is me, red-clad malevolent spirit, January 18th. Silently, he drew his blade, Mizu no Suki, and slashed fiercely at the invisible wall before him. Caress slash. For the first time, Lian wielded Shui Wiyue to execute the Fujian strike. The extended blade made the draw slightly slower, but its power was in no way inferior to that of Luranruo. A flash of cold light streaked through the air, and the wall split with a crisp sound, akin to shattering glass. As the blade was sheathed, Shui Wiyue vanished into thin air, and Lian stepped into the entrance of the girls' dormitory without a change in expression. In the monitoring room, the instructors were unfazed, accustomed to such sights. As the chief instructor had remarked, Lian's skills far surpassed the level of a rookie. Even threats at the high Jing level were within his ability to handle. Sir, how should we evaluate Lian's training performance? One instructor hesitated, holding a scoring board. Except for scoring 0 in shooting, there's nothing to criticize in the other categories. Does Lian even need a score? He's already at an instructor's level. Yuan Gang waved dismissively, thinking to himself that since the commander had already decided Lian's placement, as long as the training camp remained standing, Lian could do as he pleased. The moment Lian stepped into the girls' dormitory, the world seemed to spin violently. as though he had been thrown into a washing machine on overdrive. Before he could even feel the dizziness, he found himself face-to-face with a sound hunter, a headless male body dragging a massive cleaver, sparks flying as the blade scraped against the ground. Without hesitation, Lian initiated his soul detachment technique, entering the state of the Reaper. In this form, his Zanpakuto also became spiritual, rendering it undetectable to ordinary people. With a flash of Shui Wuiyue in his hand, the Sound Hunter's right arm was severed in an instant. Before the cleaver could hit the ground, Lian had already sent the entity to the Soul Society. A sudden, oppressive silence blanketed the area. With the Sound Hunter's power significantly diminished, Lian seized the opportunity to employ Shui Wuiyue's assassination techniques. The blade moved with deadly precision, silent but lethal, reducing the Sound Hunter to shredded remnants. Blood splattered everywhere, darkening Lian's crimson robe. The mottled stains made him resemble a demon emerging from the depths of hell. A system notification chimed. Ding. Experience points 600. Lian mused to himself. This Chuanjing is practically delivering free experience points. Yet the Night Watch treats it as a serious threat. It seems I can't afford to neglect any skills. I need to be well-rounded. As for marksmanship, I'm pretty handy with a shotgun. Returning to his corporeal form, Lian pounded forcefully on the solid spatial barrier. I know you can hear me. Take me to those girls, or I'll cut through this wall to find you. From the Soul Society, he retrieved a spine-like sword meant as a warning sample, pointing it at the scattered remains on the floor. If you don't want to end up like this, you'd better cooperate. Now, moments later, space warped again. Blood-drenched and wielding a massive blade, Lian stepped through the distortion, crushing the remnants of flesh beneath his feet as he appeared before Molly and the others. The girls gasped sharply at the sight the terrifying Sound Hunter had been slain, and the blood-soaked figure before them was clearly even more fearsome. Molly and the other girls clamped their hands tightly over their mouths, not daring to make a sound. The new blood-robed Taoist in front of them wore a mask made of woven copper coins, making it impossible to discern how his vision worked or whether he possessed sound-related abilities like the previous Sound Hunter. At that moment, Lian's eyes shifted, and an idea struck him. He slowly raised the large blade in his hand and suddenly stabbed it forcefully into the ground, producing a deep thud. The unexpected noise startled one of the more timid girls, causing her to step back in fright. Ha ha ha. Lian let out a sinister laugh, his figure transforming into a streak of red light as he lunged straight at the retreating girl. Before Molly and the others could react, a blood-red blur flashed before their eyes, and their companion vanished from where she had stood. When they turned to look, they saw the blood-robed entity gripping the girl's neck with his right hand. From the unnatural angle of her neck and her lifeless body, it was clear she had met her end. In truth, this was all part of a meticulously planned training exercise. As a fellow trainee who had undergone extensive training with them, Lian would never actually harm anyone. He had merely knocked the girl unconscious with a single punch. A concealed instructor quickly removed her from the scene and replaced her with a corpse crafted from forbidden materials. When Molly and the others turned back, Lian was in the act of snapping the corpse's neck, seamlessly completing the stage performance. Lian dropped the corpse to the ground and turned to face the remaining girls, his voice low and commanding. Nobody moved. Molly, being the strongest among the girls, had already figured out the blood-robed entity's method of detecting targets. This entity is different from the Sound Hunter. It relies on sight to find its prey. Xiaomei was discovered because she moved. It only has dynamic vision and can barely perceive stationary objects. As long as we stay still, we'll be safe. Hearing this, the girls held their breath and froze in place. Sure enough, the blood-robed figure ceased its attacks and instead sat down on the ground, pulling out a set of blood-stained tools from beneath its robe. Molly, what is it doing? A girl with twin pigtails asked nervously, trembling as she noticed the blood-robed figure picking up a small knife and examining the corpse. Don't worry about what it's doing. The most important thing now is figuring out how to get out of here, Molly replied, maintaining her composure despite her fear. Lian remained focused, using a skinning knife to work on the corpse's face. With a few swift motions, he peeled off an entire layer of skin, leaving blood splattered everywhere and further staining his red robe. Molly, who had been carefully observing the blood-robed figure's actions, finally saw a glimmer of hope. Did you see that? When it's working with the knife, it lowers its head. I'll try moving first. If it doesn't notice me, we can all slowly make our way out of here. Watching the blood-soaked figure move with a chilling and mysterious speed, Molly felt a surge of inner conflict. As Lian lowered his head again, focusing intently on the small knife in his hand, Molly cautiously shifted her left foot in an attempt to test the waters. In an instant, Lian snapped his head up, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings, sending shivers down the spines of the girls present, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. After a tense moment of silence, seeing no movement around him, he lowered his head once more, resuming his gruesome task of skinning. Everyone saw that, right? Molly whispered, trying to encourage her companions. It's just like the game red light, green light we played as kids. As long as you time it right, you can move. Stay calm and don't act recklessly. Get ready. 1, 2, 3. Following Molly's lead, the group collectively took a step forward. The sound of their footsteps echoed loudly in the empty corridor. Lian raised his head again, this time scanning the area with heightened vigilance. After a long moment of observation and finding nothing unusual, he returned to his work, picking up a pair of pliers to extract teeth from the corpse. Why do all the ingredients today have the same face? Strange. So strange. Lian muttered to himself, his words sending a chill down the girl's spines. Just how many lives had this enigmatic figure claimed today? At that moment, the space suddenly tore open, and Bai Li Pangpang and Chao Yuan burst in, swords in hand, shouting, "Molly, we're here to save you. Don't move." Molly quickly warned them. "There's a mysterious entity here that attacks anyone who moves." The two froze in place immediately. Chao Yuan recognized the red-robed Taoist, who had once dealt him a heavy blow. Now, the Taoist's robe was drenched in blood. Chao Yuan quickly shared what he knew. That blood-robed Taoist came from the boys' dormitory. He's already killed people. He can attack from a distance, generate electricity, and move incredibly fast. He also has a habit of skinning people's faces. Molly added, "It just killed another person here. As long as we're not caught moving, it won't attack. We need to get out of its line of sight first." Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, the instructors were scoring the recruits' performance. Molly, for her keen observation and composure under pressure, earned 3 points. Chao Yuan, for his strong mental resilience and timely sharing of intelligence, earned 2 points. Bai Li Tuming, though reckless, avoided causing major trouble and earned 1 point. Seeing the arrival of these big troublemakers, a glint of excitement flickered in Lian's eyes. "Everyone's here now. It's time for you to witness real power," he declared. Just as Molly and the others moved for the third time, Lian suddenly raised his head, his sharp gaze sweeping across the surroundings like lightning. He shook his head slightly, searching intently, but he couldn't locate the moving figure. Then, without warning, he tore off the copper coin mask from his face, revealing a horrifying and grotesque visage. It was a square-shaped face, with two lidless, square eyes symmetrically embedded on either side. Even more terrifying, his mouth was a vertical slit that extended all the way up to his forehead, exposing jagged teeth and a blood-red tongue, dripping with thick saliva. His entire face resembled the Hong Zhong tile from a mahjong set. "Ha ha ha, now I can see much more clearly." Lian cackled. "But I wonder where Dice Boss went." As he spoke, the grotesque mouth on his face moved, the slit quivering as saliva trickled down its length. The hallway filled with the sound of synchronized gulping as everyone stood frozen, paralyzed by the nightmarish sight. These recruits, who might have imagined ferocious beasts in their wildest fears, had never anticipated encountering something so bizarre. What made the situation even more despairing was the implication. If this was Hong Zhong, and he had mentioned Dice Boss, did that mean Bai Ban, Fa Kai? Or even an entire mahjong set of horrors was waiting for them? Fear surged through their hearts like an unrelenting tide. Even the usually composed Chao Yuan struggled to maintain his calm. Bai Li Pangpang and the girls were trembling visibly. In the monitoring room, Yuan Gang observed the scene with satisfaction. He knew well that the greatest fear humans face arises from their own imaginations. Lian, merely embodying Hong Zhong, had already driven the recruits into conjuring up the terror of an entire mahjong set. "Don't panic, everyone," Chao Yuan said, his voice trembling as he tried to suppress his fear. He was the first to break free from the paralyzing dread and had resolved to sacrifice himself, if necessary. "I'll distract him. The rest of you use the chance to escape his sight. If he comes after us, I'll hold him off. Don't underestimate me." Bai Li Pangpang's voice wavered but carried determination. "I'm standing with you." "No, you all have to leave," Molly said urgently. "With the speed of the blood-clad mystery, we won't even have time to react." Before they could act, Lian's figure suddenly appeared behind Chao Yuan, effortlessly snatching the star blade from his tightly clenched hands. "Haha, you believed it. You actually believed it. The Black King is too much trouble to deal with, so I might as well stop him from making a move altogether. I was planning to play some games with these little girls. Why are you two men interrupting me?" The blood-robed Taoist's voice carried a hint of mockery. Lian landed a precise punch on the back of Chao Yuan's head. The moment his fist made contact with the scalp, the familiar sensation caused both of them to freeze momentarily. Just as Chao Yuan was about to shout, "Li," the forceful punch sent him flying, crashing straight through the wall. Amid the swirling dust, the instructors had already executed a seamless sleight of hand, leaving behind a corpse that bore an uncanny resemblance to Chao Yuan. "Did you all really fall for it? Ha! So gullible." Lian drew Chao Yuan's starblade without hesitation and slashed directly at Bai Li Pangpang. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Yao Guang, the protective artifact on Bai Li Pangpang, automatically activated to shield its master. The yellow, eggshell-shaped barrier managed to block the fatal blow just in time, but visible cracks spread across its surface, clearly unable to withstand another strike. Seizing this opening, Lian delivered another precise slash to the same spot, shattering the barrier. The immense force sent Bai Li Pangpang hurtling into the adjacent room. Before Bai Li Pangpang could recover from the dizziness, a familiar hand had already covered his face. The hand bore no hostility, so much so that his automatic protective measures didn't even activate. Just as he was about to speak, a surge of spiritual energy flowed from the palm, and he lost consciousness. This was because Bai Li Pangpang had long since configured his automatic defenses to trigger selectively, placing all his regular training partners on the whitelist. Otherwise, even a casual pat on the shoulder could provoke a retaliatory reaction from his defenses. Who would dare get close to him then? Lian looked at the unconscious Bai Li Pangpang and shook his head helplessly. This group knew each other far too well. Even the slightest interaction risked exposing his identity. Especially Chao Yuanhe could recognize him just from the sensation of being hit. Looks like I can't keep up this disguise for much longer, Lian thought to himself. Especially with someone as sharp as Lin Qiye around it, see through me the moment we clash. Still, it's been a while since we sparred. This could be a good opportunity to test his skills. He hasn't been practicing his blade recently. I wonder how much he's improved. With the big event looming, we can't afford any slip-ups at a critical moment. With that in mind, another idea crossed Lian's mind. I've gone to all this trouble with my disguise. I can't let it go to waste just scaring a few people. He'll need to find a few girls to keep the act going. If Yuan Gang complains that my performance wasn't convincing enough and docks my Sichuan realm experience points, I'd really lose out. He began calculating the benefits of this mission. Taking out an extra sound hunter this time should earn me at least 4 Sichuan realm experience points, enough for a level up. Just in time to unlock the Blade Zen skill and resolve the control issues with Ryujin Jakka before the big battle. Staring at the projection of the Nightmare of Babel from the ancient god church before him, a glint of excitement flashed in Lian's eyes. Since this Klein realm projection is tied to souls, its value is probably even higher than that of the flame vein earth dragon. This experience haul might just send me soaring. After the spatial shift of the cube, only the lifeless bodies of Bai Li Pangpang and Chao Yuan remained at the original spot. Molly stared at the two corpses on the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. The fake monk who always pretended to be cold and distant, and the wealthy young master she had always despised, both had just tried to sacrifice themselves for her. Yet, they didn't even have a chance to fight back before being killed in an instant by the mysterious assassin. Bloody Taoist. I will kill you with my own hands. Molly clenched her fists tightly, her gaze falling on Bai Li Tuming's lifeless body. A bitter feeling rose in her heart. Did he always say he liked me? The way he stood up for me just now, it was really quite heroic. Meanwhile, Lian, who had been transported elsewhere, was completely unaware that he had inadvertently helped Bai Li Pangpang open a door to Molly's heart. If he ever found out about this, it would probably take at least 7 or 8 forbidden items to stop him from pestering Bai Li Pangpang for compensation. After the spatial transition, Lian found himself in an area filled with female soldiers. Without hesitation, he activated Zero Frame and repeated his strategy, swiftly grabbing an unlucky soldier, taking her down, and beginning to dissect the body. The gruesome game of red light, green light resumed. Anyone who dared to move would meet their doom. However, this time, his trick only lasted 2 rounds before the female soldiers caught on to his intentions. No longer intimidated by the blood-soaked game, they launched a fierce attack on Lian. It was then that he remembered a soldier named Zhang Xiaoxiao in their ranks, who possessed a supportive forbidden relic capable of linking consciousness. In the absence of communication, her ability had become a critical factor. Zhang Xiaoxiao. Lian thought to himself while dodging attacks. That name really doesn't match her figure. In the confined space carved out by the cube, Lian moved nimbly among the female soldiers. Wielding the star blade, he struck the back of their heads with the flat side of the blade. The soldiers, wary of accidentally injuring their comrades, hesitated in their actions, while Lian had no such reservations. Like a crimson streak of lightning, he used the soldiers' bodies as cover, systematically knocking them unconscious. Ironically, every soldier he knocked out recognized him just before losing consciousness. Half a year of training had built a certain familiarity. They had been struck unconscious by him so many times that they could recognize the sensation instantly. Their final thought before blacking out was always the same. Damn it, Lian. I knew he was in cahoots with that maniac. 5 minutes later, the ground was littered with unconscious soldiers. The instructors who were supposed to replace the bodies stood frozen in shock. What was meant to be a high-stakes, tense scenario had turned into a one-sided massacre. I had no choice, Lian justified to himself. Zhang Xiaoxiao is too well protected. If I don't take them all down, my cover will be blown. At least now, they only know I wasn't genuinely playing the game. At that moment, Yuan Gang's voice exploded through his earpiece, making his eardrums ache. Lian, are you even capable of doing your job? You knocked everyone out. How are we supposed to conduct the assessment now? What do you want me to do? Li Lian retorted helplessly. These recruits have developed muscle memory from my training. The moment I touch them with my blade, they immediately recognize me. Li Lian carefully put on the intricately crafted coin mask again. It was his meticulously made Hongzhong face, a creation that had taken him half a day to perfect something he could never afford to lose. Just as he was about to speak, the surrounding space suddenly twisted and distorted, the world spinning chaotically. Moments later, everything returned to normal, and bright sunlight poured in, almost blinding. On the rooftop of the girls' dormitory, Lin Qiye was crouched down, intently collecting the shattered fragments of a Rubik's Cube. These irregular pieces were crucial offerings for summoning magic. Not a single one could be missing. What are you up to, little pilgrim? An ear-piercing voice, like metal scraping against metal, echoed behind Lin Qiye. Li Lian, I know it's you. Lin Qiye didn't even turn around as he continued to tuck the fragments into the inner pocket of his jacket. Then he stood and faced the blood-soaked, menacing figure. You've left too many clues. Lin Qiye sighed. I don't know how you managed that face, but your body shape hasn't changed at all. Your little act of hiding your strength isn't fooling anyone. I've long noticed you've reached the Chuan realm. Besides, according to the records of the Night Watchers, there are only a handful of humanoid creatures faster than you. The more Lin Qiye spoke, the more exasperated he became. And the most obvious giveaway? You, a devout follower of the gods, should be ecstatic if a mysterious event occurs in the new recruits camp. The fact that you disappeared only proves you gained something even bigger, right, Instructor Li Lian? Li Lian was rendered speechless. He knew Lin Qiye was sharp, but he hadn't expected the boy to see through everything so easily and even deliberately send Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pang to take a beating. Still, it didn't matter. As long as he wore the mask, he was Hongzhong. Impressive insight for someone so young. But brilliance often ends in tragedy. Today, your life ends here. Li Lian lunged, his star blade aiming straight for Lin Kai's chest. Clang! Lin Qiye crossed his twin blades to block the strike, but the sheer force sent him flying off the rooftop. He crashed onto the ground in front of the dormitory building, landing near Shun Qingzhu and her team, who had just finished dealing with the spider child. Qiye, are you alright? Shun Qingzhu steadied the staggering Lin Qiye and looked up toward the rooftop. The blood-robed Taoist stood on the railing, his robe billowing in the breeze to reveal blood-stained instruments of torture. He had removed the coin mask, revealing his eerie Hongzhong face, and let out a chilling cackle. Lin Qiye finally understood Li Lian was part of the test. To pass, they would have to defeat him. Is your side taken care of? Now it's just this Taoist left. Let's finish him together. Shun Qingzhu snapped her fingers, and the chewing gum in her mouth transformed into a bubble that floated toward the rooftop. With a loud bang, the bubble exploded, partially collapsing the roof. Li Lian's figure appeared on the ground, his grotesque Hongzhong face grinning wildly. Ha ha ha. Excellent, excellent. Let me show you young ones what this Taoist is truly capable of. Li Lian made up his mind. Since it had come to this, he might as well go all out for a proper fight. After being restrained by numerous graded courses for the past 6 months, it was rare to have a chance to unleash his full strength. Although his grades didn't significantly affect his future as a substitute Shinigami, the thought of those scores being recorded in his file made him determined not to leave a poor impression for anyone reviewing his performance during boot camp. Scanning his surroundings, he saw Lin Qiye, Shun Qingzhu, and 8 other new recruits. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Within 10 moves, he'll take them all down. Arhut subdues the dragon. With explosive speed, he charged forward. His left hand formed a sword gesture while his right wielded the star blade, targeting the last male recruit. The blade grazed the man's neck, leaving a shallow cut, before its flat side struck his temple, knocking him out instantly. Fishing for the moon from the sea, the star blade traced an elegant arc, and another recruit dropped to the ground. White ape offers fruit. Neza explores the sea. Serpent's twisting flip. One move after another, new recruits fell like dominoes. By the end, Li Lian ran out of proper names for his moves, shouting increasingly absurd ones. Tornado destroys the parking lot. Crow rides the airplane. After 10 moves, the 8 recruits lay sprawled across the ground in disarray. Only Shun Qingzhu and Lin Qiye barely managed to block his final strike, but were still sent stumbling back several meters. Shun Qingzhu looked utterly exasperated. Those flashy move names didn't match the actual techniques at all. It was pure speed and brute force that carried Li Lian to victory. Lin Qiye, on the other hand, offered a blunt critique. That was just ridiculous. While Li Lian was frustrated that his crow rides the airplane failed to take down the last 2, Shun Qingzhu snapped his fingers. In an instant, a vacuum formed around Li Lian, suffocating him. However, his soul form immediately detached from his body, and with a quick flash step, he appeared right in front of Shun Qingzhu. The latter, believing he had subdued the blood-clad malevolent spirit, was about to signal Lin Qiye to attack when a familiar heavy punch landed squarely on his face. You've got to be kidding me. Even in his soul form, Shun Qingzhu recognized that signature punch. This only proved how brutal the combat training in the boot camp was. None of their dorm mates had escaped Li Lian's devastating strikes. Blood sprayed from Shun Qingzu's nose as he collapsed to the ground in an elegant arc, seemingly knocked out cold. The most stunned of all was Lin Qiye. This was the second time he had witnessed Li Lian's bizarre abilities, and yet he still couldn't fathom how they worked. The first time Lin Qiye didn't activate the mortal dust divine domain. He simply thought Li Lian was too fast for him to see clearly. But now, even with the power of the divine ruins enhancing him, Li Lian remained motionless in front of him, leaving Lin Qiye utterly perplexed. As the power of the mortal dust divine domain intensified, the golden glow in Lin Qiye's eyes grew brighter. He stared intently at Li Lian, only to see a semi-transparent, fiery red humanoid figure floating in the air. Connecting this sight to Li Lian's completely still body, Lin Qiye suddenly realized the truth. Li Lian, when did you learn to perform a soul projection? Lin Qiye shouted at the blurry, semi-transparent figure. What kind of new ability is this? This scene also surprised Li Lian. He distinctly remembered that when Zhao Kongcheng had died, Lin Qiye couldn't see souls at all. But now, even at the early stages of his cultivation, Lin Qiye could already perceive souls, proof of the miraculous nature of the Seraphim's divine ruins. Normally, Lin Qiye shouldn't have been able to see his spiritual form, but the extraordinary nature of the mortal dust divine domain seemed to defy conventional logic. The power of conceptual gods is truly terrifying, Li Lian thought to himself. If only the system could grant me the Quincy framework. With abilities like Yawacha's, I'd stand a chance against a monster like this. The backlash of Ryujin Jakka's Bankai is far too severe, an ordinary body can't handle it. Last time, just using the Shurkai nearly turned me into a mummified corpse. If I used the Bankai, I'd probably be reduced to ashes in an instant. You can see me? Li Lian asked tentatively. When Lin Qiye showed no reaction, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Lin Qiye could only see his soul, but not communicate with it. After returning to his physical body, Li Lian asked for confirmation. Could you see me just now? Lin Qiye nodded. I could. What did I look like to you? A red, semi-transparent humanoid figure. I couldn't make out your face. Lin Qiye frowned. Is this some kind of new special skill? Li Lian blushed slightly and explained. I'm a substitute Shinigami. Isn't it normal for me to perform soul projection? How else would I harvest souls at night? If someone mistook me for a killer, that'd be a disaster. So what now? Lin Qiye asked curiously, watching Li Lian with interest. After all, Li Lian was the last remaining mysterious figure in his eyes. Li Lian fell into thought. His identity had been exposed, and the psychological pressure was no longer avoidable. If they fought now, it would just turn into close combat training. TCH. Forget it. Li Lian raised his star blade, pointing its tip directly at Lin Qiye. Let's spar. It's been a while since we've had a proper duel. Show me how your dual blade technique has progressed. Use the divine ruins or not, it's up to you. As long as your spiritual energy holds out, they'll stick to this star blade. All right. Lin Qiye's golden eyes shone brightly as he gripped his blades and charged forward. The outcome of that day's battle remained a secret known only to the two of them. Before they started, they had destroyed every surveillance camera in the vicinity. But from that day onward, Lin Qiye committed to practicing his blade techniques at the training ground for 2 hours daily, rain or shine. The recruit graduation assessment concluded with the showdown between Li Lian and Lin Qiye. The instructors dubbed this day as Carnival Day, but to the recruits, it felt more like a Li Lian performance showcase. Everyone who sparred with Li Lian caught a glimpse of the truth behind the mysterious blood-clad specter through their own muscle memory. However, when confronted, Li Lian innocently claimed that he had been in the monitoring room with the instructors, scoring everyone, and had no idea who this Hong Zhong was. With a sly grin, he even emphasized, as long as the mask stays on, no one can prove I'm Hong Zhong. Soon, all sorts of bizarre rumors began circulating within the training camp. Some said Hong Zhong enjoyed gathering groups of girls to play games. Others claimed he liked shouting strange phrases like, "the crow takes flight," during fights. There were even rumors that he had a habit of studying anatomy books and a penchant for peeling human faces. Far from being bothered by these rumors, Li Lian not only remained unperturbed, but seemed to revel in fueling the gossip. After all, they were talking about Hong Zhong, not Li Lian. What was there to fear? Molly, who had started to let her guard down around Li Lian, immediately changed her stance upon learning that Bai Li Pangpang was safe, and that the blood-clad specter turned out to be Li Lian in disguise. She concluded it was just a rich playboy's trick to win her affection. Instead of opening her heart, Li Lian's antics made her lock it even tighter, now fortified with a double deadbolt. After completing the recruit mission, Li Lian received 3 Sichuan Realm Mystics as a reward from Yuan Gang. Even when the 3 mystics joined forces, they were no match for Li Lian. Especially when Li Lian unleashed the smoldering pine torch after activating Ryujin Jakka's Shurkai form. Its power was nothing short of terrifying. This attack was not only immensely destructive, but also had a binding effect. Though it hadn't been tested on Han Xiaoyan, The reactions of the mystics suggested it worked effectively against opponents of the same level. Among them, there was an earth-burrowing worm-like creature that, when encircled by the fiery tornado, couldn't even dig through the ground to escape. It was incinerated into ashes on the spot. Yuan Gang and a group of instructors watched in astonishment as Lian conjured the massive flaming tornado. Although it wasn't their first time witnessing this move, the sheer destructive power unleashed by someone at the Sichuan realm was beyond comprehension. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Level up to 24, unlocking 2 new skills, Blade Zen and Binding Art 30. Beak Thrust Triple Flash. Lian recalled that this binding art from Bleach was designed to restrain enemies like a ragdoll 3 yellow beams, immobilizing the target's hands and waist, though it required walls to function properly. On second thought, system-granted skills were never useless. This seemed like a simplified version of 6-rod light prison, and mastering it would undoubtedly help in learning the more advanced technique. Speaking of which, Lian still had an unused skill, Binding Art 26, Curved Light. Ever since acquiring the ability to project his soul out of his body, invisibility seemed less significant. However, Lian had a hunch that this skill would prove invaluable in the future. As for when and where it would come in handy, only time would tell. Lian couldn't wait to test the effects of Blade Zen. He went up to the dormitory rooftop, sat cross-legged, and gently placed Ryujin Jakka on his knees, assuming a meditative position with his palms facing upward. As he closed his eyes to activate Blade Zen, the Hogyoku he carried with him began emitting a faint bluish-purple glow. In an instant, his consciousness shifted, and Lian found himself in a pure white cubic space. There were no doors or windows, and he floated in the center in the same posture as before, as if time itself had ceased to exist. Even his heartbeat felt imperceptible. Yet, he knew this was the necessary path to communicate with Ryujin Jakka. Gradually, the white walls around him began to fade, transitioning from pure white to semi-transparent, and finally becoming completely transparent. Lian felt a solid surface beneath him and realized he could now sit normally. At that moment, the distinct sound of wooden sandals echoed from a distance, stopping about 10 meters in front of him. As he opened his eyes, Lian nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Standing before him was a stunning woman dressed in a bright yellow kimono. She stood about 1.7 meters tall, her kimono adorned with intricate patterns of burning flames. Her hair was elegantly styled in a high bun, and she held a folding fan that covered half her face, revealing only a pair of captivating eyes. She wore white tabi socks and delicate wooden sandals, exuding an air of grace and refinement. This was nothing like the image Lian had envisioned for Ryujin Jakka. He had assumed it might take the form of a sled dog, an old man resembling Yamamoto, or even Yawatch. But this elegant woman in a kimono was a delightful surprise, far more pleasant than facing Yamamoto's stern visage all day. "Are you the true form of Ryujin Jakka?" Lian asked directly, though he couldn't help but appreciate the beauty before him. He had little time to waste, as he still needed to meet Sui Wu. The kimono-clad woman closed her fan, revealing lips as red as cherries. Her voice was clear and melodious as she replied, "I am Ryujin Jakka. How could I not know who I am? Weren't you the one who forcibly came into my space?" Lian was momentarily at a loss for words, his face tinged with embarrassment. "That's a bit of an exaggeration. And besides, you're a sword, what are you even talking about?" He hadn't expected that even a sword could leave him utterly speechless. "What do you mean by want to come in? How could I meet you if I didn't come in?" Lian frowned, surveying the scene before him. There was something oddly familiar about the appearance of Ryujin Jakka, but he couldn't quite recall where he had seen it before. "This place is both your inner world and mine," the woman in the kimono said as she stepped forward, stopping just inches away from Lian. A faint, elusive fragrance lingered in the air. She gently waved the fan in her hand, letting it flutter before his eyes. "I'm curious, what do I look like to you?" Lian was puzzled. "What do you mean? Are you saying that this woman in a kimono I'm seeing right now isn't your true form, but something I imagined?" "Exactly." The woman in the kimono chuckled softly. "I am, at my core, just a sword. But you've chosen to imagine me as a woman. At least you had the decency to give me clothes." A few lines of exasperation appeared on Lian's forehead. Finally understood why she seemed so familiar. That face was unmistakably modeled after one of his former teachers from before he transmigrated. It must be because he'd been living in close quarters with others for so long that even his dreams had started to echo fragments of his previous life. "Can I change how you look now?" he asked. "No, you can't," she replied. "Your subconscious decides my form, and even I can't alter that." More sweat-inducing lines appeared on Lian's forehead. It was a good thing no one else could see Ryujin Jakka's current appearance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain it no matter how many excuses he came up with. "Actually, I know why you've come here," the woman said, getting straight to the point. "You want me to help you control the flame domain, don't you?" "That's right," Lian admitted. The biggest challenge with wielding Ryujin Jakka lay in its uncontrollable heat. Once unsheathed, the scorching aura was nearly impossible to suppress. Every time he released its power, it drained an immense amount of spiritual energy just to keep the flames in check. Otherwise, he risked repeating the disastrous first release, where Head almost turned himself into a dried husk. If he could rid himself of this burden, both the duration and power of his Shurkai would increase significantly. Are you familiar with the 5 special war powers? The woman asked with a smile. She raised her right hand and began counting on her fingers. Potential, spiritual pressure, intelligence, tactics, and combat skill. To gain my full recognition, you must excel in all 5. I admit, your tactics are clever, your combat skills are formidable, and your calculations are precise. Your potential is impressive. You've grown remarkably in such a short time. But, she raised her last finger and wagged it gently. Your spiritual pressure is lacking. It's the most fundamental yet critical factor. Without sufficient spiritual pressure, you're not even a qualified Shinigami. Wait a second, Lian interrupted, quickly pulling open the front of his robe to reveal the Hogyoku hanging around his neck. I've been storing my excess spiritual energy in this. The spiritual pressure you're sensing is less than half of my actual level. The woman in the kimono curiously poked the Hogyoku, a knowing smirk playing at the corners of her lips. No, I'm referring to your total spiritual pressure. Who taught you to pour your energy into this? Do you even realize what kind of consequences that might bring? No one taught me. So what could be the consequences? Lian pondered with a serious expression. Indeed, no one had ever instructed him on how to be a qualified Grim Reaper. Suddenly, a clear realization struck him. Spiritual pressure was the foundation of a Grim Reaper's strength. If one failed to harness spiritual energy to strengthen their own soul, and instead recklessly poured it into the Hogyoku, it would only lead to growing weakness and even regression in their abilities. As this thought sank in, Lian felt a chill run down his spine. If not for today, when Rinchan witnessed the true form of Ryujin Jakka, he might have truly pushed himself to destruction. But reality was harsh. His body couldn't withstand such immense spiritual energy, and the discomfort from forcing its use was unbearable. The woman in the kimono saw through his predicament, her tone laced with a hint of pity. It's obvious you still don't know how to control spiritual energy to enhance your soul's strength. This is the common flaw of self-taught individuals like you. You lack a guide, and that only leads you astray. Since you're here, I'll teach you a small technique. Consider it a worthwhile visit. She continued. I know you're worried that your physical body in the real world can't handle such powerful spiritual pressure. Don't worry. Once you master this technique, you'll be able to use any artificial body with ease. When your Hogyoku is fully charged, come back here, and I'll teach you Bankai. As she spoke, she raised her hand and gently touched Lian's forehead with her finger. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into his mind, reminiscent of the time he first crossed over and received the original body's memories. Then, everything went black, and he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Yuan Gang, accompanied by several instructors and Lin Qiye's group, had gathered on the rooftop of the dorm building, anxiously watching the motionless Lian. It was Shin Qingzhu who first noticed something was off. While Lian's erratic schedule as an instructor was not unusual, disappearing for an entire night was. As they tried to approach him, the blade resting on Lian's lap suddenly emitted a searing, warning aura. The divine presence it exuded startled Yuan Gang, reminding him of the time he encountered Nyx, the goddess of night, on this very rooftop. Qiye, what on earth is Lian doing this time? That aura is terrifying. Li Pangpang trembled as he peeked out from behind Lin Qiye's shoulder. No idea, Lin Qiye replied, having already used his mortal realm domain to observe. He found that Lian was simply meditating calmly, with all vital signs normal. Yuan Gang's expression shifted to one of envy. This is his opportunity, a rare state of enlightenment. If any of you ever experience something similar in the future, it's best to have someone stand guard nearby. When he wakes up, his power will surely skyrocket. Before he could finish speaking, Lian's eyes suddenly snapped open. In one swift motion, he pointed one hand to the sky and the other to the ground, declaring loudly, above the heavens and below the earth, I alone am supreme. After exiting his blade Zen state, Lian realized he had mastered the technique of using surplus spiritual energy to strengthen his soul. Just as he was about to open his eyes, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that several people were still watching him. An idea struck him, and he decided to put on an impromptu performance. Since this is the world of soul reapers, why not play with a Buddhist reference? He thought with an amused smile, striking a pose that imitated the birth of Siddhartha Gautama. After all, in the soul reaper worldview, different power systems corresponded to different religions. Quincy based on Christianity, and soul reapers representing Buddhism, as evidenced by terms like Bankai. However, his performance did not garner the reaction he had hoped for. Instead, he was met with synchronized middle fingers from Lin Qiye and the others, as well as the playful, mocking gazes of Yuan Gang and a few instructors. TCH, no sense of humor at all, Lian muttered as he stood up, brushing the dust off his pants. His gaze fell on Ryujin Jakka in his hand. The blade intrigued him. It had openly claimed to reject him, but it still stepped in at a critical moment to help him control his domain. He gently drew the blade, and the intense heat surrounding him instantly withdrew into the sword, making it appear like an ordinary katana. Classic Sundara personality, Lian joked to himself. You've been sitting there for almost a whole day. Are you okay? Lin Qiye asked with concern as he approached, now that the oppressive heat had dissipated. He couldn't shake the feeling that something about Lian seemed different. I'm fine, just took a nap, Lian replied, sheathing Ryujin Jakka and flashing an innocent smile. It was only then that he realized his Blade Zen session had lasted nearly an entire day. No wonder he felt so famished. The plans for Sui Yu's Blade Zen practice would have to be postponed, had no intention of spending another full day staring down a stubborn husky. Seeing that Lian was indeed unharmed, the group finally relaxed. Just as Lian was about to head to the cafeteria to grab some food, Yuan Gang mysteriously stopped him, saying there was an urgent matter to discuss. In Yuan Gang's office, Lian wolfed down instant noodles while listening to Yuan Gang's questions. He had no choice. Yuan Gang insisted the matter was pressing, leaving him no time for a proper meal. Thankfully, the Soul Society had an abundance of supplies, and instant noodles and bottled water were readily available. With his current abilities, he didn't even need a water heater. Be honest, are you the one who took the stuff from the warehouse? Yuan Gang asked with a resigned expression. In the entire training camp, only 2 people had the capability to empty a warehouse, Bai Li Pangpang with his spatial storage ability, or Li Lian. After checking Bai Li Pangpang's storage, there was only one suspect left. Li Lian instantly understood what had happened, and it must have been Lin Qiye summoning the war mummy to clear out the armory, and now they were trying to pin the blame on him. Alright, so that's how you want to play it, huh? Just wait, your caregiver is mine from now on. Li Lian fumed internally. What exactly is missing from the warehouse, he asked. Guns, ammunition, star blades. Yuan Gang began listing, but abruptly stopped. He suddenly realized that, given Li Lian's abysmal marksmanship, he had no reason to steal firearms in the first place. Li Lian put down the now empty instant noodle cup and casually wiped the crumbs from the corner of his mouth with his hand. Anything else? If not, I'm heading to the cafeteria. This little bit of noodles is nowhere near enough. Yuan Gang snapped out of his thoughts upon hearing this, momentarily setting aside his concerns about the warehouse theft. He turned to ask, what exactly did you say during that call to the commander-in-chief last time? Why did he say you were completely right and that everything was ready? In truth, this all stemmed from the time when Li Lian was dealing with the issue of the physical experience card. Desperate for a solution, he directly called Yi Fan, the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers, looking for help. Yi Fan's terms were straightforward. If Li Lian wanted assistance, he needed to provide something of value in return. After ensuring the call was secure and not being monitored, Li Lian revealed shocking intelligence in one go, even mentioning the name Huotsubing. This nearly led Yi Fan to order his immediate arrest on the spot, but Yi Fan quickly realized the significance of this information. If it was all true, the Night Watchers would have already been thrown into chaos. To verify the authenticity of the intel, Yi Fan asked Li Lian to predict an upcoming event. Li Lian then detailed a series of incidents that would occur during the Lunar New Year: the capture operation targeting a cult, missile strikes, the appearance of the Snake Maiden from the ancient god church, and the betrayal of Han Xiaoyan. While Yi Fan outwardly remained skeptical, he still ensured that all border air defense bases were prepared. What he didn't expect, however, was that the missile would be launched domestically, a detail that even Li Lian had trouble recalling clearly. The series of events that unfolded in Sangnan City during the Lunar New Year ultimately confirmed Li Lian's predictions, earning him Yi Fan's trust. Although Li Lian mentioned that there was a spy within the Night Watcher's upper ranks, he understood that even if he directly named the spy, Yi Fan would only trust his own investigation and the evidence in front of him. What infuriated Li Lian the most was the despicable actions of the ancient god church at the conclusion of the new recruits' training camp. Instead of confronting the Night Watcher's hidden, that guy called Whisper set up schemes at the expense of innocent civilians' lives. As a result, Li Lian provided Yi Fan with detailed information about the planned timing of the mountain floods and mudslides. Li Lian also specifically warned Yi Fan that the enemy would likely deploy more than 3 sea-level combatants, and might even send a clone of Whisper. This forced Yi Fan to dispatch a corresponding number of sea-level fighters to counter them. With such strong support, Li Lian began to strategize carefully. Taking down Whisper's nightmare clone was a must, and with Yuan Gang's cooperation, the task seemed relatively safe. As for the scattered river-level combatants, the key was to find a way to gather them in one place. Otherwise, just chasing them down would be exhausting. However, after his battle with Han Xiaoyan, Li Lian had come to understand the limits of his own strength. Taking down a sea-level combatant solo was practically impossible unless he received an extraordinary reward at level 25. Something like unlocking another Shirkai ability would be ideal. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.